Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 721, The Method to Enduring Memories. 4. Hello. Cal softened his gaze after hearing the high school senior Choi Young-gun's voice again. I'm sorry. I'm not borrowing any books today. Choi Young-gun lowered his head again, as if he had nothing else to say to Cal. Cal could not really see what Choi Young-gun was doing, as there was a computer monitor in the way. He just quietly observed the back of the head of this person. Is this the Choi Young-gun I know? Was this punk in front of him the person from the Choi family? Maybe it was just a coincidence that he was named Choi Young-gun. Cal decided to think about a problem first. Is this a modified memory? Did the sealed guard do something? Neither was true. Although Cal could not remember the name of this book club member, this person was still vaguely in his memories. His face only felt weird now because he had met Choi Han. He had not been able to put two and two together because he had not remembered their name. It makes sense that I don't remember everything because this was before my ability awakened. Kim Rok-soo's memory had been pretty good ever since he was young. However, this was normal compared to once he got the record ability after the cataclysm. It may seem obvious that he doesn't remember, but freshman year of high school, the memories of this first semester are extremely faint. The memories of this time were lacking when compared to any other part of his life, and the only thing he really remembered was that this was the most peaceful time of his school days. First of all, the Choi Young-gun in front of me is the same person who was in my past. What he needed to figure out now was whether this Choi Young-gun was just a book club member or THAT Choi Young-gun. Then there was something else to consider as well. Could that Choi Young-gun exist in this world? He was someone who died in Cal Henitus's world a long time ago. Choi Young-gun also showed up in An-Ro Man's world. He had to in order to steal Terang, the unbreakable spear, and run away. Considering those facts, it is highly likely that Choi Young-gun, who was a single lifer, became something else after his death, and is jumping in and out of different dimensions. Basically, it was a realistic hypothesis to think that Choi Young-gun went to An-Ro Man's world to steal Terang, and then jumped into Kim Rok-soo's world during his freshman year to do something as well. In that case, why did Choi Young-gun come to this world, and what was he doing? Ha! Cal scoffed internally. If this book club member in front of him was really that Choi Young-gun, it was obvious what he would be doing here. I am sure he's here because of me. Cal had already predicted that Choi Young-gun had some sort of relationship with the God of Death and the Sun God. With the God of Death keeping an eye on the White Star, it was possible that Choi Young-gun would be looking into Kim Rok-soo. SHHHHH. Choi Young-gun raised his head again. He slightly frowned and looked at Cal. He seemed to be asking why Cal was looking at him like that. Smile. Cal smiled. Cal asked as Choi Young-gun flinched. Sunbi, is it okay for you to be a book club member when you are a senior? Choi Young-gun's expression seemed to be asking what the hell was up with this guy. The hoobie, who usually borrowed books without saying anything, suddenly spoke to him, so it was abnormal. I don't think that's any of your business. Oh, he did not respond nicely. The innocent-looking face scowled for a moment. I was just curious. Most people stop their club activities to study. I am not studying. Then what are you doing? Choi Young-gun's brows scrunched together. However, Cal could not help but do this as Kim Rok-soo. He needed to talk to this guy to learn anything. Choi Young-gun looked around before confirming that they were the only in the libraries and looked away from Cal. Just leave if you're not going to borrow any books. He didn't want Cal to bother him anymore. I understand. I'm sorry if I upset you. Cal started moving away. He headed toward the library door as if he had nothing else to do here. Ha! I'm writing. He heard Choi Young-gun's voice behind him. Cal turned around and looked at the desk where Choi Young-gun was sitting. He could see an open notebook and a pencil in front of Choi Young-gun now that he was at an angle and not right in front of it. SHHHHH. Choi Young-gun put his arm over the notebook to cover it and avoided Kim Rok-soo's gaze. I see that you mainly read fantasy novels. I do. Kim Rok-soo could now hypothesize as to what Choi Young-gun was writing. Are you writing a fantasy novel? Well, Choi Young-gun smiled as he looked away from Kim Rok-soo. It's more of a guidebook. He didn't even look back at Cal before waving the arm that was not covering the notebook. Anyways, go. I need to lock up and go to my class. Yes, Sunbeam. See you tomorrow. Sure, screech. Cal opened the door and walked out to the hallway. He started to smile, but there was a cold gaze on his face. It's more of a guidebook. He became certain after hearing Choi Yung-gun say that. Nellen Barrow, The Birth of a Hero. The author of the novel was Nellen Barrow. That was Choi Yung-gun's other name. Ha! Cal was flabbergasted. When would Choi Yung-gun have written The Birth of a Hero? He had thought about that before. He had also wondered why it was in the form of a fantasy novel. As a 17-year-old in his freshman year of high school, note, Korean high schools are 3 years. Elementary grades 1-6, middle school 7-9, high school 10-12. Cal finally found the answer after revisiting this moment of his past again. It's because of me. Choi Yung-gun knew that Kim Rak-soo enjoyed reading fantasy novels and wrote this guidebook called The Birth of a Hero. Ding dong, the bell rang to signal that there was 5 minutes left of lunch. Classes would resume in 5 minutes. Cal headed back to the classroom. SHHHH, his shadow was cast on the stairs as he walked up, and yellow smoke rose from within. Cal started to speak at that moment. Ah, come on. It was hard to tell whether he was frowning or smiling. I won't be able to finish this quickly. The sealed guards test was not the issue right now. The first semester of his freshman year that was so faint in his memories, it looked as if he would need to dig through this time that he considered one of the most peaceful times of his life. Something that he did not realize or did not remember definitely existed during this time. First, he looked at his watch to fathom the amount of time he had. I should investigate about Choi Yung-gun first. Choi Yung-gun, the high school senior who was a book club member. It seemed as if he needed to look into this guy. Screech. He walked into the classroom. Hey, Kim Rak-soo, there's 1 minute left. Cal sat down and immediately asked the student next to him a question. Hey, does our class have a book club member? I'm part of the book club. Wow, hey, you don't even know your friend's club activities. Oh, really? He looked at the calendar. It was the end of March. Note, Korean schools start in March. The club recruitments still aren't over, right? They ended last Friday. Why? Cal put his arm on his friend's chair as he responded. I want to join too. Freshman Kim Rak-soo. He would catch two birds with one stone by developing some relationships as his younger self who felt sloth and loathing toward building connections, and dig up some dirt on Choi Yung-gun who was observing him. That's random. Yeah, I might as well. I decided I want to join the book club, and then I will ask the Hyung who is the club president. A second-year student. Yeah, he is. There was a third-year senior in the library. Ah, that Sunby. His friend immediately knew who he was talking about. That Sunby transferred last year, but he's still involved as a senior because apparently his dream is to write. Really? What is he writing? The bell rang as Cal asked that question. It was the start of fifth period. Re-eating, Cal had asked Choi Yung-gun what he was writing and was told that it was a guidebook. However, he still asked about it. It was just in case he heard something different. He wouldn't tell me. Apparently it's a secret. Ah, his friend nonchalantly responded before taking out his textbook and leaning toward Cal as he slowly added on. His voice was full of hesitation. I overheard that Sunby taking to the club advisor last time. He was peeking at the door and whispering because he didn't know when the teacher might walk in. I heard it was a fantasy novel. Ah, don't say anything about it because I only know it by accident. It's a secret. I'm only answering because this is the first time you've ever asked me a question. Kim Rak-soo had never asked him anything despite sitting next to him for a whole month. Such a person was showing interest in the book club and asking a question for the first time, making this friend decide to answer the question. Okay, thanks. I won't say anything about it. The friend smiled in relief at Cal's response, and the English teacher walked into the classroom at that moment. Cal looked forward as if they had never been talking and focused on the chalkboard. It was as he had expected. A senior doing club activities needs to get permission from their homeroom teacher and the club advisor. That was why Choi Yung-gun would have had to reveal some of his writing to them, even if he wouldn't tell anybody else. It was necessary for a smooth school and book club life. What Choi Yung-gun is writing right now probably sounds like a fantasy novel to other people. They should see it that way. Cal had thought it was a fantasy novel at first too. However, Choi Yung-gun had told Cal something different. He said it was a guidebook. I'm right. He really is writing the birth of a hero. Cal started smiling again. Choi Yung-gun. Oh, and the god of death as well. The god of death said that he brought Cal to that world because Lee Soo-hyuk and Choi Young-soo died in his place. Of course, part of the reason was that Cal was connected to the White Star in some ways as well. But he was observing me even from this time. That god of death was a funny bastard the more he got to know. He couldn't tell whether that bastard was a good bastard, a bad bastard, or a weird bastard. Ah, Cal realized something else at that moment. The Sintamani, the orb that had split into two. What would have happened to the item that had been arranged by the god of death? He had completely forgotten about it. The item that had made its presence known during the sealed guard's first test was not visible right now. At that moment, SHT. Cal felt one of his front jacket pockets of his uniform getting heavier. Cal avoided the teacher's gaze and put his hand in his pocket. He then lowered his head. The two split parts of the Sintamani in his pocket were dyed yellow. SHHHHHHH, however, black spots slowly started appearing one by one on the yellow light the moment Cal looked at them. Albaru could see a red light in the firmly shut temple door when he climbed to the top of the steps. He heard a voice through the flash of light that made him think of a teleportation magic circle. I give up. The eerie red light disappeared with that shout, and a person appeared. Albaru immediately walked toward the person. Commander Tunka. Oh, Your Highness. Tunka looked around and asked Albaru, did everybody come out? I forgot for a bit that we agreed to come out in 5 minutes. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha. He looked fine laughing loudly like that. However, Tunka quickly figured out the situation after looking around. Was I the only one who came out? I shouldn't have come out either. Tunka had proceeded with the original plan and shouted that he gave up to come out of the temple as soon as he realized that the normal test had started. Honestly speaking, he thought that he would be the last one out and that everybody else would have come out a long time ago. Everybody other than himself was the type to follow rules. However, his expectations had been completely off. Commander, how was it in there? Albaru started asking as soon as he was in front of Tunka. He frowned at that moment. Ooh, there was an ominous cry before one of the 6 pieces of the orb lost its blue light and turned white. Does that resemble the test that Commander Tunka was taking? The remaining 3 blue pieces slowly became dyed yellow. They were being dyed at different speeds. Albaru knew what yellow resembled. Sloth. The remaining 3 people had followed the first 2 to enter the sloth test. Tunka saw the sweat on Albaru's forehead and opened his mouth with a stiff expression on his face. I looked around for about a day. First, Albaru had no choice but to cut Tunka off. It could not be helped. For a day, it had not even been 1 hour since Albaru woke back up. However, Tunka was saying that a day had passed. Time flows differently in there. The flow of time in the illusion seemed to be completely different from this place. It was at that moment. Albaru, ancient dragon Iruhaben, approached him. He was also pointing up at the sky. It looks like someone else is pushing forward again. One of the yellow pieces was slowly becoming dyed green. Failure when it is green. One of the people was entering the 3rd stage of the illusion test. Clope did not pay any attention as his surroundings turned green and looked forward with a concerned gaze. A calm voice flowed out of his mouth. My mental state will not crumble, just like how the shield will never break. He took a step forward into the green world. His will and determination was visible in his eyes. Cal was back at Rayon High School for a 2nd day. He smiled warmly toward the person who spoke to him as he entered the library. You want to join the book club? Yes, Sunbinim. Cal walked in with the current book club president and made eye contact with Choi Young-gun, who was sitting at the desk again. Choi Young-gun jumped up in shock and subconsciously asked, he's joining our club. Why? Is there a reason I can't? Cal responded internally before his smile became even bigger. It was the same bright smile that made him look like a good person that Rayan called his scamming smile. Hello, Sunbinim. He then gave a short greeting. Choi Young-gun instantly looked baffled. Chapter 722, The Method to Enduring Memories, 5. Ah, yeah. Choi Young-gun accepted Cal's greeting in an extremely awkward voice. Cal peeked toward the notepad on the table where Choi Young-gun had been sitting. Everything else was the same. Cal had not noticed anything special after finishing his evening lessons and following his memories back to the orphanage last night. My room was a single room. The children at the orphanage usually stayed with a roommate until the end of their freshman year of high school. However, Cal's situation was different because the kid who was sharing the room with him had left the orphanage. He had heard that the kid had come to the orphanage because his family's financial situation was not good, but had returned home with his dad once it got better. It's a good thing. Cal was relieved that he had time to think alone without any interruptions. It seems like you two know each other. Cal gave a simple response as the book club president looked back and forth at the two of them and asked, I come here to borrow books every day at lunch. I've seen this Sunbeam a lot during that time. That's how we've become familiar with each other. Oh, is that so? Do you like books? Yes, Sunbeam. Wow. I'm glad that we got someone who actually likes books. The book club's tasks are surprisingly hard and very repetitive. The club president walked over to the desk where Choi Gun was standing and pulled out an application form. We need to record and barcode every book, organize books, and clean the library daily. Everybody seems to think that the book club is a reading club, but our school's book club has a lot of things to do. We're even busy during festival season. Anyway, he smiled warmly to the new freshman whose name was visible on his uniform. What I am saying is that you need some level of affection for books to be able to enjoy the book club's duties. Does that change your mind about joining the book club? Kil gave a firm response with a smile on his face. No, not at all. It makes me want to join the book club right away. Okay, that's the right attitude for a good club member. Smile. The second-year president smiled mischievously before handing Cal a pen and the application form. Use the inside of the desk over here to fill out your application. It doesn't look like there is anybody here today. The library was oddly empty today. You see that chair next to Jung Gun Hyung? You can sit there. Okay, Sunbeam. Cal responded and quickly headed toward the chair next to Choi Jung Gun. Ah. Choi Jung Gun blankly watched for a moment before he flinched and urgently sat down. He then hurriedly started cleaning up his open notebook and pens. The club president looked apologetic. Hyung, I am sorry for bothering you while you are writing. No, not at all. Choi Jung Gun closed his notebook as he peeked to the side. Cal was focused on filling out his application. Hoo-woo. A quiet sigh flowed out of Choi Jung Gun's mouth. However, Cal had already seen it. He had not missed that instant of opening to see a word as the notebook closed. Choi Han, Rosalind, like it was not the name of any of the people in the birth of a hero. However, it was a special word. Roan. Cal couldn't help but smile after seeing those four letters. I am right. This Choi Jung Gun was that Choi Jung Gun. He was the first dragon slayer, and Nellen Barrow, the author of the novel, The Birth of a Hero. It really was that punk. Choi Jung Gun noticed Kim Rok-soo raise his head a bit and look toward him. Smile. Kim Rok-soo smiled at him. It was not the same bright smile he had seen until now. It was extremely different and looked as if he was plotting something. Choi Jung Gun turned a bit pale and his pupils started shaking. What is it? He subconsciously asked, and Kim Rok-soo commented as if he didn't mean anything by it. I want to write too. Ah, really? No, it was a lie. Yes, Sunbeam. I want to write a popular fiction novel. What kind? Cal looked at Choi Jung Gun as if this was new and unexpected. He seems a bit clueless. The Choi Jung Gun who stole Terang from An Ro Man's world was extremely skilled according to An Ro Man. He needed to be in order to steal Terang without any issues. However, the Choi Jung Gun in front of Cal right now he seems a bit dopey. He didn't seem to be that skilled. Cal returned to nice mode toward Choi Jung Gun, someone who was much older than him and was Choi Han's elder, as he responded. Of course, the individual he referenced for his nice mode was him. Who was it again? Who was I referencing? Ah, right. Albrew Crossman with a deal to be made. Cal was referencing the Crown Prince. Yellow dust was fluttering underneath Cal's shoes at that moment. It decreased in size the moment Cal thought about Albrew Crossman before it started increasing again. However, nobody was able to see it. Cal responded to Choi Jung Gun, who gulped as he waited for Cal's response. Fantasy. Choi Jung Gun's eyes opened wide after hearing that Cal wanted to write a fantasy novel. Really? No. What would be the point of writing a fantasy novel when he already lived in a fantasy world? Cal's true desire was to spend that time reading a fun book and rolling around the bed. Yes, Sunbeam, I really do. Cal pretended to be energetic as he responded. Choi Jung Gun looked at Cal as if he was weird. Cal, who knew everything, instantly understood the meaning behind that gaze. He's not this kind of person. That was what the gaze seemed to be saying. Cal knew it was true, though. Freshman Kim Rok-soo was not this kind of person, energetic. He was not like that at all. Smiling. Raising one corner of the lip was technically considered a smile. However, there was only one reason he was doing this right now. I can't figure this out. Cal had organized his thoughts while lying on his bed and looking at the ceiling last night. He was able to come up with something odd. There's no reason for Choi Yung-gun to write the birth of a hero right now. At first, Cal had thought that Choi Yung-gun was writing the birth of a hero for Kim Rok-soo when he transmigrates as Cal. However, he came to a different conclusion after thinking about it some more. Why? Choi Yung-soo is alive right now. The reason that Cal ended up in that world was sort of like a butterfly effect. Choi Yung-soo chose to die in Kim Rok-soo's place, and taking Cal was the god of death solution. Choi Yung-gun is probably around me to observe me, because I was affected by the aftershock of the White Star's reincarnation. That was possible and understandable. So right now, the thing he is writing, it was not the birth of a hero. That was how Cal should think. Choi Yung-gun was right to call it a guidebook. In that case, who was this guidebook for? Probably Choi Yung-soo or Choi Han. Choi Han should be fighting in that world right now. He was in the forest of darkness long before Cal Henitus regressed through time and transmigrated as Kim Rok-soo. He could conclude one more thing from this. They had not seen much of Choi Yung-gun, but he was trying to do something within his powers to help Choi Han and Choi Yung-soo. Is that why he formed a sort of cooperative relationship with the God of Death? He heard the club president's voice at that moment. Are you done? Ah, yes. Let's see here. Good job. The club president checked Cal's application and patted his shoulder. Please work hard. Yes, sir. The club president looked at the energetically responding Cal with satisfaction before turning his head toward the door after hearing a noise. Screech, the door opened and a student peeked in. You are here. What's wrong? The person motioned with his head. The homeroom teacher is calling you. Oh, really? The club president looked at Cal as if that put him in an awkward position. He needed to inform Cal, who applied later than the others, the basics of the book club. He hesitated for a moment before looking at Choi Yung-gun. This Sunby was a bit unique, as he transferred right before winter break of his second year and immediately asked to join the book club. He had a slightly stoic expression at the club president's desperate-looking gaze as he nodded his head. Go. I'll explain things to him. Oh, thank you very much, Hyung. Kim Rok-soo listened carefully to Yung-gun Hyung's explanation. I will, Sunbinim. See you later. Okay, have a safe trip, Sunbinim. I will. The club president left the library with his friend. There was silence for a moment, but Cal simply looked around the desk as if he didn't notice. Choi Yung-gun was the first to break the silence. I didn't think you were like this. Me? Yeah. Whenever you came to check out books, you seem a bit. Cal chuckled and responded as Choi Yung-gun was unable to say the last part. I seemed bratty. Well, not too bratty, but a bit bratty. No, no. Choi Yung-gun was objecting intensely before he saw the calm look on Kim Rok-soo's face. Sunbinim, you know how I said I am interested in writing. That is why I am trying to talk to you. It is taking a lot of courage for a person like me to do this. Ah, Choi Yung-gun gasped before peeking at Cal and asking, what kind of fantasy novel do you want to write? Cal said things with the events that had happened to him the last few years serving as the foundation. A story about a guy who travels to a different dimension at around my age and becomes a hero. Flinch. Choi Yung-gun flinched. Cal did not notice as he looked up and said whatever came to his mind. He has a mage and a beast person as his companions. Then they get involved with a dragon. They also work with the crown prince of a kingdom. Flinch. Flinch. Choi Yung-gun subconsciously licked his lips as he rubbed his palms against his knees. Cal realized it at this point. He really is easy to read. This guy is Choi Han and Choi Yung-soo's ancestor. They're a completely different. Anyway, I want to write a story like that. Really? Is the main character a swordsman? Yes, a swordsman. Cal held back a laugh as he responded. In addition, Choi Yung-gun was visibly waiting to hear what Cal had to say. I would like to write a story where the main character and his companions don't have to suffer a lot and easily takes care of the things they need to do and then achieve happiness. Choi Yung-gun looked at Cal at that moment, and Cal smiled while making eye contact with him. Those stories are always the nice ones. Choi Yung-gun opened his mouth for a moment before closing it back. He avoided Cal's gaze and looked up at the ceiling as he responded. Yes, those stories are the best. They really are. Right, they really are the best. Silence filled the room again. Cal looked away from Choi Young-gun, who seemed to have a lot to think about, and rummaged through some documents on the desk. Shouldn't he do his job as a book club member properly while he was here? It was his first time doing club activities like this. This kind of test isn't bad. The yellow dust roaming by the tips of Cal's foot increased in size a bit. It was at that moment. You Choi Young-gun opened my mouth. Ding dong, the warning bell rang at the same time. He hesitated after hearing the bell but said what he wanted to say anyway. I am going to go to an event this weekend for a part-time job. Event? What the heck is he talking about? Choi Young-gun did not look at Cal and continued very cautiously while Cal was finding this to be odd. It's an event about the past martial arts of our country. There is a part on sword arts as well. Sword art. Cal thought of someone at that moment. No, he thought of a family, the Choi family. He also thought about Choi Young-soo, who would be 17 years old and a freshman like him right now. Do you want to come? I should be able to bring in one person without a problem. Cal could not hold back and asked after hearing Choi Young-gun says that. Sunbi, why are you going there? Why the hell are you going there? He thought Choi Young-gun's answer would be obvious, but he had no choice but to ask. There are some people I need to see. Choi Young-gun said that before looking at Cal again. It'll be good for you to go. Yes, I am sure it would be good. It's obvious why. Cal nodded his head and responded as if he didn't put much thought into it. That sounds great. I think it would be helpful for my writing. I didn't have anything to do this weekend anyway. Cal thought about Choi Young-soo as he said whatever came to mind. I thought I'd be bored this weekend, so this is great. For reference, Cal liked being bored. In fact, Cal liked being bored a lot. However, Choi Young-gun flinched before looking at Cal with a pitying gaze. Cal didn't notice, but Choi Young-gun looked at the clean but extremely skinny Kim Rok-soo before clenching his eyes shut for a moment. He then quietly mumbled so that Cal could not hear. How lonely must he have been on his own without even knowing his fate? He opened his mouth with a determined look on his face. He looked at Kim Rok-soo, whose gaze was quite bleak for someone who was 17. Choi Young-gun spoke in a firm voice. After the event is over, I will show you a few things that might help you with your writing. Why is he suddenly so enthusiastic? Cal wondered why Choi Young-gun's demeanor had changed like this, but he simply nodded his head, as being around this guy would make it easy for him to gobble up information. I am not that interested if it isn't seeing Choi Young-soo, though. As he had that thought on his mind, observing the sword art will be helpful, but seeing a lot of things is important for writing. For example, plays or movies during production. Something sounds odd. Cal thought that it was an extremely sudden change to go from sword art to plays and movie productions. He then remembered something. Movies. It made him think of someone. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. He had desired to be an action star, but ended up not succeeding. Perhaps. Cal looked at Choi Young-gun with a suspicious gaze, and Choi Young-gun avoided it as he added on. Anyway, I'll show you some fun things. Just follow me. I'll have everything prepared. Cal thought that this guy looked quite profound right now. I'm sure of it. Someday, even if it is not for writing, I'm sure these things will someday help you out in your social life or survival. The things he was saying were profound as well. It was as if he was saying that he knew about Cal's future. That seemed to be why he wanted Cal to have these subliminal encounters with Choi Young-soo and Lee Soo-hyuk in advance. Would you look at that? Can Choi Young-gun see the future? How does he know about Cal's relationship with Choi Young-soo and Lee Soo-hyuk in the future? Choi Young-soo mumbled as if he made up his mind about something. The threads of fate are bound to get intertwined at some point. I don't know what results will be born, but he probably said that thinking that Cal would not understand. But this Cal was not Kim Rok-soo in high school. He immediately understood it. Oh, the single-lifer Choi Young-gun seemed to be able to see something like the threads of fate and not the future. That seemed to be how he knew that Cal, Choi Young-soo, and Lee Soo-hyuk would get involved with each other somehow. But he doesn't know the results. He didn't seem to know the results of the intertwined fates. He probably would not have left Choi Young-soo to die in Cal's place if he knew the results. Cal spoke as if he didn't understand anything. Is that from a book? No. Anyway, y'all go right. Yes, Sunbeam. Cal answered and got up. Classes were about to begin again. He was acting like quite the proper student. Cal organized the spot he had been sitting at as he thought to himself. This isn't bad. He was in a test about sloth, but this illusion was quite entertaining. Since this illusion had Cal's past as the foundation, his actions were changing the past here. This made it so that the things he was seeing right now were highly likely to be things that actually happened in the past. Whether it was the no-named actor Lee Soo-hyuk he may see at the movie production, or the Choi family who were participating in the sword art event, they probably did those things in the past as well. But Cal's changed actions in the past were allowing him to experience those things as well. It really is different. His life was different because his actions had changed. Cal felt both joy and an odd sense of bitterness, but it wasn't a bad feeling. Shhhhhhhh. The yellow dust rose from his feet to his knee level as they fluttered around. Slap, the palm left a red mark on the cheek. Rosalind had slapped herself. Her eyes were red from being bloodshot as well. Squeeze. She clenched her clothes with both hands. Her eyes turned toward the garden that had seemed serene until now. She looked down at her hand. She could see her small and chubby hands, around 10 years old. Rosalind was back to that time. It was the time she had spent running around the palace with her younger siblings, a time when she had received a lot of love from her mother and father. This test is extremely dangerous. Rosalind looked around. She then mumbled to herself. I almost forgot. She slowly repeated some words. Magic Tower, Choi Han, Young Master Cal, Lark, Rayon Nim. She repeated her precious things one by one. Although she couldn't see them, there were yellow dust particles fluttering around and surrounding her. I didn't expect it to be this kind of test. A fire was visible in young Rosalind's eyes. Sloth. This test, it makes you stay at a peaceful time of your past and makes you start hating reality. Unlike the sadness test, this test was not about overcoming a person's past sloth. In some ways, it was the complete opposite. This test makes the challenger feel apathetic about the reality outside this illusion. The more you like this peaceful past, the more you accept it. It makes you not want to go back to reality. Rosalind had welcomed this peaceful time quite a bit. However, that did not mean that she did not want to go back to reality. The past was the past, and an illusion was only an illusion. It was not her reality. Even if her reality right now was filled with war and battles, that was where the future she wanted to grasp and the people who were precious to her, the people she wanted to protect, were located. However, this test forcibly made the challenger hate reality the more they accepted the peace. It's dangerous. Rosalind had almost forgotten about reality for a moment because of it. Should I give up? Should she give up for now and resume the test after coming up with a strategy? No. She knew how young Master Cal would act in this situation. Cal would try to finish this test until the end without giving up. He had already told them about it. He said that he was planning on giving up at first and then doing it all on his own the next time. I can't give up on the test and leave him here. She could not give up while knowing that young Master Cal and her friends would keep pushing forward in this test. I need to keep moving forward. The invisible yellow dust around her started to shrink as she said that. Of course, they did not disappear completely. I wonder if everybody else is doing well. Rosalind thought about the others who were going through the test as well and could not hide her concern. Chapter 723. The Method to Enduring Memories. 6. Huff. Huff. Choi Han ran and ran some more. Huff, huff. He was extremely out of breath, and it felt as if his heart would burst. However, he could not stop. In fact, he needed to use every ounce of strength he had to run, and run again. Choi Han was inside an illusion, but he was able to use all of his abilities at full strength. Unlike the last test, where they had met the sealed guard, these illusion tests allowed Choi Han to use everything he had in his arsenal. He used everything he had to run and run again. Huff, huff, he instantly jumped on top of the large stone wall in front of him. He then looked down below. I failed. All he could see down below was red. Blood, corpses, fire. The color red swept over Harris Village. Choi Han's illusion this time was the tragedy that had struck Harris Village in the past. He could see armed members escaping through the redness. He had killed them in the past and felt sadness and wrath that could not be explained with words after seeing the corpses of the Harris Village villagers. That was the first time he learned what it felt like to lose his rationality. However, this test was neither sadness nor wrath. It was failure. Choi Han jumped off the stone wall. He was not the Choi Han of this time, but a much stronger Choi Han. He had started running as soon as he opened his eyes in the forest of darkness, but he was too late. Tap. The moment his feet landed at the village at the bottom of the wall, here it starts again. He saw the red being replaced by a green light. Pat. The green light enveloped his sight, and Choi Han was in the forest of darkness when he opened his eyes again. He looked toward the village. He could see smoke. He started running again. This was his seventh time running, and he had only arrived at Harris Village after everything was destroyed all 7 times. It resembled 7 times that he had failed. The test of failure gave Choi Han just barely enough time. It gave him just enough time that running at full speed with his current abilities would allow him to arrive at Harris Village right after every single one of the Harris Village villagers were killed by arm. Of course, this was not any different from the past. Choi Han had been gathering medicinal herbs at this location in the Forest of Darkness when the village was attacked in the past. He did not stop and used every ability he had available to run and run again. He ran toward Harris Village. He had no idea how many more times he would fail. No emotion was visible on Choi Han's face as he ran so hard that he was out of breath. However, there was a small glimmering light in his eyes. It's decreasing. Choi Han was arriving at Harris Village slightly faster. Even though this was an illusion, he should be able to at least save some of the Harris Village villagers if he continued like this. And if that was impossible to achieve simply by running, I just need to find a different method. Because of that, it's worth trying. He would be able to move forward if he continued like this. Choi Han said the words of someone whom he respected despite this person being much younger than him as he ran again. He was getting quicker than before. A shining black aura started rising around him. The black light that used to only be violent slowly started to take a refined form by Choi Han's side. Elsewhere, Clope Seca clasped his hands together as he started speaking. It is a simple test. This so-called failure. He had figured out the weak points of the failure test after coming here from the sloth test. This test was not about overcoming the failure. The illusion was showing the challenger a situation that may look as if the person may just be able to succeed despite it being impossible to overcome. You could not go past this test if you wished for success. So you must humbly accept the failure. This is merely a flaw from my past. Clope could see the green light surrounding him start to get dimmer. Accepting the failures of the past and moving toward the future that was the way to get past this test as easily and peaceful as possible. Clope was sure of it. He was about to walk past the dimming green light toward a new color when he suddenly flinched and stopped walking. Nobody will actually try to overcome this failure, right? That should be impossible. He had another thought as well. But it may also be possible. He turned around. An eccentric and heated gaze was visible in his eyes. It is doable if I overcome my present self. This test was showing a situation that the challenger, with their current abilities, would feel as if they may have a chance to succeed, but they did not. That meant that it would be possible if he became stronger than he was right now. Wouldn't the others know that as well? Clope thought about the people Cal called his friends. Well, he chose to ignore Tunka from this list. He didn't care to know the inner thoughts of such a simple person. Choi Han would definitely run toward it with the intention of succeeding. Although that bastard was on the smarter side, he would not think about how to strategically overcome such a situation. He would keep it simple. No, it was not that he would keep it simple. It was that Choi Han would have the confidence that he would be able to overcome his failure. As for Mary and Rosalind, an odd smile appeared on Clope's face. He looked at the new color past the green once again before walking back toward the green light. Mary and Rosalind. The two of them might be lost at first, but they would quickly figure out how to escape from this test. But they are not the type who would accept failure like that. They would at least try to overcome the failure at first, and then step back if it doesn't work. It was plausible since Mary was sometimes even more radical than Choi Han. Rosalind tended to be more rational, but she was too stubborn to accept a failure and let it go. Clope walked back toward the illusion in the green light. Yes, he was walking back toward the failure. It'll be quite bad if all three of them end up succeeding through their failures. Passing this test, not but accepting the failure, but by overcoming or successfully completing it, that would symbolize that the person became stronger than they were right now. That would be bad. That would be very bad. It would be bad for me to fall behind. Clope wanted to remain by Cal's side to know the path that Cal walks and record it all, but to fall behind. His physical body was already many steps behind Cal's companions. He couldn't fall even further behind. He walked back toward the green light of failure out of his own will. His eyes were full of eccentric passion and desire. walking by the legend's side that was something Clope never wanted to have to let go. At that time, Mary opened her closed eyes and stepped toward the purple light. However, she stopped for a moment to observe the illusion that was covered in green light. Failure is part of the process. That was how the current Mary was able to be here. She turned her head without any regret and started walking toward the purple light again. Mary mumbled to herself as if she was firming her own resolve, getting rid of this temple as quickly as possible for the people outside. This was an important issue for Mary. This test was simply another part of the process that was Mary's life. Mary would simply walk forward toward her goal. She only had one goal, her friends and family living peacefully. It was the same goal as Cal's, taking a walk with Rayan on and hung in the forest of darkness again, and then watching the sunset and the stars in the night sky. That was what Mary wanted to do the most right now. She continued walking as if nothing could get in her way. Mary was the first to enter into the purple orb. Iruhaben Nim. In front of the closed temple door, Iruhaben walked up to Alberu, who was standing there, and started speaking. 3 people have entered the green illusion now. Alberu looked toward the orb on top of the temple, and one of those 3 people seems to be making their way into the next stage, Iruhaben Nim. 2 of the 6 pieces of the orb were glowing green. One piece was slowly starting to glow purple as well. Green symbolized failure. Alberus' mouth opened. It looks like the 4th piece is exiting sloth and headed toward failure now. There were 5 people left with Tunka out here now. Alberu had no idea as to what was going on in there. I couldn't become the dark tiger again, even when I fell asleep. Alberu thought that something might have happened to the Sintamani since he couldn't reach the other side again. So everybody other than that last piece is either in the green or exiting it then. Yes, Iruhaben Nim. Then do they have the indignity and wrath illusions left? That is correct, Iruhaben Nim. That's concerning. Iruhaben looked toward the only piece that was glowing yellow. That piece was glowing purely yellow, as if it had no intention of turning it green. Who is that yellow light? He was certain it was not Cal. He had a feeling it would not be him. Sloth. Cal always talked about dreaming of being a slacker, but his life and his personality were far from sloth. Who could it be? Mary, Choi Han, Clope, and Rosalind. He thought of the other 4 people. All 4 of them seemed far from sloth as well. They were all people who had clear goals in life. Iruhaben slightly frowned while looking at the orb. I told you not to get close. A small black dragon was flapping his wings rapidly while floating around the orb. This was naturally Rayan. He had been with Beacrox on and hung until a moment ago, but he was roaming around the orb before Iruhaben noticed. Iruhaben was not allowing anybody other than the adult dragons to get near it, because he was worried something might happen to the others while being around this orb that had the influence of a god. Tusk. I should go get him. Iruhaben was thinking that he should take Rayan away from there. It was highly likely that Rayan would stay there late into the night if he was left alone. Children need to sleep properly. Ran and Beacrox were in charge of On, Hang, and Rayan's meals, while Iruhaben paid more attention to their sleep. Rayan, as soon as he called out Rayan's name, Rayan started flapping his wings intensely, as if he was shocked by something before he quickly flew over toward Iruhaben and Alberu. What is up with him? I'm not sure, Iruhaben Nim. Rayan arrived in front of the 2 of them while both of them were confused. He seemed quite shocked. His chubby front paw was pointing toward the orb. I can feel the human's presence. What? Excuse me. Alberu jumped up from his seat while Iruhaben walked a step closer to Rayan. That. Rayan pointed toward the orb again. That yellow piece. I can feel the human's power in there. Which power? He can feel Cal's power. The ancient dragon quickly thought about Cal's different powers. Shield, fiery thunderbolt, stone spear, etc. The numerous ancient powers and other powers Cal possessed popped into Iruhaben's mind. Rayan felt those powers. Perhaps did something happen to that unlucky bastard to the point that he needed to use so much of his powers that Rayan could feel it from outside the orb. Iruhaben thought that Alberu must be thinking the same thing as he noticed Alberus' pupils shaking. Rayan shouted with certainty at that moment. That power where he pretends to be strong. He's not strong at all, but he has that power that makes him seem strong. I can feel that power coming from that piece. Chapter 724, The Method to Enduring Memories, 7, Alberu urgently asked. Rayan Nim, what about any other power? Maybe the shield none. None at all. I don't feel any others. Rayan pulled at the hems of Eruhaben's clothes. Goldie Gramps, go with me to confirm. Let's also figure out where Choi Han, Rosalind, Mary, and that crazy Clope are as well. Okay. Eruhaben, who moved closer to the orb as Rayan wanted, soon frowned. I don't feel anything. He could not sense anything from the orb. This is weird. Rayan pointed to the yellow piece. I don't feel anything from the other pieces that are not our humans. I don't feel the human's presence from earlier either. Eruhaben did not dare to put his hand on the orb and could only glare at it as he started speaking. I don't feel anything at all. Rayan also could not touch the orb and just shook his head side to side. This is weird. The human's presence, I don't feel it right now. But I'm sure I felt it a moment ago. It was the power that makes him seem strong. The power that uses when he's trying to scam people. Rayan said that as he put one of his front paws over his chest. There was one thing Rayan had not told Eruhaben about yet. He had ignored it for now because he thought that he should immediately tell the others about sensing Cal's presence. Boom, boom, boom. His heart had settled down again. That's weird. Rayan had felt his heart beating faster than usual when he felt Cal's power earlier. Eruhaben was looking at Rayan for a bit before he asked, Rayan, your attribute was the present, right? That's right. Eruhaben frowned. It was highly likely that Rayan was not lying about sensing Cal's power earlier. In that case, how was Rayan capable of doing that? And why was it Cal of all people? It probably has nothing to do with your attribute. The present. Rayan's attribute had not manifested yet, but it is likely to be related to the present instance in time since it is called the present. But that should have nothing to do with sensing Cal's power from that piece. Eruhaben flew over to Rayan, who was still roaming around the orb, and told him that they should go back down. Alberu watched the two dragons for a bit before turning toward the closed temple door. At least we know that Cal Henitus is currently in that test, using an ancient power. It was also a power that had nothing to do with battle. Alberu found it a bit odd that Cal was the last one remaining in the sloth test, but he was certain about one thing. I guess he's doing something. That meant that Alberu could worry less about him. 5 days. That was how long Cal had spent in this place. What are you doing? He closed his notebook as he responded to the voice next to him. Nothing much. Really? Why? Cal finally turned to look at his classmate who smiled at him. You look more relaxed lately. What are you talking about? Cal brushed the question aside. However, his friend was right. Freshman Kim Rock-Soo's life, it really was nice and relaxing. His classes were entertaining after taking them for the first time in a long while, and although he was still feeble, his youth meant that he was not as tired. There was also nobody messing with him, nor any sort of accidents or incidents. It was peaceful, quiet, and lively. It made him think that this was what it would be like to live in peace. It's also fun. His time as Kim Rock-Soo had started on Monday, and it was now Friday. The book club he had joined during this time was the liveliest social activity he had ever done. But my relationship with Choi Young-gun is still so-so. He was supposed to meet Choi Young-gun on Saturday, and that was just 1 day away. But they only had a few simple conversations and had not gotten close. Is first period math today. I'm so dead. The bell rang at that moment, and Cal heard his friends grumbling as he opened his textbook and his notebook. What was for lunch today? Cal thought about the lunch at the cafeteria before he leisurely looked toward the teacher walking in. Shhhhhhhh. Yellow dust was surrounding him. No, it was overwhelming the entire classroom. The yellow dust was going in through his nose and being absorbed into his body every time Cal took a breath. Cal had no idea about this as he flipped a page in his notebook and moved his pen. Cal finished his classes and after-school studying before returning to the orphanage. Rock-Soo. Hello, Mom. The guidance counselor at the orphanage warmly welcomed Cal. They were not very close, but she was someone who showed concern and goodwill toward Cal. She peeked at Cal's face for a bit before speaking to him as he was about to head to his room. Rock-Soo. Yes, Mom. It truly puts me at peace. Excuse me. Cal stopped walking to look at her. She smiled brightly and looked not at Cal but the door he walked through as she answered. Your high school seems to be a good fit for you. You look very good. Really? Yes. You look much more relaxed than before. It makes me so relieved to see that you have adjusted well. Cal's gaze that had been sharp and made it seem as if he was annoyed at everything was now full of life. That was really nice to see. Well, I think that I have adjusted well too, Mom. Really, that makes me feel even better. Yes, Mom. All right, go on in. I'm sure you're tired. Cal gave a short but respectful bow and headed toward his room as she gestured for him to go inside. To be more specific, it was the two-person room that he was using alone. Click. Cal closed the door and looked around his room. He could not see it, but the room was not just covered in yellow dust. No, it was full of it. Cal had no idea about this and went to open the window. The spring breeze came in and circulated the air in the somewhat stuffy room. Cal smiled after feeling the breeze, changed clothes, and went toward his desk. The yellow dust did not move despite the breeze. The spring breeze sure feels nice. He picked up his backpack that he had put on the ground and put it on top of the desk. Zip. The backpack zipper was opened, and Cal pulled out a reference book and some things he needed for studying. It's so nice. He took out his notes and pulled something else out. Tang, tang. It was an orb split into two that would have been a sphere when it was intact. Cal's mouth opened. It's still just the past. Cal's gaze sunk cold as he looked down at the two pieces of the Sintamani. Sharara, the pages of his notebook, flipped from the breeze coming in through the window. SHHH on the page, it stopped on there were a lot of things written on there. There were numerous people's names, people's titles, and location names. Cal had repeatedly written these things during the 5 days of classes. He nonchalantly commented while looking at his notes. This test makes you forget about reality. The contents of this so-called sloth test, Cal had long since figured it out. He was ready to get out of this test and move on to the next stage at any moment. The reason he still stayed in this place, despite that PFFFD, an extremely cynical smile appeared on his face. He reached toward the bookshelf on the desk. He opened his notebook. The other danger that might approach in the future. Enemies he may face after getting past the White Star and the Sealed Guard. I only have one goal. Cal's immediate goal was to reseal the Sealed Guard. He also wanted to finish the White Star off. It was important to take care of these things quickly. However, the ultimate goal of doing all of this was to get peace for the people around him and for himself. He needed information for that. Choi Yung-gun. He believed that Choi Yung-gun would have information about single-lifers, hunters, and all sorts of other useful things. Of course, he might not be able to get any answers about the Flynn Merchant Guild, the Orsina Duchy, and their relationship to the hunters, because this was the Choi Yung-gun during when Cal was a freshman in high school. However, I need to loot him. Cal looked down at his hands. He clenched and then unclenched his fist. Crackle. A rose-gold thunderbolt roamed around his hand before it disappeared. Cal, you're going to use me in this world? The cheapskate fiery thunderbolt asked, and this is an interesting world. The super rock chimed in as well. The world they were calling interesting was the world when Cal was a freshman in high school. However, it's the same. Cal could use his powers. Although he was freshman Kim Rock-soo on the outside, everything inside was Cal of the present. Choi Yung-gun. He was someone who might be a god or some eccentric existence similar to a god. It'll be good if we can just use our words, but he might need some strength to go up against that guy. Cal felt the aura around him, the dominating aura, as he spoke out loud. It'll be good to look strong, right? Are you sure you are not trying to pressure him and threaten him? Cal simply ignored the Super Rock's comment. Saturday at 8 a.m. Meeting Choi Yung-soo and Lee Soo-hyuk was an extra benefit. His goal was Choi Yung-gun. That guy was the main reason Cal was going. Furthermore, he had a lot of things to ask that did not have to do with the future. Why was Kim Rock-soo's memory of the first semester of his freshman year so blurry? There's something I can't remember. Cal was sure of it and believed that Choi Yung-gun was the key to get an answer. However, would Choi Yung-gun simply hand all this information over? Absolutely not. Based on how the Guard of Death had acted all this time, it did not seem easy. Of course, he didn't think it would be hard because it would not be easy. Cal recalled the dominating aura and sat down on the chair. Was this due on Monday? Then there's no reason for me to do it. He pushed his study material to the side and started writing the names and titles from his memories once again. This experience was quite fresh for someone like Cal, whose usual problem was that he remembered things too well. However, he did not want to experience this ever again. You're here. What is it? Why do you have such an awkward look on your face? Sunbeam. Me. Yes. Choi Yung-gun let out some fake coughs at Cal's stern response and looked away before pointing to a pretty large building. Anyways, let's go. We need to be at the event area by 9 a.m. The event starts at 10 a.m. We do have plenty of time, though. The building next to this tranquil park resembled an auditorium or a gymnasium. There was almost nobody here, probably because it was so early on the weekend. Choi Yung-gun had told Cal to meet him in front of the building, but Cal asked to meet a bit earlier at the park because he was unfamiliar with this area but had been around the park. Cal's gaze headed toward the building. The event about Korean martial arts. Cal walked behind Choi Yung-gun as he thought about the person he would meet at this event. Choi Yung-soo, that punk should be here. I want to meet him peacefully. Cal wanted his mind to be at ease when he met Choi Yung-soo. Are you not coming? Choi Yung-gun was walking in front of Cal, but looked back after noticing that Cal was not moving. Cal started to speak at that moment. Nellen Barrow. Cal felt the temperature drop around him as soon as he said Choi Yung-gun's other name. Chapter 725. Must not be sane. 1. Did I just imagine it? He was sure that the temperature had gone down. Cal opened his mouth again. White star. PFFFD. Cal couldn't help but chuckle. It wasn't just my imagination. The chill against his skin, it was not just a feeling, it was actually happening. On one side of this pretty empty park, Cal and Choi Yung-gun, a half-transparent barrier appeared and surrounded the two of them. That barrier separated this place from the outside. Cal felt an odd sensation, as if he and Choi Yung-gun had come to their own world. And at the center of that sensation, Choi Yung-gun was quietly standing there while observing Cal. The cluelessness that Cal had felt every so often from his stoic face was not visible at all. A cold aura surrounded him, as if this was his true self. Cal looked back at him without saying anything, and Choi Yung-gun slowly started speaking. Nellen Barrow, White Star. Choi Yung-gun mumbled those words a few times, as if he was savoring those words, before nonchalantly commenting. Those are names you can't accidentally say. It was at that moment. Sharara, the moment he felt as if a breeze had brushed past him. Wow. Cal let out a short gasp. Choi Yung-gun was suddenly right in front of Kim Rok-soo and quietly observing him. Choi Yung-gun's hand was stopped right in front of Cal's neck. Explain yourself. That was all Choi Yung-gun said before looking at Cal's eyes. How did you know those names? Where did you hear such things? What the hell? What is going on? Such anxious and clueless questions did not come out of Choi Yung-gun's mouth. He probably decided that questions were meaningless and chose to take action as soon as he heard the names. Nellen Barrow and White Star. That makes things easier for me too. Cal had no need to pretend to be a good little club hoobie if the other side was going to come at him like this. I had a dream. Dream. That word made Choi Yung-gun flinch. He frowned after seeing that Cal saw him flinch. Cal simply smiled at him. Someone called the White Star appeared in my dream. Cal had thought a lot about how to lead this conversation with Choi Yung-gun. Should he say that this was an illusion, a test, and that he was Kim Rok-soo who had transmigrated into Cal Henitus's body? The answer was simple. Why bother? There was no need to do that. I just need to tell him enough so that I can get through to him. But if the conversation does not go well, Cal felt the ancient powers inside his body as he continued to think. Well, just need to have a nice, refreshing fight if the conversation doesn't go well. Tap. Cal pushed back Choi Yung-gun's hand that was stopped in front of his neck. He then observed that hand. It had so many calluses on it and was even rougher than Choi Han's hand. White Star. Someone named Cal Barrow showed up in my dream. Cal was starting to seem less and less like an affectionate little hoobie, but it was the same for Choi Yung-gun. His face was similar to mine. In the 5 days he had been a member of the book club at Rayan High School, would Cal have slacked off during that time? Would he have enjoyed that time? Of course not. He had so much to do. Sunby, you urgently closed your notebook that you were writing in on the day that I went to the library to join the book club. It was Cal's turn to walk up to Choi Yung-gun as he placed his hand on Choi Yung-gun's shoulder. I saw this word called roan. Egu. Cal gasped, even though he sounded not shocked at all as he continued speaking. But that roan thing showed up in my dream too. Pat, pat. He patted Choi Yung-gun's shoulder as he continued speaking. I'm sorry, Sunby. I observed you for a bit. Really? Choi Yung-gun nonchalantly asked back, and Cal responded just as nonchalantly. You guarded your notebook so much that I only saw a few words in the last 4 days. He really had not seen much. During the times, Choi Yung-gun would go to put away a returned book or help someone locate a book, Cal only managed to get a few glimpses during those short periods of time. The normal Cal wouldn't do something like that, but what could he do? It was not just his issue, but related to his friends as well. Choi Yung-gun commented without any emotion. How disrespectful. I'm sorry. But it seemed as if it was not something I need to feel sorry for. This time, it was time for the emotion to disappear from Cal's face, and Choi Yung-gun slightly frowned. White Star, Roan, puzzle, the words from my dream were in your notebook too, Sunby. I looked in the notebook and saw the title of the book you said was a guidebook. He recalled the moment he saw the title and author's name written in there as he continued to speak. The Birth of a Hero, author Nellen Barrow. Cal moved his hand off Choi Yung-gun's shoulder and took one step back. The two of them made eye contact, so I wanted to know what was going on. I wanted to ask if you were having the same dream as me, Sunby. But what is this barrier? It seems magical. It's as if Cal's voice was quiet but sharp. It's as if you are from another world, Sunby. That doesn't seem like the type of thing you would say with a smile on your face. You're a smiling as well, Sunby. Choi Yung-gun touched the corner of his lips. You're a right. I'm smiling too. He continued nonchalantly. It must be because I am so baffled right now. I never expected something like this. Choi Yung-gun scoffed a few times as if he really had not expected this. He did not seem like a high school senior at all. In fact, he seemed to have lived an unfathomable number of years. So you're saying that you are dreaming about this person called the White Star? Yes, Sunbeam. He seemed to be a terrible bastard. Have you had these dreams for a long time? No, it hasn't been that long. I could see what that guy was doing to the Western continent whenever I had a dream. Really? Choi Yung-gun looked up as if he was deep in thought for a bit before he continued. Does the White Star not only influence his life, but also his memories and his dreams? Cal had a thought while looking at him. I am glad he misunderstood on his own and gave me an answer. This is great. Cal, who was calmly assessing the current situation, asked the question that he wanted most answered. Sunby, who are you? Me? Yes. Cal looked around. This barrier and how you instantly moved in front of me earlier, these are things you would normally find in movies. It's as if Cal slowly started smiling. It's as if you are a god, someone who is outside the logics of this world. A god. Ah! Choi Yung-gun seemed to be trying to hold back his laughter as a suppressed laugh came out. He lowered his head to calm himself down. Cal faced an extremely cold gaze once Choi Yung-gun raised his head again. You can't see me as the same as those mother-ducking things. Then what are you, Sunby? Choi Yung-gun quietly observed the eyes looking at him. The gaze seemed adult-like, but also pure. It was because the firm gaze was so clear that they reflected everything. Ha! Choi Yung-gun couldn't help but sigh, and the truth flowed out with the sigh. A soul that may end up that mother-ducking thing in the future. Cal did not miss that sigh. You're a soul that may become a god. There is such a thing. This is good. That was the thought on Cal's mind. He might get some hints about single-lifers and gods with this opportunity. Yes, there are souls that will become gods. Of course, there are other ways to become gods besides being one of these souls, but they are rare. These souls that he was talking about had to be single-lifers. He should be talking about the tribulators. The Sun God was one of these single-lifer souls, while the Sealed God of Despair was a hunter who hunted single-lifers. He probably did something with the soul that he hunted to become a god. There are multiple gods. Then which god would you become, Sunby? What do you do when you are a god? Cal asked with an expression that seemed to be saying he knew nothing at all. Choi Yung-gun sighed again, checked his watch, and walked over to a nearby bench. Cal followed behind him. The barrier surrounding the two of them was still up. Hoo-woo. Choi Yung-gun sighed a few more times while sitting on the bench before he rubbed his face a few times and then looked up at the sky. Yes, I'm sure there is a reason for this too. He turned his head and looked at Cal. Cal felt an unknown pressure at that moment. Choi Yung-gun's eyes that were looking at him, there was definitely something that had surpassed human limits in those eyes. That was a bit scary to Cal. I am a bit scared. He was cowering just a bit. Raksu. Choi Yung-gun smiled as he spoke. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. However, his eyes were not smiling. Pay so much attention that it goes beyond your memories and your consciousness. Make it so that it stabs deep into your subconsciousness. Focusing very hard on what I have to say will be helpful to your life. His eyes looked so sharp, as if they would attack at any moment. There are some absolute rules or laws in this world. There are also guards that watch over numerous domains. Those guards do not ever perish. Cal knew this much as well. So what? For example, let's say that there is a guard who oversees death. That guard cannot perish and will have to take care of death for all eternity. Choi Yung-gun continued without any signs of a smile on his face. How hard do you think it must be for that guard? He did not seem to be concerned at all about how hard it was for this guard. He continued speaking. Of course, the guard of death is a mother-ducking bastard. It's not enough for him to suffer for all eternity. It's disappointing. He looked away from Cal and mumbled to himself. He's a bastard who cannot die. It's so disappointing. Cal found this to be somewhat odd. The guard of death and Choi Yung-gun, the two of them seemed quite close. But was that not the case? Anyway, most guards find their eternal tasks to be difficult after some time. This is the reason they can retire. The sealed guard had mentioned retiring to the guard of death in front of Cal while looking at the Sintamani sometime in the past. It sounds like an office. It's similar. There are guards who used to be office workers too. PFFFD. Choi Yung-gun chuckled as he continued speaking. Retiring means that they lose their standing. Standing refers to the absolute power a guard has over their domain. If standing was the power the guards needed to take care of their domain, a guard who had lost their standing could not be considered a guard. They could relinquish their standing on their own or lose it for breaking one of the rules of the world. Cal thought about the guard of death who had interfered in the sealed guard's test. The guard of death had changed multiple rules. It led to the sealed guard breaking rules as well in order to destroy the test and make them have to go through this new test. Of course, losing their standing does not make them perish. It is impossible for guards to perish. They can just enjoy the retirement life if they lose their standing and retire. A slacker life. Something like that. I guess it would be similar to a slacker. Really. Cal's expression turned odd, and Choi Yung-gun found this to be a bit odd before he chuckled. Isn't it weird for guards to retire? Living there or living here, living is pretty similar no matter where you are. Choi Yung-gun had a bitter look on his face as he said that. Retirement naturally looks different for every guard. The ones who relinquish their standing on their own terms will enjoy their retirement, while the ones who have it taken away will find retirement to be punishment. What if they don't lose their standing? Then they will be the guard over that domain forever. Do you think they would want to do that? The world is such a complicated place. There are a lot of guards who want to rest. Being a guard is quite difficult too. Sunby, then are souls like yours the ones who will receive those domains after them? Oh, you figured it out right away. Choi Yung-gun responded with a carefree look on his face. Those souls are called tribulators. I am a tribulator. The tribulators that the world tree had mentioned these were the single lifers that Cal's biological mother, Drew Thames, had written about in her diary. The tribulators sign a contract with a guard of a domain and go through a transition process of sorts. When a guard retires, the tribulator with the closest nature to that domain will be the one to receive that domain. Which guard did you contract with, Sunby? Choi Yung-gun was silent for a moment before he responded. Death, Cal subconsciously asked. I thought you didn't even want to be associated with him. Duck. It was rare to see Choi Yung-gun swear like this, but he could not hide his annoyance. He answered in a suppressed voice, probably because he couldn't get angry at Cal about it. To be more specific, I made a deal. A contract. No, it was different from a contract. I rejected the transition process. I simply made a deal. It was just a give and receive type of relationship without any special requirements or anything to tie them together. That was how Choi Yung-gun was describing his relationship with the god of death. Tribulators do not have to become gods. They can choose. What can they choose? They can become a contractor, or they can also become a wanderer. People who sign contracts with the gods versus people who do not. Then, Sunby, are you a wanderer? Wanderers are similar to mercenaries. The wanderers have a bit more freedom from the rules compared to the guards or contractors, so they take on tasks that are difficult for the others and get something in return. Sunby, you are working with a bastard you don't even want to be associated with. Are you making fun of me? No, you look like you are. Absolutely not. Choi Yung-gun looked at Cal as if a cat got his tongue for a bit before he sighed. The guard of death is a bitter enemy of my family. However, we both have the same desired end goal. What is that end goal? Cal felt as if the temperature around him was going down again. He had goosebumps on his arms despite wearing a cardigan. Are you curious? Choi Yung-gun's eyes were oddly vicious as he smiled. Ah, I have a bad feeling about this. It felt as if he was looking at Choi Han, who had gone crazy. Cal would usually not have asked about it. However, this was an illusion and he needed to gather information. Cal responded in what he believed was a cautious tone. Yes, I am curious. Choi Yung-gun's smile became even thicker. You got balls. Me? Absolutely not. Cal wanted to say that, but Choi Yung-gun was already leaning toward Cal, killing all hunters. His voice was low and deep. It was so deep that he could not fathom the bottom, making it so that there are no traces of them having ever existed in the world, killing every single one of them. Cal looked toward Choi Yung-gun, thoroughly killing them all, making them perish completely without even a single blood stain left in this world. Choi Yung-gun's lips were not smiling. However, his eyes were smiling for the first time. Cal realized it at that moment. He's totally nuts. Choi Yung-gun. This ancestor of Choi Yung-soo was crazy. Cal decided to follow those smiling eyes and smiled back. He was trying to match Choi Yung-gun, but what Choi Yung-gun saw was a punk who was smiling after hearing that he was going to kill people. Oh man, that sounds vicious. Sunbi, what are these hunters that you want to do that to them? Cal had an idea about the answer even as he asked. It was probably related to the sealed guard, who was originally a hunter as well. Choi Yung-gun responded in a jovial voice. They are bastards who steal the fates of other people. Those guys go around looking for tribulators. It's almost disgusting. Hey Kim Rock-soo, did you know? Choi Yung-gun whispered in Cal's ear. Those sons of beaches know how to cross through dimensions and mess with people's memories. Of course, crossing through dimensions and messing with people's memories are both extremely difficult and tiring to do. Even guards have trouble with those things, but anyway, they are capable of doing it. They can do it even though they are human. Isn't that weird? But you see, do you know why I am by your side? Because you dream about the white star. Would I be by your side because of something I don't know about? Ah, this is bad. Cal started to think that things were taking a terrible turn. Choi Yung-gun's voice was low and deep, but he could slowly sense a mysterious passion. Choi Yung-gun seemed quite happy right now. He was sure of it. Choi Yung-gun continued speaking at that moment. There is a hunter. A hunter is by your side. What? The moment Cal's eyes opened wide, that bastard is probably observing you to figure out whether you are a tribulator or not. It is because your presence and fate are peculiar and different from normal people because of the white star's influence. There is a hunter in this world right now, and that hunter is by my side. He is observing me. Why? Cal was asking for more details, but Choi Yung-gun did not oblige. He still had things to say. I plan on giving you quite a wonderful memory today. Choi Yung turned away. SHHHHHHH, the half-transparent barrier surrounding the two of them was disappearing. Choi Yung-gun continued speaking before the barrier completely disappeared. I also came to kill that hunter bastard. He quietly added on. If that bastard followed us here to observe you, or if he tries to talk to you while saying it is a coincidence seeing you here, that is. Chapter 726. Must not be sane. 2. He came to kill the hunter observing Kim Rock-soo. Who is the hunter? There are two candidates. Choi Yung-gun was keeping an eye on two people who were potentially hunters. Going through different dimensions puts a heavy burden on the person. Based on how hunters have acted in general, one of them should have come here. How do they travel through dimensions? You said it is something that is difficult even for the guards. Choi Yung-gun frowned at Cal's question. I don't know. Choi Yung-gun got up from the bench and started heading toward the building where the event was to take place. I learned around last fall that there is a hunter in this world. The area you live in was the last place I saw their tracks. That's when I figured it out. His voice sounded dry. You are those duckers' target. There was something Kel had to ask about this. Why me? I'm not a tribulator. I guess I need to explain the situation a bit. His voice was giving off his years of experience now. Two tribulators have traveled through dimensions from Earth until now. I think the hunters found traces of that. Two-dimension travelers. It must be talking about Choi Yung-gun and Choi Han. They then looked for any humans who have been touched by the power of a god and found you. The two-dimension travelers were a result of a god's power, so they probably determined that another tribulator would have traces of that god as well. I've been touched by a god's power. Cal found it to be odd. Me, a god's power. Why would he live a life like this if he was touched by something like that? Ah, Cal then figured out what that guard's power actually was. A curse is a guard's power as well. The White Star was placed under a curse by messing with Dragon Lord Sherritt's two children. That curse made it so that he would reincarnate over and over with his memories without being able to have anything he cherished by his side. It was a curse the Guard of Death had created after making a deal with Lord Sherritt. The White Star had done that in order to earn infinite reincarnations. My fate was influenced by the White Star, a life where he can't cherish anything that was the life that no, Kim Rok-soo had lived because of the White Star. Although it was a curse, Kim Rok-soo's life had been touched by the Guard of Death's power. Choi Yung-gun looked up at the air and thought about something before responding. The Guard is currently trying to pull back the power that is influencing you. Who is that Guard? Cal asked while feigning ignorance, and Choi Yung-gun frowned as he responded. The bastard I don't even want to associate with. The Guard of Death. Yes, that Guard is currently trying to resolve the incident. I hope it goes well. I'm not so sure about that. I don't think it will go well. Cal knew a future that this Choi Yung-gun in the illusion did not know. Choi Han could not stop the White Star. As a result, the God of Death reaches out to Choi Yung-soo and is rejected. He then transmigrates Kim Rok-soo into Cal's body. But Sunbi, what is it? Choi Yung-gun heard Cal's voice that made it sound as if he was laughing. Am I bait? Ha! He turned his head in shock. He could see Cal's sunken gaze despite the smile on his face. Did you call me here today to lure out the hunter? Cal still thought that Choi Yung-gun called him here today to meet with Choi Yung-soo and Lee Soo-hyuk despite asking this question. However, he couldn't help but ask about being bait. He's basically bringing the hunter to Choi Yung-soo. Was he trying to use both Choi Yung-soo and Kim Rok-soo as bait to confirm the hunter? Cal had thought that Choi Yung-gun was quite an affectionate person. That must be why he was trying to get Cal to at least get a glimpse of Choi Yung-soo and Lee Soo-hyuk. But that gaze earlier seemed dangerous. When Choi Yung-gun said that he was going to kill the hunter, his gaze seemed as if he was insane. I don't think I should trust him completely. Humans were creatures who could change a lot to achieve their goals. He had no idea of what Choi Yung-gun might do to a stranger like Kim Rok-soo, let alone his own family member, Choi Yung-soo. There was a reason he was thinking this way. I have no memories. 17 years old, Kim Rok-soo as a freshman, in high school, the memories of that time were hazy. He said that hunters are able to modify memories. Choi Yung-gun had said that himself a few moments ago. Those sons of beaches know how to cross through dimensions and mess with people's memories. Based on that, he was certain that Kim Rok-soo had some kind of run-in with the hunter in the past. Seeing as how Cal was alive after that, Choi Yung-gun was probably involved in it as well. Cal, are we going to fight? Cal ignored the fiery Thunderbolt's comment that made it seem as if he was itching for a fight before he flinched. The Super Rock spoke in a serious voice. Cal, this person has not noticed us yet, but he seems strong. This is not his main body. It's not his main body. Does that mean it is a clone? It is not a clone either. He seems to have hidden his strength. I think he might have put a restriction on himself so that he isn't noticed by the hunter. Anyway, this is not his true self. It's not his true self. Cal peeked at Choi Yung-gun before nonchalantly asking. I guess hunters aren't able to recognize tribulators at a glance. They've been observing me since last year, but haven't come to a conclusion yet. That's right. It is not easy to look at someone else's fate. People started to walk past Choi Yung-gun and Cal. They were slowly walking toward the event building that was crowded. Choi Yung-gun spoke without any emotion in his voice. Apparently they can see it if they kill the person. Kill. The hunters are said to have the hunter's eye. They can see whether their prey was a tribulator or not by killing them. He heard Choi Yung-gun's calm voice. Cal asked back. Sunbi, then me and Choi Yung-soo. Are you going to let them do that to me? A faint smile appeared on Choi Yung-gun's face. I don't have any plans where you get hurt, so you don't need to worry. It's not in the plans, but it can happen if things go awry. Cal wanted to say that, but said something else with a bright smile on his face. Right. There is no chance of that happening. Choi Yung-soo and I, neither of us will get hurt. Cal could not see that the yellow dust covering the area was growing in size. Ha! Cal sighed and plopped down on the ground. It was so chaotic. He had no time to rest because he joined the event as a staff to help Choi Yung-gun. You look fine, Sunbinim. You're just weak. Choi Yung-gun seemed completely fine, unlike Cal. There's going to be a demonstration over in the sword arts area. Let's go watch it. The Choi family ancient sword art. Choi Yung-gun flinched and looked at him after hearing Cal's stoic response. How did you know? Are there a lot of demonstrations today? It was written in the event agenda earlier. Really? Cal chuckled. Choi Yung-gun must be planning on Cal seeing Choi Yung-soo at the Choi family sword art demonstration. Let's go rest in the staff room first. Cal nodded his head and stood up. They were currently in a corner of a small exhibition area with documents related to ancient martial arts on display. It was hard to rest here in their staff outfit because a lot of people came here to look. Shall we go? Cal then heard a voice he was happy to hear. Hyang, look at this sword. Ha, Yung-soo, aren't you tired? Cal turned his head. He turned not toward the man looking at the model sword, but in the opposite direction. Hey, Kim Rok-soo. He looked at the person who called his name. Jung Yirang. Hey, why are you here, staff? What the hell, Jung Yirang? This was the person who sits next to Cal in his class, and the person who was in the book club before Cal and had connected him to the book club. Cal realized it after seeing this person here. It's nice to see you here. Oh, Kim Rok-soo. What's up with you all of a sudden? Cal truly felt that it was nice to see Jung Yirang. It's you, the hunter. You are that mother-ducking bastard. Why? It was because Choi Yung-gun was smiling. It looked as if he was smiling because he was happy to see his hubby, but this guy's eyes were not smiling. Jung Yirang. Oh, you were here too, Sunbeam. Cal realized it at that moment. Look at these sons of beaches. Cal had thought that Choi Yung-gun was showing him goodwill when he first said that they should come here. However, their conversation earlier let him realize that Choi Yung-gun had this goal of finding the hunter. No, there was probably some goodwill in there. Goodwill and his goal, the two of them, were probably mixed together. But the moment he saw Jung Yirang, the moment he realized that this bastard was the hunter the past few days passed through Cal's mind. Would Jung Yirang not have known about Choi Yung-gun's identity? Why would he have joined the book club if he was observing Cal? That bastard had also said something before. When Cal had asked what Choi Yung-gun was writing, I overheard that Sunby taking to the club advisor last time. I heard it was a fantasy novel. Ah, don't say anything about it, because I only know it by accident. It's a secret. I'm only answering because this is the first time you've ever asked me a question. Jung Yirang claimed he happened to overhear on accident. But what if Jung Yirang was following Choi Yung-gun and heard his conversation with the teacher? Maybe Jung Yirang knows that Choi Yung-gun is a wanderer. In that case, how would the current situation seem in his eyes? The wanderer is taking Kim Rok-soo along with him. Wow, Cal subconsciously gasped. Isn't this pretty much advertising that I am a tribulator? If that was the case, what about Choi Yung-soo? Hell be safe. The hunter will think that I am the tribulator. Would Choi Yung-gun not have known about this? Cal thought about the things Choi Yung-gun had said to him for the past few days. Anyway, I'll show you some fun things. Just follow me. I will take care of everything. I am sure of it. Someday, even if it is not for writing, I am sure these things will someday help you out in your social life or survival. The things he had said while telling Cal to come with him to the martial arts exhibition, the threads of fate are bound to get intertwined at some point. I don't know what results will be born, but there was also the somewhat profound statement he had said. I plan on giving you quite a wonderful memory today. There certainly was some goodwill in those words. However, Choi Yung-gun had also said the following with a crazed look in his eyes. Killing all hunters, making it so that there are no traces of them having ever existed in the world. Killing every single one of them. Thoroughly killing them, making them perish completely, without even a single blood stain left in this world. The ending that he wanted, the other goal he had while creating this memory for Cal today. I also came to kill that hunter bastard. Cal recalled one last thing he had said. I don't have any plans where you get hurt, so you don't need to worry. There were no plans where Kim Rok-soo or Cal gets hurt, but Cal also remembered something else. Am I bait? Choi Yung-gun had not responded to that question. Cal finally realized it. Jung Yirang, Choi Yung-gun, one of these SH-theds, was trying to hunt him, while the other was using him as bait for his prey. Cal, don't be angry. The young dragon would tell you not to smile like this if he saw you. Cal, should I shower them with fiery thunderbolts? Cal simply put on a bright smile. Chapter 727. Must not be sane. 3. Let's just see what happens for now. He would watch how a hunter and a wanderer fight. After he watches how they fight it out if they try to touch me in the process, then I just need to fight it out with them too. Cal, your eyes seem vicious. Ah, I can't let that happen. Cal softened his gaze after hearing the Super Rock's urgent comment. However, he was amazed. Bait. Whether it was his life as Kim Rock-soo or as Cal Henitus, he had never been bait without his knowledge. I guess one of the two hunter candidates is Jung Yurang. Choi Yung-gun said that there should only be one hunter, so it should be fine to conclude that Jung Yirang was the hunter, but Cal decided to remain alert against the other candidate as well. I can't trust him. He couldn't trust Choi Yung-gun, but at least he seems to cherish his own family a lot. That would be why he turned Cal into bait to make it safe for Choi Yung-soo. It was at that moment. Hey Yung-soo, let's go now. Note, talking with an accent. Hold on after I look at this. Note, also talking with accent. 2 steps. Exactly 2 steps behind Jung Yirang's back, Choi Yung-soo was right there. Cal turned toward him. Choi Yung-soo, who seemed to have come here with one of his cousins, was wearing a black track suit. The other person was wearing the same thing, so it may be some sort of uniform. 17 years old, Choi Yung-soo. He looked much younger than the Choi Yung-soo that Cal had met. He's a bit shorter. He also looks scrawnier. He was in much better shape compared to Cal, but he looked like an average person who works out. It was quite unfamiliar for Cal, who thought Choi Yung-soo had been buff since he was young. What the hell happened to this punk during high school? The 20 years old Choi Yung-soo that he had met in the sealed guards test had an almost perfect physique. Compared to that, right now he looks feeble. This was quite ironic coming from Cal, but it was an obvious thought for him. Kim Rock-soo. Choi Yung-gun naturally, but suddenly put his hand on Cal's shoulder at that moment. He then pulled Cal back, making Cal turn away from Choi Yung-soo. Ah, we should go now. Really? Choi Yung-gun had finished his conversation with Jung Yirang. Jung Yirang looked disappointed. This was probably his true feelings and not an act. How disappointed must he be to let his prey go from right in front of his eyes? That was why Cal snickered. We're leaving now, Jung Yirang. See you later, at school. What's wrong? Oh, right, see you at school. Cal waved at Jung Yirang, who was also snickering before moving as Choi Yung-gun pushed him forward. He walked past Choi Yung-soo. Choi Yung-gun did not even glance at Choi Yung-soo. No, Choi Yung-gun was making sure to never look at Choi Yung-soo since earlier. It was because Jung Yirang was watching them leave. Crazy bastard. There were glass walls all around them because this was an exhibition area. Through the glass wall surrounding the model sword, Cal had seen it. Cal had seen Jung Yirang looking at him. He saw Jung Yirang lick his lips with a slimy smile on his face. He truly seemed like a crazy bastard. The typical energetic high schooler with glasses had instantly turned into a lunatic. That looks a bit vicious. At that moment, Keek. He heard a stereotypical villain's laughter from next to him. He turned his head to see that Choi Yung-gun was doing his best to hold back his laughter. Cal couldn't help but speak after seeing that. It's him, isn't it? Yeah. Are you happy? Of course I am happy. The prey has rolled in front of me with his own 2 feet. Wow. This guy Cal, both of them are weird. Both of them were crazy bastards, as the Super Rock mentioned. However, Cal's day proceeded peacefully after that. He did not see Jung Yirang anymore. Take a good look. This is the family that does the most research regarding ancient sword arts in Korea. On a stage prepared on one side of the exhibition hall, the people of the Choi family were demonstrating their sword art. This is definitely just for show. Cal could tell instantly that this sword art was not the real Choi family sword art. Choi Yung-soo, Choi Han, although both of them had changed it to match their own styles, their foundational sword art was the Choi family's. That sword art was extremely aggressive but clean. Wow, it's cool. Right. The corners of Choi Yung-gun's lips were twitching, however his face soon stiffened. Choi Yung-soo had stepped on stage. 17 years old. They did not give much time for a young kid like him. He was just in the back of the group's basic demonstration to fill numbers. Cal started to frown. He sucks. His skills are still extremely lacking. This isn't good. Cal turned toward Choi Yung-gun after suddenly hearing his voice. He did not even notice Cal's gaze, as he was busy nervously biting his nails. He seemed quite concerned and worried as soon as Choi Yung-soo stood on the stage. However, Cal could not just watch and let him keep doing that. Tap. Cal's shoulder hit Choi Yung-gun's shoulder. Eek, it's like a stone. Choi Yung-gun's shoulder was as firm as a stone. Cal, are you okay? Your feeble little body is nothing compared to him, even if his body is under restrictions. Cal ignored the super rock's pitying voice before brushing his shoulder once as if he was brushing some dust off. He then whispered to Choi Yung-gun while hiding the fact that he was in pain. 9 o'clock direction. Choi Yung-gun's gaze naturally looked around. Of the numerous people around the stage, Jung Yirang was there. He was looking at the stage. I'm going to rip those mother duckers to their deaths. Choi Yung-gun turned toward the stage again and silently stood there until the demonstration finished. Cal had a question as he watched Choi Yung-gun. Why does Choi Yung-gun loathe the hunters so much? He seemed to have a bigger grudge against the hunters than his hatred of the god of death. Had something happened to him, that's none of my business. Unlike Choi Yung-soo or Choi Han, Choi Yung-gun did not mean much to Cal. The two of them observed the demonstration in silence, unlike the crowd cheering around them. Once the Choi family's demonstration ended, how was it? I think it will be of great reference. Really? Choi Yung-gun hesitated for a moment after asking for Cal's thoughts before turning away from the stage with a single comment. There was a high schooler there as well. He's the same age as you. Really? Yeah, Choi Yung-gun hesitated before nonchalantly adding on. He has a good personality. That guy who is the same age as you. He then quickly walked away from the stage. Cal chuckled and followed behind him. Where are we going now? They had spent half the day helping out with the exhibition. It was not for the whole day. We're going to go watch a drama filming. Oh, are we going to see team leader Lee Soo-hyuk now? It's a legal drama, and I'm going to be on it as a supporting character. Sunbi, you're involved in all sorts of things. Choi Yung-gun simply shrugged his shoulders and returned his staff badge before walking out of the building. They did not see Jung Yirang anymore. Choi Yung-gun hesitated before dragging Cal to a corner. The original plan was to take a tour bus to go to the filming location. Am I allowed to ride that too? I had taken care of that, but there was an awkward smile on Choi Yung-gun's face. What is he scheming? Cal had that thought as Choi Yung-gun whispered to him despite nobody else being around them. You know about me? Yes. Then do you want to go more peacefully? Peacefully? Cal would soon get the answer to that question. It's a car. It was a fancy foreign car. Furthermore, it was a sports car. It was a brand that Cal didn't know very well, but he could tell that it was a luxurious car. He stared at Choi Yung-gun. Haha, Choi Yung-gun awkwardly laughed before pulling out an ID card from his wallet. I have two IDs. One was a student ID, while the other was his social security card. They were both fakes. I also have a lot of money. Cal finally understood how Choi Yung-gun was able to bring Kim Rock-soo as an extra to this exhibition and the drama filming. Something is a bit. Cal had imagined Choi Yung-gun struggling to complete tasks because he said that wanderers were like mercenaries, but I guess I have a lot of bias. Cal got in the sports car. Choi Yung-gun grabbed the steering wheel, and the car soon started a smooth drive toward their destination. The drama Il Be In is going to release soon, but it has a lot of action scenes because the main character deals with a lot of thugs. Cal was looking at the scenery outside while listening to Choi Yung-gun's explanation as he responded. Are we leaving the city? Yeah, they are filming on a hill in the countryside. A hill in the countryside. Just hearing the location was giving Cal an odd sense of anticipation. Cal, I guess the Wanderer is planning on luring the hunter to the hill to kill him. I know, right? Cal agreed with him. Hyang, what is your role, me? Choi Yung-gun calmly responded. A teenager who ran away from home and works at an illegal gambling center. The drama was about a cop who raids an illegal gambling center located in the countryside. Do you want to be in it too? Choi Yung-gun mentioned what happened when he called the person in charge of the extras earlier to let them know that he would be driving separately. I told the person in charge that I'll be bringing a dancing I know with me, and he asked if you would like to be in it. Someone apparently flaked last minute. Choi Yung-gun looked at the side view mirror for a moment before looking forward again. Don't worry about acting well. We may not even end up in it. Other people have roles with dialogue or actions, but we just need to stand there with our heads down. He had no interest and wasn't an aspiring actor. But was it really okay to be thrown into a production last minute, even if it is an extremely small role? Cal had that question, but kept his mouth shut after hearing Choi Yung-gun continue to talk. There is a Hyang I got to know on the production. The car had left the city and was driving through the countryside now. Lee Soo-hyuk. That is that Hyang's name. He was silent for a moment before continuing to speak. He's a good guy. That Hyung is an aspiring actor and is trying to land a spot in the action school. Sunby, you know so many people. Cal's gaze turned toward the side mirror for a moment before he looked forward. But Hyung, yeah, the white car in the back. Yeah, Choi Yung-gun smiled. A white car had suddenly appeared behind them. They could see that car following them once they got to the countryside. Cal continued to speak in a calm voice. Isn't that Jung Yirang driving the car? He's openly coming after us now. The hunter who had pretended to be a freshman in high school had taken off his mask and was driving. Cal slowly looked around. There were fields and mountains. They were on a regular two-lane road. He could see a small side street a couple hundred meters ahead of them, but their destination was straight forward. Don't worry. Choi Yung-gun stepped on the gas. We won't get caught. The sports car's engine made a different noise from before as it started moving faster. I have no intentions of fighting right now. It's not the right time. Choi Yung-gun quietly mumbled. It's easy losing a single tail. Will it really be that easy? Cal had that thought as he asked. Who is the other person? Ha! Choi Yung-gun stopped looking forward and peeked at Cal after hearing the sudden question. The other hunter candidate. Why are you Choi Yung-gun had said that there were two candidates, but that only one of them should be the hunter. His experience with the hunter's hunting pattern and the fact that traveling through dimensions was difficult made him sure of it. However, Cal was different. He's keeping up pretty well. The white car sped up to follow right behind them. Choi Yung-gun stepped on the gas even more and the sports car instantly moved forward again. Cal gasped at that moment. Choi Yung-gun frowned at the same time. SCRECH. Choi Yung-gun slammed on the brake and turned the handle. Cal turned his head to the left. The side street he had seen earlier, a car suddenly burst out of that side street and charged toward the sports car. When I was 17, Choi Yung-gun not in this illusion, but in real life. He could not stop a situation from happening where the hunters managed to mess with my memories. Although Cal did not remember that time and lived a regular life after that, he was certain it was not a good situation. Basically, it meant that a situation that Choi Yung-gun did not expect had happened. There really were two. There were two hunters, and not just one. The hunters had attacked them first, while Choi Yung-gun seemed as if he wanted to fight them on the hill after seeing Lee Soo-hyuk. Cal sighed while looking at the person sitting in the driver's seat of the truck trying to slam into the sports car. Rock Soo, it truly puts me at peace. Your high school seems to be a good fit for you. You look very good. You look much more relaxed than before. It makes me so relieved to see that you have adjusted well. All right, go on in. I'm sure you're tired. The things that the counselor at the orphanage had said to him echoed in Cal's ears. And now that counselor was smiling like the devil behind the wheel. Right. Cal suddenly recalled something. It was last year. He had forgotten about it because that person had talked as if they had watched over Cal for a long time, but that person had only come to the orphanage last fall. In just a few seconds, the sports car and the truck will crash. Cal turned toward Choi Yung-gun in that short moment. Once he looked into Choi Yung-gun's stoic gaze, Kim Raksu, I'm sorry, it looks like Yao'll get hurt a bit. Choi Yung-gun then let go of the steering wheel. He waved his hand in the air. Shhhhhhhh, a black sword appeared in his hand. Bararang. The truck and sports car crashed and created a loud noise. The inside of the car was crushed and the car was shaking. As Choi Yung-gun's stoic gaze turned toward Cal with concern, Cal nonchalantly commented, But I won't get hurt. What? Choi Yung-gun's eyes opened wide. He saw that Cal was smiling. A pair of silver wings wrapped around him before a shield appeared in front of him. Bang! The shield and silver wings protected Cal and wrapped around him so that he would not be shaken by anything. Chapter 728. Must not be sane, for Choi Yung-gun blinked. The silver shield and wings that suddenly appeared and surrounded Kim Rock so he couldn't believe it. Noonim, the indestructible shield, and the glutton priestess. Choi Yung-gun was the first ever dragon slayer and the only person who survived the final battle against the ancient White Star. He recalled the memories of his distant past. However, it was only for a moment. Barang! As the car flipped over after being hit by the truck, it soon lit up in flames. He felt as if he might be surrounded by flames at any moment. The short look of shock on Choi Yung-gun's face disappeared. He slashed down with the black sword in his hand, with no emotions visible on his face. Bang! The flames exploded at that moment, and Cal's body was flung out of the car while still surrounded by the shield. He saw it at that moment. He saw the results created by Choi Yung-gun's black sword that had suddenly appeared. Holy SHD! The sword sliced through the car as if it was cutting tofu. The sword that moved without any hesitation, as if to slash everything that got in Choi Yung-gun's way, even sliced through the exploded fire to create a path for Choi Yung-gun. It was as if this sword was even cutting through the air. Cal knew about this power. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's ability, the ability to slash through anything. Choi Yung-gun was using that power right now. Ha! A smile appeared on Cal's face. Why was Choi Yung-gun using team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's ability? He had no time to ask that. Tap. He saw the long sword in Jung Yurang's hand as he leisurely walked out of the car. Bang. He also saw the flames in the hands of his orphanage instructor as he kicked the truck door open to get out. Cal, what are you going to do? Jung Yurang was already moving toward Choi Yung-gun as the super rock asked that question. He was moving extremely elegantly without being in a rush. Jung Yurang quickly moved toward Choi Yung-gun as if he was slipping on water and swung his sword. Bang! Choi Yung-gun's sword that looked as if it would cut through anything was stopped by Jung Yurang. What the hell? However, Cal did not have the luxury to watch their battle. He recalled the name of the orphanage instructor who had crashed into the car. Park So-jin. That Park So-jin was walking toward Cal right now. She was smiling like the devil. What the hell? A look of intense curiosity was visible on her face as she walked forward with a smile. Hey Rock-soo, did the Wanderer protect you? She tilted her head to one side and asked in a bright voice. There's no way. That ducking leech does not have a defense-type power. She moved both hands at that moment. The dark red fires surrounding both hands shot out toward Cal. She charged toward Cal behind the flames as well. She looked determined to kill him at all costs. Crackle! The dark red fire that slithered like a viper gobbled up the shield and wings surrounding Cal. Cal, it's worth trying. Cal moved his body as soon as he heard the super rock's voice. Park So-jin reached her hand toward Cal, who was now surrounded by the dark red fire. Her hand was in a fist, as if she was trying to break the shield. It was at that moment. Ah! She urgently pulled back the hand she had pushed into the dark red fire. Crackle! Her hand still showed signs of the power that had tried to swallow her just now. This fire was different from her dark red fire. It was a rose gold fire. That fire had a thunderbolt inside of it. What the hell? The smile disappeared a bit on her face as she repeated those words. The dark red fire had disappeared. The rose gold fire had swallowed it. She could see Cal through the gaps of that rose gold fire infused with thunderbolts that Cal was smiling with a rose gold fiery thunderbolt in his hand. He nonchalantly commented as if he was copying her. What the hell? There were two hunters. Cal moved his hand that now had the luxurious and destructive fiery thunderbolt instead of the silver shield. A hunter should know their place. The fiery thunderbolt immediately shot out toward Park So-jin. How can you aim for a prey you cannot catch? Babbing. The rose gold light reached Park So-jin. The dark red fire and the rose gold fire intertwined and shot up into the air, looking like two snakes trying to eat each other. The smoke and dust from the aftershock surrounded the area. Cal, she's coming. Cal then gently reached his hand out. Bang! The silver shield and Park So-jin's fist crashed against each other. Her clothes and hair were burnt in multiple spots. However, she did not pay any attention to those things. She was only focused on Cal. Bang! Bang! Her dark red fire-covered fist slammed against the shield. How? This is Korea. Rock-soo, how do you have a power from the other world? Park So-jin's eyes slowly turned yellow. Cal nonchalantly responded, What seems to be the problem? Park So-jin's eyes opened wide. Her eyes that had been sparkling with some sort of greed saw a black sword. Choi Yung-gun had approached at some point and was slashing down toward Park So-jin. Ugh! Park So-jin urgently dodged. Slash. However, the tip of the sword reached her arm and easily sliced her arm off. This mother ducking leech bastard. One corner of her lips curled up. This ducking loser who only chases after the hunters. However, Choi Yung-gun did not even glance at Park So-jin. It was as if she wasn't worth his time. Choi Yung-gun turned his head and his sword moved once again. Bang! Choi Yung-gun's sword and Jung Yurang's sword clashed once again. Choi Yung-gun opened his mouth. It looks like my ability cannot reach you. Choi Yung-gun's sword could not slice through Yung Yirang's sword. Choi Yung-gun pushed forward with his sword, and Yung Yirang leisurely retreated. Tap. Choi Yung-gun stood in front of Cal, who had now released his shield. Yung Yirang landed not too far away, and he pushed his glasses up with his finger. We traveled through dimensions to come to Nellen Barrow's hometown. Isn't it obvious that we would expect Nellen Barrow to chase after us? Yung Yirang made eye contact with Cal and warmly smiled. Choi Yung-gun shook the sword in his hand a bit as he asked, "So, you prepared to fight against me?" Yung Yirang shrugged his shoulders instead of responding. His eyes underneath the glasses were glowing sharply. "We thought that we could easily defeat you 2-on-1. We never expected it to be 2-on-2. How can Kim Rok-soo use ancient powers?" It was at that moment. In that moment, as Yung Yirang and Choi Yung-gun stopped fighting and were chatting Ruyumble, there was a quiet rumbling in the sky. A strand of rose gold thunderbolt struck down from the sky. It was aiming perfectly for Yung Yirang. Choi Yung-gun felt something scary behind him and urgently turned his head. Cal was standing there stoically while staring at him. "It looks like you all have a lot to chat about. But that's not my concern, is it?" Bang! There was a loud explosion, and Cal could see a red power shooting out of Yung Yirang's sword. It crashed into the rose gold thunderbolt, and although he was pushed back, he was not swallowed by the thunderbolt. That red light. He was familiar with it. It was somewhat similar to the red power that the God of Despair had used. Sunby. Cal's eyes were locked on Yung Yirang as he pointed to the side with his hand. Park So-jin was charging toward them with her eyes and hair both bright yellow. She looked like a ball of fire, as the dark red fire was now completely surrounding her body. "Cal, it won't be easy." The Super Rock, who had said it was worth trying earlier, suddenly changed tunes and said that it won't be easy. However, the look on Cal's face did not change, as he remained focused on Yung Yirang while speaking to Choi Yung-gun. "Get her." Choi Yung-gun's body turned toward Park So-jin after hearing his stern tone. What he heard at that moment was, "Get rid of your restrictions." Choi Yung-gun flinched but started moving without looking back. "As you wish." He accepted Cal's order, and Cal felt as if the air started to fluctuate. The air felt heavy and stuffy like during a monsoon. As that unexplainable weight surrounded Cal Shara, he felt a cold breeze. Even the air around him is different. When did he grow so much? Cal could see Choi Yung-gun's changed appearance as the Super Rock commented with sorrow. His hair that had been brown was now pitch black, even darker than the night. His black hair also reached down to his hips. Wang, the black sword that was as dark as his hair, roared, and it sliced down toward Park So-jin. Slash. A portion of the dark red fire was sliced. "Ah!" Park So-jin groaned. "Duck!" Park So-jin was scowling like a yak, and she violently released even more of the fire that looked as if it would burn everything down and charged toward Choi Yung-gun. Cal realized something while watching the two of them. He's a devil, like a real devil that was always in pain from hunger. Choi Yung-gun looked thirsty. However, his eyes were full of joy. Hunting the hunters, Cal could feel that this was what Choi Yung-gun really wanted. "He's gone crazy." As the cheapskate fiery thunderbolt made a rare serious comment, drip. A strand of dark red blood dripped down from Choi Yung-gun's mouth. Cal frowned. Does it harm his body to remove the restriction? However, Cal could not keep thinking about that. Barang. Yung Yirang's sword slammed into the silver shield, and Cal gently turned his body to dodge the aftershock of the impact. Yung Yirang did not have any injuries on him. "Damn, I thought that poor little Kim Rok-soo was being used as bait by Nellen Barrow. I guess that's not it." He peeked toward Park So-jin, as if he had found some breathing room again, before charging toward Cal with his sword. "But y'all have to be my bait instead." Similar to how Choi Yung-gun was planning on using Cal as bait, Yung Yirang seemed to be planning on taking Cal as bait to pressure Choi Yung-gun. "Cal, this punk hasn't even removed his restrictions." As the Super Rock mentioned, although Park So-jin's appearance and attack pattern were slowly changing along with her eyes and hair colors, Yung Yirang still looked like a regular Korean person. "This guy is strong. This guy is the real deal." Cal knew that was the case as well. Krarak. He knew because the shield shook and cracked a bit after being hit by Yung Yirang's sword. Barang. The sword and shield slammed against each other once again. Cal could see Yung Yirang's smiling face past the sword that was full of an ominous red light. Crarag, a much more visible crack appeared on the silver shield. Are you going to run away? Or maybe that thunderbolt again? Jung Yurang asked in a cheeky voice. Cal responded back, all wrong. The shield then disappeared. Jung Yurang's eyes opened wide. Cal had withdrawn his shield. Swoosh whirlwinds had gathered at his ankles instead. His body quickly headed toward Jung Yurang. Cal and Jung Yurang were pretty close to each other as the shield and sword had slammed against each other. Cal shortened that distance even more. SHT. A shocked Jung Yurang raised his sword. However, Cal raised his hand and bang, a small but sturdy silver shield stopped the sword. Jung Yurang was defenseless thanks to that. Smile. Cal smiled, and doing it once more. Rumble, the sky let out a short roar before a rose-gold thunderbolt shot down toward Jung Yurang. Ah! Jung Yurang did not waste that short moment before the thunderbolt struck down. He urgently twisted his body. He tightly clenched the sword that was about to be flung away from the impact with the shield and moved his body to the side. I was waiting for this. Cal had been waiting for this moment. He expected that Jung Yurang would be able to dodge both the fiery thunderbolt and the shield. Cal's target was not Jung Yurang. Chhhhhhhh, the water spear in Cal's hand, the spear made by the sky-eating water moved following Cal's hand. His goal was Jung Yurang's hand. Jung Yurang's sword that was getting in Choi Yung-gun's way and stopping Choi Yung-gun's ability to slash through anything. He would first take this away from Jung Yurang. Jung Yurang realized it as well. He tried to twist his body again in order to dodge the water spear. He had quite the skilled body control. However, doing this was difficult. Boom, the ground that Jung Yurang was standing on started shaking. Wood, wind, fire, and water. Next came earth. Jung Yurang lost his balance at the sudden shaking, and his eyes saw the water spear stab his hand. Drip, blood dripped out of Cal's mouth. Barang, stone spears shot up from the shaking ground. They surrounded Jung Yurang on all sides and were pointed toward the sky. Jung Yurang was imprisoned inside the stone prison and could not do anything to resist. Ah! The water spear left a deep scar on Jung Yurang's hand as it moved past. Tang, the sword finally fell from Jung Yurang's hand. I'll be taking this, my dear friend. Cal smiled and picked up Jung Yurang's sword. At that moment, he heard Park So-jin's shout. Cal turned his gaze. Park So-jin was curled forward while clenching her side. Choi Yung-gun was standing in front of her and looking at Cal while shaking the blood off his sword. Chapter 729. Must not be sane. 5. Choi Yung-gun's gaze, that did not seem to hold any emotions, did not move away from Cal and the stone spears that were imprisoning Jung Yurang. That punk should recognize this if he has eyes. He might not recognize me, but he should recognize the super rock's powers. Cal could hear the slightly angry voice of the fiery thunderbolt cheapskate, the scary giant cobblestone. The owner of that power was the one who saved the only survivor of their battle against the ancient White Star, Nelan Bero Aka Choi Yung-gun. Step, step. Choi Yung-gun started walking. This punk wasn't the type of bastard who used people as bait. The angry and disappointed cheapskate's voice continued to echo in Cal's mind. However, Cal couldn't help but trust the present situation in front of him more than what he was hearing. Choi Yung-gun stopped walking. He raised one leg. Pow! His foot accurately kicked Park So-jin, who was on her knees. Boom! Ah! Park So-jin slammed into the stone spear prison that Cal had made. Her body followed the side of the spears and slid to the ground. Huff! Huff! Park So-jin clenched her bleeding side with body hands as she breathed heavily. Step, step. Choi Yung-gun didn't even glance at her and walked toward Cal. To be more specific, he walked toward Jung Yurang. Cal couldn't help but feel a mysterious sense of déjà vu from his actions. Sunby. However, Choi Yung-gun did not respond at all to Cal and moved his sword before Cal could say anything else. Slash, ugh. Jung Yurang's right hand received a deep cut from Choi Yung-gun's sword. It was already bleeding heavily. Ho! The super rock gasped and Cal gulped. Drip, drip. Choi Yung-gun's face was now covered in both Park So-jin's blood and Jung Yurang's blood, but he still remained emotionless as he calmly commented. Looks like you won't be able to hold a sword ever again. He then finally looked at Cal. I guess you really won't get hurt. Cal realized it at that moment. This guy really is a crazy bastard. He was also much colder than Cal had expected. Cal had used the stone prison to stop Jung Yurang's movements, But Choi Yung-gun thought that it was not enough. He had made the swordsman Yung Yirang's main method of attacking, his hands, useless. And now that the enemy couldn't attack any longer, you better start speaking if you don't want to lose your left hand too. Choi Yung-gun finally initiated a conversation, very professional. His actions made it seem as if it was not his first time doing this. Choi Yung-gun and Cal made eye contact. You're not even anxious. Choi Yung-gun looked at Cal as if he was observing him before nonchalantly commenting and walking closer to Yung Yirang. Yung Yirang had pulled in his injured arm that had been outside the prison and was trying to stop the blood with his other hand. He had not shown any signs of pain since the original groan. He simply had a sorrowful smile on his face. Where is he? Choi Yung-gun asked very short questions. Where is your patriarch? Cal had learned something from this conversation. This hunter's organization has a patriarch too. Is it organized as more of a family than a scattered bunch of little groups? Yung Yirang couldn't open his mouth and was rolling his eyes in thought while peeking at Cal and Choi Yung-gun. He heard an inconsistent laugh at that moment. Kekekek, kekek, it was Park So-jin. Her shoulders were moving up and down as she raised her head with difficulty. Why? She smiled brightly toward Choi Yung-gun with her teeth showing. Why are you looking for our patriarch, Nim? Do you want to find and kill him? She seemed to find this quite laughable. She looked at Choi Yung-gun from head to toe before shouting. Her voice was full of joy, as if she had forgotten all about her pain. You're just a loser, a bastard who chose to be a wanderer. A bastard like you who couldn't even become a guard is going to kill the patriarch, Nim. Kekek, do you really think that that would be possible? Hey, shut the hell up. Yung Yirang urgently scolded Park So-jin and looked toward Cal with sorrow. Everything. I promised to tell you everything. Can you please just let me live? Nellan Barrow over there. Choi Yung-gun Sunbi is not someone I can talk things out with. He kills any and all hunters whenever he can. Please, can we please just chat first? Cal nodded his head. I agree with him on that aspect. Choi Yung-gun would not be able to calm himself enough to chat with a hunter. There was also no compromise. I don't know about that. Sunbi does not seem like the type of person who would let you guys live because I tell him that we should talk with you. Choi Yung-gun looked toward Cal, who had a twisted smile on his face. I almost died earlier, too. If he had been regular high school student Kim Rok-soo, he would have been seriously injured if not killed by that truck crashing into them earlier. No, seriously. Yung Yirang looked as if he didn't know what to do as an even more sorrowful look in his eyes. He was continuously checking on Park So-jin's condition at the same time. But you see, Yung Yirang. Cal looked at him and chuckled. Why are you clenching your hand like that when the bleeding has already stopped? Yung Yirang's gaze instantly changed, and Choi Yung-gun flinched. His body turned away from observing Kim Rok-soo toward Yung Yirang. Crack! However, Yung Yirang was faster. Yung Yirang's body easily destroyed the stone spears. Cal saw that his eyes turned purple, and a slimy purple liquid covered his injured hand at the same time. Yung Yirang extended his left hand as soon as he destroyed the stone spears. It was not directed toward the sword that Cal had taken. Ah! Yung Yirang grabbed Park So-jin by the back of the neck and urgently retreated. Slash! Choi Yung-gun's sword slashed at nothing, and Cal reached his hand toward Yung Yirang. A fiery thunderbolt instantly crackled in Cal's hand and shot toward Yung Yirang like an arrow. Yung Yirang waved his right hand in the air. Chhhhhhhh, the purple liquid scattered like paint, and Cal's fiery thunderbolt was swallowed by it. Oh! Cal smirked once again, and the super rock made a comment that seemed to encapsulate what Cal was thinking. It's at this level, this purple liquid. Cal was figure out the strength of this power. Duck! I let my guard down. Choi Yung-gun swore before he charged toward Yung Yirang with an even colder expression on his face. Cal could feel the air becoming heavier with each step that Choi Yung-gun took. The air was like the herbivores curling up with fear at the arrival of a tiger. The air around them seemed to be shivering at Choi Yung-gun's actions. Cal's eyes opened wide at that moment. Kill! Park So-jin shouted as she smiled. Kill me! She looked completely deranged and was burning up more than ever before. She glared at Choi Yung-gun, who was running toward her and could not stop laughing. She's gone crazy. Choi Yung-gun continued running and raised his sword with that comment. Kill! Kill me! Park So-jin shouted even louder. Cal's eyes opened wide. He subconsciously tried to activate his shield. I'm sorry. Yung Yirang frowned, and a tear dripped out of his now purple eyes. Pook. His right hand stabbed through Park So-jin's heart. He was holding Park So-jin's heart with his right hand that was covered in a red aura. Heh. Park So-jin was laughing with joy, but the laughing soon stopped as the light disappeared from her eyes. Jung Yirang commented without any emotion in his voice. Take this offering of karma. Right at that moment, behind Jung Yirang, the empty area fluctuated. A red dot appeared, turned into a red thread, and then a red wall that fluctuated in the air. It had all happened in an instant, and Choi Yung-gun's emotionless face frowned. Duck. Uwuang the black sword roared and slashed down. It didn't have any aura, but the sword seemed to cut through space, and a formless power was launched toward Jung Yirang. Next time. However, Jung Yirang moved into the red wall that was already taller than him. His body leaned back as if he was falling before he was swallowed by that red wall. Jung Yirang looked at Choi Yung-gun and Cal with Park So-jin still in his hand. He was looking at them with a stoic expression but a burning gaze. See you again next time. The formless power sliced through where Jung Yirang was located at that moment. Bang! The red wall exploded without being cut. However, Jung Yirang and the rest of the red wall had already disappeared. Ha! The sword in Choi Yung-gun's hand was shaking. His whole body was shaking. His gaze turned toward Cal. If you used the stone SB, however, he did not finish his sentence. Cal's cold gaze that seemed to be observing him made him lower his head. The indestructible shield, the scary giant cobblestone, the fire of destruction. There were also traces of others who had been his allies. Choi Yung-gun was imaging those people he missed so dearly standing behind Cal before his mind started blanking out. However, he saw the blood on his hands as he looked down. There were no emotions visible on his face again when Choi Yung-gun raised his head. He heard Cal's nonchalant voice at that moment. Not that skilled. Choi Yung-gun avoided Cal's gaze and walked over to where Jung Yirang and Park So-jin's corpse had disappeared. Cal, good job. Cal heard the super rock's bitter praise at that moment. He did not feel many emotions about Choi Yung-gun, who had tried to use him as bait, nor Jung Yirang and Park So-jin, who were trying to hunt him. He didn't feel much about the fact that they escaped either. Why? It's all just an illusion anyway. Cal was not young enough to be controlled by his emotions in such a situation. He was not actually 17 years old. It's completed with Jung Yirang escaping. Cal had completed his basic foundation for how to handle the hunters. How the hunters aim for their prey, how hunters hide themselves, how hunters fight, how hunters escape from danger. He had seen everything so he could set the foundation for fighting against the hunters and protecting his people in reality. Cal walked toward Choi Yung-gun, who was walking toward the car that Jung Yirang had been in, and nonchalantly commented, Sunbi, are you not curious regarding anything about me? Choi Yung-gun did not show any reaction to Cal, fiery thunderbolt, the glutton priestess. His shoulders shook after hearing the next part. You know the super rock, right? Choi Yung-gun finally looked at Cal. The feeble Kim Rak-soo with dried blood on his mouth was looking at Choi Yung-gun as if he was looking at prey. All right, go ahead and talk. Tell me everything you know, Sunby. Crackle, crack. Rose gold currents were crackling around Cal. They were calm yet violent, as if they were reflecting the cheapskate's current emotions. Why don't we chat peacefully? Cal smiled as best as he could toward a person who used him as bait and put him in a dangerous situation. He is still Choi Han's uncle and Choi Yung-soo's ancestor. He had another thought at the same time. Once this conversation is over, he would take a look at team leader Lee Soo-hyuk's face, and then he would leave. He needed to get to the end of the temple earlier than the others in order to stab himself in the heart with the dagger and completely get rid of the white star, even if we put the piece remaining in yellow aside. Cage was looking at Albaru as if she found this hard to understand. Why is everybody stopped at purple? Crown Prince Albaru was biting his lips without being able to say anything. On the orb located on top of the sealed guard's temple, Albarus' gaze sunk while looking at the 6 pieces of the orb. Purple was. Albaru recalled what purple represented in this illusion test. Indignity. There were now only 5 pieces lit up since Tunka had given up. Of them, 1 piece was stuck in yellow, but the other 4 pieces were all stopped at the purple indignity test. Chapter 730. Must not be sane. 6. Sponsored content, however, there was a bigger issue than this purple indignity test. Goldie Gramps. The human, something is weird. I keep sensing the human's powers in that yellow piece. The chubby front paw was pointing at the yellow piece. The super rock, fiery thunderbolt, water and shield. The human seems to be in a big fight right now. It's serious, Naya. This is not right, Naya. Rayan hung and On commented after coming to Aruhaben's side and were huffing with serious expressions on their faces. Hey, Rayan. What is it, Gramps? I don't feel anything. On and Hung nodded their heads to show that they somewhat agreed with the ancient dragon. They were not suspicious about Rayan. They were curious. Rayan pounded his chest as if he was frustrated. Anyway, I can feel it. I can feel our human using his powers. That is the problem. The ancient dragon and the cats nodded their heads. It was a problem. Cal was the only one who could not make it out of the sloth test. Why was he using so much of his ancient powers in this sloth test? All of these were things that made them confused. He seemed to be in a problematic situation. Choi Yung-gun stared at Cal, who was speaking affectionately, but with a vicious attitude, and opened his mouth. Chat about what? To start. Cal wanted this conversation with Choi Yung-gun to be short. He didn't need to chat with this guy for long. Sunbi, that ability you just used that can slash through anything, is that really your ability? Choi Yung-gun had used Lee Soo-hyuk's ability. The cataclysm happens after I take the college scholastic ability test. Team leader Lee Soo-hyuk is known to have gotten his slashing ability after the cataclysm. Kim Rok-soo was only 17 in this illusion. That meant that Choi Han had this ability before Lee Soo-hyuk. That was why Cal had a single question. How did team leader Lee Soo-hyuk end up with Choi Yung-gun's ability? Choi Yung-gun did not say anything. Cal took that as a positive response and asked, can you pass that power to someone else? Or can someone else learn it? Choi Yung-gun looked at Cal with an inspecting gaze before responding. Why? It sounded casual, but the tone was sharp. You want it for yourself. Choi Yung-gun was asking Cal as if to get a feel for what he wanted. Yes, I do. Cal just answered since he didn't want to explain everything. Choi Yung-gun flinched after hearing Cal answer without any hesitation and dodged Cal's gaze to look at the car again. However, he still responded. Other people can use this power too. Choi Yung-gun nonchalantly answered. However, I need to give up this power for that to happen. His face was cold, without any emotions visible on his face. I don't plan on handing this power to someone else by losing access to it. It is not something for you to desire. PFFFD. Cal couldn't help but chuckle. He has no plans on handing it to anybody else. In that case, how did team leader Lee Soo-hyuk end up with it a few years later? The answer was simple. Choi Yung-gun, Mr. Nellen Barrow, gave up on this power and handed it over to team leader Lee Soo-hyuk. Hoo-woo. Cal let out a sigh. It's hard to understand. Choi Yung-gun was currently crazed about hunting hunters. Why would someone like that hand over a power that was useful for hunting to someone like Lee Soo-hyuk, a person he has no connections to whatsoever? Questions only bring forth more questions. Let's just focus on the truth right now. Cal did not create any more questions for himself. The answers would be revealed at some point. Choi Yung-gun was now searching Park So Jin's half-crushed truck before he asked Cal a question. Then why do you want that power? Do you wish to know? Choi Yung-gun looked back at Cal. Did you already know who I was? The corners of Cal's lips curled up. Nellen Barrow, or are you looking for the first dragon slayer? Maybe the person that the super rock saved until the end. Choi Yung-gun's stoic face slightly cracked after hearing those words. Cal recognized the emotions visible through that crack. Guilt. Choi Yung-gun was feeling guilt toward the super rock. However, he quickly erased that crack and put on an iron wall-like face. I don't need it. Need what? The powers you have. I don't wish to know about them, nor do I have a reason to do so. You're lying. Cal could see Choi Yung-gun tightly clench his fists after accidentally blurting it out. Hoo-woo. The fiery thunderbolt cheapskate sighed, but Cal was more focused on the fists. I should stop provoking him. He was slightly scared. This was an illusion, but he was still a bit scared. That was the reason he said the following. Later, you will understand everything by the time the day ends. It was at that moment. Weeing duck. Choi Yung-gun had a rare frown on his face after hearing sirens. There was a police car approaching them from the distance. Choi Yung-gun looked around. They were on a two-lane street by a quiet rice paddy without any CCTV or light poles. There weren't any houses nearby. Crack, crack. He turned his head after suddenly hearing something break. The dash cam. Cal looked relaxed as he destroyed the dash cam in Jung Yirang's car with a stone spear. Do you have one in your car too? I don't carry things like that. Cal nodded his head and stood next to Choi Yung-gun. The police car was not too far now. What are we going to do? Should we take Jung Yirang's car and go? Choi Yung-gun took out a crumpled paper from his pocket instead of responding. It was a teleportation magic scroll. It looked quite expensive. Where did you get that? Cal asked, and Choi Yung-gun calmly responded, You can get anything with money. I guess you have a lot of money, Sunbinim. Choi Yung-gun responded sternly. Yeah. Cal was wealthy as well, but he felt envious for some reason. He responded without covering the envy visible on his face. Then let's hurry up and go see Lee Soo-hyuk. What? Choi Yung-gun was truly shocked this time as he looked at Cal. How do you know Lee Soo-hyuk? What's wrong? Wasn't the event earlier so that I could see Choi Yung-soo? Choi Yung-gun's face stiffened for a moment, and Cal recognized the vicious gaze in Choi Yung-gun's eyes and clenched Choi Yung-gun's shoulder as hard as he could. If I was a hunter or your enemy, would I have remained quiet and let you use me as bait? Choi Yung-gun read the fire that was residing inside Cal's eyes. Cal spoke quietly as if he was whispering. The reason I let it be was because I didn't want to leave Choi Yung-soo as the bait. Do you understand, Sunbi? Cal smiled and pointed to the scroll. Let's go quickly. We don't want the cops to see us. Choi Yung-gun's eyes were full of chaos. The number of things he wanted to ask was increasing. The ancient powers, Lee Soo-hyuk, his relationship with Choi Yung-soo, the things Cal knew about him. The things he needed to ask were starting to pile up. The freshman Kim Rok-soo that he knew was not here. However, he could not ask. Kim Rok-soo's gaze was not allowing any questions. Furthermore, the demeanor of this guy was not that of a regular high school student. A lord. The special aura and determination of someone who has led others during a crisis was coming out of Kim Rok-soo. This was not based on talent, but based on years of experience. Choi Yung-gun tightly clenched both hands. Rip. The teleportation scroll was ripped, and a police officer got off the car and shouted the moment the scroll wrapped around Cal and Choi Yung-gun. What is going on? Eek. A person. Cal let the teleportation take him as he heard the gasp of astonishment that sounded almost like a scream. Russell. Cal looked forward while standing on top of grass, in the busy filming location. Well, slightly away from there, where the supporting characters were waiting for their scene. The place designated for them was just a dirt floor without even any chairs. Cal was in a forest from where that open area was visible and saw Lighthouse leaning against a tree. Sunbi. He addressed Choi Yung-gun, who was standing next to him. Do you have any plans on using Lee Soo-hyuk as you used me? Choi Yung-gun looked at Cal's face before he responded. Cal's face still seemed indifferent while looking at Lee Soo-hyuk, but his eyes were full of joy and delight. There was also this thick sense of longing. No, I don't. He has no value being used like that. He has no value. It sounded cruel, but it was the truth. That should mean that it is not a lie. Sunbi, what is that patriarch thing you asked Jung Yirang and Park So-jin about earlier? Does the Hunter organization have its own head? Is there a reason for me to explain? Cal chuckled at Choi Yung-gun's question. Shouldn't you at least give me the foundational information after trying to use me as bait? Am I wrong? He was not wrong. Choi Yung-gun observed Cal, who was looking around as if there was no need to even look at him, and started speaking. A long time ago, there were some families called the Bridal of Karma. Cal suddenly remembered how Jung Yirang had said, take this offering of karma. Jung Yirang disappeared into the red wall after that, so it must be related. It might even be the secret to their dimension travel. There are currently 5 families, and the person leading each of the 5 families is the patriarch, and based on what I know, they are responsible for planning most of the hunts. Then I guess your goal is to get the patriarch's Sunbi. No, Cal turned to look at Choi Yung-gun for the first time since they came here. Choi Yung-gun was looking up in the air. The king's successor. A fishy smile appeared on Choi Yung-gun's face. Shhhhhhhh. His appearance was turning back to the one with the short brown hair from before he released his restriction. The 5 patriarchs protect the king's successor and await the grand vision for after the successor has grown. But something vibrated at that moment. Cal looked at the phone in Choi Yung-gun's hand, and Choi Yung-gun calmly turned the phone off as he responded. They're going to film soon, so they want us to hurry over. Cal turned his gaze. Okay, okay. Gambling center thugs stand up. The person who seemed to be in charge shouted, and Lee Soo-hyuk stood up firmly and walked over. Ah, you. The man peeked at Lee Soo-hyuk before shaking his head, but nodded his head after Lee Soo-hyuk awkwardly smiled at him. All right, I guess we have no choice. We're lacking people. But Lee Soo-hyuk, it's not my fault if the director cuts you out, okay? That's okay, mister. Lee Soo-hyuk smiled brightly, but the man in charge turned his head with an iffy look on his face. Tesk, you give off such a cool vibe. If you come off cooler than the main character, seriously. Lee Soo-hyuk pretended not to hear the man's compliment that wasn't actually a compliment and touched his hand. He was doing it because he was embarrassed, but the man in charge thought that even that made him seem as if he was filming a noir on his own. Ha! He sighed and threw a bottle of water at Lee Soo-hyuk. It was his way of taking care of him. Thank you very much. Go to the other side instead of to me next time. The man in charge pointed his chin toward where the main role actors were before walking past Lee Soo-hyuk. Lee Soo-hyuk smiled brightly at the man in charge and bowed once again. Choi Young-gun observed Cal, who quietly watched the scene before speaking. This is new. A gentle smile appeared on his face. However, the words came out with a complete opposite of the smile. What is the grand vision they are trying to achieve with the king's successor? I'm not sure yet. Choi Young-gun could see Kim Rok-soo nodding his head with an. Kim Rok-soo continued to nod as he mumbled to himself. The hunter's goals, battle styles, and escape. Oh, Lee Soo-hyuk's ability as well. I learned all that I need to learn. Cal made up his mind. Time to go. He saw Lee Soo-hyuk and Choi Young-soo's faces. He heard the minimum amount of information necessary. He could not linger here forever. Then, Sunby, you go ahead to film now. Will it be difficult because of the blood? If I go, what about you? Cal smiled at the confused Choi Young-gun and responded, I need to go too. It was at that moment. Cal made up his mind to get out of this illusion and push forward toward reality. His firm resolve would not waver. Wow. Cal could see the yellow dust surrounding him, the forest, and the entire filming location. I guess it was these things that ate my memories. Choi Young-gun looked at Cal in shock. The tips of Cal's feet were slowly cracking and becoming faint. Sunby, toward the shocked and anxious Choi Young-gun. This is all just an illusion. Huh. It is an illusion of my past. Cal could see everything becoming dyed yellow and things starting to disappear from the distance. Lee Soo-hyuk was slowly covered in the yellow dust and disappearing. You're an illusion now. I'm an illusion. The bewildered Choi Young-gun grabbed Cal, who was slowly becoming faint. Who are you? Are you really Kim Rok-soo? Did you come from the future? Cal had no problems answering. I am Kim Rok-soo, but also Cal Henitus, the one who comes out in the birth of a hero, also the one who came from the future. Cal suddenly got the chills. Shhhhhhhh. Choi Young-gun was becoming covered in yellow dust and disappearing as well. However, an explosive fire rose in his eyes as soon as he heard Cal's response. Cal Henitus. He shouted that name before shouting toward Cal. His lower half was gone from the yellow dust now. There were a total of 7 hunter families in the beginning. There were 5 families now. Choi Young-gun tightly grabbed Cal's shoulders with both hands. The red blood family perished a long time ago. The white blood family betrayed the hunters and escaped. Shhhhhhhh. In the short moment, as the yellow dust erased his upper body and was about to cover his face. Oh, descendant of the Thames. Choi Young-gun shouted as if Cal needed to know this. The red blood did not perish. The red blood, find the illusion disappeared. Cal did not manage to hear the rest of Choi Young-gun's statement. However, he could easily finish the sentence. Find the red blood. Cal's face turned as cold as ice. It was not because he was angry or because he turned cold-hearted. What the hell? He had lost all color because he became anxious. Error, error. Green light started surrounding Cal once he passed the yellow sloth test. The green illusion was called failure. Cal started thinking about the failures he had experienced in the past and the failures he might face in the future. Error, error. However, the voice that had announced the retest earlier could be heard again, and Cal looked around. What the hell is this? Numerous footages covered in green light were brushing past him. They were all failures he had experienced in the past. Some of them were potential failures Cal imagined could happen in the future. Error, cause determined, the voice continued. There are numerous worst failures in the challenger's mind. There is no ranking of failures in his mind. He cannot forget any of his past failures and recalls them all equally. His uncertainty and fear for potential future failures are also on equal footing, unable to choose one due to the existence of multiple worst failures. Cal gulped. Basically, Cal considered all failures as equal and felt equally anxious about all potential failures in the future. So it can't choose one failure as the worst. Is that a good thing? Cal could not decide whether this was good or bad. Continuously deciphering the causes of failure in the past and thinking about the uncertainties of the future to protect the present and the future. That was something Cal felt was normal for him to do in order to organize information and analyze data. Unable to determine a fitting test for the challenger. Unable to test. The voice said that Cal could not be tested before sternly adding on. Relevant test destroyed. Crack. The numerous footages glowing green started breaking. The failure of surviving the battle against the unranked monster alone. The failure of seeing team members being injured for the first time since joining the company. The failure of losing a subordinate for the first time after becoming team leader. The potential failure of people around him getting hurt in the future. The numerous failures started breaking. Oh, this is good. If it was unable to test him, didn't that mean that it would pass him on to the next test? It was beneficial for Cal to skip a level, proceeding to the next test as according to the manual. Oh, this is great. As color returned to Cal's face. Next test, indignity. The difficulty level of the indignity test has been modified to 2 times the normal level. This is not good. Chapter 731, Pushing Forward Too Rashly, 1. Pushing Forward Too Rashly, 1. Sponsored content double the difficulty. The voice continued just as Cal thought that this was really wrong. It was a mechanical voice without any emotions. Determining the target of indignity. Target. Am I not the target? The voice quickly continued before Cal could even organize his thoughts. Determine the target within the challenger's data who has faced the most indignity under the requirements. There are 2 qualified individuals. Based on the increased difficulty, the test will take 2 levels. Based on the increased difficulty, new test conditions required, modifications necessary. Starting the optimization. Cal subconsciously touched his eyes. The purple-colored area started to warp. Optimization 30. 40 Cal's insides were churning the further the optimization progressed. It felt as if he got on a roller coaster without the safety bar after having a bottle of Macchiali. TL. A Korean alcoholic beverage. Basically, he felt as if he was going to die. I'm going to hurl. The voice spoke sternly as he had that thought. Optimization complete. The optimization had finally ended. However, Cal's insides were still churning. Unfortunately, the voice did not wait for him. Indignity Test version 1. 5 is now starting. Pat. The purple light surrounded Cal, son of A. Something like his insides churning was no longer a problem for Cal. This is bad. What he saw after the purple light disappeared was the sky at dawn. It was the twilight hour, just before the darkness disappeared and the sun came up. The night was slowly moving aside despite the sun not being up yet. This time in between night and morning, it was truly a beautiful period of time. However, Cal couldn't pay any attention to this beautiful sky. I. I looked down at his hands and then raised his head. I am Venian Stan's lackey. He could see a stupid and cruel-looking bastard's reflection in the window. That was the body Cal was in right now. Venian Stan, the bastard of the House of Stan who imprisoned and tortured Rayan. The bastard who did not simply try to tame Rayan, but did things he should never do. Ha! Cal knew the person he was possessing right now. During that time, when they visited the Stan territory to take care of the issue between Rayan and Venian Stan. There were some bastards who took care of the issues pertaining to the shooty things Venian Stan did. Cal had seen Venian Stan's right-hand man at that time, and this guy Cal was possessing was that right-hand man's right-hand man's right-hand man. Basically, he was slightly higher than the lowest of the lowlifes, but was still one of Venian's lackeys. He had an official title, but someone doing something so shooty didn't even deserve to be called a lackey. Ha! Cal was truly at a loss for words. On the desk underneath the window, Cal picked up a piece of paper. It was a letter. No, it was an order. The young patriarch is heading for the Tal's territory tomorrow. Prepare things so that you can serve him the same as last time. Crack. The paper was crumpled. He could see the calendar on top of the desk. The date March 29, 780 was circled on the Felix calendar, FC. Cal had arrived in this world on March 29, 781 FC. He didn't know what today's date was, but he at least knew that it was March 1 year before he arrived. That meant that Rayan was 3 years old. He would be in the middle of being tortured without even knowing anything. Cal could see some of the words on the crumpled order. Tomorrow, Tal's territory, prepare to serve. The cave Rayan was imprisoned in was in one of the villages under Viscount Tals's territory. That was the only place in the Tal's territory that Venian Stan would go. Basically, Venian Stan would go to the Tal's territory tomorrow to see Rayan, and this guy had to get things ready to serve Venian. Cal looked around. He could see the bags that the owner of this body had packed. He seemed pretty finished with the preparations. Then what do I need to do? Cal slowly started to decide what he should do from here. However, Cal's body suddenly stumbled, and he grabbed the desk with one hand and his head with the other. Why, all of a sudden he suddenly felt extremely sleepy. Cal's sight slowly became blurry, as if he was falling into a swamp and could not avoid this slumber. Duck, what the hell is going on? Cal was extremely angry as the situation changed again. However, he was able to figure one thing out with certainty as he looked at the calendar. This indignity test was not testing indignity that he had faced. It was watching the indignity of my person or those important to me. Long into the future, after every test is over, Cal would hear stories from his friends and understand why they all spent the most time during this test. F-U-C. Cal could not overcome the drowsiness and did not hesitate to swear as he fell asleep. The voice had said the following prior to the indignity test. Determine the target within the challenger's data who has faced the most indignity under the requirements. There are two qualified individuals. Difficulty set to twice the normal difficulty. As a result, Cal had to witness two people's indignities. Cal fell asleep. Son of A, he couldn't help but swear when he opened his eyes again. What did you just say? There was a stubborn-looking old man wearing the Roan Kingdom's chief of staff's uniform in front of him. That meant that this place was the center of the Roan Kingdom. This was the Roan Palace. Cal turned his head looking for a window. It was the end of dusk. The sun was slowly rising. The test had said the following. Based on the increased difficulty, the test will take 2 levels. Based on the increased difficulty, new test conditions required. Modifications necessary. Cal immediately understood what that meant. He would be in Venian Stan's lackey's body at night. During the day, Cal heard a thunder-like shout as he tried to think. What are you doing? Excuse me. The old man, who was not the chief of staff that Cal knew, had the chief of staff's uniform on while glaring at Cal. Did you forget what you just said? Excuse me. I said son of A. Cal knew, but pretended not to know. You dim-witted fool. It made the chief of staff even angrier, but Cal still looked calm. He had confirmed something through the window just now. This person looked extremely clueless. This person's calm expression looked clueless. His clueless face would make the chief of staff angry. Cal didn't care and simply stood there, making the old man sigh a few times before giving him an order in an annoyed voice. Excuse me. That thing in your hand, you punk. Cal finally looked down at the tray in his hand after hearing the old man almost going crazy with frustration. Ah, yes, sir. There was a bowl of soup and some bread. What about this? Ha! The chief of staff looked tired. Go take it to the first prince. The first prince? The bastard without any backing. Don't you know who that is? The first prince of the Roan Kingdom that Cal knew had quite a lot of backing. First of all, Cal was his backing. The unfamiliar chief of staff mumbled and turned around as if he had no more time to waste on Cal. Why does a young little punk have so many things he wants to eat? Tusk, how annoying. Are you not leaving? Little punk. Cal's expression stiffened up. Just before Cal fell asleep just now. The calendar had said that it was March of 780 FC. That meant that Albaru Crossman was already an adult. And although Albaru had no backing, the chief of staff would not say something like this openly in front of an attendant. Chief of staff Nim. Cal stopped the chief of staff who was leaving. What is it? The chief of staff looked at him full of annoyance, and Cal asked in a serious, but still clueless-looking face. Could you tell me how old His Highness is right now, what? Cal pointed on top of the tray. I do not know his age. Wouldn't this be better than asking for today's date? Cal looked calm and not embarrassed at all. Is that something you should be asking so shamelessly? That seemed to be what the chief of staff's gaze seemed to be saying while talking crap about Cal. However, he sighed and walked away with a single comment. 15. I knew it. This was not 780 FC based on the increased difficulty, new test conditions required. Cal was experiencing two new test situations, as the voice had indicated. At night, he was with Rayan when he was 3 years old. During the day, he was with Albaru Crossman when he was 15. Chief of Staff Nim. What? The Chief of Staff seemed extremely energetic for someone his age. What is it this time? Where is His Highness Palace? The Chief of Staff looked as if he would have a stroke because of this newbie in front of him. However, he calmed himself down. Yes, a clueless idiot of an attendant like him would be great for that little punk. He said one thing to the attendant and quickly left so that he could not be stopped again. West. Cal looked at the disappearing chief of staff before turning around. It's the same. Cal had asked just in case the Crown Prince's palace would have been different from the one he knew since it was far in the past. Thankfully, it was in the same place. I guess it's time to go. He headed toward the first prince's palace and looked around at everything, especially himself. Attendants were sorted into ranks, and their years of service and ranks were visible on the shoulders of their uniform. There's nothing there. There were no colors visible on the shoulder. Cal realized that he was in the body of a new attendant who had just entered the palace. He hadn't even been here for 6 months. That meant that he became an attendant who had no power whatsoever in this palace. This really. Cal sighed at this fact that he suddenly figured out. Does he not even have a chef in his palace? Members of the royal family usually had their own personal chefs in their palace. Cal looked down at the now cold soup and realized that he knew nothing about Albara's childhood or his teen years. However, he figured something out for sure. The two people who faced the most indignity around me. Rayan and Albaru Crossman were those two people. Frustration, failure, despair. They were different from indignity. Cal inspected his body. This time, I can't even use my ancient powers. I can't use my abilities either. Cal was in the bodies of people without any power or authority and had to watch Rayan and Albaru's indignity without any of his powers to help him. It would definitely be hard for Cal to watch the two of their indignity through day and night. Cal came to a conclusion. That's why I should live an easy life. Cal made up his mind as Venian Stan's lackey and the newest attendant of the Roan Palace. Let's flip everything over. These were just illusions anyway. He decided to pour cider all over it. TL. In Korean, cider is used to label stories that the MC plows his way forward without much difficulty. In case you are curious, the opposite, a story full of slow development and angst, is called sweet potato. Cal's footsteps were extremely light as he held the tray and headed for the first prince's palace. As for Cal's friends, who had started the indignity test long before he did, they all started at different points. Mary, who was in the body of a soldier in the Karo Kingdom's Dubori territory, felt her heart beating wildly. Mom, she had only been able to remember her mom's voice. Seeing her mom's face stabbed deep into her heart. Please, please, I beg you, please, shut up. Things even worse than you pests can imagine will show up if you can't pay up by tomorrow morning. Got it, the unbelievably high territory tax. Mary's father and mother, who did not have the means to pay it, were desperately begging to the tax collector. Indignity. Mary was able to get back a bit of her forgotten memories from before she was 10 years old. However, it was not a joyful occasion. It was not just her. Rosalind and Clope were also facing the indignities of people they were close to in the past. However, just one person. Choi Han was in a slightly different situation. When he had finally overcome the failure test. Huff, huff. When he had finally managed to save the people of Harris Village. I did it. He had become surrounded by green light and could feel that he had truly overcome it, both the failure of his past and his present self. Choi Han had overcome them all. That was why Choi Han had flinched after hearing the voice that appeared with the purple light. Target determined. Beep, beep. Error detected in target determination. Error detected. The purple light swept over Choi Han as the voice continued to speak. Completed determination of the source of error. Target Cal Henitus is lacking to be the target. Using challenger's memories to determine a new target. Target's true nature determined. Choi Han opened his eyes. Target. Kim Rok-su. Choi Han was the only one of the people in the temple who knew about Cal Henitus's true nature. Only he could face the indignity of Kim Rok-su, who was inside Cal Henitus's body. How is this? Choi Han clenched his eyes shut. What are you looking at? Wow, Cal was amazed. 15 years old Albaru Crossman. Get out, he was going through puberty right now. Cal subconsciously smiled because this felt quite different. 15 years old Albaru Crossman's glabellas twitched at the same time. Chapter 732. Pushing forward too rashly, too. Pushing forward too rashly, too. How could there be a punk like this? Albaru Crossman was looking at Cal with such a gaze. However, he just seemed young to Cal. His situation is completely different from the Albaru Crossman that I know. The Crown Prince's clothes were made of luxurious material, and the design was elegant. However, it looked quite old. It was also not ironed properly. I guess it can't be helped. There were only a minimum number of royal servants and royal maids to maintain the palace in the first prince's palace right now. There were no attendants. Cal's gaze headed toward the tray in his hands. He had heard that the kitchen in the first prince's palace had stopped functioning a few weeks ago. Cal had heard from a royal servant prior to walking into this room that was being used as a study. His Highness has kicked out most of the attendants. The chef was kicked out as well. Actually, that the royal servant looked around before quietly informing Cal. I think it was because of poison, since he doesn't know when he might die. 15 years old Albaru seemed much fiercer than the adult who smiled elegantly. It was probably because he was short and skinny for his age. Of course, he was not extremely skinny. However, he was definitely below average. He probably seemed even more like that because his clothes were lacking compared to the other princes. Why are you dawdling around like that? He heard the sharp voice again. Cal pushed the tray forward. I will at least leave this here, even if I have to go out, Your Highness. He put the tray on one side of Alberus' desk. Pen, books, etc. Everything was of the highest quality, but had clearly been used for a while. Cal even peeked at the bottle of ink before taking about 2 steps back and bowing toward Albaru, who was observing him. Your Highness, I have been assigned to this first Prince Palace starting today. I will do my best to serve you as best as possible. PFFFD. Albaru openly scoffed. He sounded as if he didn't believe Cal at all. He had a sneer on his face as he looked at Cal. Whatever. I don't wish to know your name. He didn't even ask for Cal's name. He didn't wish to hear. He said the following instead. I'm curious to know when you will leave. He heard an immediate response. I will leave soon, Your Highness. What? Smile. Cal smiled at him. 15 years old Albaru slightly frowned. This clueless-looking attendant. He was certain that this guy was new, and the fact that he had no colors on the upper part of his uniform symbolized that he was the newest of the newest attendants. He clearly seemed to know nothing about this palace. However, that clueless look had disappeared, and his overall appearance suddenly seemed different the moment he smiled. Ha! Albaru scoffed in disbelief before looking away from Cal. I hope you leave as quickly as possible. Cal simply bowed instead of responding. May I please go see the Chief of Staff for a moment? Albaru smiled as if he had expected this and responded. Take care of things like that on your own without asking. I will make sure to be back quickly, Your Highness. Cal quietly walked out of the study like a proper attendant. Albaru did not touch the cold soup until that moment. Click. The study door closed, and Cal exited the palace. It's definitely lacking. The garden surrounding the first Prince Palace was quite lacking compared to the other palaces. This garden was of course much fancier than the gardens of the nobles, but it was basic compared to the other gardens which were attended to on a daily basis. Attendant Nim. Cal heard someone stop him as he left the first Prince Palace to go see the Chief of Staff. It was the royal servant who had informed Cal about the attendants and chef earlier. The royal servant peeked toward the first Prince Palace and stealthily asked, He's kind of on the edge, isn't he? The servant did not specify who, but it was obvious that he was talking about Albaru. Cal smiled and responded. For reference, that smile seemed extremely clueless. Not at all. I'm sure he was a bit sensitive because his food was delivered so late. You truly have a big heart, Attendant Nim. The royal servant sounded full of admiration before he looked around. He then gulped and took another step closer to Cal. Attendant Nim. Yes, please be careful. The royal servant tightly clenched on his dirt-covered gloves as he continued to speak. I have nowhere to go, but it should be different for you, Attendant Nim. This first Prince Palace is dangerous. Cal's face turned serious. He observed the royal servant's face with a stiff look on his face before nodding his head. I will take your advice to heart. The royal servant seemed satisfied with that response as he nodded his head and smiled. I hope I didn't hold you here for too long. Please be on your way. Yes, see you later. Cal smiled back at the royal servant and quickly walked away. However, once he got a bit away from the first Prince Palace, he slowed down. Cal stopped walking and looked up at the sky. The emotions on his face disappeared. 15 years old Albaru, a lacking meal, the silent palace, old items, a royal servant telling him to go elsewhere, and the other royal servants and royal maids avoiding him. Cal's mouth slowly opened. He started to laugh. One corner of Cal's lips twisted up as he slowly lowered his head. He's no joke. A Hyang Nim is no joke. Sharpness appeared in Cal's gaze. The royal servant who had stopped Cal just now, Cal knew his face. That royal servant had currently changed his skin and hair color. That guy was a dark elf mage who was by Albarus' side with Tasha. To use the ink bottle, even I was almost fooled. The black liquid inside the ink bottle. That was not ink. It was dead mana. Cal could tell that the liquid tightly sealed in the ink bottle was dead mana because he had come into contact with it a lot, but regular attendants, officials, and even the knights probably could not tell it apart. Cal turned around. He could just barely see the roof of the first Prince Palace. He kicked them all out on purpose. First Prince Albaru Crossman. The 15-year-old had kicked people out of his palace on purpose. The remaining staff members were all disguised dark elves. Why did he do that? It was obvious. In order to grow stronger. Of course, the view of Albaru in the palace did not seem good based on how the chief of staff was acting. This was because the other prince's backings were wary of him and trying to prevent Albarus' growth as much as possible. As a result, his clothes, his appearance, everything made him look like a lacking prince. I knew it would be like this. Cal had no idea since when King Zed Crossman's affection had turned toward the third prince. What he did know was that Albaru did not have the king's affection right now. Furthermore, the current Albaru, he's sharpening his sword. He truly knew that it would be like this. Looking at it objectively, the crown prince should have faced a lot of indignity right now. He's probably preparing along the way. He's preparing for his counterattack. Of course, the test probably picked Albaru as the target because, objectively speaking, the amount and level of indignity he faced was serious. However, Albaru was facing a different kind of indignity than Rayan. Is this what they call the MC is hiding his strength? Albaru was feeling indignity, but growing and moving forward, in order to create the future that he wanted. Cal started to calculate the things that Albaru had done. The empty kitchen, food. The dark elves would naturally bring him nutritious things. However, he was probably maintaining the minimum physique required for sword arts because he needs to look skinny on the outside. The old things. Cal was certain that Albaru was using them for a long time on purpose. Would the dark elves who created an immense underground city in the desert not have wealth? Would they not have money to help Albaru? They did have it, but were not using it on purpose. The palace only with basics. What was the point of decorating it? He needed them to not pay any attention to him so that he could study magic and spear arts in the underground training ground. He's smart. Cal started to walk again. Albaru was currently working hard to overcome his indignity, and his efforts were not a waste. However, he is probably lonely and in pain. He only had a few of his own people, and there were enemies all around him. That was the truth. Should I start making a move too? Cal headed toward the chief of staff's office. So, you're saying. The chief of staff looked at the clueless attendant who had been annoying him since this morning and asked, "There were no attendants when you went to the prince's palace. You came to see me to tell me that." No, that. Are you trying to say that it is difficult to work alone or something? Attendant Cal peeked warily at the chief of staff before he cautiously answered. No, sir. I was just wondering whether I am working in the first Prince Palace today. Of course you are. Why else would I have told you to go deliver his food? Bang. The chief of staff must have been frustrated as he slammed his hand on the desk. Flinch. Cal purposely flinched, and the chief of staff smirked after seeing him looking scared. It made him feel a bit better. So, Chief of Staff Nim, hurry up and say it. Stop dragging things out. It's frustrating. I'm a busy person. The Chief of Staff had to hurry over to the third Prince Palace. Ruwal. Attendant Cal looked clueless as he rolled his eyes before he hesitated and answered. Since I am the only attendant there, does that mean that I am in charge? Cal then put on a slightly greedy expression. The old chief of staff's eyes clouded over for a moment. Look at this punk. The chief of staff barely held back a sigh while looking at this new attendant without any rank being greedy for the title of the attendant in charge of a palace. Things should have been obvious while looking at the condition of the first Prince Palace, but this guy's eyes had rolled over at the title of attendant in charge. If I use this punk properly, he might be quite useful. Putting such a clueless punk next to the first prince should prevent his growth. In addition, yes, it wouldn't be wrong to say that you are in charge. Really, this newbie attendant looked shocked but excited. Yes. However, you will need to inform me of any special situations for the first prince to discuss a decision with me, since you are still lacking experience. Ah, yes, yes, sir. Of course. Cal fervently nodded his head. In that case, may I take it that you have assigned me as the attendant in charge, Chief of Staffnim? Tusk, don't make me repeat myself. You take care of the first Prince Palace. The Chief of Staff barely held himself back from sneering. Things are going to go very well. This clueless fool, the idiot who didn't even know the first prince's age, would be in charge of the first Prince Palace. Forget chaotic, he would turn it into a total mess. You don't need to do anything difficult. Only take care of the basics like you are doing right now. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. The chief of staff emphasized the word basics so that the attendant does not do anything crazy. The basics that a new attendant would have learned would be things like taking meals over and maintaining clothes. Well, you seem promising. I believe you can become a great attendant. That is why I am giving you an opportunity like this. You know that, right? I will work very hard with gratitude, sir. Cal respectfully said goodbye to the wickedly smiling chief of staff and walked out. He started mumbling as soon as he was alone. Like hell I know. His footsteps were light as he quickly started moving around. Let's work hard. Cal first headed toward the best kitchen in the royal palace that was responsible for the king's meals. A lunch feast for his highness. The sous chef slightly frowned toward Cal, who answered with a clueless expression on his face as if he didn't know anything. Yes, please get it prepared. The chief of Staffnim has left me in charge. It's going to be tight. A feast for the prince. It was indeed a feast for a prince. It was for the first prince. But Cal did not tell the chef which prince he was talking about. He simply used the chief of staff's name to his advantage. The sous chef imagined what he wanted to imagine. I will come back on time if you let me know when it will be completed. I understand. Cal's footsteps were light as he exited the kitchen and headed toward the royal palace's material goods department. He pulled out a list he had written. You need all of this by tomorrow morning. The low-ranking official working opened his eyes wide. The list mentioned a desk and all sorts of other things made with the most luxurious materials. Cal sternly nodded his head. Yes, these are things that were determined to be necessary for the Prince Palace, and the Chief of Staffnim left it to me to handle. Yes, yes, he did. The Chief of Staff told me to take charge of the first Prince Palace, so I need to work hard to get the basic things done. I'll completely change the first Prince Palace around, taking care of the necessities of the person you serve. Wasn't that the basics for an attendant, even if he wasn't in charge? The low-ranking official looked at the list and frowned. There was nothing on there that he could not procure right away, but he would need to work very hard to get everything ready by tomorrow morning. It's probably needed for the third Prince Palace or the second Prince Palace if the Chief of Staff told him to get it. The low-ranking official decided he could get into the good graces of the Chief of Staff by doing this, and then peeked toward the new attendant in front of him. He looks dim-witted and seems to have no experience. There was no way such a punk would know these highest quality goods and create a list. Of course, he was wrong. Cal Henitus, as a member of the House of Henitus that was the wealthiest of the wealthy nobles, knew very much what was expensive. It was just that he wasn't picky and used anything that was there. I understand. Which palace should I send it to when it is ready? Ah, I will get here early tomorrow to guide you, sir. The low-ranking official chuckled at this clueless noob who obviously wanted to be involved and nodded his head. Do whatever you want. It's always nice to have an extra set of hands to move things. Yes, sir. I will be back tomorrow. The clueless attendant Cal walked out of the material goods department. I took care of his food and shelter. Should I head over to take care of his clothes now? Cal's third stop was at the royal tailor to order a ton of clothes. Of course, he did not mention which prince it was for, and used the chief of staff's name again. The outfit designer had no choice but to trust Cal's words. Trendy design and most luxurious materials. There was no way that a new attendant would know the special materials used for the royal garments. Of course, Cal Henitus knew about them. The designer watched Cal walk away and mumbled to herself. It must be for the second prince. The physique seemed to match the second prince's physique. Is the chief of staff extending his reaches to the second prince as well? Should I use this opportunity to ride the coattails as well? One corner of the designer's lips curled up as she got to work on the outfit. Cal headed toward the Royal Palace Library after stopping by all three places. He asked for books from the library and all around the Royal Palace while he was there. "Y'all be here for them tomorrow." "Yes, sir. His Highness asked us to get them. And the Chief of Staff trusted you to take care of it." "Yes, sir. Please trust me. I'm trying my best to work hard." "Sounds good. I will get them as quickly as possible." The librarian had a thought as Cal walked away. "I guess the third prince is going to properly learn the disciplines of kingship. That must be why the chief of staff was stepping up to take care of things." The librarian had no thoughts at all that it would be for the first prince. They had not had any request for books from the first prince palace since he was 10 years old. Where shall I go next? Cal went all around the royal palace like that. One or two places might check with the chief of staff. The people who were thorough or could not trust Cal would do that. However, other places might proceed with things trusting what Cal said without getting verification. He would normally never do something this rash. It's not reality. He would need to think about a lot of things if it was reality, but Cal did not want to sit back and watch his people suffer even in an illusion. And I need to make it big if I'm going to flip things over. That would make people think that this attendant was a crazy bastard and not mess with him. There was a simple reason Cal could be so confident. He did not do anything wrong and simply did his best to take care of his basic duties as instructed. It was just that the basics that the chief of staff was thinking about were different from Cal's thoughts about the basics. Then should I do one more thing? Cal moved to where the attendants mainly roamed. It was where the rumors for the royal palace were created. Cal started walking over and thinking about the rumor he would spread. The message was simple. The chief of staff is supporting the first prince. Nobody would believe it now, but who knew what would happen after tomorrow? Cal really did not like the chief of staff. Putting the political relationships aside, he should at least feed the young boy properly, and based on the things he had learned while walking around. It was true that Alberus' food had been poisoned. However, that incident was quieted out. Would the king know about it? Or maybe it didn't reach the king's level. Either way, the chief of staff was responsible. The chief of staff was the one responsible for the administration of the palace after all. Poison in his food. You can't do that to a kid's food. The corners of Cal's lips twisted up. "What is this?" Albrew Crossman raised his head after seeing his dining table that had not been used in a while, full of food. "I prepared a light lunch for you, Your Highness." Cal smiled brightly. Behind him were the attendants and royal servants from the king's palace kitchen, standing confused with trays in their hands. Their pupils were shaking, and their minds seemed to be quite chaotic right now. It was the same for Albrew Crossman. "Please eat before it gets cold, Your Highness." Only Cal was smiling brightly with the clueless look on his face. Anybody could tell that this was an accident caused by a clueless bastard who had no idea about the political relationships within the palace. In the quiet palace, where many things were taking place under the surface, one attendant was slowly lifting the veil on what was going on under the surface. He was doing it while smiling brightly, as if he had no idea about anything. Chapter 733. Pushing Forward Too Rashly. 3. Pushing Forward Too Rashly. 3. Sponsored content. Who prepared this? Cal responded brightly to Alberu, who asked with a stiff expression on his face. "I did, Your Highness." It was so bright it almost seemed radiant. Cal continued speaking to Alberu, who was unable to understand this situation at all. "The chief of staff left me in charge of this palace, so I plan on working hard to meet his expectations. Your Highness." He then smiled with a clueless look on his face, as if he didn't know anything. The attendants from the king's kitchen seemed to be at losses for words while looking at that face. I like this face too. It was a strong weapon that Cal had never considered. This kind of look was useful too. "Ha!" Albrew scoffed as if he finally understood before laughing as he sat down at the table. He then picked up his fork. peek. He peeked toward Cal before he started eating and mumbled to himself. This is going to make the chief of staff go crazy. He considered a few things in his mind before nonchalantly commenting to Cal while keeping his gaze on the food. Do whatever you want. Albaru didn't specify what this attendant was to do as he pleased. However, he couldn't help but look at the attendant after hearing this response. Yes, Your Highness, I will do my job. Albaru couldn't tell for a moment whether this punk knew something as he responded or was responding without knowing anything. He stared at Cal with an odd expression on his face for a while before turning away and quietly mumbling. It's been so long since I saw someone doing their job. Excuse me. Albrew shook his head toward Cal, who had not heard what he just mumbled. He had not said it for Cal to hear. It's nothing. Cal started speaking again at that moment. He spoke quickly, as if something suddenly came to his mind. Ah, Your Royal Highness. TL. So, Korean has different ways you can address royalty, and it hasn't made a difference in the novel until now. But it does right here, so that's why it is Royal Highness here versus Highness. For Albrew everywhere else, the atmosphere sank at that moment. It was the middle of spring. However, an extremely scary silence descended upon this warm room and made it feel quite cold. Your Royal Highness. That was a title only for the Crown Prince. Although it might be different externally, there was nobody internally in the palace who called Albaru his Royal Highness. The silence was broken. Ah, Your Highness. The attendant called Albaru properly, as if he had done nothing weird. Albarus' eyes clouded over at that moment. It wasn't a mistake. The attendant in front of Albaru was currently looking directly at him. The kitchen attendants and royal servants who were behind the attendant could not see the look on the attendant's face. That was why they looked astonished and were holding their breaths. However, this attendant didn't seem flustered at all. Your Royal Highness. He had not said that by accident. He was simply making it sound as if it was an accident. Albaru finally realized that the sharpness he had felt from this attendant for a moment earlier was his true self. He's hiding his true nature underneath this clueless face. He could not tell the true nature of this attendant. Would you look at this? The chief of staff took a wrong step. No, he's going to walk right into a swamp. Albaru quietly observed the attendant who had called him. He made it look as if he never heard Cal call him Your Royal Highness in the first place. Cal added another comment after looking at Albarus' calm face. There is no poison. Gasp. One of the kitchen attendants who had his head slightly bowed urgently gasped. PFFFD. Albaru chuckled once more. He knew that as well. He knew that there was no poison in this food. It was because this food was not supposed to come to the first Prince Palace. That was the reason Albaru had immediately picked up the fork. He calmly responded to the attendant. Get out. It was another order to get out. However, the tone wasn't as sharp as last time. In fact, it was just stoic without any emotion. Please summon me whenever you need me, Your Highness. Cal headed out the door after making that comment. The kitchen attendants and royal servants from the king's palace hurriedly followed behind him. Click. The door closed, and the most senior of the kitchen attendants quickly caught up to the leisurely walking Cal. What is the meaning of this? He would normally talk down to a newbie like Cal, but was paying attention to his tone because he heard that this attendant was in charge of the first Prince Palace. Cal answered brightly to the kitchen attendant, who could not hide his shock, anger, and anxiety. I just did my job. What? You might not know the situation in the palace enough. Cal raised his hand. The attendant subconsciously flinched at Cal's cold gaze. Please ask any questions to the chief of staff Nim. I was given the order to take care of the basic necessities of the first Prince Palace and have acted accordingly. You should be aware of it, sir. The basic necessities of a palace. The kitchen attendant naturally knew about the basic necessities of a palace, as he had been working for a long time. The chief of staff left such a thing to a newbie like this, and this guy is trying to get it all done without any issues. He couldn't decide whether he could understand the situation or not. I must make my leave as I am busy. The newbie in front of him walked away from him, and the other attendants following behind him. Ah, Cal stopped for a moment and added on with the clueless smile on his face. Please take good care of the meal again for dinner. The meal should be balanced nutritionally as His Highness is currently growing. He then hurried out of the palace as if he was late for something. Ho! The senior kitchen attendant was full of disbelief but could not say anything. The first prince was also a prince, and he was not in a position to be able to say no to this. However, he's not just a clueless punk. He instantly realized that the newbie walked away was no joke. How the heck are things proceeding? He got a headache. What should we do? He brusquely responded to his junior's question. What else? Inform the kitchen that we need to get dinner ready as well, and that it is for the first Prince Palace. Won't they get angry at us? Why would they get angry at us? The kitchen attendant had a crooked smile on his face. We did nothing wrong. I'm sure either the chief of staff Nim, who left everything to this newbie, or the sous chef Nim, who did not confirm the details, will take care of it. It is not our issue. Ah, he peeked at the attendants looking relieved and quickly started moving. I need to look into it. He needed to figure out the lay of things within the royal palace right now. He decided to look into this intangible flow of things as he had this unknown sense of dread. Cal, who had no idea about this and would definitely not care about it even if he did know, walked out of the palace. Excuse me, attendant Nim. Cal heard someone stop him. He turned his head to see the royal servant who had given him all sorts of information earlier in the day. Once again, this was a dark elf mage who was using dye magic. Attendant Nim. He barely caught up to Cal and was catching his breath. However, Cal seemed to remember something and started speaking before the dark elf could say anything. New furniture, materials, and outfits will soon arrive. Please help me as I don't have enough hands. Excuse me. The royal servant asked with a blank look on his face, and Cal slightly tilted his head. Excuse me. Cal was asking if the royal servant had not heard him, and the royal servant quickly shook his head. And nothing, sir. I heard what you said. You need help. Yes, I do. Cal sternly responded and asked the disguised dark elf, Did you need me for an urgent reason? Was it so urgent that he needed to stop Cal? The implied meaning was easily delivered. No, it is not. I just wanted to chat for a bit. Then let's chat later. I am busy today. Excuse me. Goodbye. Cal walked away with a stern tone that did not fit his clueless face. Cal needed to hurry right now. Should I avoid him for now? The chief of staff. He needed to avoid the chief of staff and the people in charge of the things he had caused. It's going to be chaotic. There should be at least one place in the palace to hide. Cal looked forward to the chaos that would start with this lunch and hurried to a spot where people would not be able to find him. Ho! The royal servant who was left alone watched Cal for a long time before lowering his head. This is completely unexpected. The royal servant's eyes sparkled sharply. He looked down the path that Cal had walked down before slowly moving. I need to report to Tash and him. The first Prince Palace had been quietly passing time as if it was dead. However, that place was getting rowdy because of a single attendant. We planned on quietly getting stronger, but the dark elf disguised as a royal servant smirked. This isn't bad either. The sun is setting. Choo-choo. Cal was eating a pie he had swiped from the attendant's cafeteria as he looked up at the sky. The sky was red as the sun slowly started to hide. Today, really? Cal thought about the day. It was the best. He had caused issues left and right during the morning and spent the afternoon hiding in a remote garden of the palace. It was the first time he had rested like this for a long time. He truly was an irresponsible attendant. That is why the chief of staff should have a headache right now. He needed to create a major incident for the first Prince Palace at least once. Shouldn't the people who ignored the first Prince Palace all this time get anxious at least once? Cal quickly finished the pie. Is it time to become Venian's lackey? The moment the sun went down, things slowly turned dark for Cal. It was time to go see Rayan instead of Albrew Crossman now. Cal's eyes slowly closed. He listened to his surroundings as he opened his eyes. Clack, clack. A carriage was moving. Cal had no questions as to where this carriage was headed. It's obviously headed toward Viscount Tulls's territory, the secret villa by the cave where Rayan was imprisoned. Venian Stan and his subordinates would be headed there right now. Cal looked out the window. The sun had set and night was slowly approaching. Who? Cal's eyes sparkled after taking a look around the carriage. I knew something seemed odd. Venian's back alley subordinate's right-hand man's right-hand man. Basically, this guy was Venian's lackey and someone who would not be treated properly by the group from the march. However, such a person was not riding in a luggage carriage or a shabby or regular carriage. The materials used for this carriage seemed quite sturdy and luxurious. Cal was riding in such a carriage alone. Well, Venian's lackey was riding in this carriage alone. As I expected, Cal immediately realized the reason. Cal could see the back of some knights' heads as he looked out the window toward the coachman. The knights driving the carriage. They were all Venian's subordinates. I mean, they shouldn't let others see these things. Cal's gaze headed toward the boxes located across from him. The boxes had no lids and were covered with cloth. The inside of a box was visible as a corner of the cloth had slipped. It's full of all sorts of things. Venny and Stan had a stealthy relationship with the back alleys of the Stan territory. What would such a bastard take to the Tulls Viscounty? Booze, gambling goods, etc. items that would complicate things for me if other people saw. The things Venian was going to enjoy were all in this carriage. That's why he would leave such a thing to the right-hand man of the back alley's right-hand man than leaving it to his knights. TL. Saying right-hand man repeated like this is so annoying. Enough repetition, author. He would expect this thug to protect this with his life. PFFFD. Cal chuckled and slowly moved toward some of the boxes. He made sure to keep his eyes on the knights in the coachman's seat as well as the window. It's not here. He frowned. He thought about it for a moment before looking around. There's no way a lackey moves around without it. It wasn't as if this punk was working in a just and honest environment. For a bastard like to this survive as the right-hand man of the right-hand man in the back alleys, as someone who would take care of all sorts of dirty deeds for Venian, he should have at least some of the things that Cal was looking for. Cal picked up a bag that was on the floor. This must belong to this bastard, as he remembered seeing it last night. He rummaged through the bag. Bastards like this cherish their life the most, found it. Cal found 2 small bottles wrapped tightly in this lackey bastard's socks. Anybody would be able to tell that these are not good things. Why? Cal took a small dagger out of his inner shirt pocket. There were some long needles wrapped in cloth as well. 2 small bottles of liquids, 1 dagger, and some long needles. Furthermore, this Venian's lackey was not very strong. It's obviously poison. Bastards like this always had a last resort in order to protect themselves. However, this bastard was still quite low on the totem pole. There was no way he would have expensive and precious poisons on him. He didn't have the ability to get such things. It must be sleeping poison or paralysis poison. It should be one of those two if he was fine just wrapping them in his socks. Well, it might be a slightly stronger poison as well. I need to test it out once. He needed to figure out what kind of poison it was. Cal thoroughly inspected the liquid inside the bottles. I can gather information during the day. The Roan Kingdom's palace. Finding information in there was not difficult if you knew how to go about it. Heh! Cal let out a chuckle. However, that smile quickly disappeared. How amazing. Cal was not tired at all despite not sleeping at all since last night. In addition, I guess the owners of these 2 bodies take care of things on their own while I'm in the other body. He was curious about how they went about getting things done, but didn't really want to find out. He was simply amazed that he was feeling so refreshed. However, his body's condition was not the only amazing thing. They're able to recreate His Highness and Rayan's memories so well despite the 2 of them not participating in the test. How amazing! This test was different from the former tests that had shown Cal his past. Let's not think that hard about it for now. Cal decided to focus on quickly completing these tests as that was his main goal. He made sure to avoid the gazes of other people as he quickly got to work inside the carriage headed for Rayan's cave. How did things end up like this? Cal had been thoroughly preparing things to smack Venian in the back when he greeted the dawn in the attendant's body. It had been a decently refreshing day until that point. Cal peeked at the spearhead that was pointed at his neck and then raised his head. What are you planning? Albaru Crossman. The young boy's gaze was cold as he pointed the spear at Cal. However, the tip of the spear was slightly shaking. PFFFD. Cal subconsciously chuckled. You're laughing right now. Cal gently advised Albaru the moment Albaru frowned and shouted, Your Highness, your hand must not shake when you are pointing your weapon. You cannot show the enemy your fear. 1 step. Albaru flinched and subconsciously took a step as Cal took 1 step forward. 15 years old Albaru Crossman. He looked intelligent, wise, and mature, but he was still young, tender-hearted, and a child who could point his spear but could not stab it into a person. I started moving early in the morning to work hard in my attendant job, so how did it end up like this? Cal thought about the past half an hour or so as he held back a sigh. Chapter 734. Pushing forward too rashly. 4. Cal had headed for Alberus' bedroom immediately after waking up and getting ready in order to act as the prince's close confidant and only attendant. However, Alberu was not there, and Cal naturally searched around for him. He was not in the bedroom, the study, and showed no signs of having left the palace. As a result, he headed for the basement training ground. He came with a towel, a cold bottle of water, and a cup. Cal was amazed at himself. I am working so hard. Wouldn't Crown Prince Alberu, who was probably standing outside the temple, be touched if he knew about this? Cal was proud of himself as he walked into the basement training ground when he immediately ran into Alberus' viciousness. How much do you know about me? Alberu pulled back his spear and asked Cal what he was plotting after seeing the towel and bottle of water in Cal's hands. Cal stopped thinking about how things had ended up like this and looked at Alberu. What Cal had said just now, Your Highness. Your hand must not shake when you are pointing your weapon. You cannot show the enemy your fear. Alberu had stopped shaking, potentially because of that comment. Instead, Alberus' eyes looked embarrassed for a moment before the emotion disappeared. Cal looked around the basement training ground. This place was shabby and crude compared to the basement training ground that Cal knew about. His nonchalant gaze headed toward Alberu. You should have hidden things a bit more thoroughly if you did not wish for me to see you like this, Your Highness. Alberu bit down on his lips. On the other hand, Cal smiled brightly. However, I believe that you purposely lured me down to this basement training ground. Am I wrong, Your Highness? There had been no obstacles whatsoever for Cal on his way here. Furthermore, the dark elf who was Alberus' sparring partner and his weapon arts master was not in the basement training ground. Alberus' gaze changed. Emotion slowly disappeared from his face, as if he had never been embarrassed, nor bit down on his lips. In return, the corners of his lips curled up almost mechanically. Your Highness, you can easily ask me instead of resorting to means like this if you are curious about what I am plotting. Cal smiled and Alberu lowered the spear in his hand. Towel. Alberu reached out his other hand, and Cal handed him the towel. Alberu wiped the sweat off his forehead as he spoke. Like this, he looked at Cal. Alberu cautiously continued speaking. It's been a few years since I've seen an attendant pay so much attention to the first Prince Palace like this. That was why I was wary of you, but also curious. He peeked at Cal and let out a light sigh as he continued. It's rare for something like this to happen to me. It's been too long since someone thought about the palace, and me. Yes, a long time since anybody even did the basics. Alberu was tightly clutching the towel. He seemed to struggle to say the following. That is why I don't know how to treat you. Should I trust you? I am not in a situation where I can easily trust anybody. Cal started to speak at that moment. Please don't lie, Your Highness. Alberu observed the man who was subconsciously smiling, even though his eyes were serious. You do not trust me at all, and furthermore, you had no thoughts whatsoever to trust me, Your Highness. Cal poured some water into the cup. Your Highness, you may be interested in me, but it is not a positive emotion, and you are planning on getting rid of me if I am an obstacle. This first prince, who lured the new attendant to the basement, training ground, to ask about his intentions, when they were alone, the first prince, who was alienated by everybody in the royal palace, and lived quietly, could not hide the chaos in his heart, as he debated trusting this attendant while asking about his scheme. However, he was telling the attendant that he didn't know what to do with the guy while looking as if he was contemplating it hard, to make it seem as if he wanted to trust the guy, but he could not due to the situation. This is fake. Cal held himself back from laughing. It had not even been a full day. Cal had just arrived at the palace. But Alberu Crossman, the guy who had lived his whole life in this palace, was contemplating hard because he wanted to trust this attendant. That would be looking down on Alberu, who had survived on his own in this large royal palace. Furthermore, he needed to have dark elves and dead mana by his side, despite the negative views on both by the Western continent. But he was going to put an attendant who had been here a single day by his side. Then this attendant could become a variable that could ruin everything. Alberu probably either wanted to kick Cal out of here as quickly as possible or keep him by his side to utilize as a pawn to hide himself from others. Surviving as Alberu has done meant that it was difficult to easily trust someone. Your Highness, Cal quietly spoke in the silent training ground, I will probably leave this palace quickly. It will be just as you wished. When Cal had first met this 15 years old Alberu, I am curious to know when you will leave. I will leave soon, Your Highness. Alberu had scoffed in disbelief, and sighed as he responded to Cal. I hope you leave as quickly as possible. Alberu easily remembered that response when Cal mentioned it. From the beginning until now, the prince looked at this attendant who kept saying that he was going to leave soon with an odd gaze. The attendant nonchalantly continued to speak as if he was responding to that gaze. And I plan on doing whatever I want until then. The prince did not hide his sneer. Are you sure it is not that you will be kicked out of the palace because you did whatever you want? Alberu was certain that if this attendant kept acting like this, he would get on the bad side of the chief of staff, or possibly even someone higher, and be kicked out of the palace. PFFFD. Cal chuckled at Alberu's sassy comment, Your Royal Highness. Again. Alberu couldn't help but frown because this attendant called him Your Royal Highness instead of First Prince or Your Highness. Do you wish to know what my plan is? Cal thought about, not this Alberu, but the first time he met Alberu in person in reality. The person in front of him preferred deals and contracts more than trust and faith. Cal would give Alberu what he prefers. Wasn't that the proper mindset of an attendant? I believe that you will become the next son, Your Royal Highness. The 15-year-old's face was stoic. However, there was an instant of chaos visible on his face at what Cal said next. That is how it is meant to be. Meant to be. Alberu wanted to ask if this guy knew what that phrase meant. However, he barely managed to hold himself back from asking. Cal knew what Alberu must be thinking, but feigned ignorance. Your Royal Highness, it is always darkest before the sun comes up. So are you telling me to overcome the darkness because the sun will rise soon? Is that what you are saying? Alberu sharply asked back. I'm not sure about that, Your Highness. I actually prefer the darkness. The attendant simply put on a sly smile with a clueless look on his face. However, he did not seem to be lying. One step. The attendant took another step toward Alberu. He then spoke almost in a whisper. He spoke quietly despite nobody being there to listen to them. When you become the sun, the attendant did not hesitate at all while saying those words. Please think of me at that moment. One step. Alberu took one step back extremely elegantly. He stood up straight and observed the attendant. Is what you just said your scheme? Alberu shook his head. I don't think that is all. That is for you to figure out, Your Royal Highness. For me to figure out. Alberu mumbled as if he was talking to himself, and Cal slightly bowed after watching him for a bit. Then I will get your breakfast ready, Your Highness. He then headed toward the training ground door. He heard Alberu's voice behind him. Make it simple. Cal turned his head to see Alberu with a radiant smile on his face. Yesterday's lunch and dinner was too much. That is not okay, Your Highness. Teenagers must eat a lot in order to grow. Cal sternly said what he wanted to say. 15 years old. You need a lot of nutrients at this time. Your breakfast must especially be hearty. I must now make my leave, Your Highness. Cal gave a short goodbye before efficiently leaving the training ground. He heard a sassy voice that sounded jovial behind him. I guess you really plan on doing whatever you want. Yes, sir. I plan on doing whatever I want. Cal wanted to give that response to Alberu and the person who came to look for him. Cal had come out of the basement training ground and was heading out of the First Prince Palace to go to the King's Palace when he ran into the Chief of Staff, who had rushed over here early in the morning. You bastard! The Chief of Staff could not hide his anger and his fists were shaking. He almost stomped over to Cal before pointing at him and screaming, You stupid idiot! Do you know what the hell you have done? The few attendants who had come with the Chief of Staff and the dark elves pretending to be royal servants at the First Prince Palace, all of them, kept their mouths shut after seeing that the Chief of Staff almost looked blue. Everybody except Cal. Yes, yes, I do, sir. Cal responded cheerfully. That clueless bright smile was on his face. I worked hard to fulfill the responsibilities you assigned me, Chief of Staffnim. What? When did you not tell me to do the basic necessities of the palace? Smile. Cal smiled. This was entertaining. The Chief of Staff looked as if he might have a stroke out of frustration. You little bastard, because of you I. What about you, Chief of Staffnim? Cal tilted his head and asked. What is it? Was there a problem? I made sure to follow all of the rules. The Chief of Staff's face turned red before it turned white at this trifecta of questions, and he slowly opened his shaking lips. You immediately, however, he could not finish his sentence. Chief of Staffnim. An attendant urgently ran over to the Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff naturally did not respond, as his eyes had rolled over from anger. There had been chaos at the material goods department, designer, kitchen, pretty much everywhere because of the things this attendant in front of him had done. The problem was that the chief of staff might receive the blame for everything if things went wrong. Chief of staff Nim, please. Later, the chief of staff tried to get angry as the voice called for him again. However, he couldn't help but flinch after seeing the clothes of the attendant who had called him. The attendant who had come to see him had the crest of the third Prince Palace. He was not a regular palace attendant, but a confidant. Chief of staff Nim. The attendant spoke quietly to the chief of staff, who was finally looking at him. You are being summoned. The chief of staff did not ask who was summoning him. It was obvious that it was the third prince or the third prince's backing, since this person was from the third prince palace. The chief of staff was more worried that it was the third prince's backing. Hoo-woo. He let out a deep sigh before turning away from Cal. I'll deal with you later. He then quickly started walking toward the third prince palace. The rest of the attendants followed behind him while Cal chuckled after being left alone. Nobody who says, "I'll deal with you later," is scary. He waved to the dark elf royal servants observing him and started walking. Will he tell me to quit by tomorrow? Cal fathomed when he would be kicked out before thinking about what he could do for Albaru before that happened. However, Cal was not kicked out for 2 days after that. Cal opened his eyes and smiled while looking at the sky turn dark outside the window. I've finally arrived. A village in Viscount Tull's territory. Cal opened his eyes in Viscount Tull's villa by the cave where Rayan was imprisoned. Although it was Viscount Tull's villa by name, it was realistically the house of Stan's secret villa. Venian's back alley right-hand man's right-hand man's right-hand man. He woke up in this body that he was now familiar with and started stretching. He looked at the place that was full of lights, unlike the darkness outside. It was near the cave entrance. This cave was naturally the cave with Rayan. I woke up right on time. Venian Stan was walking into the cave with a knight. Cal's eyes headed toward one side of the bed. He rummaged through his bag. The 2 bottles wrapped in his sock, he found out in the royal library that this was a paralysis poison. Cal put the dagger, the long needles, and bottles in his pocket. Boom, boom, boom. He heard someone pounding on the door and shouting in an annoyed voice. Hey, get out here now. Hurry up and get the booze ready. Do it before the young patriarch Nim gets angry. Cal had noticed in the carriage that was full of booze, but the owner of this body was the person responsible for procuring alcohol and things for Venian Stan's pleasure. All right, which should I mix into the alcohol? Cal thought hard about which of the 2 paralysis poison to mix into the drink to pull one over Venian Stan. Krieg. Hey, why are you so slow? Why do you have such a serious look on your face? Are you sick? Cal smiled as he responded. Not at all. I am in great condition. Cal truly was in great condition and was feeling refreshed. Chapter 735. Pushing forward too rashly. 5. Make sure you get the Black Mountain brand. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Cal responded energetically to Venian's right-hand man's right-hand man. Get it ready as quickly as possible and bring it to the kitchen. The superior to this Venian lackey that Cal was possessing right now seemed to be in quite the hurry as he rushed off to do his own thing. Cal started humming as he walked. Nobody looked at him suspiciously. He walked into the part of the villa with the mages and made a comment. I am coming in to grab something for the young patriarch Nim. The mages peeked at Cal and turned away without responding. They were acting as if they had nothing to say toward someone like Cal, who worked in the back alleys. They just didn't question his actions because they knew he was Venian's lackey. It's over here. Cal openly grabbed a magic tool. Please get some rest. He made that sincere comment before heading toward where the alcohol was being stored. He only drinks the highest quality stuff. Cal grabbed a few bottles and headed into the kitchen. Let's go. Yes, sir. Cal followed behind Venian's right-hand man's right-hand man. Clunk, clunk. They were both holding trays with freshly made food. Of course, Cal had placed a bottle on the tray as well. The young patriarch Nim is not in a good mood today. You know what to do, right? Yes, I do. Cal gave a short response as they arrived in front of the cave where Rayan was imprisoned. Hello, sir. The guy who seemed to be Cal's superior, or Hyung Nim, bowed respectfully as soon as he saw a knight. Cal bowed as well, and the knight looked at them and the trays with an arrogant gaze before nodding his head. Thank you very much. The 2 of them thanked the knight and entered the cave. Damn, his head is so stiff when he's barely standing guard. Cal just let the grumblings in one ear and out the other. Instead, his senses were focused in front of him at the inside of the cave. Venny and Stan and 3 years old Rayan should be in there together. Venny and Stan were said to enjoy his meal while watching Rayan being tortured. He devoured the meals as if the torture made it delicious. He looked as if he was quite entertained. He savored that moment. Cal and Rayan had given Venyan the same treatment in the past, and now it's very bad. Cal might have to personally watch Venyan Stan's damn sadistic meal. Hurry. At the end of the cave, Cal could hear Venyan's right-hand man frowning toward them and ordering them to hurry. Next to the right-hand man was the torturer who kept guard over this prison and maintained it. Why are you being so slow? He heard a relaxed voice at that moment. Inside the open cage door, there was a luxurious table with a fancy tablecloth. There was also a soft leather chair. This fancy setup did not suit a prison. Venny and Stan was seated on the chair with his legs crossed, looking forward. He looked extremely elegant without any flaws. Everything down from his clothes to his posture was perfect. In front of him was a curled-up black dragon with all sorts of small injuries. The dragon glared at Venian with his dark blue eyes. However, his legs and neck were shaking after being cuffed by mana-restricting chains. Hurry up. The bastard who came with Cal urged him on as he entered the metal cage. He was already setting the food on the table. Cal kept his head down and followed behind him, but didn't care much as to how he placed the food on the table. Get started. Venny and Stan gave that simple order before leaning back against the chair. Yes, as you wish, sir. The bastard who set the table urgently rushed to one side of the prison and grabbed a whip. Cal's gaze headed toward the whip. It was at that moment. What are you doing? Venny and Stan spoke while still looking down at Rayan as Cal's superior silently mouthed toward Cal with a pale face. Hey! He looked back and forth at Venian and the right-hand man outside and silently shouted. The booze. Cal finally picked up the bottle. His eyes noticed the cup in front of Venny and Stan. It seemed as if his role was to serve the alcohol. It was to make sure that Venian's cup was continuously full so that his pleasure is not interrupted. The bastard with the whip looked relieved once Cal picked up the bottle. He sounded excited, as if he was trying to change the mood. I will make it a great spectacle today, sir. Please enjoy. He seemed to think that he had Venian's full trust as he stood there with the whip. The bastard who shouted confidently smirked as he approached Rayan. Rayan did not even look at him as he continued to glare at Venian. Venian looked back at Rayan and smiled for the first time. Now I'm getting an appetite. He then picked up the cup. However, there was no alcohol in the cup. Venian's glabella twitched and one eyebrow rose, but he was still only looking at Rayan. It was as if everything else around him was not worth even looking at. Ha! He heard someone's sigh-like laughter at that moment. Tap. The bottle was placed back on the table. Cal twisted his body and raised his leg the moment Venian's gaze turned, not at him, but at the bottle. Clang! The cage door was closed. It could open at any moment since it wasn't locked, but he could at least buy himself some time. No emotions were visible on Cal's face. The bottle that he had placed back on the table, just now the paralysis poison was mixed in that bottle. It was one of the two poisons that this Venian's lackey had on him, the one that would slowly paralyze his body. I was going to use the weak one so that I could slowly watch him get paralyzed. Cal used the opening he had from people being anxious at the sudden situation and moved without any hesitation. I just can't. Both of Cal's hands moved. Hey, what the hell are you doing? One of Cal's hands grabbed the other bottle in his pocket. The other hand grabbed Venian, who was next to him by the back of the collar. Venian and Cal made eye contact for the first time. How dare you? What do you think you? As Venian opened his mouth with rage, what else? PFFFD. Cal laughed and moved the hand holding the bottle. Bang! The top of the bottle broke after being slammed against the armrest of the chair. Cal picked up the bottle and shoved it into Venian's mouth just before it spilled. His rough shove made Venian's mouth open, and the liquid flowed right down his neck. Ah! Venian groaned, and the bastard holding the whip approached Cal with shock and rage. You crazy son of a beach. Cal smiled. There was one thing he liked about this body. This guy is stronger than I am. He must have done a lot of physical labor rolling through the back alleys, as his physical strength was surprisingly decent. Of course, it was severely lacking compared to knights and warriors. However, he still packed a bit of a punch. Cal used this benefit effectively. Bang! Cal picked up the bottle of alcohol from the table and slammed it down against the anxious bastard who had come forward without even preparing the whip for use. Ah, the bastard stumbled, and Cal swiped the whip from his hand. He then headed toward the cage and tied the door with the whip. This was done to buy him some time. Outside, call the night outside. Venian's right-hand man shouted and approached the cage. He was doing whatever he could to enter the cage. Are you ducking crazy? Cal ignored his voice and turned around. The bastard who had been stumbling was charging toward Cal again. I'm going to kill this son of a beach. He was shouting loudly as well. Cal sighed and chucked the dagger in his pocket. Ah, I am lucky. The dagger stabbed into the guy's calf. You bastard, do you really think I will fall just due to a stupid dag? Ah. The guy who was rushing forward with the dagger in his calf suddenly stumbled to one side. The stabbed leg was not moving for some reason. He heard a wild beast-like groan at the moment. Grrrr, he turned his head. Venian was plopped down on the table, unable to control his body. However, he barely managed to raise his head to glare at Cal. Ooh, he seemed to want to say something, but his lips were slightly shaking. Clunk, clunk, clunk. The noise of the others trying to untie the whip and open the cage door was getting louder. You son of a beach, you're going to die a terrible death once I get in there. Venian's right-hand man shouted with a devil-like look on his face when he heard a nonchalant voice. It's deadly poison. Venian's eyes instantly opened wide. He looked at Cal, who had calmly spoken without any hesitation. Smile. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. Your whole body is not moving right. You will die in the next 30 minutes. Of course, this was a lie. The poison in Venian's body was a paralysis poison that would stop working in 1 hour. The only difference from the poison in the bottle was that it worked quicker and instantly paralyzed the person. Cal ignored the people who were gasping in shock as he headed toward a part of the prison. The black dragon's eyes were observing him. Cal didn't even look at the dragon as he put his hand in his shirt pocket. Before the night got in here, he needed to hurry. Clunk, clunk, deadly poison. What about the antidote? Venian's right-hand man, the boss bastard of the owner of Cal's body, shouted in a shaking voice. Naturally, I have it on me. Cal then took a magic tool out of his shirt pocket. It was the item he had picked up before coming here. Venian, who realized what it was, tried to move his paralyzed body. His face, clothes, and body was slowly getting dirty with the food and spilled alcohol. I guess you recognize this. Cal mumbled as if he was responding to Venian's groaning, but did not turn around. He grabbed the black dragon's neck instead. The dragon glared at him, and Cal moved his hand without any hesitation. Click! The dragon's eyes opened wide. The magic chains around his neck were cut by this magic tool. Cal let go of Rayan's neck and grabbed his front paws. Click, click, both front paws were freed. Click, click. Rayan's back legs, the ones that were tied down to this prison, were now freed as well. No, the boss bastard knew that Venian wasn't the problem anymore. There was a bigger issue now. The dragon was released. The chains restricting its mana were removed. It had fully gotten its freedom. The dragon was no longer able to be imprisoned. He was quick to realize the situation as he was the boss. He stopped trying to open the door that was almost opened and subconsciously stepped back. What is going on? Young patriarch Nim. What the hell? Move. 2 high-grade knights ran over with their subordinates. They pushed the boss aside and tried to look into the cage before they froze. It could not be helped. Black mana fluctuated and roared next to the young dragon, whose injuries still had not healed. The black dragon looked down at his front paws as he clenched and opened them over and over. The young dragon raised his head and observed the guy who had freed him, despite being one of the terrible bastards. This terrible bastard he had seen multiple times until now was smiling extremely brightly. He truly seemed happy. That bastard then said in a joyful tone, "You're the strongest here now." Chapter 736, pushing forward too rashly. 6. Choi Han was so frustrated that he was almost going crazy. Deputy Section Chief Kim, what's up with you lately? Why can't you even do something so trivial properly? Ha! The person sitting across from Choi Han sighed and could not hide their frustration that was probably even worse than what Choi Han was feeling. No, the woman across from him was wiping her eyes with her hand and biting her lips a few times, as if sighing wasn't enough to calm her frustration, and commented in a tired voice. You can go. She seemed as if she didn't even have the strength to talk anymore. Choi Han slightly bowed his head and returned to his workstation after realizing the suffocatingly tense office atmosphere that he had created. Plop. He clenched his eyes shut as soon as he sat down on his chair. I don't know any of this. Choi Han. He had woken up in the body of someone named Kim Hyun-soo. This ordinary office worker, Kim Hyun-soo, was a single man in his 30s. He seemed to have lived with his parents before, but he was living in his family's villa alone after his parents returned to the countryside. Kim Rok-soo. The target of Choi Han's indignity test was Kim Rok-soo. Choi Han had imagined Earth after the cataclysm as soon as he heard the target's name. Kim Rok-soo had lived quite a difficult life in his early 20s. However, the world he came to was Earth prior to the cataclysm. That was the start of Choi Han's headache. Choi Han had lived in Korea tens of years before Kim Hyun-soo. Furthermore, he was finding it hard to adjust to Kim Hyun-soo's career since he only lived here until he was 17 years old and a freshman in high school. Choi Han would have been more familiar with the world after the cataclysm. However, that was not the issue. How was he supposed to find Kim Rok-soo? This was not a time where he could find someone's personal information easily just because he knew their name and their age. It was even more difficult for a stranger to learn information about a child. It wasn't as if he could just lurk around the nearby elementary school. I thought that they might be relatives since they both had the Kim family name. But forget relatives. Nobody in Kim Hyun-soo's phone had any relationship with Kim Rok-soo at all. He had opened his eyes during the weekend and looked around the neighborhood he lived in, but had not seen even a glimpse of Kim Rok-soo. He had no choice but to go to work on Monday in order to gather information. It was now Thursday, and he had been doing his best to live as Kim Hyun-soo, but this was unbearable. There isn't much that I can do. This was not a world with sword masters, nor was it a place with a mercenaries guild. There was naturally no information guild either, and Choi Han was trying to gather information through this errand services center. It is hard to find any connections to Kim Rok-soo at work. Going to work was so painful for Choi Han. Putting the knowledge of the subject matter aside, there was too much he did not know, including cell phones and computers. Choi Han felt that he, as he was now, could not live in Korea. Choi Han loosened his tie out of frustration. I will focus on my goal for now. Kim Rok-soo, when he was even younger than on that time, was a time of indignity. Choi Han could not hide the ominous feeling building up inside of him. I will quit my job. He searched through the internet to find out how to write a letter of resignation. Choi Han pulled that envelope out and got up from his seat. Later that evening, Choi Han had submitted his letter of resignation and dragged his tired body back home. Office work is harder than swinging the sword. Choi Han truly was exhausted right now. Kim Hyun-soo's body was weak. Of course, it was stronger than Cal's body. Let's go buy some ramen. Choi Han headed toward the neighborhood market and mart. He would eat first before doing anything. Wow, really? It was at that moment Choi Han overheard a voice that made him stop on his way inside the mart. Two women were standing by the discounted items located outside. They were frowning while chatting with each other. No, Mr. Kim really fell deep into gambling. Mr. Kim. Choi Han couldn't help but stop whenever he heard that family name. Exactly. He's asking anybody he knows if he could borrow some money from them. Apparently his eyes look hollow and he reeks of alcohol. My goodness. Anai, then is Mr. Kim Seung-jung not working? How can he work when he's like that? The older-looking middle-aged woman snorted and shook her head before lowering her voice. But isn't there a kid in his house? I heard that he brought his distant relative. The woman who was chatting with her covered her mouth with her hands. My goodness, then that is a bit concerning. The middle-aged woman turned her head and made eye contact with Choi Han at that moment. Choi Han slowly walked past them and into the mart as if he didn't hear anything. The tired office worker's gaze slowly sunk and turned sharp. Kim Seung-jang. He brought a distant relative to live with him. He had a feeling about this. Choi Han returned to his villa and opened the door to the room that used to be Kim Hyun-soo's parents' room, but was now being used as a study. Krieg. There was a wooden sword and a fruit knife in there. These were the first things Choi Han bought after coming here. He was not a regular Korean person anymore. He didn't have common sense about this place, nor did he know how to act in society. Choi Han's only choice was to move according to his own methods. He picked up the wooden sword and touched its blunt blade. Kim Seung Jang Choi had made up his mind while quietly mumbling that name. I will take care of him my way if he is as I expect. He was hoping for the night to end quickly. Once Friday morning arrived, Choi Han met a child. The child was extremely skinny and looked as if he had starved. He only had an old and thin jacket despite the cold spring weather. However, he looked clean. Of course, the kid seemed to have done it himself, as there were some missed aspects. Is your name Kim Raksu? Choi Han could not look away from the child's eyes as he asked. The child's eyes were extremely deep, but sunken so low that he could not feel anything from them. Choi Han continued talking despite not having heard a response yet. Have you eaten? He thought of that question for some odd reason. Cal started to think. Should I not have said that he is the strongest here? He got cold sweats. He turned his gaze. The knights outside the steel cage were frozen stiff without any of them daring to move. Boobababoom. The cave was shaking. The black mana coming out from the young dragon in front of Cal was causing it. Destroy everything, the young dragon mumbled those words with his face full of rage. The problem was that Cal seemed to be a part of his targets. I guess this makes sense. It was true that Cal took the chains off. However, this body had helped out quite a bit as Venian's lackey to torture Rayan. A Rayan isn't soft-hearted enough to be betrayed by someone, even if he is off alone. Cal had that thought as he opened his mouth. Yeah, destroy it. The already silent cave became even quieter. Even Venian, who was plopped down on the table, raised his head from the table to glare at him. His eyes were full of shock. Cal didn't care and shouted with excitement. This is an illusion, and it isn't my body anyway. Destroy everything. Destroy me too. But you should probably destroy the cave and let it break everything instead of getting blood on your front paws. The black dragon's jaw slowly dropped. A high-grade knight outside the cage shouted at that moment. Are you crazy? Cal calmly responded. Yes, I am crazy. What? Cal looked at Rayan and enunciated clearly despite the others looking at him in disbelief. I am doing this because that son of a bitch annoys me and I hate this body. I'm just being capricious. I'm annoyed at everything. He didn't want Rayan to feel any burden or guilt. Cal looked at the dragon's body that still had injuries and said it as brightly as possible on purpose. So, destroy everything. It was at that moment. Smirk. One corner of the dragon's lips curled up, and the dragon's eyes created two beautiful crescents. Boom! The cave shook violently, and Venian channeled all of his strength, as humanly as possible, to barely shout. You SHTTY reptile who has only lived a life of trash. You will be recaptured soon even if you escape. He was shouting at Rayan. However, the black dragon simply chuckled and waved his front paw. The dragon had no hesitation or awkwardness after finally getting the moment he had longed for so long. Boobababoo-woom. No, we must rescue the young master nymph first. Hurry, send the rescue signal out. Holy SHT. All sorts of voices mixed together as the cave shook so wildly that they could see it shake. Drip, drip. Chunks of broken rocks started falling from the ceiling. Crack. The walls and ceiling of the cave started cracking and splitting apart. I guess I will pass Rayan's part of the test now. Cal thought that one of two indignity tests should be completed since he was able to get Rayan out of his terrible situation. Then will I spend both day and night as the attendant. He thought that that wouldn't be bad either. Then he should be able to take care of Alberus' test in a day or two as well. Cal snapped out of his thoughts after suddenly feeling a chill. Ha! He subconsciously stumbled back. The black dragon was right in front of Cal now. The cave was now like an explosive that was ready to blow. The black dragon came over to Cal and waved his front paw. Pow! Ah! Cal felt black mana wrap around him just as he felt a skinny front paw smack him on the back of the head. I will keep an eye on you for now. Rayan mumbled, and Cal slowly noticed things going dark. This is Cal immediately realized what had happened. I fainted. He either fainted or was under a sleeping spell. The black dragon had made up his mind to observe this Venian's lackey, who was one of the terrible bastards, but seemed to have gone crazy. This is an unexpected direction. Cal wondered what would happen to the indignity test now. However, his body fainted before he could think any more. Cal had never expected that he would ever faint at Rayan's hands. Blink. He faced a different reality as soon as he opened his eyes. I guess I open my eyes on the other side when I faint. Cal woke up in the attendant's body and got off the bed to head toward the window. He could see the silent night of the palace. This is good. Cal had things he needed to do at night anyway, so he took off his attendant's uniform and put on the black outfit that he had prepared in advance. I've already selected the route. He had not gone to the palace library just to learn about the poison Venian's lackey had on him. There was one other reason as well. Alberu Crossman. He was a bit of a complicated individual. He wouldn't think that he overcame his indignity because I gave him some good clothes, food, and items. It needed to be something more fundamental, something that would change Alberus' overall mindset, something that would make it so that Alberu would not feel indignity no matter what happens, and just consider everything to be a temporary obstacle. He needed to think about something that could set the foundation for Alberu to become like that. The library. Cal had gone to the second basement level of the palace library with Alberu in the past. The secret area that was only known to the Crossman King, no, the patriarch of the House of Crossman, that basement area, was where the truth about the fact that the House of Crossman did not receive the blessing of the Sun God was hidden. Instead, they were being observed as the bloodline of the ancient White Star. If Alberu was to find that out right now, he would think a bit differently about his situation, where he needs to hide his dark elf blood and naturally start to accept himself more. I need the Crossman insignia to get to that second-floor basement. To be more specific, he didn't need the royal seal, but the seal handed down to the patriarch of the House of Crossman. Alberu had received it from King Zed and shown Cal that area, but King Zed Crossman should still have that seal in this world. Cal was not confident that he could steal that insignia, especially in this attendant's body. That was why he was planning on bringing Alberu secretly here at night, tell him about how to open the area, and let him know that such a thing existed. That was his plan. Cal, who was stealthily infiltrating the area around the library at night, after having observed it for a few days, couldn't help but frown. Who are you? The current King Alberus' father, Zed Crossman. He was pointing a sword right at Cal's neck. He inspected Cal's face a bit before commenting in a casual voice. Are you that punk who is causing a ruckus in Alberus Palace? Cal's eyes clouded over. Do you know who I am, Your Majesty? Zed Crossman knew about Cal. No matter how much ruckus he was causing in the palace, he was just a rookie attendant. This meant that Zed Crossman was completely aware of Alberus' situation, so it wasn't that he had no interest in his son. Cal had a feeling that he might learn something he didn't know until now. It was something that perhaps even Alberu didn't know about. Chapter 737. Pushing forward too rashly. 7. Pushing forward too rashly. 7. PFFFD. Zed Crossman dryly laughed before pulling the sword away from Cal's neck. Toward Cal, who asked him if he knew who he was, the king boldly showed his back. How would I not know what is happening in my palace? SHHHHHHHH. A gust of wind blew past him at that moment. Cal could see people slowly appearing from the trees nearby the library. SHHHHH. Zed raised his hand, and another gust of wind appeared before those people disappeared. No, they were just not visible anymore. Cal was sure that they were still here. They were the shadows that protected the king. Cal only focused on Zed despite having seen these shadows. He knows everything that happened in the first Prince Palace. This could simply mean that he knew all of the ruckus that Cal had caused. No. However, Cal could feel it. This isn't that kind of simple answer. The king said that he knew everything that happens in the palace. Those words were extremely deep despite having been said so nonchalantly. The only people visible right now were Cal and the king. Cal did not question why the king had to be here of all days. He was curious about something a little more fundamental. He was done analyzing the information. Cal asked, since this was an illusion, then you must know of the Dark Elves as well, Your Majesty. Zed Crossman stopped walking. He turned around and quietly observed Cal. Not bad. Cal had to hold back a gasp that wanted to burst out after hearing that short response. He knew about them. He knew about the Dark Elves. Zed Crossman knew about the Dark Elves and even the Dark Elf blood flowing through Alberus' body. Furthermore, he knew how Alberu had lived since he lost his mother. The corners of Cal's lips twisted up as soon as he realized that. This guy is no father. He asked another question. There was even less hesitation in his voice. Do you care about the first prince, Your Majesty? Zed responded without a second of thought to this question that could have seemed quite daring of a question to ask. How could a king make his decisions based on affection? Cal's twisted lips curled up even more. Zed Crossman was not a father. He was simply a king. He had no affection for his heirs. He simply had an air he cared for on the outside. Why is it that you are responding so honestly to me, Your Majesty? Cal already knew the answer. Because I am going to kill you. As I expected. Zed's eyes showed emotions for the first time after seeing Cal's calm face. You truly are not bad. Cal gently shrugged his shoulders, despite this act potentially looking disrespectful. He didn't have much to say. Cal was feeling a different emotion right now. I didn't know Zed Crossman was this kind of person. Outside this test, the Zed Crossman that Cal knew had given all authority to Albaru and was like an old man doing nothing. He was still king, but he would have to give the position to Albaru whenever Albaru decided that he wanted it. Of course, Zed Crossman was still too young and healthy for him to call him an old man. Cal had thought until now that King Zed had been unable to suppress Crown Prince Albarus' power and had naturally or been pressured to hand everything over to Albaru. I was wrong. However, seeing this Zed Crossman made Cal become curious about the thoughts of that old man in the palace. This guy in front of him was no pushover. Just take a look. Albaru would never imagine, even in his wildest dreams, that the king would know about his current situation and the Dark Elves. The second prince's people, the third prince's people, all of the Roan kingdom's nobles around them, none of them might know about Zed's true face underneath this mask. Wow. Cal gasped in admiration. I guess you really are related. Albaru Crossman truly did have similarities to Zed Crossman. Of course, they had a lot more differences. Zed Crossman. Cal could not look away from Zed's eyes after facing this other side of him. His eyes seemed empty. Cal had a feeling as soon as he saw those eyes. This isn't good. Zed Crossman was someone Cal could not get along with for many reasons. You're not curious as to why you must die. Zed didn't seem to care about Cal disrespectfully mumbling to himself in front of the king and asked his own question. The contents of the question were not very good for Cal, but the person who would respond to it wasn't someone who would care about something like that. Isn't it because I was trying to break into the library at night, Your Majesty? Cal causing a chaos with the first Prince Palace at its center. The current Zed Crossman was just letting it happen. This was the same in the future. What Cal did was just a single episode to someone like that. He would not be interested in that. The library and the secret of the royal house of Crossman buried in the basement, something at this level, would be a reason for Zed Crossman to kill a simple attendant. Cal would never have searched the area around the library had he known Zed was this kind of person. That is correct. That is the reason you are going to die. Zed nonchalantly commented as if it meant nothing. Why were you trying to go to the library? What you are suspecting is probably correct, Your Majesty. What I am suspecting is correct. Zed walked down the path near the library's back door and stopped in front of it. Click. He opened the back door without any hesitation as he asked, Are you aiming for the second basement level? You can't go in there without the insignia, Your Majesty. I was just going to look around the library before heading back. Cal boldly talked about the House of Crossman's secret. Huo, you know about the insignia as well. Zed commented as if he was interested, but his face remained stoic. The combination of his expression and tone seemed quite odd and unfitting. Cal walked and stopped in front of Zed, who was standing in front of the open back door. Cal spoke nonchalantly with a smile on his face. He was no joke either. Yes, Your Majesty, I do know. You need the insignia only given to the head of the House of Crossman to get to the second basement level. That's correct. Zed nodded his head. That is why I am certain now. Cal's eyebrows slightly rose up. Certain about what? I must let you live. Zed smiled. It reminded Cal of Albarus' elegant smile. Cal had an ominous feeling. This is dangerous. Zed was saying that he must let Cal live, but his intuition that was developed from years of experience was telling him something. This is even worse. I am in danger right now. Cal immediately reached his hand toward Zed. He had a reason for coming this close to Zed. This was an illusion anyway. It would be better to hold on to the king if something happened. Although the test was fake, this was not Venian's lackey's body, so he felt iffy letting this body die because of him. He had no intentions of doing that anyway. Ah! However, Cal saw a hand reaching out from behind him and covering his mouth. Cal's mind turned hazy as soon as he took a whiff of whatever was on the cloth that covered his mouth. At that moment, King Zed he let out a low chuckle before walking up to Cal and whispering so quietly that only Cal could hear. You are not a hunter. What? Hunter? Zed's eyes looked extremely vicious, like that of a predatory beast, as Cal slowly lost consciousness. A burning fire filled those once empty eyes. Anybody would think that these were not the eyes of a king, but of a tyrant. Cal soon lost consciousness, and Zed stoically looked down at Cal before turning around and heading into the library. His guard carried Cal and followed behind him. Krieg. The library back door started closing, and Zed turned around and observed the darkness outside for a moment before turning his head. An attendant trying to go to the stone room in the second basement level. The fire was gone, and his eyes were empty again. Zed disappeared into the darkness within the library, not as King Zed as the public saw him, but as his true self. Tap. The library back door closed completely. Quite far away from the library, a person who had been watching all of this could not say anything or even move from behind this tree. Alberu clenched his eyes shut while covering his mouth with his hands. He had noticed the attendant while leaving the basement training ground and stealthily followed behind him from a distance. He had seen the king talk to Cal. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, though. He was too far to hear what they had said. He seems to be in danger. He could tell that the attendant seemed to be in danger. He could also tell that King Zed knew that Alberu was hiding here, but pretended not to know. Alberu knew it was on purpose. What should I do? He had not been able to see the king very clearly because of the distance, but he seemed different than the king that Alberu knew. He had felt an odd unfamiliarity. He was still young at only 15 years old. Alberu didn't know what to do in this situation he was facing for the first time. Blink. Huff. Cal took a deep breath as he opened his eyes. What the hell is going on? He urgently spoke in a tired voice. His mind was a complicated mess. Yes, it is possible that Zed Crossman knows about the hunters. No, it is extremely likely that he knows about them. The fall of the House of Thames, Cal's biological mother's family, there was probably something hidden in their perfect disappearance, and the king was probably related to it. Cal thought about the situation just now. He must have lost his consciousness because of Zed's shadows. What a headache. A huge variable suddenly appeared. King, that was the name of this variable. Should I just flip everything over? It was at that moment. Ruwal. Cal looked down at something touch his hand. It was still between dusk and dawn, with the sun not being up. A fruit rolled over and stopped in front of his hand. Ruwal, Ruwal. Other fruits rolled over as well. Cal turned his head. The reason he could speak out loud to organize his thoughts as soon as he awoke. What are you looking at? The black dragon viciously glared at Cal as it rolled some fruit toward Cal. Roll, Ruwal. Fruits rolled over and filled the area around Cal. I do appear on the other side if I faint. Cal didn't think much of it and picked up a fruit. Crunch. He could taste something sweet as the fruit juice filled his mouth. Booba-ba-boom. Cal finally looked around after hearing loud noises coming from a distance. He saw a mountain crumbling in the distance. Cal subconsciously mumbled to himself, I know that mountain. The mountain with the cave where Rayan was imprisoned, that mountain was crumbling in front of his eyes. Cal moved his eyes to look at the black dragon who was glaring at him. The black dragon closed his eyes a bit and brusquely commented, I flipped it over. Wow, Cal subconsciously gasped. That was the reason he said the following. I wonder if the king would say anything if I flip things over. The black dragon looked away from Cal and responded, what kind of nonsense are you talking about after waking up? However, Cal was being serious. Cal opened his mouth while looking at the rising sun. Knock me unconscious again and take me toward the forest of darkness. The black dragon frowned as if he was looking at a crazy bastard, but Cal simply continued speaking. I go a bit crazy when the sun comes up. Just ignore me when the sun is out. He then waved his hand and said goodbye. See you at night. Blink. Cal closed his eyes again and then opened them. It was time to wake up as Alberus' attendant and not Venian's lackey since it was morning. MMPH, there was a gag in Cal's mouth and he was tied on a chair. Am I confined? He tried to look around, but it was too dark to see anything. Where is this place? Cal couldn't tell where this was. Wasn't I taking the indignity test? How did I end up in such a situation? It was at that moment. Be quiet. He heard a familiar voice scold him before someone walked over with a small light. It was someone Cal had not expected at all. Alberu Crossman. Alberu was completely covered in dirt. His face seemed to be asking himself if he was really doing this. He seemed to be questioning whether he should go back. Alberu walked toward Cal with an extremely confused look on his face. Chapter 738. Pushing forward too rashly, 8. Ha damn it. Albrew sighed continuously as he stealthily approached Cal and removed the gag. Your Royal Highness. Albrew instantly frowned. Duck. What Royal Highness bullshit. Extremely crude language flowed right out of his mouth. However, Cal was not someone who would care about that. Why did you come here, Your Royal Highness? Ho! Albrew looked at the guy who was tightly bound to the iron chair and had a gag in his mouth until just moments ago. Is this bastard out of his mind? He truly thought that that was the case. This guy looked calm and refreshed, as if he had gotten a good night's rest. He seemed relaxed without any signs of fear or wariness. This attendant looked perfectly normal while tightly bound to the chair. He definitely looks like a crazy bastard. Albrew started to regret his decision. Should I not have come? Duck. Crude language came out of his mouth again, and Cal shook his head. Your word choice is extremely crude, Your Royal Highness. I should just stop talking. I was crazy. Albrew could not hide his lamentation. Cal looked at Albrew as if he was amused. Why? It was because Albrew was talking like that while still freeing Cal with a dagger he had pulled out from his pocket. Why did they make this so tight? Do you not understand what is going on? Cal immediately responded to Alberus' casual question. I was imprisoned by His Majesty's guards. I will probably die soon. They'll probably kill you too if they catch you doing this, won't they? Ah, they might not kill you because you are a prince, but I cannot be certain about that. His Majesty is extremely difficult to read. So you do understand the situation. Yes, Your Royal Highness. I'm pretty good at things like that. Should I just leave this guy here? Cal just ignored the words Albrew mumbled. He knew Albrew would still do everything he needed to do despite his grumbling. How did you come here, Your Royal Highness? Cal looked at the area that was visible thanks to the magic light that Albrew brought with him. He couldn't see everything, but he could tell that he was in a prison-like area surrounded by stone walls. This is the first basement level of the library. I see. Did you follow me? Albrew hesitated for a moment before responding to Cal's nonchalant question. Yes, I did follow you. That was good, Your Royal Highness. You must verify things when you are suspicious of someone. Albrew looked at Cal, as if he was looking at an impossible-to-comprehend creature before peeking at Cal's cold gaze that did not match his calm demeanor. He then lowered his head and focused on getting Cal free. Of course, he was responding to Cal's question as he did that. His Majesty left the library early in the morning, so I waited for a bit before coming here. Cal realized that Albrew called King Zed His Majesty instead of Royal Father. You snuck in here. I needed to get here before the librarian showed up. You are quite skilled, Your Royal Highness. Ha! Anyway, I came here because the only place you can really hide someone in the library is the first basement level. I found you in the corner room. Cal's expression turned odd again. So this is how the library's basement looks like. That's right. The first basement level in the library, the first basement level that Cal knew, was a place used to store books and held rare books compared to the other levels, because the books here needed to be stored with magic. That was why it had the highest grade facilities and was as bright and nice as the area above ground despite being in the basement. It's a mess. However, the current first basement level had no source of light and seemed separately only by these old-looking stone walls. There was so much dust that even Albrew was covered from head to toe. I guess there is a lot of dust. That Albrew stopped for a moment before responding. I ended up like this because I stealthily came here thinking that there may be traps or someone on guard. Albrew looked as if he had crawled on the ground to get here. Of course, it had all been for naught after realizing that there was nobody here. A 15-year-old like him, who had no experience in things like this, had to choose to be as cautious as possible. That was good, Your Royal Highness. Cal truly wanted to praise the young boy's judgment. However, Albrew did not hear the praise as praise. SHHH. Cal stood up and inspected his body after all of the ropes were released. Not bad. He didn't seem injured. Albrew hesitated for a moment before speaking. It was something he realized after noticing that there was nothing and no one in this first basement level. His Majesty probably knows that I came here to rescue you. There's no way that he wouldn't know. Cal turned toward Albrew. That is why please tie me back up when you leave. What? Albrew scoffed in disbelief. Cal nonchalantly commented. Will you take responsibility for this? No. Can you even take responsibility, Your Royal Highness? Albrew shut up immediately. As this clueless attendant in front of him mentioned, he had no power to take responsibility for the things that would happen after taking this attendant away, since the king knew what he was doing. The things he had weren't even the tiniest of embers in front of the king. Still, that was all Alberu managed to say. He knew that it would be advantageous to ignore that this attendant was here, but he could not do that. How can I leave a person who is willing to be tied back down and be held captive? How could he ignore such a person? Alberu would not be feeling like this if the attendant asked Alberu to quickly untie him and help him escape from here. However, this attendant was saying that he would get bound again. He didn't want any harm coming to Alberu. He was willing to do this despite knowing that he could die. Why? Why is this bastard doing all of this? Is it because he's looking to mooch off me if I become king in the future? That wasn't it. This bastard wasn't interested in things like that. Alberu was smart enough to figure that out. Anyway, please tie me back later, but come with me first. What? Alberu stopped thinking and looked at Cal after hearing these sudden comments. Cal moved his wrists and ankles to check that he was okay before calmly walking out of the room he was imprisoned in. Krieg, there is at least an old door hanging here. He turned around and reached his hand toward Alberu. Your magic light, please. Alberu handed the magic light to Cal and watched what he was doing. As I expected, Cal calmly walked around to look at the first basement level. It's here. Cal gave a brushing glance to a corner that had an oddly long shadow. It's the same. What are you talking about? Cal started walking quickly instead of responding to Alberu's question. It was not the first basement level he remembered, but the size and structure was pretty much the same as the original. That means that this place was neglected for a while and turned into the basement I know in just a few years. Cal was not curious to know why it had suddenly changed like that. But it is weird. The first basement level in the Royal Library he knew had cutting-edge technology, but looked as if it had been maintained for quite a while. I guess that's just how I felt about it. He was fully aware that this test was one based on Alberu's past. Your Royal Highness. He stood in one spot and turned toward Alberu. What is it? Aren't you curious to know why I need to die? Alberu responded with silence. Cal stomped on the ground with his foot. Right here. In the past, Cal had followed Alberu. That was how he was able to get to the second basement level to where the House of Crossman's secret was buried. They had headed directly from the first basement level to the second, but it was easy for someone like Cal, who knew the shape of the library, to have a good idea as to where the second basement level was located. That was why, underneath the spot he was standing at right, now underneath here, is the reason I need to die. The stone room in the second basement level, the location where the words the Sun Guard left for the House of Crossman, was located the truth about how the Roan Kingdom's Crossman royal family was being watched by the Sun Guard, instead of having her blessing furthermore. The fact that the ancient White Star was an ancestor in the House of Crossman, the fact that the darkness that the Sun Guard is keeping an eye on is not the dark elf blood, but the demon world. It was where all these things were hidden. It is also where information that would be helpful to you is hidden, Your Royal Highness. Alberu observed Cal with his mouth shut. He looked as if he didn't know what to say. At that moment, please break this with magic. Alberus' eyes opened wide. Magic? How would I know how to use magic? I don't know how to use magic. That was what Alberu was trying to say. Your Royal Highness. The attendant shook his head. The fact that you can use magic, I figured it out immediately after seeing the dead mana. Alberu groaned. He brushed his face with his hands. How did you dead mana? The tips of the young boy's fingers started shaking as soon as he heard those words. Cal added another comment at that moment. You can cause an incident. What? Alberu looked up to see a calm look on the attendant's face. The dead mana. You don't need to hide it. Alberus' reflection in the attendant's eyes could not hide his hands from shaking. Alberu could not see that reflection as he observed the attendant, the blonde hair of the House of Crossman that has received the Sun God's blessing. You don't need SHT like that. There is no Sun God's blessing anyway. What are you, dark elf blood? People have a negative view of it right now, but it won't be a problem. The young boy stared at the attendant as if he was suffocating, but the attendant bowed respectfully before looking right into Alberus' eyes and speaking. All of the answers are down here. Alberu subconsciously gulped. However, his mouth was so dry that there was no saliva to swallow. His heart was beating wildly. The Sun God's blessing is useless. He knows my connection with the Dark Elves. Everything sounded absurd, but it kept echoing in his ears. Please go wild. I will take responsibility for it. It was because the attendant was talking like this. The truth was in the attendant's eyes. His eyes were saying that he really would take responsibility for this. Albaru had seen some people who said that they would help him, but it had been a long time since he had seen anyone who said that they would take responsibility. Mother. As he suddenly thought about his mother, Albarus' eyes opened wide. You smile. Cal smiled at that moment. I knew it would be like this. A blade was pointed right at Cal's neck. Behind him was someone who was completely clad in black clothes, so that only his eyes were visible. The corner that had an oddly long shadow had a shorter shadow now. I knew it would be like this. Zed Crossman was someone who was watching over everything. There was no way someone like that would miss Albaru and Cal's meeting. It was obvious after seeing that he let Albaru get to the first basement level. He probably anticipated what I was going to tell Albaru Crossman and wanted me to do it. However, he sent his subordinate to keep an eye on us and to interject in an urgent situation. For example, when Cal accurately located the second basement level and tried to destroy it. When did they? Albaru looked at another of the king's shadows that was behind him and could not hide his shock. He was bad in these areas probably because he was still young. Cal calmly commented, I am sorry, Your Highness. Albaru stopped being shocked and looked at Cal. I hope to see you again in the future. He sounded as if they would never be able to see each other again. Albaru opened his mouth to say something. MMPH. The shadow standing behind Albaru covered Albarus' nose and mouth with a cloth at that moment. Albaru took a whiff of what was on the cloth and immediately figured out that it was the same thing that was used to knock this attendant unconscious earlier. He opened his eyes wide to not lose his consciousness. Your Royal Highness, please remember just one thing. Albaru looked at the attendant after hearing his voice. Please don't trust the king. He was telling Albaru not to trust his father. Don't trust me either. The attendant didn't want Albaru trusting him either. Then Albaru could feel his words getting slower. His body slowly became heavier. The king's shadows still did not say anything. Can they not talk? Albaru had this random thought, but still heard the attendant's voice clearly. Who could he trust? The attendant responded to the question Albaru did not manage to finish in a refreshing voice. You have your aunt, Aunt Tasha. There were also the Dark Elves. As Albaru was about to think about them and trust yourself, Albaru flinched. Emotions appeared on his face after hearing what the attendant said next. You're already a good person, Your Royal Highness. Wonderful, talented, cool. This was different from those things. A good person. Albaru frowned. The young boy's closing eyes observed the still confidently smiling attendant. The young boy realized it at that moment. A person who trusted himself, this attendant was that person. He was able to put on this confident smile because he trusts himself. The smart young boy smiled at that moment. It wasn't all nonsense. The moment he saw the king's shadows, Albaru realized that his father allowed him to meet with the attendant and that he purposely gave them a chance to speak. However, the shadows had made their move. In fact, they had done it urgently. This meant that the attendant told him something big, something that potentially had to be a secret. The attendant's words and actions make it highly likely. Furthermore, the young boy realized something else as well. The king knew about everything. Everything about him, the Dark Elves, and even the dead Mana he knew about all of them. However, the king let it be. He let it be, huh? That was why the young boy realized it. I'm not someone who is a hindrance to this kingdom. That is why the king let me be. I am not wrong. I did not choose incorrectly. The young boy who was dreaming of becoming king subconsciously clenched his fists as he lost consciousness. As the king's shadow carefully caught the falling young boy, who are you? Cal turned his head. The blade that was threatening Cal had disappeared. Pat. The first basement level turned bright at the same time. Cal could see Zed Crossman walk down to the first basement level with shock on his face. He did not hide his emotions, as if he heard something unexpected. The second basement level, it doesn't seem like you came to look for the stone room. Have you been in there? Cal's attention was elsewhere when Zed asked that question. 1/2 indignity test completed. You have provided the target, Albaru Crossman, with the clue, confidence, to transform his indignity. Modification necessary for the remaining 1/2 test. You will be transported after the modification has finished. Cal raised his hand. I don't have much time, so I will only give a simple explanation of the core details. So please listen carefully. What did you just say? Zed looked at him with disbelief, but Cal motioned toward the unconscious Albaru with his chin and added on. Don't mess with a kid who doesn't know anything. Cal had said that he would not bring any harm to this Albaru, even if it was an illusion, so he was planning on finishing things properly. Current modification level 1. He was also in a hurry. Even if it was just a test, shouldn't he get Rayon out of his indignity as quickly as possible, too? I will not repeat myself. Cal had his head tilted to the side as he stood face to face with Zed. Now then, time for a scam. Do you know about wanderers? The ones known as single-lifers or tribulators, they could become guards. However, the term that was used to call the ones who give up on becoming a guard or wishes not to become one wanderers. The wanderer that Cal knew about was Choi Han's elder, the first dragon slayer, Choi Gun. Chapter 739, pushing forward too rashly. 9. Cal did not miss the instant when Zed's pupils slightly shook. It was a short moment where he was so shocked that he could not control his expression. Wanderers, I have no idea what you are talking about. Although Zed fixed his expression almost immediately, you do know. He should know about wanderers since he knows about the hunters. A thick smile appeared on Cal's face. Zed let out a deep sigh before responding. I can't figure you out. Does your mind come and go? They really did wake me up once before knocking me back out. During the time when Cal fainted and went over to Rayon's side until the sun came up, Zed seemed to have seen the true owner of this attendant's body. Yes, your majesty. I am not in my proper mindset right now. Ho! Zed scoffed in disbelief. However, his gaze was cold. I thought that it was an act or that you had dissociative identity disorder or something. It's a wanderer's ability. Zed was providing answers to himself. Yes, I guess it is possible for you to control someone else's body if you are a wanderer. Wanderers are people who gave up on being guards anyway. Their abilities are bound to be unique and scary. Cal smiled and looked up at the sky for a moment. Modification 25. The percentage was going up quite quickly. I looked into your background, and they said that you were a clueless attendant born from an average family. But they said that it felt as if you were a completely different person the last few days. It was especially different when the sun was up and when the sun was down. There is no time for you to mumble to yourself. Cal rudely ignored Zed's comments. What's he going to do about it? Would a wanderer be scared of a king? Actually, Cal was not very scared of the king despite not being a wanderer. This was just an illusion after all. I am a wanderer gathering information about the hunters. Okay, that's all the explanation you get about my situation. It was an extremely lacking and insincere explanation. It's my turn to ask the questions. Cal walked toward Zed. The shadows flinched, but he ignored them. Your Majesty. Modification 57, the House of Crossman was a puppet, weren't you? Zed's pupils were shaking violently. Cal did not need a verbal response after that. The ancient white star must have been used by the hunters. Cal had thought that it was weird for a while. The white star, who was currently embraced and imprisoned in the golden plaque, he had chosen to take on the curse of endless reincarnation in order to become a god. Cal had thought that the white star was able to prepare all sorts of things in the long span of over 1.0 years, thanks to the repeating reincarnations. However, he started having other thoughts after meeting the sealed guard in the first illusion test and gathering new information. The god of death had said the following. Furthermore, he is T, trying to make the T. Temples appear in numerous worlds. The sealed guard's temples would appear in all sorts of dimensions to swallow people's despair and make the god of despair stronger. The sealed guard of despair was unable to do something as big as traveling through dimensions. He was only able to do that with this test as a medium. That means that someone is helping the sealed guard regain his powers. Those people had the power to travel through dimensions. Cal had seen someone travel through dimensions as freshman Kim Rock-Soo. They were the hunters. Furthermore, the guard of despair was originally a hunter. The answer is obvious. Cal put the pieces of information together. The unranked monsters and the guardian, also the temple, there are hunters helping the god of despair to make these things appear in different dimensions. Basically, the white star might think that he did everything on his own, but the hunters had influenced him whether he knew it or not. The things that the hunters have done to assist or maneuver things in a certain way maybe hidden in the series of things that had happened without Cal nor possibly even the White Star and his subordinates knowing about them. And would that only apply to the current White Star, the ancient White Star? It was truly weird now that he thought about it. I was able to gather multiple ancient powers because I had the information from The Birth of a Hero, the book. Cal Barrow, the current White Star, had spent 1,000 years to find and gather ancient powers. However, the ancient White Star had numerous ancient powers, strong powers at that, from the beginning. Of course, it was possible that he was born with them, similar to how the super rock or fiery thunderbolt and the other people of ancient times. But it's weird. How could one person be born with so many different and extremely strong powers? Furthermore, how would he have decided to aim to become a god out of nowhere and gathered the necessary forces? This is only possible if he was receiving assistance we don't know about. And the people assisting him, the hunters. Cal stared at King Zed and continued speaking. Of course, I am sure that the ancient White Star desired to become a god. I guess it is possible that he cooperated with the hunters. Based on the things that the ancient White Star had done, he didn't seem like the type of person who would be fooled and used. Whether their relationship was cooperation, one-sided use, or even a master-servant relationship, nobody knew what it was. However, the hunters do not show up in history, and only the ancient White Star fell. One step. That was the distance between Zed and Cal. Isn't that why you loathe the hunters? Zed raised his head. Ha! He let out a deep sigh. A terrible bastard was seduced by the stories of another terrible bastard, and made a deal with that terrible bastard before he was shunned by him. The ancient White Star was seduced by the stories of the hunters and made a deal with them before the hunters shunned him in the end. Cal wanted to hear more details from Zed. He wanted the truth and not his deductions. Modification 91, however, he had no time. That was why he asked this question. Where are the red bloods? He was poking around. The wanderer Choi Gun told Cal to make sure to find the red blood household. They were a hunter household that was said to have perished. No emotions appeared on Zed's face, but Cal smiled. So you do know. Zed's eyes looked extremely chaotic at that moment. The smile on Cal's face finally disappeared. He poked around a second time. You do know. Zed finally realized that the original So You Do Know was Cal poking around. He realized his mistake and tried to fix his expression. Modification 95. Cal really had no time now. This illusion would end soon. It's fine. He had earned everything he could earn. As for the White Bloods, this was the household that had betrayed the hunters. Cal had debated whether the House of Crossmen was the White Bloods. However, would a household who betrayed the hunters have been able to create a royal family like this? Zed showed hostility toward the hunters, but didn't seem to show any signs of wanting to run away from them. That was not the actions of a traitor. I'll ask about the White Bloods back in the real world. Zed Crossman. Cal now had a reason to meet him in the real world. Actually, he had many reasons. Modification 98. Cal asked one final question. Your Majesty. Zed's blank gaze, his eyes that had been full of rage against the hunters, that was why it was weird. The ancient era's White Star was their ancestor almost 10,000 years ago. Why would anybody care now that someone so long ago was betrayed in a deal with the hunters or shunned? Was it something worthy of the king's wrath? There should be a different reason. There must be a different reason. That was why Cal chose these as his final questions. Are you scared of the hunters? He was trying to figure out the king's inner thoughts. Did they threaten your life? He was so angry at the hunters and loathed them, but he had not shown any signs of going against the hunters even after Albaru became the crown prince. He simply spent his days as an old man in the backroom. He chose to hide instead. Cal didn't know whether that was to create an attack that would surprise the hunters or to hide in fear. Cal's gaze sank coldly. Or was someone close to you killed by the hunters? An instant. Zed's eyes were burning up with anger for an instant. However, the king responded calmly. There is no need for you to know. However, Cal saw it. Modification 100 completed. The king's eyes moved to look at Albaru for an instant before moving back. Who had killed the crown prince's mother? Her death was said to have been a mysterious death. Your Majesty, I will see you next time. Commencing transportation to target Rayan Muro. Cal was dreaming of the slacker life, but he wanted to rest a bit. But he looked at the sleeping 15-year-old boy for a moment before bidding Zed farewell. The next time he saw this man, I will hear everything at that time. Zed urgently opened his mouth. Get him. Cal closed his eyes. One of the king's shadows grabbed him, but he just scoffed. Like hell you're going to get me. How the hell are you going to grab my conscience? Blink. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. MMPH, he was tightly bound against a wooden pillar. There was a gag in his mouth as well. There was a black shield with the wooden pillar at its center, and Cal saw a familiar forest landscape. Cal instantly figured out who had done this to him. He truly is a vicious dragon. He sulked his head and waited for Rayan. He then realized something. Choi Han should be here since Rayan was only 3 years old right now. This Choi Han would be the one who would not have felt the warmth from the villagers of Harris Village yet. There's no way they would meet, right? It was at that moment. Bang! Cal urgently turned his head after hearing an extremely loud noise. MMMMPH. Some of the trees in the forest disappeared like dust, and he could see Rayan and Choi Han fighting against each other. I am a strong dragon. Ha! Is it a young dragon now? Egu my head. Cal just closed his eyes. However, it was already too late. You woke up. Rayan suddenly spoke seriously and ignored Choi Han to immediately fly in front of Cal. Ha! Choi Han looked at Rayan in disbelief. You were the one who provoked me first. His voice sounded full of shock, but the target of his frustration had already flown over to glare at Cal, who stood there with his eyes closed. Cal could feel Rayan's gaze even with his eyes closed. He cautiously opened his eyes. You're in the right state of mind this time. Cal flinched at Rayan's comment, but Rayan simply floated around Cal. He looked like a ferocious beast observing his prey. You were the terrible bastard earlier. I can't leave that bastard alone. Rayan was unintentionally differentiating between Venian's lackey and Cal. Cal subconsciously opened his mouth after sensing the vicious aura. Ha ha, hi. Rayan quietly observed Cal with a scowl while Cal spoke excitedly. We're already at the forest of darkness from that far away. You shouldn't have even known the coordinates. You're amazing. The young dragon's tail slightly flinched at that moment. Choi Han approached Cal with an odd expression on his face. It's a person. It's a real person. That blank voice oddly sounded vicious to Cal. The test voice echoed in his mind at that moment. You have discovered a clue, praise, to help target Rayan Muru forget about his indignities. A clue, praise. Cal thought about Albaru from a moment ago. You have provided the target, Albaru Crossman, with the clue, confidence, to transform his indignity. Confidence was the clue for Albaru Crossman. Then what was the clue for Rayan? Will it come up if I keep praising him? This test's voice is surprisingly nice. It's guiding me toward how to pass this test. Starting from the beginning, the indignity test had been different from the others. Choi Han clenched his eyes closed before opening them back. He saw Kim Hyan-soo, his current face, frowning through the mirror on the refrigerator. You have discovered the clue, food, to cover up target Kim Rok-soo's indignity. You have discovered the clue, warm home, to cover up target Kim Rok-soo's indignity. You have discovered the clue, clean clothes, to cover up target Kim Rok-soo's indignity. You have discovered the clue, abundance of food for dinner, to cover up target Kim Rok-soo's indignity. How the hell must he have lived? Choi Han was suppressing this intense emotion inside of him while standing alone in the kitchen before fixing up his expression and heading toward the living room. Kim Rok-soo, who was watching cartoons and eating chicken, was looking up at Choi Han with clear eyes. Here, take the cup. I'll pour you some Coke. Choi Han knew how to order food for delivery now. Thank you very much. Choi Han could not help but feel pity while looking at Kim Rok-soo respectfully thank him. Whether this was an illusion or not, it seemed as if he'd need to fatten this kid up first. Chapter 740. Pushing forward too rashly. 10. Do you want to eat more? I'm okay, sir. Choi Han quickly moved the bread behind him after hearing Kim Rok-soo's response and took some fruit out one by one. What about these? It's okay. I'm full. How could you be full after eating only a few pieces of chicken? Choi Han suppressed the emotions that wanted to burst out of him as he took out an apple pie. Kim Rok-soo's young eyes looked baffled as he watched, but Choi Han did not see it. I need to buy him some new clothes too, but first, I need to feed him more. Choi Han had checked the balance in Kim Hyan-soo's bank account in advance. Although this was an illusion, he was only going to use a portion of the money since he felt sorry for the owner of the body after submitting a letter of resignation on his behalf as well. Furthermore, although he didn't know anything about modern Earth, he still had some social common sense. I can't leave Kalnim as he is right now. Choi Han placed a slice of apple pie and some orange juice in front of Kim Rok-soo and recalled his first meeting with Kim Rok-soo. Choi Han had told the young Kalnim that he was Kal's father's hoobie at work in the past, and Kim Rok-soo had come with him. Even if I said that I would give him food and buy him chicken, how could he be so innocent? Choi Han was at a loss for words at young Kal's innocence and pureness to follow him after hearing such a groundless excuse. Of course, the young Kim Rok-soo did not believe anything Choi Han had said, but had come with him because he did not want to go home. There was no way Choi Han would know that. Rok-soo. Yes, mister. Choi Han flinched for a bit after being called a mister, but he responded with a stern look on his face. Next time, you must never follow someone you have never met before. Even if they say that they will feed you, you must never follow them no matter what. Do you understand? Kim Rok-soo looked at Choi Han with a slight look of disbelief before nodding his head. Yes, sir, I won't follow them. Good, what a good boy. The young Kim Rok-soo's face turned even more baffled, but Choi Han did not notice as he was thinking about what that eccentric voice had told him a bit earlier. You have discovered the clue, food, to cover up target Kim Rok-soo's indignity. You have discovered the clue, warm home, to cover up target Kim Rok-soo's indignity. Food, a warm home, clean clothes, and an abundance of food for dinner. Choi Han quickly figured out the answer after gathering these clues. There's only one thing that the young Kalnim needs: a home, a new home or shelter. He was currently having a painful and humiliating childhood at his relatives' hands. He needed to be pulled out of there. It could not be a short-term or limited solution. Choi Han looked at the apple pie-eating child with pity before looking at the wooden sword at the side of the room and making up his mind. He'll need to learn about orphanages tomorrow. Or maybe there's a child support agency. Furthermore, he needed to go visit Kim Rok-soo's house. That guy who was said to be addicted to alcohol and gambling ill at least need to see his face. His gaze slowly became colder as he looked at the wooden sword. Cal decided to take care of one problem first. Please untie me. He was still tied to the wooden pillar. HMPH. The black dragon snorted and turned his head away. SHHH. Then the rope tying Cal slowly released. Choi Han was watching this absurd situation in shock before he ignored the black dragon and quickly approached Cal. Tang. However, a black barrier appeared to stop him. What the hell? The black dragon had cast the barrier to stop Choi Han. He was preventing Choi Han from approaching Cal. Choi Han and the black dragon made eye contact. The dragon's dark blue eyes sparkled. You are too strong compared to that terrible bastard. What the heck is he saying? Choi Han grumbled quietly before turning toward Cal. His eyes then opened wide. Boom! Ah! Cal dropped down and fell on his butt. Cal rubbed his butt and grumbled as the dragon and Choi Han stared at him. What are you looking at? Of course, he could only mumble without looking at them because the dragon looked vicious while Choi Han looked oddly scary. He didn't want them to beat him up. Forget the physical pain, he would feel immense shame if he was hit by these two now. It really is a person. Choi Han's pupils were shaking slightly as he said that in a low voice. He looked stoic, but the tips of his fingers were shaking. Of course I am a person. This is the forest of darkness. Cal took a look at Choi Han's appearance before adding on. Are you living here? He continued speaking as if he didn't know anything. Or did you come from Harris Village? Maybe you are a knight dispatched from the Henitus territory. Choi Han's eyes were full of chaos. Village, territory, what do you mean by that? He flinched for a moment before mumbling to himself. I can talk to him. Now that I think about it, the language I am speaking is he looked as if he didn't know what to do as his mind was quite chaotic. Cal was coldly observing him when a young dragon's face that was extremely skinny burst up in front of him. Why did I need to come here? Cal flinched at the dragon's face that completely covered Choi Han and subconsciously stepped back. Boom, ah, his back hit the wooden pillar. Tusk, how clumsy. Rayon tried to sound serious again as he looked at Cal from head to toe. This feels so different. Cal felt weird being treated like this by Rayon. However, he soon frowned again. Gruyumble. It sounded like thunder in his stomach. Cal suddenly felt extremely hungry. Venian's lackey did not seem to have received any food from Rayon. He raised his head and looked at Choi Han and Rayon. This was the dangerous forest of darkness, but he should not have to worry with the two of them here. I am hungry. Rayon sighed. Listen to this guy. He then looked at Choi Han. What do you want? Hand over some food. Rayan was demanding food from Choi Han as if it was nothing. Choi Han looked at Rayan with disbelief, but Rayan motioned toward the southwest with his chin. There's a village that way. Go get some human food from there. I hate humans. That is why I will not go to that village. What? You hate humans, but you are demanding that I go get food for a human. Choi Han looked at Rayan as if he made no sense. Oh, Cal felt a bit delighted seeing a Choi Han who was completely different from the Choi Han he knew. Choi Han is less pure before feeling the warmth from Harris Village. If he's like this, he won't be stabbed in the back by anyone out in the world. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Choi Han flinched after seeing the smile before looking away from Cal and lowering his head. Did you say that there is a village outside the forest in the southwest direction? The shaking in his voice could not be hidden. It was understandable. This was before Choi Han had gone to Harris Village. Honestly speaking, Choi Han treating Rayan and Cal like this despite that was enough to tell Cal that Choi Han was extremely patient and pure. If it was Cal in Choi Han's shoes, the moment he saw a dragon he could communicate with, furthermore, the moment he learned about the existence of others humans and a village nearby, he would have grabbed this person in front of him or the dragon by the collar and ran to the village. Yeah, but do you really live here? This is one of the dangerous forbidden regions, so people don't come here. Choi Han clenched his eyes shut while listening to Cal's comment. I'll go get some food for now. He then walked in the opposite direction of the village. He was headed toward a part of the forest that was covered in trees and dark from the shade. Cal realized Choi Han was doing this to buy himself some time to control his emotions and looked away from him. He then flinched after seeing Rayan staring right at him. This dragon truly was more vicious as a 3-year-old than as a 4-year-old. Why did you make me come here? The dragon asked Cal a question. There aren't many people here, and there are lots of strong things. The forest of darkness. This place that the dragon had ended up coming to was extremely dangerous compared to the other places he saw while flying here. It was understandable that it was called one of the forbidden regions. Most importantly, to this human in front of him, this place is completely useless to you. This human would not be able to survive here on his own for even a day. The terrible bastard responded without any hesitation, but it is a place you need. The dragon subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Cal did not care and continued speaking while looking around. This is a good starting point for you to learn, grow, and figure out the world. This place would not be dangerous for Rayan despite being a forbidden region. In fact, the existence of the monsters would be helpful for Rayan's growth. This should be a suitable place for you to build your home. Home. Rayan's tail slightly flinched the moment Cal said that word. Cal did not notice as he got up and brushed the dirt off his clothes. And the punk from earlier, he's in a similar situation as you. He doesn't know much about the world and spent a long time alone. The black dragon's gaze turned toward the northeast side of the forest for a moment. Choi Han had not gone to look for food yet and was hiding in the darkness created by the trees of the forest. The dragon knew it, and Choi Han knew that the dragon knew it. Cal was the only one who didn't know. You won't be lonely if the two of you are together. Both of you are strong, so nobody will be able to easily mess with you guys. Cal didn't know the clue to help Rayan get past his indignity. He simply wanted to give Rayan a family. Well, it shouldn't be too bad if you are together. At least you won't be bored. Of course, he had no intentions of forcing it. He was just going to create an opportunity for it to happen. The dragon quietly observed the gentle smile on Cal's face. He was sure that this terrible bastard had no idea that he was smiling right now. The dragon opened his mouth after a long time. What about you, me? Cal chuckled. It's not a good idea for you to be with a terrible guy like me who loses his mind from time to time. Don't you think so? Why would you ask such an obvious question? Yes, yes, indeed. He could not leave a bastard like this Venian's lackey next to Rayan. Choi Han, who did not know the ways of the world yet, might end up learning the illegal things first as well. That was why Venian's lackey had to disappear far, far away. By the time I take this guy far away, Rayan's heart should be filled with something other than indignity. Cal nodded his head with satisfaction. It was at that moment. Boom. Cal looked down in shock after suddenly hearing a loud noise and feeling the ground shake. The black dragon had slammed his two front paws on the ground. Why is he acting like this? Cal slightly cowered at the dragon, who suddenly looked angry. I'm going to force you to work for me, you terrible bastard. The young dragon shouted ferociously in a way that did not suit his small body. Swoosh black mana violently swirled around the dragon and started breaking the trees around them. Crack, crack. Cal gulped and urgently responded while watching the large trees break without any fight. Make me work. Make me work as much as you want. HMPH. SHHHHHH. The black mana whirlwind slowly calmed down. The dragon peeked toward the northeast direction again. The human who had been hiding like a damn rat and watching them had gone into the forest while he had channeled his mana. Rustle, rustle. Choi Han was slowly touching the scabbard of his sword as he walked. He knows about me. Who is that guy? He made a firm resolve through the chaos in his mind. I will definitely not miss it. Choi Han stopped for a moment and turned around to look at the southwest direction. He imagined the village, territory, and everything beyond the forest as he made a comment. I will leave here. It was a form of declaration and promise to himself. With him. Only Choi Han knew who or what the declaration was for. Cal, who had no idea about this, clenched his clothes while watching the black mana whirlwind settle down. This useless Venian's lackey. I don't even have any ancient powers. I can't make the shield or anything. He has no good traits other than being very healthy. Cal slowly peeked toward Rayan, who channeled his mana again while breathing heavily. Ah! Cal was tied to the wooden pillar again. A sturdy black shield appeared around it to protect him. I am going to the village. The young dragon spoke seriously before flapping his wings and flying toward Harris village before suddenly stopping and looking at Cal. Be quiet. Monsters might come, you weak and terrible bastard. Ho! Cal watched the black dragon fly away with a look of disbelief on his face. It might take longer than I thought. Filling Rayan's indignity with something else, it might take much longer than he expected. However, there was something Cal did not know. He did not know that Rayan, who was flying to the village, stopped and looked back toward Cal multiple times despite being so far away that he couldn't see Cal, and that he smiled while gathering fruit on the way to the village. That's odd. Cal got the chills for some reason after being left alone. He felt an unknown sense of iffiness. He felt as if things were going to get twisted in an odd way. Finally, there is someone entering the final stage. Elbrew Crossman wiped around the eyes of his tired face. The orb on top of the temple, only 5 of the 6 pieces of the orb had color. They were all glowing purple, except one that turned black. That person had entered the wrath test. We know for sure it isn't Cal Henitus. Who could it be? Alberu continued to observe it without asking that question. At that same time, the person slowly walking past the purple area to the black light quietly mumbled something. That is just indignities of the past. It is not even mine. I am someone who will observe the life of the legend. Clope Seca headed toward the final illusion test, the wrath test, with a calm look on his face. Chapter 741, When I Am the Angriest. 1. SHT. The final wrath test. Clope subconsciously walked backward after facing the test. He never expected the final test to be something like this. He actually preferred the indignity test. Eat it. Plop. All sorts of fruits and a few cooked meals were placed in front of Cal. Cal watched this with a relaxed look on his face before turning his head. Boom. Choi Han placed this something that wasn't an animal or a monster that he had hunted in front of Cal. It's bearable if you roast it. Cal still had a relaxed look on his face as he started thinking while listening to Choi Han. Rayan is better. How could Cal eat meat that wasn't even prepped properly? Even if Venian's lackey's body was healthy, trying to prep this large thing and roasting it would probably take longer than half the day. But I guess Choi Han had to eat these things. There were not many things Choi Han could eat in the forest of darkness except for fruits and some plants. It was hard for him to expect properly cooked food, and he was probably not in a situation to even think about farming. Choi Han could have struggled for a while to even find fruit when he was weaker. If I think about it that way, he might have gone out of his way to find something precious that even he doesn't get to eat often. The problem was that it was something way too big for Cal to handle. However, he could tell something from it. He's a bit more difficult to talk to than current Choi Han, but he's still a good guy. He worked so hard to feed a bastard he met for the first time. Cal had a satisfied smile on his face as he addressed Choi Han. You must have worked hard to get this. It was at that moment. Boom. Cal turned his head toward the source of the noise after hearing the ground rumble. Rayan was slamming the ground with his 2 front paws while glaring at Choi Han. What is going on? Cal thought about it for a moment before figuring out the answer. Ah, eat with me. I can't eat all of this alone. Rayan frowned and his eyes, which were a bit rounder than when he was 4 years old, scowled. You terrible human. Stupid. Stupid? Who, me? I am actually on the smart side. I guess you don't know me very well. But I am a terrible bastard. I am human trash, total trash. I am trash. Rayan's jaw dropped and he could not say anything. Cal turned his head to the side, after suddenly hearing someone laugh. Choi Han's shoulders were moving up and down trying to hold back his laughter. And what's up with him? Cal found this to be odd, but felt pity for Choi Han, thinking that chatting about anything with someone else would seem enjoyable to someone like Choi Han who had spent such a long time alone. Yes, it's fine as long as he's laughing. Laughing and even living was hard in this harsh world. It was good to laugh. Cal decided laughing was a good thing and nodded his head as he nonchalantly commented, "Whether you live alone or you live with people, no matter how you live in this world, you need to learn about the world." Cal picked up a fruit after he was untied. The dragon's eyes sparkled as he watched before he looked at Cal's lips. He knew that this human was talking to him right now. Choi Han was leaning on a tree watching this. Actually, Cal was speaking to both Rayan and Choi Han. There will be times when you need to face the world. For example, when you meet new people, or maybe you move to live in a new place. Cal wanted Rayan to meet Choi Han so that he had the chance to make a friend or a family. Furthermore, he was planning on making a home for him in the forest of darkness that he could always come back to. Finally, he was planning on teaching Rayan a lot of things. Then he should slowly forget, overcome, or suppress his indignity. Even if this was an illusion, he couldn't just leave the hurt Rayan alone. Cal spoke to Rayan with a serious look on his face. There is a very important thing for living in the world. It was silent for a moment as Cal stopped talking. The sky over the forest of darkness was slowly turning red with the sunset. Both the Black Dragon and Choi Han were looking at Cal. Something is weird. The Black Dragon felt something was inconsistent while looking at Cal. This terrible bastard had been in total panic when he was dragging him to the forest of darkness not too long ago. Furthermore, he seemed extremely scared that a dragon may kill him. He also did not remember what he had done for the dragon and what kind of incident he had caused. However, this person he was looking at right now, first of all, his eyes were different from that bastard's. The color, size, and shape of the eyes were all the same, but they were definitely different. This person in front of him, right now his eyes were sparkling. They were full of something that this black dragon had never felt before as this guy looked at him. Unlike his nonchalant tone and crude actions, his eyes had something that tickled the black dragon's heart. It felt as if an unknown source of heat was rising up from somewhere within the dragon's body. This is a different person. The dragon's instincts helped him reach the truth. There were two people in one body. This dragon that had yet to see the world didn't know whether that was possible. However, the dragon wanted to know the truth behind what his intuitions were telling him. His dark blue eyes became deeper as he opened his mouth to speak. What is that very important thing for living in the world? The corners of the silent Cal's lips curled up. However, his eyes were serious. He looked at the young dragon who was focused on him as well as the old person who had lived a long time on his own as he opened his mouth. Money, what? The dragon hesitated before asking, but Cal just nodded his head and continued speaking with certainty. Yes, it is definitely important. He didn't care how Choi Han and Rayan were looking at him and had an extremely satisfied smile on his face. Just trust me. He then asked Rayan a question. Can you roast that meat using magic? He then pompously asked Choi Han, can you prep it? I don't know how. Both the Black Dragon and Choi Han shook their heads a bit, but did as Cal asked them to do without any comments. Crack, crack, crack. The branches crackled as they lit on fire. It was now the middle of the night in the forest of darkness. Choi Han's gaze moved to the side. This person was sleeping defenselessly on the ground as if he had no anxiety at all. He didn't know this guy's name. He just knew this weird guy as terrible bastard because that was what the Black Dragon had called him. This person did not seem scared of the night in the forest of darkness at all. I only learned that this was called the forest of darkness because of this person. Choi Han had just thought that this was a crazy forest. No, it wasn't that this person was not scared of the forest. He was sleeping so defenselessly in an extremely lethargic position because he knew that Choi Han and the Black Dragon were strong. Ha! Choi Han quietly scoffed in disbelief. Tens of years, or maybe, he lived here for over 100 years. No, He had spent so much time flailing around to survive in this forest all that time, but he had never seen anyone or anything like this guy. Even Choi Han had just recently reached the peak in order to be able to catch a breath in this forest. This was truly an interesting person. SHHHHHHHH. Choi Han could see something silently crawl between the deeply asleep man and himself and curl up. The black dragon glared at Choi Han and positioned himself in front of the sleeping man despite being unable to cover the man with his small body. PFFFD. Choi Han sneered and turned away. Don't laugh. The dragon could not say it loudly and simply said it seriously in a quiet voice. It was not scary at all. I can laugh if I want. Choi Han responded to the black dragon's comment and turned toward the fire. Crack, crack. When had they had a moment like this? When was the last time they were not alone to spend the night? No, there were many nights they spent with enemies. However, they couldn't remember how long it had been since he had a peaceful night like this without enemies around them. It was the second time in his life for the Black Dragon. It was the first time since deep in his memories to a distant time for Choi Han. This isn't bad. Choi Han didn't know this, but his voice subconsciously sounded a bit excited even when he was almost arguing with the Black Dragon. The black dragon was looking at Choi Han as if he was suspicious as he checked the sleeping terrible bastard's temperature before raising his head. Unlike the black and rough darkness of the cave ceiling, the night on the outside was filled with colorful and beautiful darkness. The black dragon closed his eyes while looking at the lights sparkling in the darkness. However, he was not sleeping. He was simply enjoying this moment. Unfortunately, it was only for a moment. The black dragon opened his eyes again and warned Choi Han, "Don't eavesdrop on us while hiding." Choi Han started to smile, "And we can't take you." The black dragon and Choi Han, the two of them, were keeping an eye on each other, but spent a not-so-bad night together. The next day, such a place. It was rare for Choi Han's emotions to be visible on his face like this. The emotion currently on his face was astonishment. The so-called terrible bastard put Choi Han in the front and the black dragon in the rear and started moving the group somewhere as soon as he woke up. He was headed toward the north of the forest of darkness, and he led them to a cave, to some underground area. Choi Han saw something shocking as soon as they made it out of that dark cave. My goodness, there was a large area. This area was bright, unlike the path they just walked through. The first thing he saw was a large 5-story villa made of marble. This building made him think of a Western palace that he had only imagined in the past. Furthermore, there were marble sculptures in what looked like a garden despite not having any trees, a smooth and flat floor, and even a small fountain. This place looked as if it was out of a fairy tale. The black dragon's eyes were opened wide as he looked around. Cal watched the two of them with a satisfied look on his face before energetically walking forward. However, he found something to be odd. I don't hear the voice of the ancient power. Originally, he should have heard the scary giant cobblestone's voice from when they were in the dark path, but it was very quiet. The scary giant cobblestone and his hidden super rock villa seem to have been made properly based on this place being here. But is it because it is an illusion test? Cal didn't put much thought into it and walked without any hesitation. He peeked at the stone pillar at the side of the area that blocked the path to the eastern continent, but he hurried to inform the two others about the important things first. Once he was on the third floor of the villa, he pushed the door open. Screech, boom, here, money. Choi Han's eyes hurt from brightness for a moment. There were all sorts of accessories and jewels sparkling there. They were not shining. They were sparkling. It was so bright that shining was not strong enough of a word for it. Hey, dragon, look at this. The black dragon looked at Cal. This is called a jewel. You can exchange this for money. Money is what you need to buy most things. By the way, there are a lot of things you cannot buy with money as well. There are many important things among those things you cannot buy as well. You'll realize those things one by one as you live. Is this money thing important? It's quite important if you want to live a relaxing life. Cal resumed walking and headed to another room. The dragon observed Cal's back with an odd gaze. It was because the black dragon had flipped over Venian Stan's villa before he destroyed the mountain. The mages had tried their best to protect some things, so he had transported all of them with him. He destroyed the pretty sturdy container and found sparkling things like what was in front of him right now. He had kept them with him for now since they looked pretty. The black dragon nonchalantly asked, "Are you giving these things to me?" "Yes, you two split it amongst yourselves." Yao needed. Cal watched the cute Rayan making sure to take care of himself with satisfaction. Rayan was much cuter than Choi Han, who was just standing there with a blank look on his face. Rayan had quite a lot of jewels hidden in his spatial dimension, but he did not bring it up. Hey, terrible bastard, I am going to choose what I want. We need to look at everything together. Okay, I'll teach you. Cal chuckled, nonchalantly responded, and opened the door to another room. Screech, boom, there are weapons here. You can sell these or use these. Up to you. Ho. Choi Han looked at Cal with disbelief. Krieg. Boom. Ah, these are currency. There are gold and silver coins, but they are older designs and not used these days. They still have a lot of uses, though. These are similar to jewels as well. Choi Han followed behind Cal without saying anything. Screech, boom, these are all sorts of records. I'll teach you how to read, so try to read them. You'll be able to learn ancient history, locations of hidden treasures, and even things to be careful about. These were all things belonging to his friends that the Super Rock had gathered after they passed before him. Choi Han was silently watching before he peeked toward the black dragon. The dragon looked as if none of this fazed him as he observed the things the terrible bastard showed him. Cal watched the two of them before turning toward the window. The large training ground was visible through it. These things should be very helpful for the two of you to survive in this world. He looked away from the training ground and observed the two individuals from the illusion. Rayan and Choi Han in some ways. They were the two who had been through the most incidents with him. On and Hung probably had a similar amount as well. Cal was being very serious as he nonchalantly delivered this message. Live an easy and relaxing life. Don't push yourselves too hard, even if this was an illusion that was Cal's true thoughts. That was why he was planning on teaching the two of them. Anyway, just follow me, the Black Dragon asked. Where are we going? Cal responded normally after receiving the sparkling gazes from both of them. He didn't know whether they themselves knew they had such gazes on their faces right now. The world. An extremely wealthy whale appeared at the Henitu's territory that day. Note, whale is a slang term for people who spend a ton of money. The raw has extremely rich person, but that's boring, don't you think? Ha ha ha. It was the most excited Cal had ever been. Chapter 742, When I Am the Angriest. 2. The next day after Cal spent a wonderful night sleeping on the grassy field of the Forest of Darkness Ring, the designer and owner of the luxurious boutique in the Henitu's territory hesitated for a moment. Someone who looked like an ill-tempered, nouveau rich young master, but dressed extremely shabbily, walked into the store. Behind him was an extremely handsome teenager in similarly shabby clothes behind him. Welcome. The boutique owner immediately smiled and approached them. He then flinched. It's red. The nouveau rich-looking punk had something red at the edges of his clothes. To be more specific, it was dark red. The boutique owner's pupils started shaking. That's the color of blood. Only fresh blood would leave such a color. There had been a fierce battle between monsters in the Forest of Darkness last night, and the blood had gotten on Cal's clothes as they walked past the site of the fight this morning. The owner peeked at the nouveau rich-looking punk. He looked like someone who could be the boss in some back alley. This guy did look a bit clumsy, but his gaze is no joke. The way his eyes sparkled showed that he was no ordinary person. Blood. The young boy following behind him had an old scabbard on him. That scabbard showed faint signs of blood that had been stacked on for an extremely long period of time. The owner, who had once been a mercenary before he found his calling in fashion design and settled in the Henitu's territory, knew that the Henitu's territory had no back alley powers. However, his instincts were telling him something. These are not ordinary people. Then some bag appeared in front of him. Chhhhhhhhhhh. His eyes were almost blinded by the golden sparkle in the bag opened by the nouveau rich man. They were golden coins. Excuse me. He subconsciously looked at this nouveau rich nobleman. His heart was beating wildly. This was not an ordinary person. These people gold, no, they may be a pile of luck. We want to buy some clothes. The nouveau rich-like person had a relaxed smile on his face as he looked around the boutique, probably tens of outfits. The owner clutched his heart. They will be for this swordsman Nim over here. Ah, please give me a few as well. The owner responded to the nobleman with full sincerity. I will complete the requested task, no matter what it takes. The boutique owner didn't realize that he was talking like back in his mercenary days. He moved as quickly as the wind to get a seat and all sorts of snacks and drinks for the nouveau rich man. He approached the teenage swordsman after the nobleman motioned with his chin. I will now take some measurements. Excuse me. Ah, the swordsman seemed a bit out of it. Yes, sir. He seemed very innocent once the owner got a closer look. The boutique owner couldn't help but become curious about this nobleman who seemed to be overflowing with luck and this innocent swordsman. Do as he says. Okay. Choi Han peeked at Cal, who was sitting on the couch and eating cookies as if it was his own house before following the owner. The owner did not see it because he was too focused on Choi Han, but a cookie next to Cal floated in the air before slowly disappearing. Crunch, crunch. This is delicious. Cal nodded his head at Rayan's comment and slowly moved the plate of cookies on the couch where Rayan was seated. Okay, please extend your arms out. The boutique owner was speaking energetically. At that time, the Hennitus territory's largest and best jewelry store, and the Hennitus branch of the Flynn Merchant Guild, was in chaos because of the people who came and left like the wind this morning. First, the jewelry store. This jewelry store was one that had a thorough network with stores all around the Rhone Kingdom, with the main store at the capital. Sir, should we contact the capital? Yes, do it. A jewel like this brilliant gleam and the size. It's also not a jewel created with modern methods. This is not something we can handle. We need to take it to the capital and put it up for auction or something. Yes, sir. Oh, the Flynn Merchant Guild is contacting us as well. I'm sure they are. They had to suddenly give a large sum of money in our store's name. Why, you remember that sir's name, right? Ah, yes, sir. The employee who had never seen his manager this excited calmed himself down and looked at the document. The manager's comments were at the bottom. The employee could not hide his curiosity and asked, Sir, that swordsman was the owner of the jewel. Yes. I thought it would be the man who seemed a bit vicious. I thought that the swordsman Nim was his guard knight. I thought so as well, but no. He said he was the butler. Apparently they have been friends since they were young. Ah, that is why they chatted so casually with each other. Then I will contact the capital immediately. The manager inspected the jewel and mumbled to himself once he was alone. Is he from the Hennitus family? Is he trying to secretly pawn off some of the wealth? The house of Hennitus is not like that, though. But where else would a rich person like this suddenly come from? No, the swordsman, who is supposedly the owner of the jewel, did not look like a Hennitus. Well, I guess the Hennitus people all look different. But the way he was spending money made him seem like a Hennitus. They are even scarier than money. The thought of people spending money and causing incidents like the Hennitus made the manager's heart beat wildly. At the Hennitus branch of the Flynn Merchant Guild around the same time, we probably need to contact Billows Nim about this, right, sir? Did he go to work at the tea shop? He probably did. Then contact him immediately. The employee didn't even look at his subordinate run out, as he was busy tapping the desk with his finger and organizing his thoughts. So, an extremely wealthy man is trying to lay his roots in the Hennitus territory. He's also preparing and procuring everything he needs from the Hennitus territory. He came to a single conclusion. This is going to be a big boom to the Hennitus market. It was indeed a big boom. It was such a big boom that it made everybody lose their minds. Cal led Choi Han and the invisible Rayan to many places. This was a year before Cal arrived in the Hennitus territory, but he pretty much knew where everything was located. I wish to buy some land. Land. Choi Han's pupils started shaking as he watched Cal. Land. He looked back and forth at the bags in his hands and Cal. There was a new luxurious carriage behind Choi Han as well. Yes, sir. I'm hoping to buy some land around Harris Village. I wish to build a villa. Will you be staying there, sir? No. The invisible Rayan and Choi Han both flinched, but Cal had no idea as he pointed to Choi Han. This swordsman Nim here. There will also be a child. It is just the two of them for now, but the number may increase in the future. I see. CHHHHHHHHH. The gold coins flowed out of the bag Cal placed on the table. Is it possible to make it happen quickly? I will make it happen as quickly as possible. I will do whatever it takes, even if we need to contact the Lord's castle. After that, a villa construction. Yes, sir. CHHHHHHHHH. Gold coins overflowed out of the bag once again. No matter what, I will build the best, the sturdiest, the most wonderful building for you, sir. I will trust and leave it to you then. And after that I have 30 years of experience delivering groceries, sir. Whether it is to the desert or to a lake, I will go wherever you need, sir. Please don't worry. Then I will not worry about it. In addition, everything from here to here. It's easy to remember, right? Yes, yes, sir. I will pack it delivery. Yes, sir. I will deliver it to you. Choi Han was swept up in the boom that Cal had caused that he blankly followed behind Cal. Hey, swordsman. That terrible bastard is a bit weird. Even the silently following dragon shared his chaotic thoughts with Choi Han. However, Cal nodded his head and walked out of the store before speaking to them with a refreshed look on his face. I am hungry. On the contrary, his expression looked extremely full. Let's eat. The swordsman who had spent tens or maybe over 100 years before appearing in this unknown world, and the invisible black dragon who had only spent his life inside a cave, tiredly followed behind Cal. They then saw the feast prepared for them in a private room of a restaurant. This place has the best steak in the entire Henitus territory. Eat up. The black dragon was no longer invisible and already eating the steak. Cal looked at him with satisfaction as he continued speaking. I will teach you to read now. I will also teach you general social norms. Learn them both. Choi Han and Rayan made eye contact with each other without Cal noticing. Choi Han had a bitter smile on his face while looking at the black dragon avoid his gaze. He then looked at the extremely relaxed Cal with an odd gaze. Cal's gaze headed out the window. The quiet yet lively Harris village, that place, was currently a bit hectic with construction noise. A fancy villa was being built on the outskirts of the village. Of course, this was the building Cal had commissioned for Choi Han and Rayan. Their main home would be the Super Rock Villa in the Forest of Darkness. The Super Rock wasn't there. The ancient power, the scary giant cobblestone, was not on the fifth floor of the Super Rock Villa. It was probably because this was an illusion. Cal brushed aside the iffiness he was feeling and looked around him. They were currently borrowing the home of someone who had temporarily left the village through the village chief, as this small countryside village did not have an inn. Choi Han and Cal were said to be living here, but naturally Rayan was living with them as well. Tap, tap, tap. Cal's index finger was tapping on the desk. His sharp gaze turned toward Rayan. You don't know, that's right. It is difficult. The 3 years old black dragon confidently nodded his head. Cal asked once more, You still don't know how to read the letters? That's right. I think I will need to learn for at least a year to be able to read. The short front paws pushed the book in front of him toward Cal. It is difficult for me to learn how to read. Liar. It is also difficult to count. I can't figure out how to properly use money. Liar. I am strong, but I am not smart. There is a lot for me to learn. Liar. Cal stared at Rayan. But errant dragons great and mighty, we are not great and mighty. Hey, terrible bastard, stop trying to teach me stuff. I prefer to play. That I can accept. You should play when you are young. Playing properly was also experience and learning. Hey, swordsman, have you figured out how to read? Choi Han peeked at Cal without any signs of a smile on his face and quietly mumbled, Reading is hard. I think it will take a long time to learn. Cal closed his eyes. These little punks, it had been 3 days. Cal had spent all day and all night as Venian's lackey for 3 days. Cal was now worried that the others would finish the test before him and thought that he needed to finish the test a little quicker. However, the problem was that he had not gotten any other clues to help Rayan forget his indignities since he got the praise clue. Food, clothing, and shelter, the answer did not appear even after fulfilling all those things for Rayan. That's odd. Rayan's current condition was far from when he was chained up in the cave. But why were things still the same? Cal could not hide his confusion. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of this small home. Knock, knock, knock. Are you there? It was a familiar voice. He believed it was the voice of the village volunteer watchman. He'll go out, so practice reading. Cal ignored Choi Han and Rayan's grumbling face and opened the door. Click. The door opened wide without any issue. Bang. Then it was immediately slammed shut. Wow, SHT. Cal subconsciously swore as he tightly held the doorknob. That was shocking. What is going on? Choi Han stood up and walked over. However, Cal's eyes were looking at Rayan. What Cal saw when he had opened the door just now, who are those people? They looked like knights. Cal had closed the door immediately after seeing the magnificent crest on the carriage. He was looking at Rayan, and Rayan's eyes were opened wide while looking toward Cal, more specifically the door. A red snake wrapped around a stone mountain, the carriage had the crest of the House of Stan. The knight standing outside the door with the villagers who were shaking in fear was one of Venian Stan's subordinates. This guy was Venian's left-hand man. Someone who swung his sword not for the house of Stan, but for Venian. How did he find me? Cal quickly realized the answer. I was too showy. He had too much fun in the Hennitus territory. His mistake was letting loose and spending money like it was water because this was an illusion. Cal could see Rayan's front paw slightly shaking as he sat there with a pen in his hand. The crest of the house of Stan Rayan had definitely seen that before. He must have seen the crest when he went to destroy the villa on his own. Ah, he finally realized something. He was anxious. He was still scared. 3 years old Rayan and 4 years old Rayan were different. Furthermore, Cal Hennitus and Venian's lackey were different. Cal had rescued the 4 years old Rayan with Choi Han, on, and hung. He had led him to the outside world. However, while Venian's lackey had released the chains binding Rayan's body down, Rayan had to do the rest on his own. There was a simple reason as to why Rayan had knocked Venian's lackey unconscious. He was not helpful at all. He was weak. Even Cal had told Rayan to mess him up before he left the cave originally. Rayan had destroyed the mountain, but had to take the unconscious Venian's lackey and travel to the forest of darkness alone, despite it being his first time out in the world. This starting point was different from 4 years old Rayan, who followed Cal and his strong companions to see the world. That was my mistake. Cal realized his mistake and understood what was making Rayan anxious. Then the answer was simple. Click. Cal opened the door and asked, "Hello, what can I do for you? You know who I am, don't you?" Cal smiled and responded to the knight who spoke in a vicious tone to threaten him. Move. What? I said move. 3 years old. Rayan was young. He was very young. Cal realized that while he knew that was the case, he had not considered the impact of that youth. 4 years old Rayan had a lot he didn't know as well, but he had slowly learned. Rayan was smart, but he could not be good at everything. There was also no need to be good at everything. For example, taking care of trash properly. Even if Rayan destroyed the mountain and the villa, it was possible that people did not die. In fact, he might have just destroyed things as Cal told him to do. I ran too wild in the Hennitus territory. It's my fault. He had thought that the House of Stan or the House of Tulls would not hear about him because they did not have a good relationship with the House of Hennitus. He had missed the House of Stan's tenacity. The reason was simple. We can get rid of him whenever we want now. Someone like Venian Stan was nothing now. It was just the fact that he made Rayan anxious this whole time that was making him upset. Cal walked past the angry knight, who did not dare to attack him, and headed toward the carriage. While the people in his way flinched and stooped moving, and the villagers were watching from a distance, wondering what was going on, Screech. Cal opened the carriage door and walked inside. You bastard, Venian Stan. The bastard, who was covered in bandages on his arms and legs, was glaring at Cal. Cal smiled brightly after seeing that gaze. You were alive, he then added on. Too bad, I thought you were dead. Although he was smiling, his eyes were extremely cold as he looked down at Venian Stan. Chapter 743, When I Am the Angriest. 3. Venian Stan glared into those cold eyes. He had almost died a few days ago. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Furthermore, he had been humiliated by things he considered useless pests. He wanted to kill this bastard in front of him. Venian started speaking. You're completely out of your mind. Did you just realize that? What? Venian flinched. The pest that had been standing in front of him was sitting across from him now. He was looking at Venian with an expression that seemed to be saying he heard something funny as he asked a question. Do I look normal to you? Smile. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. He was sure that this bastard was feeling humiliated. He should also be angry. Finally, he should be scared. Why? Are you not going to ask where the dragon is? He had not looked for the dragon as soon as he saw Cal. He should have seen the dragon leaving with Cal. However, he was not saying anything about the dragon right now. I'm sure the Marquis told you to go find the dragon. The Marquis is not someone who accepts failure. Isn't that right? The eldest son's legs became disabled because of this fight for power between his children. However, the Marquis still did not step in. The fight to be the successor to the House of Stan was always like this. He too had risen to the Marquis position in the same way. We called you young patriarch whenever we addressed you. But the Marquis has yet to accept you as the young patriarch, and now you lost that precious dragon. You're probably in quite the pickle right now. Venian started feeling a sense of déjà vu. You have time to look for me in such a situation. Your younger siblings are going to be aiming for your position. This pest, as he remembered, was an idiot. He was a stupid bastard who didn't think about the future and just lived day by day. He was no better than a child. However, this bastard in front of him right now was different. Marquis Stan's voice had been full of ice-cold wrath when he looked down at Venian after the incident. This pest was looking at him the same way. Venian slowly started speaking. "Where is the dragon?" "I don't know." Clang. A sword appeared from outside of the carriage door and was pointed at Cal. Venian's loyal knight, who had knocked on the door a few moments ago, was holding the sword. "How dare you be so disrespectful? Tell us everything you know if you wish to live." It was at that moment. Why should he do that? The knight heard a calm voice before he saw a blade appear in front of him without making a noise. The knight turned his head. He had no idea when this black-haired man got here. "Stop." Choi Han lowered the sword pointed at the knight at Cal's comment. Venian spoke up with his eyes shaking visibly. "Is he the dragon? He's human." "Why? Are you scared that he might be the dragon? Cut the crap." Venian was speaking in a low voice, but the image of what happened a few days ago appeared in front of his eyes as if it was an illusion. The cave was crumbling. He could not move his body. The others had been in panic as if they were at war. It truly was a disaster. He only realized that he was still alive when everything was destroyed. The dragon, a real dragon, was disaster itself. He heard a quiet whisper at that moment. "Are you scared?" The illusion disappeared, and the pest's blue eyes were observing him. They were calm, as if he knew everything. It would have been better if his eyes were filled with ridicule and contempt. "I'm asking you a question. Answer me. You're a scared, aren't you?" His voice was extremely relaxed, as if it was the devil's whisper. "I will give you the answer you want if you respond." Fires lit up inside Venian's eyes. "Am I scared?" "It's just a damn dragon. I'm not scared. It's just a little pest." Unfortunately, Venian could not hide the shaking in his voice. Cal smiled brightly. Venian glared sharply and commented once he saw that smile. "Kill him." Clang, clang. Everybody around them pulled out their weapons. Choi Han's face stiffened up, and he pulled his sword out as well as Venian's subordinates around the carriage all charged toward it. A low voice echoed through the noise. "The things you have done in the back alleys. Should I send the details to your younger siblings?" Venian's pupils started shaking. "Those documents will go to your siblings if I die." "What ducking bullshit." Venian raised his voice. "What kind of ludicrous statements are you making? A pest like you has no idea about anything. PFFFD. Cal chuckled before responding in a serious voice. "The Eastern District, the area behind the secret door in the first basement level of the second shop in the 11th alley. What could be down there?" How do you know about that?" "How do I know?" The evidence related to Venian Stan. His weaknesses clearly remained in Cal's mind as if they were photos. Of course, he would have confirmed those things prior to taking care of Venian Stan in the past. Who knows? I wonder if there is something I don't know. I probably know about all of your weaknesses. Venian could not hide his chaotic state. He observed Cal without responding to anything Cal said. Cal could read the chaos, contempt, and fear in Venian's eyes. "Kill me. Go ahead. Your younger siblings will welcome you with documents full of your weaknesses." Choi Han was thinking about when they went to the Hennetus territory as he watched this happen. They visited the jewelry store, clothing boutique, merchant guild branch office, and he saw this peculiar man do something in one of the places they visited. "You want to store something. The cost is different based on the level of storage. Is this enough?" The Merchant Guild branch office connected him to a mage. This mage was someone whose expertise was in mail or package delivery, but his fee was quite high that he was mainly used only for emergency messages or valuable items. This man had given that mage 3 rolls of parchment. "Eek, yes, it is possible, sir. How would you like me to store them? It's simple." Choi Han finally realized what was in those parchments. It must be the documents that contain this noble man's weaknesses. Choi thought this guy was just going around thoughtlessly using money, but realized that this peculiar man had an extraordinary and thorough side to him the more he watched him. He could not let his guard down around this guy. Now that I think about it, I still don't know his name. He had asked about it, but the guy had slyly dodged it. He simply said that it was a name not worth knowing and to just call him Terrible Bastard or Butler. Choi Han was deep in thought when he heard Venian's voice. He was barely suppressing his rage and speaking as calmly as possible. "Will that information not go to those punks if I don't kill you? Think hard about it." Cal had his arms crossed as he leisurely spoke. I would have no more use if I sent those documents to your younger siblings. Then both you and your younger siblings would try to kill me. Venian seemed a bit calmer as he nodded his head. I would have no more use. This was an accurate statement. Even if the dragon was behind this pest in front of him, he would die in the end. It was inevitable if the House of Stan wanted it to be done. Staying alive and keeping those documents stored safely. Isn't that the only way for them to be useful to me? Venian looked at Cal with a stoic gaze. You're quite sharp and understanding your position. Of course, that is the one thing I am good at. Venian motioned to the knight outside the carriage. Put it away. Clang. The knight put his sword back into the scabbard, and the others who had been running toward Cal returned to their posts as well. Venian motioned to Cal with his chin. Get off. Cal got up without saying anything and headed out of the carriage. He heard Venian's low voice behind him. Do you really not know where the dragon is? Yes, I have no idea. After hearing Cal answer without any hesitation, Venian nodded his head and watched Cal get off the carriage before giving an order to the knight. We're heading back. Cal watched the carriage door close and smiled toward Venian. Tap. The carriage door closed, and the knight glared at Cal as if he wanted to kill him before they left Harris Village. Cal silently watched them leave, and the Harris Village villagers slowly moved away as well. It was just the volunteer watchman who was looking at Cal and hesitating about coming up to him. I will inform the village chieftain separately regarding this matter. Cal waved to that person with that comment, and the volunteer watchman nodded his head and awkwardly moved away from them. He still maintained his wariness toward the outsiders who made a noble's carriage come to the village. That is a bit disappointing. Choi Han had the personality to be able to get rid of the villagers' wariness, but Cal couldn't hide his disappointment at the fact that their first impression ended up a bad one. Did you see that? Choi Han walked up to Cal and asked at that moment. See what? Cal nonchalantly turned toward Choi Han, who looked toward the direction the carriage disappeared in, and casually responded back. When the door closed, the corners of Cal's lips curled up. That noble bastard's hand was shaking. Venian had snapped out of it and pretended to be calm at the fear of his younger siblings taking his successor position away. But he could not hide the fear. Choi Han quietly asked after seeing the smile on Cal's face. Will it be okay? What do you mean? I'm sure that he will erase all of his weaknesses and come aiming for you again. Cal quietly chuckled. Hey, why are you asking that when you should already know? You heard me. You heard what I said in the Henitus territory. A subtle smile appeared on Choi Han's face. Cal had responded to the major's question as he handed over the 3 rolls of parchment. Please store it for about 2 days before sending it to these 3 places. Then it will cost more. Oh, this is enough, sir. I will make sure to safely get these delivered. But I think that it might be difficult for even someone like me to send it to this place. I will at least attempt to do it. You want me to send it under this name, correct? Yes, sir. That's correct. Cal continued speaking while heading back to the house. The parchments should go to their respective owners either tomorrow or the day after that. Cal had sent the parchments to 3 places. Can I ask where you sent them? One is going to go to Venian Stan's younger sibling, who is his fiercest rival right now. She will know how to use that information properly. The other one was sent to his older brother. He has an older brother. Of course. His older brother's legs became injured because of Venian, and he lost the successor position. Taylor Stan. Cal had sent a parchment to him as well. Choi Han calmly asked. The 3 parchments were different in thickness. One was thin while the other 2 were thick. You're right. The younger sister gets the thin one while the other 2 get more detailed and critical information. You've told me about 2 places. Where is the final location? Albaru Crossman. I sent it to the Crown Prince of the Rhone Kingdom. Honestly speaking, he sent it not to the Crown Prince, but to Dark Elf Tasha. Cal knew the fake identity Tasha used while disguising herself with magic in the Rhone Kingdom. Choi Han stopped walking and quietly observed Cal. Cal shrugged his shoulders at Choi Han's gaze, opened the door, and walked inside. Choi Han followed behind him after standing there for a while. Want it put you in danger? Not really. Venian Stan will not have the time to come look for me. The Crown Prince was someone who did not miss his opportunities. In addition, I didn't send it under my name. I just said anonymous informant. I can't understand you. I tend to be like that. Cal had a silly smile on his face as he shrugged his shoulders. Ah, Venian Stan's older brother is going to come here at some point. Give him this piece of paper. Cal took a piece of paper out of his pocket and handed it to Choi Han. The information about the ancient power that could heal him, as well as the thing that would connect Taylor and Albaru, were written on it. Cal watched Choi Han take the paper before talking into the air. You saw it all right. He had not been able to see the invisible Rayan since earlier. He had not shown himself even after Venian left. He's scared of you. However, Cal was certain that Rayan would have followed him into the carriage. Rayan, this black dragon, would have been worried for Cal. You've already defeated that guy, overcome that guy, and suppressed that guy. Click. Choi Han closed the door. The black dragon revealed himself. Rayan observed Cal, so you don't need to be worried nor anxious anymore. The black dragon found this human to be weird. He was definitely a weak and terrible bastard. So how could he smile so confidently? That bastard is going to be ruined soon enough. I made it that way. And why was he feeling so relieved at this smile? Rayan subconsciously covered his face with his two front paws. A bitter smile appeared on Cal's face at that moment. There's nothing for you to be scared of anymore. You now have a place to come back to if you leave. You know how to read and write. You know a lot of things, and there's even someone you know. The black dragon slowly lowered his front paws and looked at Cal. The smile was gone from Cal's face, and he asked calmly, "Isn't this enough?" The black dragon had no response for a while and simply observed Cal before he asked, "Human, who are you?" And Cal turned toward Choi Han. Choi Han was leaning against the closed door with his mouth shut. He looked back to Rayan, whose dark blue eyes were staring right at him. Cal could not avoid the desire for truth in Rayan's eyes. That was why he spoke even more nonchalantly than usual. "Cal." Blink. Rayan's round eyes blinked. It really isn't that name. It was not Venian's terrible subordinate bastard's name. The black dragon realized that, as his intentions had told him before, the person in front of him was not that terrible human. "Are you leaving?" The black dragon asked, and the human responded, "That's right. Can't you stay? That's going to be a bit difficult. Then why did you save me?" The flowing conversation stopped for a moment. The black dragon continued speaking to the human who would not respond. "Did you feel sorry for me? Were you bored?" This was how the human responded. "Because I wanted to do it." The tension flowing through the young dragon's body instantly disappeared. Cal reached his hand out and caressed Rayan's head. "I won't be able to take care of you until the end, but you are a great and mighty dragon. You are a strong and powerful dragon. You'll be able to do everything. You have that punk with you too." The young dragon covered his face with his paws again. You are a terrible human." He heard a laugh. The dragon lowered his paws to see the terrible bastard to see Cal smiling gently. "I already told you. I said that I was a terrible bastard from the beginning. I meant it." The black dragon's mouth slowly opened. "Goodbye." The dragon then subconsciously chuckled. It just happened. He couldn't explain the emotion he was feeling, but he couldn't help but chuckle. "Okay. Live well. Bye." Cal smiled at Choi Han's goodbye as well. "You live well too. Make sure to have fun. Live peacefully." The black dragon suddenly shoved his face in between Choi Han and Cal. "Terrible human, will the original terrible bastard wake up when you leave?" "I guess so. Although I don't know since this is an illusion." Cal kept that latter part to himself. It was at that moment. "You have discovered a clue, get rid of the enemy, to help target Rayan Muru forget about his indignities. You have discovered a clue, comfort, to help target Rayan Muru forget about his indignities. You have discovered a clue, affection, to help target Rayan Muru forget about his indignities. You have discovered a clue at the end of the test's long list of clues. You have provided warmth to target Rayan Muru's heart to help him forget about his indignities." Cal smiled with a slightly disappointed heart. "I guess this is farewell." Already, Cal slowly nodded his head with a slightly emotional heart when Choi Han said that. He heard the test's voice at the same time. 2/2 indignity test completed. Purple and black lights slowly started to swirl around the corners of Cal's sight. It meant that the test would end soon. "Yes, I have to However, he could not finish his sentence. "Choose before you go." Ha. Cal could see the black dragon's two front paws and ferocious gaze as the dragon held him by the collar. The young dragon shouted, "Name, my name. I want you to choose it." The dragon's eyes were desperate. Chapter 744. When I'm the angriest. 4. Cal had a dilemma at that moment. He had a thought like this. This guy is an illusion, but would it be okay to call him Rayan Muru? The 3-year-old dragon Cal met here was similar but different from the 4-year-old dragon. Not only was there the 1-year time difference, the way they were rescued and their environment afterwards were some of the many differences between the two dragons. Although this 3-year-old dragon and Rayan Muru were the same, although they were similar, they were still a bit different. Most importantly, the 3-year-old dragon was an illusion Cal would never see again. That might have been the reason that Dadam. That word had burst out subconsciously. Dadam Dadam. It was the pure Korean word for a child playing well and growing without being sick. Dadam. Rayan slightly released Cal's collar and tilted his head in confusion. That was when Cal accepted it. For the current Rayan that he met in an illusion and would not be able to meet in reality, even if he was an illusion that would disappear once Cal left. Cal wanted to say this to the young 3-year-old black dragon. Dadam Muru. Let's go with that. You're going to grow well from here on. Muru means dragon. Purple light started to swirl from the bottom of Cal's feet. Rayan, Choi Han, and Cal all knew about this, but they were looking at each other. Cal put his hands around the two front paws on his collar and nonchalantly continued. Dadam means that you should play well and grow up safely without being sick. The young dragon's dark blue eyes gently shook. However, the shaking soon stopped, and a firm gaze looked back at Cal. You can change your name from Dadam when you become an adult. Choosing his own name and his own path wouldn't be bad if he safely grew up and became an adult. Even if this was just an illusion, Cal wanted to tell the 3-year-old dragon about the future. He wanted this farewell to not be a bad one. The black dragon released his grip on Cal's collar and blankly mumbled to himself. Dadam Muru. This was the first time Cal saw this 3-year-old dragon smile brightly. I like it. Cal smiled at that favorable response. It's a good name. Cal nodded his head at Choi Han's comment. It wasn't a bad name for having just come up with it. The purple light was up to Cal's waist now. It's the opposite this time. The world Cal was looking at had turned blue or yellow until now, but it was Cal who was being surrounded by the color this time. Goodbye. The black dragon waved his front paw as if he wasn't feeling anything. Choi Han chuckled and patted the dragon's back while waving to Cal with the other hand. It truly wasn't a bad farewell. Cal had that thought as he noticed the purple light and dust cover up to his face and turn things dark. Bye. He gave a final goodbye and let the darkness take him. He could not hear anything. He could only faintly see stuff as the amount of things he could see slowly dwindled. Plop. Ah. Choi Han quickly caught his body as it fell. The reddish-brown eyes slowly lost focus as the body was completely covered in purple light. That person named Cal was leaving. Choi Han turned his head. Cal. The black dragon, Dadam Muru's eyes were blinking as he memorized the name of the person leaving them. The dragon was now nodding his head as if he made up his mind about something, but Cal couldn't hear it. He just noticed that the dragon was mumbling something, and its ending. His body was completely submerged in darkness. He was in an area covered in purple light when he opened his eyes again. That should be the end of indignity. Is wrath the only one left? Cal could see that the area was slowly starting to turn dark from the distance. The sealed guard. The last test in the Guard of Despair's temple was the black-colored wrath. I wonder what it will be this time. As Cal had that thought, you've worked very hard until now, sir. He heard the test's voice. I feel like I can sense more emotion in the voice the farther I get in this test. The voice that sounded as if it was guiding him through the test as he entered the indignity test was still stiff, but he could sort of feel warmth in its voice. Furthermore, the things it said to guide him were nice things compared to the other tests. You now only have the final test, Wrath, ahead of you, sir. In some ways, this was the only thing other than the person challenging the multiple levels of the illusion test that knew that it was all just an illusion. It was at that moment. Chhhhhh, chhhhhh. Cal heard an odd noise and noticed that there was a dimensional twist. Black and purple mixed together and created a spark. A white light flashed for a moment in between before it disappeared. To be honest, the white light blinked again. Chhhhhhh, chhhhhhh. It sounded like static when the radio couldn't catch the frequency properly. He heard a quiet but firm voice through that static messing with his ears. It was the voice of the test. To be honest with you, I have been overseeing these tests for a very long time and have thought that these tests are extremely cruel. What? The God created me in order to process the tests properly, but I have developed what you call thought. While watching numerous people challenge these tests, Cal responded out of reflex. You have a conscience. CHHHHHH. CHHHHHH. The firm voice responded energetically through the loud static. I seem to have developed a conscience at some point. It must be because I saw too many lives of numerous living beings for a very long time. It sounded plausible. I do not have the power to end this cruel test. That is why I wish to help the challengers out as much as possible, but it is not easy. It led me to try to help the people who seem as if they will reach the end, even if it was just by a little. Cal looked at the area fluctuating around him with an odd look on his face. The purple and black lights mixed together, and the white light was gone. More black light took over the area as he was slowly moving toward the final wrath stage of the illusion tests. The test voice calmly continued. The indignity test. I was able to send my voice across little by little, starting with that test. Cal took one step forward. He was headed toward the black light. Wrath. Please be safe and overcome everything. The voice was stiff but had warmth to it. Cal listened to the only thing cheering him on in this dark area as he moved forward. However, Cal stopped walking for a moment after hearing the voice again. The test voice was silent for a moment, as if it was hesitating before it continued speaking. For your reference, Wrath, it did not say anything after that. Is there something you wish to say? Cal looked up at the air. There was nothing there, but the voice cautiously continued, as if it had felt his gaze. For example, I'm not sure how I can explain it to not go against the test's rules. Speak freely. Cal crossed his arms and waited. It would be helpful if he could hear this. Furthermore, this test voice had been quite nice to him. For example, let me explain it to you. First of all, when would you say that you are the angriest? When I am the angriest? Yes, sir. Cal was silent for a moment. Something popped into your mind, didn't it? The test voice asked, but Cal did not say anything. The test voice continued as if it was nothing. That is what I plan on showing you. What? Everything was covered in black light now. Cal watched as his view became dyed black. Please, the voice that had been oddly nice since the indignity test continued in the warm voice. Please despair. The voice itself was a test. None of the things that the god of despair had created was an ally. Cal sunk into the darkness once again. And the moment he opened his eyes to face this final wrath test, I knew it would be like this. Cal could not hold himself from laughing. The test suddenly became nice. The test voice became warm. Would people become relieved to hear that? You should suspect such a thing. The sealed guard. That bastard fed on people's despair. He would try to eat you up if you showed any openings. In that case, that bastard would be willing to do anything and everything to create that opening. Cal had no reason to trust the enemy. That was why when the test voice had asked, first of all, when would you say that you are the angriest? When I am the angriest. The wrath test probably had to deal with doing something in that angriest situation. Cal had only focused on one thought and nothing else once he heard that question. The first thing that makes him the angriest, when the children complain about the side dishes. Yes, that would make him very angry. How could he not be angry if the children who never complain about the side dishes suddenly start complaining? Cal did not stop there. He thought about other times that make him angry. I need to hurry up and get up, but I keep sleeping. It makes me angry when nobody comes to wake me up. He would be very angry at that. He needs to keep lying down on the soft bed and sleep until he wasn't sleepy anymore. That's so infuriating. He kept thinking, when I can't think of anything to do. Yes, that would make him very angry. He wants to play, but the only thing he can think of is rolling around on the bed. How could that not make someone angry? Cal thought about more things in case it wasn't enough. When I have to keep eating ramen even though I want to stop eating ramen. He had eaten so much ramen when he was Kim Rock-soo. He wanted to stop eating it now. But if they told him to eat ramen again, and if they gave it to him with yolmu kimchi that has fermented just right, and then they give him jjajang ramen after he finishes the ramen. Ha! Just thinking about it made him angry. He thought of one last thing, work for the territory. When I am trying to get administrative work done, but they keep telling me to rest. That makes me very angry. Just thinking about it made him very truly full of wrath. Yes, those were the thoughts in Cal's mind. And this final test in front of him, Cal Henitus. Someone pulled away the documents in his hand. As Cal had realized as soon as the test had asked that question, this wrath test was not from the memories of his past either. It was a hypothetical situation. The test pretended to be nice and offered its help to ask when he was the angriest, and Cal had come up with many different situations. The results were visible as soon as Cal regained consciousness. You will have no more work, from now on and forever. F fat, sob her. I cannot listen to you any longer. Cal avoided his father, Deruth Henitus's gaze, lowered his head, and barely caught his breath. Deruth could not hide his anger as he watched Cal. He threw the documents that he took away from Cal. Chhhhhhhh, the documents fluttered and fell to the ground. His Highness said that he cannot give you any work either. How could this happen? You will never be able to work again. He he. Ah, this is great. This wrath test. Cal was feeling excitement and happiness in this illusion. This test is really good. Get out of here right now. Do not come anywhere near the office or the Lord's castle. Yes, father. Cal barely held back his laughter as he walked out of the office. Duke Deruth was huffing, but Cal's mind was light and at ease. Choi Han walked over with a serious look on his face at that moment. Calnim, what is it? Rayan on, and Hung are complaining about the side dishes. Really? Yes, Calnim. I'm sure that makes you angry, but Choi Han warily peeked at Cal as he continued speaking. Beacrox is urgently looking for you. He says that you are the only person who can take care of this, Calnim. Sure, sure. Of course I have to take care of it. Shall we go? Cal's footsteps were light as well as he headed toward the Henitus estate. Chapter 745, When I'm the Angriest. 5. Cal couldn't help but have a warm smile on his face after witnessing the relaxing sight in the dining area. No, Tang. Rayan gently tapped the armrest with his front paw. He then shook his head while shouting, I hate veggies. I only want to eat desserts, Naya. Hung shouted after Rayan, while On nonchalantly picked up the beans on her salad plate with her fork and moved them elsewhere. Young Master Nim. Ran had a gentle smile on his face as he welcomed Cal. It made the children, averaging 9 years old, flinch for a moment before they avoided his gaze. Cal walked without any hesitation, sat down at the head of the table, and quietly observed the children, averaging 9 years old, seated on both sides of the table. One of the things he had told the test voice about what made him angry when the children complain about the side dishes. This was the first time Cal saw the children complaining about the side dishes. Rayan peeked at Cal and then tilted his head in confusion. Human, why are you smiling like that? On had slowly put her fork down and was looking baffled at Cal as well. Cal gently asked instead of answering Rayan's question. Rayan, how old are you this year? Me, human, you don't even know my age. Rayan put his fork down and opened up his 2 front paws. I am 7 years old. It's 1 year later. Cal realized that this illusion was based on next year. Actually, he had some inkling that this was the future since he started this illusion. His Highness doesn't become king even in 1 year in this illusion, and he's swamped with work. The corners of Cal's lips were twitching. This was the joy of someone who was free from work. Rayan, who had no way of knowing this, peeked warily at Cal before opening his mouth again. Are you trying to say that a 7-year-old needs to not be picky with his food? I hate veggies. Okay, don't eat them. Rayan tilted his head in confusion while Hung stopped sneaking a dessert into his pocket to look at Cal. On simply had a suspicious gaze on her face. However, Cal was being quite serious. Eat whatever you want. You can eat the things you don't want to eat later or whenever you feel like eating them. Until now, Cal, with these children averaging 9 years old no, children averaging 10 years old here, he had never seen these children complain about side dishes. These 3 kids ate everything well. That was a good thing, but it did not always feel good to him. These were children who had experienced starvation before. Something like this is nice too. Children averaging 10 years old complaining about side dishes. Cal had wanted to see this sight at least once. When would he see them complaining about side dishes if they didn't do it while they were young? Cal had never complained about his side dishes other than when he was very young and his parents were both still there. Being able to complain was a luxury. Human, you're being weird. Rayan was even warier of Cal's gaze as he started picking up his veggies with his fork. Hung put the dessert down and decided to eat real food first. On was shaking her head side to side while eating the beans. Didn't I say that you don't need to eat things you don't like? Cal asked with a satisfied smile on his face, but the children averaging 10 years old didn't pay him any attention. That was wonderful, young Master Nim. Ran had a benign smile on his face as he praised Cal. Cal scowled. Cal then experienced something he had not even imagined in his wildest dreams. Here is some spicy ramen, young master Nim. Beakrux placed a bowl of ramen on the table in front of Cal. This was an unbelievable situation that was only possible because this was an illusion. Cal happily enjoyed the illusion. Wow. Although it was an illusion, the taste, scent, and everything was the same as reality. Having ramen for the first time in a long while tastes delicious. Cal was enjoying his ramen, but Beakrux was mumbling with disgust. Having ramen for a whole month is disgusting. Did you say something? No, young Masternim. Should I boil another one for you? Yes. Make it a jajang ramen. Yes, sir. Wow, he can make jajang ramen too. Cal had to hold himself back from cheering. He felt as if he should ask if bibim ramen was possible too. Cal was peacefully enjoying his ramen as he watched the children, averaging 10 years old, eating everything with a satisfied gaze. His chopsticks stopped moving. His gaze stopped at the window for a moment. What is that? His body slightly headed toward the window as if he was going to stand up. However, he had to turn his head without being able to continue his thoughts. Calnim. Choi Han walked over and spoke with a serious look on his face. I couldn't find it. Ha, find what? What we should do to play today. Cal blankly looked at Choi Han, who turned away from him as if he was disappointed. Me too. I couldn't figure anything out either. There's nothing to do now, Naya. Rayan and Hung spoke with disappointment, while On shook her head as if she was sorry. Cal recalled something else he had told the test voice. When I can't think of anything to do. Heh. The corners of Cal's lips started twitching. He quickly moved his hand up to cover his mouth as he answered seriously. Oh well. I guess I have to just do nothing and roll around the bed today. Please cheer up, young Master Nim. Ron handed him a cup of lemonade. Cal enjoyed the bitter taste of the lemonade after not having it for a while and energetically finished the rest of his ramen. His true slacker life started after that. This is great. Cal rolled to the right. The bed moved. Cal sprawled out on the bed, looked up at the ceiling, and mumbled to himself. This is so great. Nobody came to wake him up. Needing to hurry up and get up, but keep wanting to sleep, he said that it made him angry when nobody comes to wake him up. That was another thing he had told the test voice. Heh. He felt as if the fatigue that had built up inside of him was completely washing away. Although it was only one day, Duke Deruth, Duchess Violin, Basin, and even Lily seemed extremely energetic about Cal not even hearing the W for work. Elbrew wouldn't even pick up his call saying that he was too busy. He simply told Cal to play. Choi Han left to see Lark and the wolf children, saying that he will try to find something for them to do. On, Hang, and Rayan, the children averaging 10 years old, went to attend Ran's lesson. They might come to see Cal after their morning lessons finished. For reference, ancient dragon Eruhaben was supposedly busy building a new lair. Rosalind was busy with the magic tower. Everybody other than me is busy. Heh. Cal was even happier that he was the only one doing nothing. But Cal was smiling brightly as he mumbled to himself while letting the soft bed take him. How do I finish this test? The situations until now where he was supposed to feel wrath being chased away from work, eating ramen every meal, hearing the children complaining about side dishes, rolling around the bed, sleeping in. None of these situations actually made him angry. Forget wrath, he felt as if he was experiencing the future of his dreams. I've experienced all of the angry moments I shared with the test voice, including taking a nap. Cal wondered if this wrath test should end now. Just one day. He had rested for a day, so it was time to go charging forward again. But Cal looked outside the window again. Something is a bit weird here. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Cal got off the bed, put on some slippers, and walked over to a window with a terrace. His gaze was focused on the middle of a mountain that was visible from the territory. Starting from the middle and all the way to the top, he observed something on the mountain. It gave him an unknown sense of discomfort. He grabbed the window handle to take a closer look at the thing in the distance. He wanted to go onto the terrace to get a better look. At that moment, human, knock, knock, knock. Bang! He heard some light knocks on the door before Rayan burst in while calling his name. On, who had been the one to knock, walked in behind Hung and Rayan. Cal looked at the children averaging 10 years old for a moment before looking out the window again and nonchalantly asking, Rayan, what is human? What is that black thing on the mountain? The mountain was quite visible from the duchy. It was far away, but he could tell that it was one of the mountains where they mined marble. From the center of that mountain to the top up until the place where the marble was located, that thing that looks like a picture of a snake. There was a long black line drawn vertically like a snake. Cal did not remember something like this in the Hennitus territory. Boom, boom, boom. Cal felt his heart beat oddly. An instinctual sense of discomfort rose from within him. What is going on? This is the first time something like this has happened during the test. Cal could not figure out the answer. However, Rayan soon gave him the answer. Human, you don't even know what that is. Rayan nonchalantly responded, as if he was baffled that Cal would ask such a thing. Actually, he sounded excited as he responded. That was a lesson from the White Star Nim. What? What Nim? Cal subconsciously clenched his ears. Am I still half asleep? Who did Rayan just call with a Nim? Cal repeated the name back to Rayan as if to ask about it. White Star Nim. Hung nodded my head. That's right, Naya, the White Star Nim. The White Star Nim descended the black power on that mountain to help us have enlightenment. We must listen to the White Star Nim. Otherwise, the marble will disappear from the Hennitus territory. Human, that would be very bad. After an excited Rayan made that comment, On calmly added on as well. The Whipper Kingdom's farmlands lost all of their values because they did not listen to the White Star Nim Naya. It led to a third of the Whipper Kingdom's citizens dying of starvation. That's right, Naya. That's why Tunka listens to the White Star Nim very well now too. We must also listen very well. Hang nodded his head at his sister's comment and excitedly added on what he knew. Human, you don't even remember that. Or did you pretend not to know because you thought we wouldn't know? Rayan was looking at Cal as if he was weird. Ha ha ha, Cal simply laughed. Yes, there was no way that this test would be easy. Cal realized it at that moment. I need to hurry up and get out and put an end to that mother-ducking White Star. He realized something else as well. I'm a bit angry. Cal was slowly filling up with annoyance and anger. But human, what is it? Rayan approached him with a look of excitement and anticipation as he cautiously asked. When are we going to go pray? Pray? No way, right. We need to go pray to the God of Despairnim. Holy SHT. Cal covered his face with both hands. This was a future world where the White Star and Sealed Guard worked hand in hand for their victory. This is making me quite angry. The smile on Cal's face started to warp. This can't be. General Nim, please leave for a bit. Yes, sir, I understand. Click. The office was silent now that the knight left. Duck. The man could not hold back his anger and crumpled the paper in his hand. This makes no sense. Huff, huff. He was breathing heavily without being able to hold back his anger. The man's gaze headed toward the window. The white hair and green eyes reflected off the window. Clope Seca's face was red with rage, while his eyes were on fire. He observed the scene outside the window. He could see the peaceful and beautiful capital of his homeland that was slightly desolate, as with all nations up north. The legend, the legend. He looked down. He wanted to ignore it because he could not believe it, but everything here was a test he needed to overcome. The document that was crumpled on the ground, the headline on it, urgent news. The trial date for the defeated Cal Hennitus and his subordinates has been set. The green eyes that resembled a lush forest were burning as fierce as boiling lava and as dark as the deep night. How dare they turn the hero into a loser? Bang! His two fists slammed down on the table. He was boiling with rage the more he thought about it. So why am I? Heroes suffer from time to reach legend status. That could be being unfairly framed, being injured, or all sorts of things. Great heroes rise from overcoming those trials and tribulations. It was hard for Clope to understand such a thing, but there were people who said things like that. However, there was something that made him angrier than anything else. Why am I not one of his subordinates? Why am I not in prison? Why am I not being tried? Although his voice was calm, the suppressed heat of rage sounded as if it could blow up at any moment. Is it because I am so angry? I suddenly got goosebumps. Cal shook his shoulders a bit and sighed. Currently, the people who had arrived at the final test were Cal and Clope. Only the two of them were here. Chapter 746. When I'm the angriest. 6. The world was extremely calm, being the complete opposite of Cal's emotions. He took the children averaging 10 years old and headed toward the temple in the Hennitus territory. Unlike how it was in real life, the Hennitus territory was only allowed to have one temple. It was the temple worshipping the god of despair. This is driving me nuts. Cal started mumbling to himself while looking at the backs of the children, averaging 10 years old, looking out the carriage window. So, the god of this world is the white star, and the god in the sky is the god of despair. The white star will go up to the sky in the future and rule over this land with the god of despair together. That's right, human. Stop saying the same thing over and over. Rayan jerked his head around and frowned as if he was frustrated. Oh, Cal was flabbergasted. This was completely unbelievable. Nothing about this situation makes sense. The White Star wished to become a god. A bastard like that cooperating with the god of despair. That makes no sense. Furthermore, the god of despair wanted to cooperate with a human like the White Star. That also did not make any sense. However, it is a possible future. Cal now knew that the hunters were being the god of despair, the White Star, and all incidents. It was possible that the Hunters organization did something to create a world where the White Star and the God of Despair coexisted. Such a future was possible. It was possible if Cal should fail. Clunk. The carriage stopped. We've arrived, young Master Nim. Ron respectfully announced before Cal got off the carriage and looked at the temple. It's beautiful. You say that every time you come here, young Master Nim. Cal turned his head after hearing a voice. The individual in a priest robe was a familiar face. Bear King Seru. This bastard was pretty much the White Star's right-hand man and used the lighter tribute ancient power. That bastard was now a priest, greeting Cal outside the Guard of Despair's temple. I will escort you, young Master Nim. We will be playing. Seru took the lead while on took Hang and headed toward the garden in front of the temple. I'm going with them. Enjoy your time, human. The invisible Rayan seemed to be following on as well. Cal looked at the garden the children were walking toward. There were all sorts of people seated and laughing. Men, women, old, and young, they were all seated there looking completely at peace as they chatted, played, and rested. Cal's eyes opened a bit wider. There were dark elves, vampires, and beast people among those people. It seemed like the world that the crown prince, the vampires, and the beast people wanted. Cal Nim. Seru stopped walking and called out to Cal with a pale but gentle face. Cal looked away from the peaceful view and followed behind Seru. They walked into the temple. It was peaceful inside the temple as well. There were beautiful pillars and wall decorations made of white marble, potentially mined from the Henitus territory. The area that gave off a refined and holy atmosphere was silent. It was silent and peaceful. Cal followed behind Seru and observed the faces of the people in the temple. There were people looking happy, joyful, excited, while others looked busy, tired, or annoyed. However, nobody looked as if they were in despair or resignation. I heard that you were fired from doing work in the territory, young Masternim. Cal turned his head after suddenly hearing that comment. Seru was standing next to Cal and talking. There seemed to be some mischievous tone in his comment, as if he was slightly joking. Cal responded as if it didn't faze him at all. The Duke Nim fired me because I was so bad at it. He gently shrugged his shoulders. Ha ha ha. I think I can imagine how the Duke Nim reacted. I heard that documents were flying through the air. Please don't remind me about it. The documents were not flying through the air, they were flying at me. Egu, the Duke Nim is too much sometimes. Seru patted Cal's shoulders as if consoling him for his suffering. Cal gently smiled bitterly. Seru slightly raised his fist and made a fighting pose. Please cheer up, Calnim. Cal slowly nodded his head. Of course. But you see, there was something Cal had been curious about since earlier. He wanted to ask Seru about it. How do you know what happened between my father and I? How the hell does a priest know about a conversation between the Duke and his son? It sounds like someone in the Lord's castle was spying on Duke Deruth and me and continuously reporting to Seru. Is it just my imagination? Cal felt an unknown sense of déjà vu. That black line on the marble-covered mountain, it was the same feeling he had while looking at that snake-like line. Boom, boom, boom. His heart was beating fast. Why am I feeling like this? Is it fear? Nervousness? No, it's nothing like that. However, it wasn't because of joy, anticipation, or excitement either. We're already here. Seru had led Cal to an area full of single-person prayer rooms on both sides. Seru opened the door to the room at the end of the hallway and bowed as soon as Cal walked in. I pray it will be a time of deep enlightenment. Krieg. Click. The thick steel door closed. These prayer rooms were the only rooms with the steel doors. Ha! Cal subconsciously chuckled. A singer-person prayer room. There was an orb floating in the air inside. Cal had seen something that looked exactly like this, but bigger. It was that large orb that appeared above Puzzle City on top of the sealed guard's temple before he entered this test. It looked the same, but was much smaller. This orb was the size of Cal's head. The orb was glowing red. When the sealed guard had thrown Cal into a test and tried to make him fall into despair, it was this same red color. It wasn't a simple prayer. Cal turned his head. There were texts written on the wall as if it was the prayer. To the defeated, those trying to hide, I will give you a chance to be born anew. Endlessly remember the feeling of defeat and despair that you felt, and through eternal self-reflection and eternal repentance, follow the white star in the darkness and bow before God to allow yourself to be born again. The defeated or those trying to hide. Cal observed the red orb for a bit before heading toward the door. Click. The door to the prayer room opened easily. Oh my, Calnim. However, Seru was standing in the hallway outside the door. You cannot run away. You must start your prayer and show your faith. Cal responded calmly. Can I go to the restroom first? I'm a bit nervous, I see. I'm sure you know the way, but would you like me to guide you there? Ah. Seru suddenly gasped before pointing toward probably the direction of the restroom. Never mind. Please go and return on your own. However, as you already know, it is the children's turn if you escape, Calnim. You know that, right? Flinch. Cal's eyes slightly twitched. However, Sarah's face was calm. Your choice to temporarily block the White Star Nim's path. You must pay for it. It seemed as if Cal went up against the White Star in this illusion world, but failed, with his attempt being nothing more than a temporary hindrance. Basically, it meant that the White Star had an overwhelming victory. Seru saw Cal's stiff face and gently smiled. Do you remember the fallen saint and the evil necromancer's successor? You may end up as a sacrifice if you make the wrong decision. Please keep that in mind. Cal could tell right away. Jack, the saint of the sun god, and necromancer Mary were not in this world. They were dead. He smiled. Of course. No need to worry. I will trust you, Calnim. Cal didn't respond to Seru and headed toward the restroom. His steps were calm and gentle. However, once he arrived at the restroom Calnim, he heard a familiar voice call him Calnim this time. It had annoyed him to hear Seru calling him Calnim. The restroom. Choi Han was coming out of it. He had wondered where Choi Han had gone since he didn't come out when Cal left the Henetus estate earlier, but he was here. He's been crying. There were no tears in Choi Han's face. However, his eyes were slightly red on his washed face, and his eyes were bloodshot. Cal opened his mouth to speak. This was the restroom close to the prayer rooms. It seemed pretty obvious that Choi Han would have been to the prayer rooms. Was the prayer hard? Choi Han avoided his gaze. No, it was hard for me. Choi Han's eyes opened wide, and he responded out of reflex. I will fill your share on your behalf. The quota filled up pretty quickly when I prayed. Cal was able to figure some things out about the prayer room at that moment. Ya'll have to feel the despair again. Calnim. Choi Han faintly smiled, and Cal realized that he was accurate about what happens. I have a sense of how it works now. The guard of despair was the sealed guard. That bastard gained power through the despair of living creatures. The single-person prayer rooms tightly lined up down the hallway. Those were places that the people who hindered the White Star and the guard of despair had to offer despair to the guard of despair in the name of prayer. Since the red orb was in the room, it was probably despair through illusions. Cal casually commented, I guess it is better than being a sacrifice. Calnim. Choi Han called out to Cal again. However, there was deep sadness and desperation in his voice. Sacrifice. Cal had a pretty good idea as to what that was too. Choi Han's reaction and Jack and Mary's situation made him pretty certain. If the guard of despair wanted despair, the White Star wanted dead mana. Dead mana. Living creatures had to die to create dead mana. Numerous people had lost their lives in the Magaru Empire's alchemist's bell tower in the past for that same reason. The sacrifices were probably referring to the people who had to die for the White Star and for dead mana. Cal chuckled in a low voice and mumbled as he thought about the peaceful situation outside the temple. Do you understand the situation? Excuse me, Choi Han asked, wondering what Cal was talking about. However, this question was not directed at Choi Han. I come back to my senses and find you taking such a weird test. Why don't we burn it all up? That mother ducker. He made the ground useless. Again, he's doing the same SHT that the Ancient One did. The ancient powers were speaking up for the first time in a long while. Thankfully, in this illusion, Cal could use all of his powers. That was why they felt that something was off. I know, there is no way that we would lose. Cal asked Choi Han a question. Is the central location of the God of Despair's temple in Puzzle City? It is. The central temple is at Puzzle City. Cal Nim, why are you suddenly asking such a question? Choi Han stiffened up without being able to finish his sentence, while Cal turned around and smiled. Bear King Seoru was headed toward them. Cal Nim, why are you asking about Puzzle City? Nothing much. Cal nonchalantly responded, I was thinking of going to the central temple to pray. Choi Han's eyes opened wide, and his pupils were shaking while Seoru smiled brightly. Ah, is that so? I thought that you might be having other ideas. Seoru spoke as if he was happy. Then I guess you can be in charge of delivering the sacrifices from the Hennetus territory next time, Kalnim. I've been quite concerned about whom to leave in charge of the delivery, because the quota for the Hennetus territory increased to 3 times what it used to be. You will do it, won't you? Cal willingly nodded his head. Gladly. That night Cal had to face Deruth not in Deruth's office, but the Duke's personal study. Why? It was rare to see Duke Deruth being this angry at Cal. He couldn't stop frowning. I made it clear that you are not to do anything. Why did you volunteer? Why? Even His Highness ordered you not to do anything. Cal figured out why Duke Deruth and the Crown Prince made it so that Cal could not do any work. No, he had realized it earlier in the day. Cal, please, you stay out of it. Basin and Violin will step aside during their turns as well. This is something that only your father should dirty his hands with. You go and rest peacefully. Please. Cal firmed his resolve once more after seeing the desperation on Deruth's face. This mother-ducking test. I will take care of the sacrifice delivery. Cal. Deruth was about to raise his voice, but peeked toward the door. Cal put his hands on Deruth's shoulders. Father, this mother-ducking test. Until I let out all of my rage, I'm going to flip this SHT over. I have no intentions of resting. Cal was the only one who knew the meaning of these words. He started to think, this final test, Wrath, it truly deserves to be the final test. The last test should be like this. The final corner to reach the sealed guard's final act should at least be at this level. Cal's eyes were sparkling viciously as he put aside any thoughts of resting for a moment. The super rock cautiously asked, in a voice where his excitement could not be hidden. Are we going to rescue the sacrifices first? Or maybe destroy the central temple? How about we just destroy everything? Chapter 747, When I Am the Angriest. 7. Cal found the super rock's question to be odd. Rescue the people who are going to be sacrificed. Destroy the central temple. Just destroy everything. Did those questions even need to be asked? They needed to do all 3. Duke Deruth must have read something on Cal's face, as Cal made up his mind internally as he tightly grabbed both of Cal's arms. Cal! The emotion visible in his eyes had moved from concern to fear. You're not thinking about something else right now, are you? Don't worry, Father. I will do a good job with my assigned task. Cal responded without any hesitation in order to calm him down. Yes. Cal, do not forget the mindset of the House of Hennetus. We just need to live peacefully. I'm not so sure about that. The Duke Deruth that Cal knew was someone who found his family, household, and territory to all be important. That was why he understood why Deruth was acting like this and was empathetic with him. Cal recalled the things he saw after coming back from the temple and before Deruth called him here. He opened Duke Deruth's palm and wrote on it with his finger. Duke Deruth's pupils started to shake. The Hennetus Estate basement training ground. That place was currently said to be closed. Deruth claimed that there was no need for it as soon as the White Star became the White Starnim and closed it. How did that make any sense? No matter how much money the House of Hennetus has, they were still a martial arts family. Even Basin, who was going to focus on administrative affairs, was taught basic martial arts, while Duchess Violin was so dedicated to martial arts, to the point that she had her own armor despite being in charge of the cultural heritage business. Such people closing the training ground. Cal did not believe it, and as such had watched the path to the basement training ground from a distance. Some old employees seemed to go in and out of there. It was as if they were going in and out to put miscellaneous things in there. However, those people were people from the Marlan household. They were the people who originally ruled over the underworld of the eastern continent with Ran, but had escaped from the White Star and barely managed to survive. They were the reclusive experts who had gathered under the banner of the Marlan household. The people who were even older than Ran were disguised as employees to go in and out of the basement training ground. Of course, he had only witnessed it about twice, but Cal was certain. Something's up. In this illusion world, Deruth, Ran, and other elderly people of the House of Henitus were trying to do something while leaving Cal out of it. Starting with Cal, they were doing everything they could to leave the people they considered the youngsters, Basin, Choi Han, and the rest, out of it. How can I just sit back and watch? I may look young, but I am in my late 30s. As for Choi Han, he's probably at Ran and Deruth's great-grandfather's age. Of course, Cal might leave Choi Han out as well because of his pure personality. Father, I plan on only doing the task that I am assigned. So please don't worry. I'm just going to get some fresh air at Puzzle City. Deruth frowned and nodded his head after hearing Cal's calm tone. Yes, do that. However, don't cause any incidents and do only what the staff tell you to do. Yes, father, I will do so. Sorry, father, I don't plan on doing that. Cal did not make his inner thoughts visible and responded reliably, making Deruth sigh and wave his hand. Go get some rest. Yes, father. Father, please make sure to get some rest as well. Take it slow. PFFFD. Deruth chuckled at Cal's comment and nodded his head. Cal smiled back and left Deruth's personal study. He headed toward his room with a just as relaxed face. Click. Human. Did you get in trouble? I want to go to Puzzle City too, Naya. It's nice to eat crackers after you get scolded, Naya. The children, averaging 10 years old, approached Cal as soon as he entered the room. It was at that moment. P.E.I. Cal turned his head after hearing a familiar noise. A video communication device. It was glowing red. This only happened for one of two reasons. It was either an emergency situation or, human, just wait one moment. It was a call from the Crown Prince. Pat. Cal had an odd expression on his face after seeing a barrier cover the whole bedroom. Rayan had cast soundproof barrier magic as soon as the video communication device started glowing red. You. Then the video communication device was connected. Alberus' face that appeared on the screen above looked quite tired. Why is your name popping up as the person in charge of delivering the sacrifices for the Henitus territory? I'm certain that I told you to not do any work and live that slacker life that you wanted so badly. Cal realized that Alberus' usual fatigued face he knew was quite different from this face right now. Do you also think that my word means nothing? The eyes that were full of conviction despite the fatigue were not full of fatigue and wrath. Cal opened his mouth to speak. His voice sounded relaxed and calm. I just want to go out and play. It's suffocating being stuck in the territory. Ha! Alberu did not hesitate to scoff at all. He knew Cal well enough to not trust him. Ill put this bluntly. Even the eyes of this crown prince in the illusion were tired. There were no emotions in his voice at all. We are not the White Stars match. Cal closed his eyes for a moment, opened them back, and asked, Why? Why are you asking that when you know? Why did we lose? Alberu sighed and continued speaking after hearing Cal's consistent tone. How can we defeat a complete White Star? Aha, Cal quietly gasped. So that's how it is. The White Star in this illusion was complete. Complete. That word probably did not mean just one thing. The Crown Prince would not be calling an individual complete just for one reason. Basically, the White Star of this world got his hands on all of the ancient powers to achieve balance and developed a tightly knitted alliance in the eastern and western continents to surpass them in both troops and power. Furthermore, saying that the enemy was complete and we were incomplete in power, alliance, and all aspects. What is the point of asking? Cal organized his thoughts at this moment. What does this wrath test want from me? No, do I need to resolve this wrath if I want to pass this test? Or maybe I need to get rid of the source of the wrath. If not that, do I need to just let this wrath wash away from me? Did he just need to not feel anger toward this situation no matter what happened? That test voice that had been quite nice was currently silent. This mother-ducking test. Cal came to a simple conclusion. If you're angry, you just have to resolve it. What? Nothing, Your Highness. Cal shook his head and came to a simple conclusion. The White Star is like a giant wall without any gaps right now. Why do you keep repeating the things we already know? Cal thought internally after listening to Alberus' grumbling tone. A large wall without any gaps. Then it'll be easy. You just thought that it is easy, didn't you? The Crown Prince was a sharp person. He instantly figured out what Cal was thinking. The wall will crumble if you create a hole in it. You were thinking that, weren't you? Alberu sternly shook his head. No, it will not crumble even if there are multiple holes. He mumbled with a bitter look on his face. Maybe if it was before the White Star was victorious, but that bastard won, and the majority of the kingdoms in the eastern and western continent submitted to him. We cannot turn things around with one or two holes. It may be one thing if a portion of the wall crumbled, but the super rock could not hide his confusion and mumbled at that moment. Is it because this is an illusion? That crown prince doesn't really know you, Cal. The cheapskate fiery thunderbolt agreed. I know, right? Doesn't even the young dragon know about it? This punk is someone who will send the whole wall flying if he says he's going to make a hole in it. He might have a better chance of doing what he needs to do if he was ordered to only break a part of the wall. No, he might still send the whole wall flying. Alberu quietly whispered, as if to console Cal. You cannot make the White Star move with a small flame. It'll be put out extremely quickly. The super rock mumbled again. He's got this wrong. A small flame. Cal is a punk who will poke a calm volcano and cause it to erupt. The crown prince here is so pure. The fiery thunderbolt played along. I know, right? This punk is even worse than I was. The person who even the world tree is scared of is weak sauce compared to this punk. The crown prince is pure. I'm not so sure about that. Cal did not agree with the super rock. The tired crown prince's eyes were observing Cal. His eyes were looking at Cal as if he was trying to figure out whether he truly had a plan to cause a small flame or create a hole in the wall. However, he quickly hid that gaze. Unfortunately, Cal had already seen it. Smile. The crown prince clicked his tongue and turned his head after seeing Cal smile. Don't do anything stupid and just quietly do as you are told. Cal immediately nodded his head at Alberus' order. As you command, your highness. Alberu glared at Cal as if he could not trust him at all before he hung up. Do whatever you want. Cal's smile became bigger after hearing Alberus' last words, and he summoned Ron. Ron, yes, young Master Nim. The records of the past 2 years. Bring them here. No, the past 3 years. The fake benign smile slowly disappeared from Ron's face. His eyes were only focused on Cal before he lowered his head and walked out of the bedroom. I understand, young Master Nim. Click. The door closed and Cal turned toward Rayan, who was still casting the soundproof barrier magic. The children averaging 10 years old. The eyes of the children who had been shouting, White Starnim, were sparkling as they looked at Cal. Human, are you doing something? It seems like it, Naya, On quietly commented. I've been waiting, Naya. Cal couldn't help but let out a short chuckle. He looked at the now turned-off video communication device and said something to the person whom he had just been talking to. It's the people trying to protect something who have it difficult. A few days passed, and it was now the day for the Henitus territory to send sacrifices to Puzzle City. The sacrifices were only to be the people on the list provided by the temple, and the territory lord was responsible for delivering everybody on that list to the territory's temple. The temple would confirm the condition of the sacrifices delivered to them and move them all to the central temple in Puzzle City if there were no issues. Someone from the temple and a representative of the territory would transport the sacrifices, and it was the responsibility and duty of the territory to make sure that there were no issues in the transportation of the sacrifices. It's quiet. The plaza should usually be loud and full of people moving around. However, this place was too quiet today. Cal looked around. All of the shops were closed, and the few homes he could see had their curtains closed without anybody showing their faces. It was extremely different and unbelievable compared to the peaceful sight a few days ago. I guess this is reality. This was the true face hidden beneath the surface. Ah, hello, young Masternim. Vice Captain Hilsman of the Henitus Territory Knights Brigade greeted the approaching Cal. Cal responded by nodding his head and heading to the center of the plaza. Young Masternim. Deputy Butler Hands, who was walking behind him, quietly called out to Cal with an anxious expression on his face, but Cal pretended not to see it. The Super Rock called out to him as well. Cal, is there a need to go in that direction? The place Cal was walking toward, there were numerous luggage carriages there. These luggage carriages had been modified into cells. A lot of people were seated together inside with their hands and feet bound. Their eyes looked either dead or angry. Cal observed all of them one by one. Egu, Cal Nim, you're here early. Cal turned his head after hearing an elated voice. Bear King Searu in his priest robe was walking with other priests behind him. Searu was planning on going with Cal. The sacrifices are all in good condition, right? Searu was staring at Cal's face with a piercing gaze as he smiled. The temple worked especially hard to make the list this time, and the sacrifices are in great condition as the Duke Nim was able to safely capture them. Cal, maintain your calm. The super rock noticed the scowl on Cal's face and urgently continued speaking. You're going to save them all anyway. I don't think there is a need to show any interest in the sacrifices carriage right now. Let's just hold it in and move along since that bastard Searu is in front of us. Don't you think that that would be for the best? Yes, I know that I am going to save all of them in a few days, but Cal quietly mumbled to himself. I should call the trash over for the first time in a long while. Excuse me, what did you just say? Searu, who was smiling brightly while asking about the condition of the sacrifices, stopped talking and asked, "What? No, not yet. Leave it all inside." As the super rock anxiously shouted, Cal scowled quite a bit as he viciously glared at Searu. "Priestnim, this isn't right. Excuse me," Searu asked back and smiled. "What are you talking about? Are you trying to say something about the sacrifices?" "No." Cal cut Searu off. He pointed to the luggage carriages. "Is it okay to move sacrifices in such a thing?" He instantly raised his voice. He crossed his arms and leaned on one leg. "These are sacrifices for the white Starnim. We're going to take them in such small things. Wouldn't it be pretty much looking down on the white Starnim if we do it like this?" Don't you agree? Excuse me, I mean, come on." Cal pointed toward the luggage carriages that had been modified into cells. "Sincerity. You need to show sincerity when offering sacrifices." Something like this, eyes full of disappointment, headed toward Searu. "Are you looking down on the Henitus Duchy right now? Is that it?" "Excuse me," Cal shouted at Hans. "Go get new carriages right away. These are sacrifices being offered by the Henitus Duchy. You want us to take them in such shabby things? We need to prepare the best of the best for sacrifices to the White Starnim. Isn't that right?" "Excuse me." "Why, yes, sir." Hans was shocked for a moment before he vigorously nodded his head and urgently ran toward the Henitus estate. Cal's sharp gaze turned toward Searu again. "And what is up with this mess for the sacrifices?" "Excuse me. Their clothes are shabby, all of the food back there are the lowest quality, and the things you brought for tents look like you picked it up off the streets." "Ha! Priestnim, do you not respect the White Starnim?" Cal's sharp gaze was looking at Searu as if he was stupid. How can the representative priest of the temple lack sincerity like this? Tusk. He gave orders to Ran, Vice Captain Hilsman, and Beecrox. "Go get the highest quality things for everything I just mentioned." The three of them quickly started moving to fulfill Cal's orders. Cal watched them for a moment before turning back to look at Searu. Searu was looking at Cal with shock, anger, and annoyance mixed on his face, but could not say anything. Cal started talking to Searu again. "I guess the temple does not have any money. Should I make a donation?" He looked Searu up and down before making one last comment. "Tusk." The super rock, who had been silent, commented after hearing Cal make that noise. "Yes, people should dress well, eat well, and sleep well." Chapter 748. Gathered 1. The extremely luxurious convoy departed the Henitus territory. It was quite spectacular seeing numerous high-grade carriages crossing through the plaza in a single file line towards the exit of the castle. Furthermore, knights with Vice Captain Hilsman at the center were guarding those carriages. In addition, mages in robes riding horses were stationed in the front and back. Chhhhhhhhhhhh. A portion of the residents who would normally not be looking out had opened their curtains to watch. Billowsnim. I'm seeing it as well. The bastard son of the Flynn Merchant Guild. In this illusion, Billows Flynn, the merchant, was still just the bastard son who was residing in the remote Henitus territory. He burned the paper in his hand and mumbled in a low voice. The message from the Marlans was true. The young Master Nim has made his move. Billos' loyal subordinate looked at him. Billows noticed the gaze and continued speaking. "Spread the rumors. Tell people to pay attention to Puzzle City." "Yes, sir, I understand." Billows finished burning up the paper and reached his hand out to close the curtains. Chhhhhhhhhh. Another person who was looking out the window closed their curtains and started talking toward the video communication device. "Your Highness, Young Master Cal is moving differently from usual. Okay, I understand. Should I follow him? That's okay. We just need to pay attention to Puzzle City since we know that is where he is headed. Stand down for now. I understand, Your Highness. Ah, I also heard that Duke Deruth opened up the basement training ground. Furthermore, we cannot locate Sir Choi Han. Some of the Henitus Estate's employees have been missing for a few days as well. Finally, the Forest of Darkness. We saw Choi Han heading there. Of course, Choi Han seemed to have recognized me. The individual who had been reporting to Albaru through the video communication device pulled off the hood that was being worn quite low to cover the face. Albaru, I am going to follow him. Auntie, Dark Elf Tasha, the wanted criminal who had escaped despite being named a sacrifice, smiled toward her nephew's scowling face. Carefully, safely. If you must follow him, Auntie, okay. The call ended, and Tasha clenched her eyes shut before opening them and getting up. Choi Han had shown himself, as well as where he was going, to Tasha on purpose. Mary. She called out her other family member's name as she walked over and grabbed the doorknob of her hiding place. Time to head to Puzzle City. Swoo-whoosh. Wind swirled in a place that had not had any wind until that moment. Silent black shadows, the dark elves, followed Tasha out of this hiding spot. On the other hand, Cal looked out the carriage window and confirmed that some curtains were moving before turning his head without any hesitation. Knock, knock. However, he looked out the window again after hearing some knocks and opened the window. Calnim. Bear King Seru was on a horse and smiling as he approached Cal's carriage. Most priests were riding carriages, but Seru and a few other priests were on horses. These are their battle forces. It was obvious that the ones on horses were individuals related to battle or strength. What is it, Priestnim? Calnim, I wanted to thank you for allowing me to experience such a magnificent delivery convoy. Cal nonchalantly commented while looking at Sarah's smiling face. It is just the basics. Excuse me. A convoy like this is normal for the Henitus Duchy. The smile on Sarah's face twisted a bit. However, he soon smiled again and continued speaking. The duchy truly is amazing. However, there is something peculiar. To be able to gather a procession of this size, with numerous carriages and food, right away, it seems as if things were prepared, as if you planned on doing this. Cal sighed as Searu seemed to be trying to fish some information out of him. Priestnim, yes. Cal spoke as if he was doing his best to not call Searu stupid, while Searu was looking at him with a gaze of anticipation. Didn't I just say that this was normal? The Henitus Duchy does not need any preparations for something of this level. This was the truth. Cal looked at Searu up and down as he asked, Are you envious? No, that's not just let me know if you need money. I will make a donation. Okay. Calnim, that's not it's okay. I know that's what you are thinking on the inside. Hara. I'm going to rest now, Priestnim. Wait, tap. Cal closed the window and shut the curtains. One corner of his lips curled up. However, that corner twisted back down after seeing something. On the window on the other side of the carriage, the children averaging 10 years old were quietly looking at something. It was not something amazing or beautiful. The robed mages who were moving with the Knights Brigade, the children, were looking at the people wearing black robes with piercing gazes. Mary was said to have become a sacrifice in this illusion. Mary was dead. In this illusion, Saint Jack was also dead. It may be an illusion, but you've made me quite angry. I am going to duck that son of a beach of a guard up. The children, averaging 10 years old, flinched for a moment before quickly turning toward Cal. What is it? However, Cal responded as if he had no idea about anything. The children, averaging 10 years old, quietly observed Cal. Cal started speaking again after sensing their gazes. You can speak freely in here because this was something that was prepared suddenly. The carriage was suddenly brought from the Henitus estate. There were no eavesdropping devices nor magic devices in here for that reason. Aha! The children, averaging 10 years old, starting with the quietly gasping on, started smiling like Cal with one corner of their lips curled up. Why are you smiling like that? PFFFD. Cal chuckled before looking forward and organizing his thoughts. I recorded all of the records Ran handed me. It allowed Cal to understand how this illusion world had created such a future. Screech, the large gate of the Henitus territory, opened. The vanguard moved out, and Cal's carriage was the next to exit. Right before Cal's carriage moved past the gate, Cal turned his head to see the top of the slums. There was nothing there. Originally, there should be a black tree or a white tree there. The top of the slums was desolate. Cal Henitus without his shield. Based on the records of this illusion, Cal had met Rayan, Choi Han, and everybody else he had met, and even gained the Earth attribute ancient power, the scary giant cobblestone. However, he still lost. He lost some close battles and did not manage to protect his people. Those results piled up to create a new future. There was just one thing, the wood attribute ancient power, the indestructible shield. That was the only thing he did not manage to gain. There was no cringeworthy young master silver shield nickname in this world either. Shield. It was the first power Cal gained, as well as the starting point of his plan to survive in this world. Too many things had changed, because he did not have that one thing. First of all, Cal's body was not in balance because he did not have a wood attribute ancient power, leading to him always being subdued by the complete white star in every battle. Furthermore, there had been numerous casualties in situations where he needed to protect them, making them lose a lot of people until now. It was at that moment. I am right here. The corners of Cal's lips curled up. I am here. The glutton priestess of the indestructible shield slowly grumbled as if she was discontent. Heh! Cal let out a chuckle. Yes, I have all of my powers right now. The current Cal in this illusion was the same as himself in reality. He had no idea why the sealed guard left him, as is for this test. Is he saying that I can't change things by myself because everything has already been twisted? Or does he want me to flail around when everything has failed? In that case, okay then. I don't see why not. Who cares if he had to flail around in the depths of failure once? He could even do it thousands of times more. He just had no reason to be held down in this illusion longer than necessary. And as I've continued to notice, this test is nice and gives me at least the smallest of clues or powers to overcome the test. The test used by the sealed guard was not completely advantageous toward him. It was the same when Cal first experienced the despair test because of the sealed guard and had been the case with every test so far here. The test was pretty fair to the challenger as well. That is why I need to use all of my chances. However, it would not be easy. Young Masternim, why are you going through the records again? He recalled the look on Ran's face after he brought over the files with the records. He had not missed the concern visible underneath the disguise of a benign smile on Ran's face. He could understand the reason as soon as he looked through the documents. The White Star's power and his forces are much more than I imagined. It was to the point where he could not help but wonder how the past could have changed so much. First of all, the Magaru Empire and its alchemist's bell tower were under the White Star's control and were the center of the Western continent. In addition, the three kingdoms up north of the Northern Alliance that had been involved with the White Star through the Indomitable Alliance had submitted to the White Star after Clope Seca was defeated. Clope was currently imprisoned. As for the jungle, Litana was not the queen of the jungle right now. Litana was the former queen, and her current whereabouts were unknown. A shaman who was the White Star's subordinate was the current king. Crown Prince Valentino's Caro kingdom, the Breck kingdom under Rosalind's father's reign, the Whipper kingdom under Commander Tunka, and finally, the Roan kingdom. They had all submitted to the White Star at least on the surface. How could they not when the center, south, and north of the Western continent were all under the White Star's control? Young Masternim. Ran had removed the benign smile on his face and had spoken with a rare, stiff expression on his face. The chances of victory are not high. It will be difficult to even gather our forces. Cal shook his head. I don't need anything. Cal thought about the playing field of the forces. The Western Continent's Jungle Whipper Kingdom, the North the Eastern Continent's Mercenaries Guild, Marlin Household, I just need to catch the damn head. The White Star. The me of the present can't catch that bastard. That's not possible. I already caught him once. There's no reason I can't do it again. As for the sealed guard, I need to take care of that bastard in the future, so it isn't a bad idea to use this as practice to take him down. Rayan. What is it, human? Cal, who had been looking around the inside of the carriage that was out of the temple's reach, asked Rayan to do something. Contact our friends. The looks on Rayan and Hang's faces changed. Cal slowly spoke as if to respond to the looks of anticipation in their sparkling eyes. Tell them to come watch. I got it, human. CHHHHHHHHH. The remaining curtain was closed, and Cal's video communication device started flashing without stop. Nuna, y'all go right. Of course, I'll go. Rosalind firmly adjusted the edges of her old robe as she responded. Lark continued to look around despite nobody being in this forest as he answered, I want to go too. Okay. Rosalind's eyes sparkled while looking at the now turned-off video communication device. The escapees, Rosalind and Lark. Rosalind, who had been expected to be the tower master for the next generation of the Magic Tower, ran away saying that she did not want to be in the same situation as the alchemist's bell tower, while Lark was wanted because he was chosen as a sacrifice, but ran away. Hyang, Lark nodded his head at the voice calling him and spoke. Let's go. The trees of the forest seemed to move as Mies and the other wolves revealed themselves. The wolves were said to be disowned by the guards. It was the reason a large number of them were chosen as sacrifices, making them the race with the most escapees. The wolves quickly started moving. At the same time, on a desert in the Caro Kingdom, someone raised their body up from the land of death. Ha ha ha, he wants us to come watch. This person's whole body was covered in black lines that resembled spider webs and just as many injuries. The owner of this body was Sword Master Hannah. St. Jack's only blood relative, his younger sister Hannah, clenched her sword. Y'all go, right. The robe of the person asking her this question fluttered as dust was brushed off of it. Of course, ill go. It's been a while. I haven't been to Puzzle City in a long time. The excommunicated priestess cage. She was separated from Taylor, who remained in the territory and was currently working as a mercenary. She mainly used curses, as she had been doing in the original history, and was currently wanted for arrest by the White Star's side. Cage, who was now the leader of the Mercenaries Guild, motioned to her guild members with her eyes, and the Mercenaries Guild quickly started leaving the desert with Hannah leading the pack. A few days later, we're here. Cal's luxurious sacrifice delivery convoy entered Puzzle City. Puzzle City had once been famous for its extremely plentiful rock towers made by numerous people's desires. There were no more rock towers in this place. Instead, there was a large 5-story tower made of white marble at the center of Puzzle City, shining brightly under the sun's bright light. Chapter 749. Gathered too, how fancy. Seru walked up to Cal as he got off the carriage. Sarah's expression did not look good. Calnim, I don't think that this is the time for such appreciation. We are the last to arrive. Seru made his annoyance visible on his face, but could not be angry toward Cal. This journey from the Hennetus territory to Puzzle City, the Sacrifices delivery convoy, had moved at a schedule usually reserved for VIP travelers. The priests wanted to hurry, but they could not do so. The carriages and everything belonged to the Hennetus estate. Cal shrugged his shoulders and gently responded. There was nothing we could do about it, Priestnim. We need to make sure that sacrifices for the White Starnim are in the best condition. Isn't that right? Ha! Seru shook his head side to side before turning around as if he didn't want to talk to Cal anymore. Cal grumbled in a shocked voice towards Sarah's back about how fussy he was being. It's not like we're late. How fussy? What did you just say? Seru turned back, and Cal responded with a nonchalant look on his face. Do you need some donations? Ha! Seru turned around with disgust before walking over to the carriages with the sacrifices and giving an order to Vice Captain Hilsman. Please move the sacrifices to the white sky immediately. The vice captain looked at Cal instead of responding. Seru frowned and asked, Are you not going to answer me? I'm sorry, sir. My superior is the young Masternim, and he is the one in charge of the overall delivery and safety of the sacrifices. It had been like this. Seru had not been able to do anything as he pleased during their trip here. Normally, everybody was supposed to whimper at Sarah's every word, but that had not been the case this time, potentially because of Cal Hennetus. However, he couldn't even get angry. Why, Vice Captain, of course we need to quickly move the sacrifices. Cal Hennetus was being a total drama queen as he continued. Safely, without a single injury, you remember, right? Yes, sir. They are our precious sacrifices. They sure are. Ah, I should go as well. I am the person in charge of the delivery, so I should watch them until the end. Isn't that right, Priestnim? Cal Hennetus had truly worked hard. He had not talked back to Searu, nor any of the priests, and had done everything logically. Cal headed over to the luxurious carriages with the sacrifices and said something once he was next to Searu. I heard that some of the others just tell their subordinates to move the sacrifices and don't even check what happens to them later. Ha! They are lacking sincerity, totally lacking sincerity. That damn sincerity. Seru became disgusted whenever he heard that word now. He finally realized it. He's rebelling like this now. He had realized that Cal was messing with him a long time ago. It annoyed him, but he had to hold back his sneer. Yes, now that he cannot go against our liege, the only thing he can do is to mess around like this. Cal Henitus had annoyed Searu and the priests, but had properly delivered the sacrifices in the end. Basically, it meant that he submitted to the White Star. I'm sure that his liege will be quite happy to hear about this as well. Searu watched the Henitus territory's sacrifices being delivered to the White Sky and smiled. Unfortunately, there was something he did not know. Cal's eyes were thoroughly recording the Salvation Center where the sacrifices were stored. The White Sky. Vice Captain Hilsman was moving the sacrifices to the White Sky with a stiff expression on his face. Cal, who was watching a bit farther back, took a look at this building that was called the White Sky. It was the final resting place where the sacrifices that had fallen into despair rid themselves of that despair before going to the sky. The White Sky. This building was said to have 1 story above ground and 3 underground. It's located right next to the temple, the splendid 5-story marble temple at the center of Puzzle City. The White Sky was the black building just a bit away from the temple. The sacrifices remain in the basement of this building until the start of the cultus, imprisoned in the dark underground without any light. Everybody on the list is here. On the above-ground floor of the White Sky, the priest looking through the document nodded his head toward Vice Captain Hilsman. The only floor above ground was set up like an office. Numerous sacrifices were walking down a long pathway on one side of the building. Cal took a peek toward the end of the path. He could not see anything because it was dark. However, he could tell that this was the only way in and out of the basement. One of the White Star's loyal subordinates was protecting it. Oh ho! Young Master Cal is here. At the front of that pathway lying King Dorf. That bastard was sitting on a chair, leisurely waving his hand toward Cal. He looked quite small for a lion without being in his berserk state. However, there were lots of darkness elementals floating around him. He walked over to Cal and patted his shoulder. There was no hesitation in his movements. Good job bringing the sacrifices here. Cal also smiled as he responded. Yes, it was quite arduous. You don't know how much sincerity I showed as I brought them here. Piwahaha. Yes, yes. It is great seeing you like this. Dorf peeked at the sacrifices from the Henitus territory before lowering his head toward Cal. He then whispered in Cal's ear. You didn't bring the damn dragon. Cal's gaze moved toward Dorf. Dorf smiled. It would have been great if he was invisible and came here with you. Squeeze. The hand on Cal's shoulder tightened its grip. Then I could have seen it as impure intentions and offered your damn dragon as a sacrifice. PFFFD. Cal chuckled. Rayan is in the carriage right now. The children, averaging 10 years old, were all in the carriage. Pat, pat. Dorf patted Cal's shoulder with a look of delight on his face. The grip had loosened as well. Good decision. It's only your loss if you provoke us in any way. Very good. Cal responded as he thought to himself. You're right. I don't want to suffer any losses. You're dead, you son of a beach. You want to offer Rayan as a sacrifice. You ducking crazy trap. I wonder if Ya'll be able to use it properly tomorrow. But young Master Cal Dorf looked down at Cal and asked, I don't see Sir Choi Han. He didn't come. Who? Dorf let out a low gasp of shock and stared at Cal, who gently shrugged his shoulders. He's not fully ready to serve the White Star Nim. He is currently praying my ass. We're not finished with our preparations to kill the White Star, so he went to finish that. Piwahaha, Dorf laughed out loud. My goodness, for such words to come out of Cal Henitus's mouth, you truly have to live long to see all sorts of things. He then shouted toward someone who was delivering his sacrifices to a different priest. Marquis Taylor, why don't you learn a thing or two from young Master Cal? Cal turned toward a section of the first floor. Taylor Stan was there. The man who had thankfully become the Marquis here as well was holding a quill pen to sign the document the priest was handing him. The priest smiled as he spoke to Taylor. Marquinim, please quickly sign so that you can go rest as well. Furthermore, you cannot be said to have completed the sacrifice's delivery if you do not sign. Taylor's hand that was holding the quill pen was shaking. Signing this would mean that the sacrifices from the Stan territory would be fully transferred to the central temple. The priest urged him on in a slightly annoyed tone. Why do you drag things out every time like this when you already know? Please just make it easy for yourself. Please. Who would dare to act like this toward a marquis? The priests of the central temple and some others were allowed to do that. It was because they were the White Star's direct subordinates. Hoo-woo. Taylor let out a deep breath and clenched the quill pen in his hand. It was at that moment. Young Master Nim, the transfer has been completed. Young Master Henitus Nim, please sign here. Vice Captain Hilsman walked over to Cal, and the priest behind him handed Cal a quill pen and pushed forward the document. Heh. Dorf held back his laughter as if he found this amusing and took turns looking at Cal and Taylor. Taylor subconsciously turned toward Cal. Cal's hand moved. Thank you for signing it. Cal had quickly signed it without any hesitation, such that even the priest was shocked. Everybody on the first floor looked at him for a moment. The building was full of people in charge of sacrifices delivery from their respective territories, in addition to Taylor and Cal. They were all looking at Cal with different gazes. Shock, sneer, goodwill, sense of kinship. There were even contempt and betrayal. Marquinim. Taylor then turned away from Cal, and his hand holding the quill pen moved without any hesitation. Taylor immediately turned around and started walking after signing the document. Young Master Cal. He stopped in front of Cal. He was looking at Cal with a sharp gaze without saying anything else. Kekek, Marquis Taylor. You should just be like young Master Cal too. Dorf spoke to Taylor, who started walking again. He brushed past Cal with a stoic face and commented in a cold voice. What a nice thing to watch. Piwahaha. Dorf laughed out loud with joy. Yes, it truly was a nice thing to watch. Hey, young lady Yubar. He shouted toward Amaru Yubar in the corner, who had come as the representative of the Yubar territory. Why don't you quickly sign as well? The Cal Henitus you respected so much has done so as well. Amaru stopped glaring at Cal and signed the document. Dorf was cheerfully watching when he heard Cal's voice. Cal's voice was extremely light and peaceful. Then can I go rest now? Cal calmly asked the priest, who nodded his head and smiled. There was some sneering and goodwill mixed in the smile. The sneering was toward the last person who had resisted against the White Star, while the goodwill was at the fact that they were on the same side now. Of course. We have especially chosen a good place for you to rest, so please rest well and enjoy the celebration before you leave. The celebration. This was the process of offering the sacrifices to the White Star. They called that a celebration. Cal opened his mouth to speak. Is this already the 50th celebration? It is. We have made it even more magnificent because it is the 50th. It had been over a year since the central temple took its place in Puzzle City. There had been 49 celebrations since then, and this was the 50th. There were too many people who had died as sacrifices, until now. I'll have to watch the whole thing before I leave. Cal smiled as he responded before walking out of the White Sky building. He made eye contact with young Lady Amaru before he left. It was only for a moment, but she slightly nodded her head. Taylor, Stan, Amaru Yubar aside from them, there were also Eric Wheelsman, Gilbert Chetter, and others. The people who had come as the representatives of their respective territories to deliver the sacrifices had gathered at the central temple. That wasn't all. People were gathering from all over the western continent. He got back on the carriage, where the children averaging 10 years old were waiting, and mumbled to himself. The White Star used his head quite a bit this time. The White Star made the people in charge of the different territories' sacrifices delivery come to the festival at the central temple and forced them to watch until the end. It was to instill fear in them while showing them his strength. Furthermore, it was also a process to check who had any feelings of defiance. It was the reason he called a lot of the influential figures. It'll make things easier for me. Cal was planning on using this to his advantage. He put his hand into his shirt pocket. When Taylor Stan had brushed past him, he had put this piece of paper in Cal's pocket. Cal had asked Rayan to do something. He asked Rayan to tell his friends to come watch. The friends who had responded were gathering one by one. There was a luxurious and magnificent building slightly farther away from the central temple and the White Sky building. Cal's carriage was headed there. This was the resting area for the influential figures who were pretty much hostages. Rayan. What is it, human? Rayan, who had been busy with On and Hang in the carriage, moved over to Cal after hearing his name. On and Hang came over as well, and Cal pointed outside the window after making eye contact with On. That rock wall. Outside the 5-story central temple, there was a large wall surrounding it. The wall, that was built extremely sturdy like castle walls, blocked the temple from the outside. as well as highlighted the status of the temple that a person could not easily approach. Did you say that the rocks used in that rock wall were from all of the rock towers in Puzzle City? That's right, Naya. The White Star told the people of Puzzle City to make it, Naya. The children, averaging 10 years old, had already stopped calling the White Star name. That's right. The White Star made the people of Puzzle City take down their rock towers and ordered them to make a wall to protect him with those rocks. It was even denser because people had moved the rocks one by one to build this wall. The rock wall was only about 1 story high compared to the 5-story central temple and was lacking when it came to protecting the temple. But the building process itself held a lot of meaning. It was a symbol of submission and respect toward the White Star. Human, why did you ask when you already know? Just because. Cal looked at the numerous rocks that had now become a single wall and mumbled to himself. That should be useful. That's correct. It is useful. Cal and the super rock, the two of them, had the same thought while looking at the rock wall. Cal arrived at the resting area and asked Ron a question. The celebration is in 2 days. Yes, young Master Nim. Ron delivered another message as well. We just received this message from the temple that Crown Prince Albaru will deliver the congratulatory speech for this celebration. Apparently, it was decided this morning. Cal looked at the temple's stone wall through the terrace window and asked the super rock a question. Should we destroy it? Sounds good. The super rock added on. I guess the celebration will be ruined. Chapter 750. Gathered 3. Boom, 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 early morning, as the darkness slowly disappeared, and the sun started to rise. The sound of drums echoed throughout Puzzle City. Not a single one of the many birds were chirping. The sound of the drums was the only thing that was heard, as if it would cover up all of Puzzle City. Human, wake up. The drums are sounding. It's today, Naya. Today is that day, Naya. Today was the 50th celebration, the day to offer the sacrifices. Ah, Cal couldn't breathe for a moment. He barely let out a breath and quietly mumbled. Take your feet off. These little punks. The children averaging 10 years old. The 3 children who were chubbier than when they were children averaging 9 years old were pushing down on Cal's stomach. Huff, huff. I thought I was going to die. Egu, human, you're so weak. It's okay that you are weak, Naya. It's a bit understandable. Rayan, Hang, and On commented one after another and shook their heads. Cal had expected it from Rayan and Hang, but looked at On with a bit of a betrayed gaze, as he had not expected this from her as well. On raised her front paw and pointed to the clock. It's almost time to head to the temple, Naya. Boom, boom, boom. Cal listened to the drums as he observed the clock. The celebration was to start at noon. However, the preparations had started early in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. Ron knocked on the door and entered the room. Young Master Nim, it looks like you will need to get ready. A cold gaze slightly revealed itself through Ron's fake benign smile as he looked at Cal, whose hair was a mess and overall look was shabby. Cal grabbed the cup of lemonade and quickly got up from the bed. He started grumbling. They're telling us to come and go for no reason in the morning. Cal and the rest of the people staying in this place. They were people who came as the person in charge of the sacrifices delivered from the different nations and territories, or famous people who received the threat veiled as an invitation from the central temple. They were all forced to watch the celebration. All of them had meaningless tasks to fulfill from the early morning. Furthermore, they had to do it all together. They're just trying to tame all of you. That was right. This schedule was a taming process by the central temple and the White Star, as Ron mentioned. Cal's glabellas scrunched as much as his temper. Tusk, how annoying. In the end, Cal ended up coming to the central temple to do those annoying things. Of course, he was alone. Rayan, he could not bring anybody else with him here. He was currently on the 3rd floor of the central temple, where he could see out clearly, unlike the 1st and 2nd floors that were surrounded by the rock wall. He could see all of Puzzle City. There was a simple reason as to why Cal and the rest of the forced celebration spectators were brought here. It's an altar. Outside the rock wall surrounding the central temple, there was an altar on a wide area that used to be a plaza in the past. That's where the sacrifices will die. Close to 0 lives will be lost there today. They had been called here early in the morning to watch that and get scared. Young Master Cal Henitus of the Roan Kingdom's Henitus territory. Cal looked away from the altar after hearing a voice. You're here. Your identity has been verified. The priest smiled warmly before moving to the person in line behind Cal. Prince Pen of the Breck Kingdom, what is it? What else? You ended up coming in the end. Your identity has been verified. Cal listened to Rosalind's younger brother respond with a grumble as he looked around. There were hundreds of people gathered here from all over the Western continent. Ahem. The people who made eye contact with Cal quickly looked away. There were people throughout the room peeking at Cal and unable to hide their shock. That person is here. After the initial shock, their faces were filled with curiosity, scorn, disappointment, or grief. Serunim. We have confirmed everybody on the list. Really? In front of the room bear King Searu, who had been standing facing the group of people, nodded his head at the priest's report and addressed the crowd. The celebration starts at noon, so please wait here until you all move together when the time comes. He was telling them to watch the preparation of the altar to its completion. Just so that you are aware, priests are stationed all around, so please let us know if there is anything you need. Basically, he was saying that priests are keeping their eyes on them and not to do anything useless. We will prepare chairs and refreshments. Isn't this quite great of a treatment? Seru smiled and then suddenly clapped his hands. In addition, he pointed toward the sky with his finger. The White Star Nym has said that he would like to see some people face to face before the celebration starts. He wishes to have tea with those people. I'm sure it will be an extremely honorable place to be. The fifth floor of the central temple, the White Star was there. When the celebration starts at noon, that was when the White Star would reveal himself to the people in front of the altar. Honorable, my ass. Cal was calm despite his completely different inner thoughts. His face just looked cold to the others. Seru peeked at Cal before continuing to speak with joy. His Highness, Crown Prince Albaru Crossman. Cal's gaze headed to the front of the group. Unlike Cal, who was to the rear of the middle of the group, Albaru was in the front as he would be giving the congratulatory speech. A time of refreshments with the White Star Nym. You're happy, aren't you, Your Highness? Of course. Then please come this way. Seru pointed next to him and Albaru walked over. It was the first time Cal saw Albaru's face in person in this illusion. Albaru Crossman had not called over nor come to see Cal at their resting area. The two of them were not giving any signals through their eyes or greeting each other right now either. He looks terrible. Cal observed Albaru with a stoic expression on his face. Unlike his tired look Cal had seen through the video communication device, seeing Albaru in person allowed Cal to see that Albaru had lost a lot of weight. Oh no, Your Highness. Sarah's eyes curled down as if he was sad as he continued speaking. The despair prayer must be hard on you. You seem to be losing more weight by the day. How about asking the White Star Nym about it? Ask him to allow you to stop praying. Ask him to let someone else take your place. What do you think? That's okay. Praying is important. How magnificent. Your faith is very strong. Seru laughed, while Albaru just continued looking forward without any changes to his expression. That son of a beach. Cal was slowly losing his temper. However, his face still remained stoic. Okay, next is the Caro Kingdom's crown, Prince Valentino. Oh, the prince from the Breck Kingdom, please, step forward as well. Seru continued choosing the people who would have this secret meeting with the White Star. Please smile, you must smile. It is rare to have such an intimate conversation with the White Star Nym like this. Seru made that comment to the people standing next to him before looking forward again. Okay, last person. Young Master Cal Henitus Nym. The silent room became even more silent at that moment. Seru respectfully ordered Cal, please come forward. Some people started peeking at Cal. Cal Henitus was the person at the center of the people who had fought against the White Star. The past did not disappear just because Cal had been defeated. Are you not going to step forward? Cal just quietly looked forward. Tap, tap. Seru slowly started to walk. He stopped in front of Cal and asked the still emotionless Cal, young Master Cal, are you not going to come forward? Sarah's face turned cold as if he had not been smiling at all. There was an unexplainable sense of tension. The Bear King called out to the person who was not looking at him in a low voice. Cal Henitus. The eyes of the person who had only been looking forward slowly moved. Priest Serunim. Cal's calm voice cut through the silent room. His voice was not loud, but everybody heard it clearly through the silence. I've done as much as I could. Cal looked at Seru and asked, but you want me to do even more? Cal then turned his body to face Seru. One step. He took a step forward and shoved his face closer to Sayru's face. Sayru could see the scowl in Cal's eyes. Isn't bowing down this much enough? His eyes were full of wrath, annoyance, and all sorts of other negative emotions. There were so many that Sayru could see them without even trying. The defeated person slowly spoke, as if he was breathing out, with a scowl on his face. Don't expect too many things from me. This is my limit. Cal then took a step back, looked forward, and avoided Sayru's gaze. Ha! A short chuckle came out of Sayru's mouth. Some people were slightly nodding their heads. They understood where Cal was coming from. Cal Henitus. He had come to Puzzle City to deliver sacrifices. Furthermore, he was watching the celebration where the sacrifices were being offered. He had not shown any resistance, and had even shown a lot of goodwill through it all. That alone was enough for some people to think that Cal Henitus had gone crazy. But they realized it now. Although he was acting calm on the outside and smiling, this defeated person was at his limits, holding himself back. Ha, 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 Sayru was laughing out loud now. He could finally understand Cal Henitus well. Yes, he isn't Cal Henitus if he doesn't act like this. The fact that he had done everything for the sacrifice delivery was weird. He looked at Cal Henitus, who dared to go against the White Star's order, and felt joy and pleasure. Well, I will show some understanding this one time, since you are saying that you are at your limit. I will put in a good word with the White Star Nim. Pat. Sayru patted Cal's shoulder. However, there is no next time. Sayru's cold eyes glared at Cal. He warned the defeated fool who refused to make eye contact with him, as well as everybody here. Who will be the next sacrifice? Nobody knows who it may be. Sayru, who turned away from Cal without any regrets, headed out of the third floor with the people who will enjoy refreshments with the White Star, and headed for the fifth floor. Cal did not make any eye contact with anyone until that point. Many people were looking at him with different emotions, however few that was close. Cal was relieved on the inside. It's one thing if we are far apart, but my condition might be revealed if I am close to the White Star. Even just using this illusion as the basis, Cal had clashed with the White Star many times. That was why it was better for him to be as far away from the White Star as possible in order to not have his shield found out. It'll be bad if he found out before I flipped everything over. Cal thought that he did a good job to slither out of that situation and sat down on a chair a priest brought over. Cal could hear some things in the room that was a bit rowdier after Sayru left. Tusk. Cal Henitus is pretty much dead too. He should just fully submit if he wants to survive. What's with this half-assed stuff? He's done for. Cal closed his eyes without saying anything. Time quickly passed by. Boom, 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 it was now noon. Cal looked up at the person, sitting down at the chair at the top of the altar, as the drumming continued. The White Star. The bastard wearing the white half-mask that covered above his nose was sitting on a white marble chair looking down. Woo-woo-woo-woo, at an area, a bit away from the altar, the residents of Puzzle City and people from all over were cheering. The people who were forced to come to observe were at the center of the cheering crowd, looking up at the White Star. It was set like this on purpose, with dividers to separate the cheering crowd with the forced spectators. Furthermore, Cal and the others got chairs as a form of consideration. Sitting on the chairs made it so that they could only see the people cheering and the White Star on top of the altar. They'd probably be able to see the sacrifices as well as they step onto the altar. Cal looked around. There were some people who had no choice but to cheer, but the crowd had a lot of followers of the White Star and the God of Despair. Cal felt the fervor spreading out of the cheering and raised his head. He could see the White Star. At that moment, the White Star looked toward Cal. It could have been a mistake, but he was certain that the White Star was observing him. Cal frowned but did not avoid the White Star's gaze. PFFFD. The White Star laughed and turned his head. It was a clear sign that he was ignoring Cal. It was for that reason. Ah, that scared me. Cal was relieved. He didn't find out. He had been anxious that his shield, his current condition, would be found out. Thankfully, the White Star seemed to not figure out Cal's condition due to the distance. How did he know? The White Star's eyes were definitely looking down at Cal without many emotions in them. It was as if he was looking at an annoying bug. That seemed to be the right comparison. This was good news for Cal. We will now start the ceremony. Cal leaned against the back of the chair and slumped down. He then lowered his head. Young Master Cal. Rosalind's young brother, Prince Pen, who was next to Cal, called out to him as if he was concerned, but Cal covered his face with both hands and lowered his head even more. The White Star saw this and smirked. He then completely looked away from Cal. The ceremony continued as all of that happened. Boom. Boom, boom, people wearing different battle attires moved toward the temple from the north, south, east, and west with a flag bearer in the front as the drums beat on. It was a performance to show that the White Star was the strongest force on the western continent and eastern continent right now. Cal did not raise his head. Seru shouted in a cool voice at that moment. His Highness, Crown Prince Alberu Crossman, will give the celebratory speech. Woo 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 boom, 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 the area roared with cheering and the drumming mixed together. Noon, the moment when the sun was at the highest point in the sky. Huwu. Alberu slowly put his foot on the step, headed up to the platform. He was able to get on top of the altar and look down at everyone, just as he thought to himself that the few steps seemed quite high. Only the White Star, everybody other than the White Star, who was located at a higher point on the altar behind Alberu, could see him. Alberu saw Cal with his head down. The moment he saw Cal buried in the chair, as if he was disappointed, Alberus' eyes clouded over. He opened the paper with the celebratory speech written on it. Of course, this was prepared by the central temple and not Alberu himself. He opened his mouth to speak. The fact that I can be here with you today, Alberu saw it at that moment. He saw Cal lower the hands that were covering his face. He saw that the face underneath the hands was smiling. In the end, Alberu started to think, "You're going to cause an incident in the end." The crown prince subconsciously laughed. Cal raised his hand at that moment. Boo 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 boom, there was a loud rumbling and the ground shook. Alberu turned around. The starting point of the rumbling, it was the rock wall protecting the central temple. The rock wall was shaking. Cal, just flip everything over, right? The super rock asked, and Cal nodded his head. Yeah, sounds good. It'll go all out since this is the last test. The drumming stopped. The cheering stopped. Instead, a loud noise shook Puzzle City. Bang! The rock wall started to break apart. No, it started to crumble. What is going on all of a sudden? Bear King Seru was shocked for a moment before he turned his head. Caw, caw, caw. He could hear crows cawing and getting closer. The bears knew the person who could do such a thing. Gashan, the tiger shaman Gashan. He knew how to control crows. The tribe that had lost their home on the eastern continent and ran away without any victories until they went into hiding. The tiger tribe. They had been quietly waiting in the forest of darkness for the right moment. There was someone leading the tigers and climbing over the walls of Puzzle City. Choi Han. He had a black aura around him as he jumped over. Kalnim. Choi Han looked up at the sky. The rock wall had been made by destroying the rock towers that had been full of numerous desires. The barrier that had separated the central temple from the rest of the city and protected it, it was gone now. Instead, thousands, no, tens of thousands of rocks shot up into the air. It was as if they were trying to cover the light of the sun. It was as if they were trying to take over the sky. Rocks covered the sky above Puzzle City. Cal was seated comfortably on the chair, smiling. Chapter 751. Oh, it was something like this. It's fun. People looked up. Rocks this, just what rocks were filling up the sky. The wall had crumbled. Choi Han and the tiger tribe were coming toward this place. Crows were cawing. The jaws of the people who had been cheering dropped after realizing everything that they had just seen and heard. We need to run away. Duck. Ah. The residents of Puzzle City started running as if they were people having nightmares. They ran in all directions, doing whatever they could to get away from this place. There are people who dare to get in the way of such a sacred celebration. On the other hand, there were people standing firm and shouting in anger. That is the evil knight Choi Han. Cal Henitus has done something crazy in the end. Kill them. Let's kill them and protect the White Star Nim's celebration. The White Star's followers, they glared at the rocks covering the sky and headed toward the center of the spectators. That was where Cal and the rest of the people invited by the White Star were located. Those people who were invited here realized the situation as well. Holy SHT, you should just die alone if you want to die. Some of them turned their heads to look at Cal Henitus. Heh. Cal Henitus was seated on the chair laughing. He leisurely made eye contact with the people looking and glaring at him. Clang. Someone who came from the north immediately pulled out his sword. Stop this right now. He charged toward Cal as if he was going to use this opportunity to kill him. The moment he swung his sword without any hesitation, clang. There was a sharp noise, and his blade was blocked by someone else. The swordsman was grinding his teeth as he glared at the person. Breck Kingdom. Rosalind's younger brother, the Breck Kingdom's immature fourth Prince Pen. He was holding a sword blocking the swordsman's way. He stood next to Cal. Ah! The swordsman, who was pushed back, scoffed in disbelief. Kekek, you crazy fools. Nobles from the Roan Kingdom's northeast region, Amaru and Gilbert, stood on either side of Cal. The northeast region's nobles, who had nobody to gather around since Eric Wheelsman's family lost a lot of its power and influence going up against the White Star, started to gather around Cal one by one. Young Master Cal. Taylor Stan walked over to Cal's side. The swordsman and some others could not hide their shock at what they were seeing. One of the Margaru Empire's nobles frowned as he shouted, "How foolish! Going against the White Star Nim is simply asking for death." He pointed in all directions. The White Star's followers had approached and were glaring at Cal. It felt as if they would charge toward Cal with anybody who pointed their swords at him. You can still stop this. If not, it will be all of you who will end up as sacrifices. Ah, the noble clenched his side. His head slowly turned to the back. Chief Harol, the Whipper Kingdom's commander Tunka, his close confidant, Chief Harol. He pulled a dagger out of the noble's side and spoke in a low voice. It's too boring to only watch. I completely agree. Caro Kingdom's Crown Prince Valentino slowly smiled and waved to Cal. Oh, when did they band together like this? Crazy, they're all crazy. I have nothing to do with them. There were people who gasped in disbelief and moved away while looking at the people gathering around Cal. On the other hand, the White Star's followers were getting closer step by step. Young Master Cal. Cal looked to the side. Searu is starting to move. Taylor Stan, the owner of the Stan March. He pointed to Searu on top of the altar. Shhhhh. The moment Searu raised his hand, a bright light left his hand and shot up into the air. He gave an order at the same time. Move. Boom, 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 the drumming resumed, shaking Puzzle City. And the troops that had been headed toward the temple from the north, south, east, and west sides of Puzzle City had new targets. The ones who came from the east and west headed toward Choi Han and the Tiger tribe. The ones from the south headed toward Cal. The ones from the north headed toward the White Sky Building. They were headed for the sacrifices. They all started to move. Numerous people suddenly moved. To escape, to suppress, or to exterminate it was quite chaotic and looked like a scene straight out of hell as these people moved for different reasons. Chaos had descended upon Puzzle City. At that moment enough, a person's voice echoed out and everybody looked toward one spot. The highest spot on the altar, the White Star slowly got up from his seat. He looked down. More specifically, he was observing Cal. You did something foolish. His voice oddly sounded extremely clear, as if he was whispering right in front of their faces. Was this also possible because this was a complete White Star? The White Star spoke in a disappointed voice. You should know when to give up. PFFFD. Cal let out a chuckle. He commented with a nonchalant look on his face. It's funny hearing the most pathetic son of a beach saying something like that. Cal slowly got up while thinking about the White Star from the real world. The White Star, who could not hear what Cal had said, spoke as if he was consoling Cal in a low voice. Stop, his voice was gentle. I'll let everybody live if you stop now. However, Prince Pen plopped down on one knee. Young Lady Amorous body bent forward and she grabbed onto the back of a chair. Huff, huff. Taylor Stan clenched his shirt at his chest and was breathing heavily. Taylor barely raised his head to look at the highest spot on the altar. The man in a white mask, covered by a red aura, he was looking down at everybody. He could feel fear as he looked at this man. It was an extremely instinctual fear. Death. He suddenly felt a fear of death, and his body curled up and started shaking. Caw the crows in the sky cawed as if they were screaming and started running away. Plop, plop. The White Star's followers were obedient to that fear and they knelt down, lowered their bodies as much as possible, and praised their ruler. Ooh, ah, they could not even speak properly as they were suppressed by fear, but their voices were full of awe. Only trained people like Taylor were able to persist through this. Damn it. When Cal Henitus had said to come watch, he had expected such a situation. Taylor knew that he was too weak to overcome the White Star's fear. Tat-a-tap. Taylor barely turned his head to hear the only sound of running. Sir Choi Han. The Black Knight was persisting through this fear and charging forward. Yes, this was the reason he had had hope in the past. The fear from the earth and the sky looking down on them to defeat the white star, who possessed both of those things. They believed that they might be able to be victorious if they persisted through. Taylor clenched his eyes at that moment. Plop, plop. Some of the rocks in the sky started to fall. Cal Henitus's rocks were coming down. Ah, Taylor gasped, and he felt power leaving his body, forcing him to bow. Ah, is it not possible in the end? Taylor thought that the falling rocks seemed to resemble his situation, as well as the situations of his comrades. Maybe I should have not come to watch. Taylor was having that thought when he suddenly got the chills. Ha! A confused noise burst out of his mouth. His body was bent forward in a bow, but he turned his gaze to the side. He could see someone's shoes. The 2 feet he was looking at were standing firm, as if it was not hard at all. Young Master Cal. Cal Henitus was the owner of these 2 feet. How? Why is it that I feel the same aura coming from him as I do from the White Star? Taylor's pupils were shaking. He slowly put some strength into his bent body. He had this odd feeling that he would be able to stand up straight now. He was able to stand up straight as he had thought, and his gaze was locked on one person. Ah, he subconsciously took a step back. He moved away from Cal. It's not the same as the White Star. It was different. This was different from the White Star's fear. The level of pressure is different. If the White Star was controlling fear, young Master Cal, he felt like a conqueror who had suppressed fear and was standing on top of it. A red aura was swirling around Cal. It was even redder than what was around the White Star. Choi Han stopped running and looked at Cal. Cal Nim. He saw that Cal was smiling. He was smiling more relaxed than anybody else. How the complete White Star would be. I was a bit curious about it before we started fighting. Cal smiled as if he was amused at the White Star, whose eyes were open wide as he looked down. Looks like it won't be much. There was a badge on his clothes. The power embraced in the badge was in Cal's hand. The blood-drenched rock. Cal also had the power that the White Star of this place used to instill fear. As mentioned before, the Cal here was the Cal from the outside. He had everything he possessed in the real world. Cal took one step forward. The air fluctuated around him, and the red aura rippled. The aura around him, the dominating aura. The ruler was not affected by fear. The White Star took a step onto the stairs, heading down from the altar. His gaze was focused only on Cal Henitus. How do you have this power? His low voice sounded both shocked and enraged. Cal smiled. Wow. I guess you can act all tough because you've won everything until now. He's clearly different from the White Star I know, the one who only became more pathetic as time went on. How entertaining. Cal turned his head. Albaru Crossman, the man who was still on top of the altar, urgently moved away as soon as he made eye contact with Cal. And at the same time, rumble, they heard a roar from the sky. Was the White Star trying to use his thunderbolt? Taylor had that thought before realizing something. He realized where Cal's rock had fallen. Not all of the rocks in the sky had fallen. The altar and the area around it, the rocks had only descended in those areas. The area above the altar and the White Star was clear up to the sky. Taylor heard what Cal said with a smile on his face. Get started. A ray of rose gold light struck down toward the White Star and the altar. And then at the altar, barang, barang. And at another building, the white sky where the sacrifices were being held, there was an explosion at that building as well. Human, just leave it to me. Rayan's energetic voice echoed through Cal's mind. Mio, Mio, the white sky. Dense fog started wrapping around that building. And into that fog, Ran, Bicrux, and the Henitus employees who had disappeared the best of the Marlin household had charged into battle. Their mission was to rescue the sacrifices. Swoosh, young Master Cal. Taylor urgently called out to Cal after hearing the sound of the wind. Cal floated up with the whirlwinds around his ankles. His body quickly moved forward. The dominating aura with fear infused in it followed him like a tsunami. Ah, how is the White Starnim's power? The troops became anxious while the followers became astonished. Cal moved past the chaotic area and headed for the altar. Cal reached his hand toward the dust from the explosion from the rose gold thunderbolt. Cal Henitus. He heard a low voice call his name as the White Star brushed through the dust and appeared. He was running toward Cal as well. There was a burning red sword in his hand. On the other hand, water sparkled in Cal's hand and turned into a spear. Bang! Fire and water, the moment the White Star and Cal clashed. Let's go down. We can't just sit and watch. People who had been quietly watching raised their bodies. Chapter 752. Oh, it was something like this. It's fun. 2. Barang. The fire sword and water spear created a loud explosion as they slammed against each other. Ah, ah, the White Star and Cal. Both of them moved back as if they were flung backward. Boom. Cal's back hit a building he didn't recognize. He used his wind so the impact wasn't too strong, but Cal frowned after feeling the shock shooting through his body. This is no joke. Cal's eyes looked shocked for the first time. Water, fire, wind, earth, and wood. The White Star, who had all 5 major natural elements, was completely different from the White Star that he knew. He's stronger than I thought. He could feel it after that single exchange of attacks. This White Star was at least 2 times stronger than the White Star he knew. 2, or maybe 3 times stronger. This was probably why the incomplete Cal of this place was unable to defeat the White Star. Ha, 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 Cal started to laugh. He looked down at his hand. His water spear had disappeared after slamming into the fire sword. My name is Tingling. His palm was slightly shaking after just one time. Yes, if it is a complete White Star. Maybe this is more accurate. Cal started calmly analyzing the situation. Looking at the person themselves, the White Star was much stronger than the feeble Cal Henitus. Next, the ancient powers of the 5 major natural elements. Both of their ancient powers were quite strong, making it difficult to say whose was stronger. When it came to their other ancient powers, Cal had more of them in quantity. He could even use the White Star's Earth attribute ancient power. However, the White Star had the strong Sky attribute ancient power. Not an easy enemy. No, this is a difficult enemy. Cal accepted his enemy's strong level of power and kicked off the building wall. Swoosh, his body headed toward the White Star with the wind. There was no hesitation whatsoever. This was the same for his opponent. Furthermore, Cal was not the only one who was shocked. How did you become complete? The White Star asked Cal as they exchanged attacks once more. One large red rock and a stone spear made of numerous little rocks crashed against each other at the same time. Bang! The rocks crumbled to dust and scattered this time. Tap, tap. Cal and the White Star both landed on the ground. All that was left of the altar were black ashes because it had been burnt by the red thunderbolt. The White Star landed on the ashes and looked down at his hand. His fingertips were numb. You got the wood. Someone else made up their mind just as he finished making up his mind. Immediately, Albaru Crossman. He grabbed the administrator who had been waiting on one side of the altar to observe the celebration by the collar. Ah, why, Your Highness? This administrator considered himself to be one of the White Star's subordinates. Albaru grabbed that administrator who had been running away and gave him an order. Open the city gate immediately. Albaru Crossman's eyes were full of delight. Cal Henitus was able to go up against the White Star. That punk had achieved a balance of his ancient power. As expected, as expected. That punk doesn't bluff when he makes a move. He turned on his video communication device. He then gave the order. Advance into battle. The Mage Brigade and Knights Brigade that should be waiting in the forest nearby Puzzle City right now. Their numbers were small because it had not been long since they were defeated and restored, but they were all talented. Your Highness. Albaru twisted his body and rolled at that moment. Bang! There was a strand of light stabbed into where he had just been standing. Seal. There was a burning noise, and the spot Albaru had been standing in was covered in heat. Ah, Priest Seru. Albaru immediately got his body up from the ground and glared at the enemy who had sent the light spear flying toward him. Your Highness, you can't do cute things like this. Advance into battle. The area around Seru was full of bright lights. Do you wish to die? He launched light spears at Albaru at the same time. Duck! Albaru swore before reaching his hand toward the air. It's been a while, Albaru Crossman him. Albaru listened to Terang's calm voice as he swung the white spear in his hand. Bang! Seru watched Albaru being flung back from the explosion and raised his voice. Arrest Albaru Crossman. The troops, who were no longer in a state of chaos, started moving. Black Knights charged toward Albaru. Clang, clang. However, there were knights who got in their way. We must protect His Highness. Taylor Stan had the House of Stan's knights with him as he stood in front of Albaru. Albaru and Taylor made eye contact as Albaru stood up. There was no need for words. I'll be going first. Albaru had places to go. I need to rescue the hostages while Cal Henitus is keeping the White Star occupied. He also needed to safely evacuate the residents of Puzzle City. It was impossible to protect them with magic shields. Ah, Your Highness. Albaru grabbed the administrator who was crawling away by the collar and urgently started running. I can't let you go. Seru smiled and tried to chase after him. Damn son of a beach. However, he frowned and could not move. You're mine. Ooh, 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 ooh. It felt as if an animal was crying. It wasn't an actual animal. It was the roar of someone's aura that was full of wrath. The aura had a mix of black and gold. The owner of the aura removed her hood. Sword Master Hannah, the only family member and younger sister of Saint Jack who had become a sacrifice. She was standing in front of Seru with a smile on her face. However, she released her roaring black aura and did not hide her anger. Cage, long time no see. Excommunicated priestess Cage's baggy sleeves fluttered. The mercenaries' guild appeared behind her. Tusk. Seru clicked his tongue and slightly nodded his head. Hannah, Cage. Nobody understood the meaning behind his action. However, the shadows of the buildings in between the former plaza and the residential and commercial districts started moving. They were one of the White Star's forces and had now seeped into the shadows throughout the continent, spying on the houses and workplaces of important figures. However, assassination was always a part of their nature. Chased after Albaru. Their goal was to assassinate the target. Seru could not watch them leave. You crazy son of a beach. Yes, I am crazy. An aura that felt as if it would explode swirled and charged towards Seru. Bear King Seru and Sword Master Hannah started their clash. The Black Knights Brigade started fighting the Stan Knights Brigade and Cage's Mercenaries Guild. Cage turned her head to look around at that moment. Bang, bang, ha. She subconsciously sighed. A swirling wind wall and a whirlwind. A fire sword and water spear looked as if they wanted to gobble each other up in between them. The White Star and Cal were launching attacks at each other nonstop. This really is no joke. Cage had goosebumps on her forearms and her baggy sleeves. However, her face soon stiffened. I'm going. Okay, I leave it to you. Taylor asked with a stiff face as she started leaving. Don't worry. Cage left their battle with the Bear King and quickly moved. She kept her body low and avoided people as much as possible. The white sky. The place with the sacrifices was her target. There was someone who was looking at the white sky as well. Why is it taking so long? It was Cal. He was starting to get anxious as he had not heard anything from Rayan. The children, averaging 10 years old, the Malan household, and the Henitu soldiers who had come with them to deliver the sacrifices had attacked the white sky to save the sacrifices a few moments ago. Their goal was to use the chaos created by the sudden ambush to rescue the sacrifices. Should I go there? Did he need to go there to see what was going on? Cal couldn't make up his mind, but he couldn't easily move anyway. Cal immediately brought over some rocks in the air. They created a shield. Bang! There was a loud explosion, and the rock shield crumbled into pieces. A red stone spear in the White Star's hand stabbed through as the shield disappeared. Cal waved his hand. Water immediately burst out and turned into a spear to parry the stone spear away. Ah! It was the White Star's turn to step back and brush his hand off. Cal bit down on his lips as he watched. His forehead was full of beads of sweat. There are no openings. The complete White Star. This bastard did not easily show any openings. Similarly, Cal could not show any openings. That opening would determine whose life would be given to the other. Duck. The White Star started smiling as those crude words came out of Cal's mouth. Ruyumble, Ruyumble, the rumbling in the sky sounded different from before. He plans on going all out. The strongest of the White Star's ancient powers. The sky attribute ancient power was slowly showing itself. The rocks that Cal had raised to the air were mainly destroyed already. There was not much left to block the sky. People started reacting to that noise. It was because people knew and feared the White Star's white thunderbolts as much as his red rock. They had not seen any power that could block it. Duck! Cage started moving faster. She was running without anything getting in her way. Puzzle City was in pandemonium. We need to run away. Lock the door. Mama, Mama, come here, Mommy said to stick next to her right. The thunderbolt. We need to dodge the thunderbolt. Where can we go? People hiding in their houses. People running away. People quietly hiding and looking around. All order had crumbled a long time ago in Puzzle City due to the chaos. Oh, finally the gods' thunderbolt. Oh, sky, punish those who created this chaos. The White Star's followers' screech-like shouts reached Cage's ears. You damn tigers. I guess you want to die, little teddy bear." The tigers and bears were busy fighting in their berserk states. The bears outnumbered the tigers quite a bit, but the tigers were fighting as if there was no tomorrow, and the small number of troops from the northeast region and the other kingdoms were helping them barely maintain balance. The bears who had the numbers advantage will be the victors should this balance ever break. Ha, this is driving me nuts. However, she could not help them. A bead of sweat slid down her cheek. Her eyes lit up in rage as she looked forward. That weak-ass lion bastard. Boom! There was a dull thud, and Cage saw Beacrox Marlin slamming into a building wall. Crack, his greatsword cracked and broke before falling to the floor. Boom! Beacrox fell to the ground as if he was breaking into pieces. Ah! A groan-like breath burst out of his mouth. Kahaha! As expected, Cal Henitus is not a bastard who would submit so easily. The gatekeeper of this place, Lion King Dorf, was laughing loudly with a black presence around him. "Grandpa Ran, what should we do?" Rayan removed his invisibility and looked uncertain as to what to do while next to Ran. Ran's eyes looked at Dorf and the area behind Dorf. They didn't have their guard down as we expected. The entrance to the underground area with the sacrifices. Ran had attempted to avoid that area while infiltrating the basement. He thought that it would be fine if they destroyed a wall and headed down, but the enemies had been more thorough than he had expected. "We can't put our guard down already, when it has only been 1 year." Dorf was laughing extremely loudly, almost exaggeratedly, but his eyes were more rational than anybody else. The people coming up from the basement started speeding up as he motioned to them. They were wearing grey priest robes with sleeves that fluttered with the wind. They were the priests working for the White Star and the Guard of Despair. "Ah! Ooh!" The groans became louder as they quickened their pace. There were chains in their hands. The chains were similar to the shackles around the necks of the people behind them. The priests had blindfolded sacrifices in each hand as they dragged them to the surface. Dorf had his arms open as he spoke to Ran and the children averaging 10 years old who were watching. "I knew that Cal Henitus would try to rescue these sacrifices at some point. That is why we always had priests keep their eyes on the sacrifices during the celebration day." Cal's side knew that there would be people on guard. However, they had not expected it to be so many priests. "We haven't seen them until now." Ran and everybody who had come to the White Sky building to deliver the sacrifices had never seen this many priests. They had only seen a few priests and lions standing guard. Dorf's lions surrounded the area with the priests and sacrifices to guard them. "This is bad." Ran, who had planned on rescuing the sacrifices and leaving, wondered what he should do. The priests would rather die than release the chains with the sacrifices. We were in too much of a rush. Ran admitted his mistake. They had to hurriedly prepare after Cal told them that he was going to Puzzle City immediately, that they had not searched the temple properly. They should have at least spent 6 months scoping it out. The young Masternim is fighting the White Star right now. If we are unable to do this in such a situation that was too unfathomable, Ran quickly started thinking about how to take care of this situation. Make On and Hung use their paralyzing poison. Then the close to 2,000 sacrifices will be unable to move as well. Or maybe we attack Dorf first to distract them. "Kill that bastard." Ran's cold gaze headed toward Dorf. Dorf seemed to enjoy that gaze as he spoke. How foolish. "What? Our liege has yet to finish the celebration. What the hell are you talking about?" Boom. Boom. Ran started to get an ominous feeling. He heard the rumbling in the sky at that moment. Roo-wumble, they had been hearing this noise since earlier. "Grandpa Ran. It's the White Star's attack, the Thunderbolt." Ran scowled as Rayan shouted, "Damn it. Go to the sacrifices, go to the priests." The people of the Marlin household quickly headed toward the priests behind the lions at his shout. But Dorf laughed. "All right, let's go." He gave the order and the lions charged toward Ran and the others. No, they brushed past them. Plop, plop. The priests all knelt down and clasped their chain-holding hands together. "The celebration is not over. We will all give our lives for the White Starnim and this world." The priests smiled toward the white thunderbolts that were crackling in the sky. Ooh, I don't want to die, duck. It's not time for me to die yet." Although they were blindfolded, the sacrifices who could sense what was going on based on what they heard started screaming or swearing. The White Star lowered the fire sword he had raised as if he was going to attack Cal and looked at Cal. "You are strong in your complete state." He sighed and wiped some blood off his cheek. However, you are a bit weaker than me. Cal looked up at the sky. He could see the priests and sacrifices through a broken wall. The thunderbolts were revealing their faces toward those people. The white star calmly spoke, being a bit weaker than I am. The difference is quite large despite only being about the width of a single piece of paper. You should know that as well, don't you? The white star raised his sword again, charged toward Cal, and spoke with certainty. You cannot protect them since you need to stop me. The sky let out a loud roar at that moment. Bang! White light, pure white thunderbolts that looked as if they would erase all light and color from the world, struck down from the sky to the ground. It was directed toward the sacrifices and priests. Don't stop! Ron shouted while looking at the light. He was still running toward the sacrifices. He heard some noises around him but couldn't hear them properly. The light seemed to even absorb the sounds. However, his 2 feet did not stop. He could feel that the others around him were moving forward without stopping as well. Ron, do not fear no matter what happens. Before they came to Puzzle City, Cal had said something to Ron. I will block whatever it is. You guys understand too, right? He had said that to the children averaging 10 years old and Vice Captain Hilsman as well. The moment I block it. Silver wings had glowed around Cal as he had said that. A silver shield had appeared to protect him. Cal had spoken with confidence the moment he activated the shield, the moment he blocks it. That will be the moment everything changes. Ron raised his head. He could slowly start to see a silver light in front of the white thunderbolts. Have faith in my words, and remember what I told you. He had faith and remembered. It was not only Ron, but everybody who had been with Cal when he said that felt the same way. Once the silver shield appeared above Ron and the sacrifices, Cal looked at the white star. The white star had said the following just now, being a bit weaker than I am. The difference is quite large despite only being about the width of a single piece of paper. You should know that as well, don't you? Cal, as he had shown until now, would find it difficult to have an overwhelming victory over the White Star. Cal knew that much as well. The White Star had also said the following, You cannot protect them since you need to stop me. Cal smiled, and the White Star frowned while turning away from Cal. Cal spoke while looking at his back. Why would I block you on my own? We can do it together. The White Star who had turned his back. A black yang was viciously charging toward him with its jaws open. Choi Han was swinging his sword toward the white star behind the black yang. Barang, the black yang smashed against the white star, and barang, the silver shield blocked the white thunderbolts. Chapter 753. Oh, it was something like this. It's fun. 3. Would it sparkle like this if the Milky Way was connected together? Ho! Ran's legs became weak, and he knelt down on one knee. Babababang through the explosion that seemed to stab his ears to the light that hurt his eyes. A holy-looking silver shield with 2 radiant wings opened wide, surrounded the people, and clashed against the thunderbolts. The white star's thunderbolts. This thunderbolt striking down from the sky destroyed everything they touched from this world. All that was left as evidence was black ashes that disappeared with the wind. However, there was now a shield going up against the thunderbolts. Crack, but this shield continued to crack. Silver light seeped into it endlessly to prevent it from breaking. Gee, Grandpa Ron. Rayan came over with a shocked look and pulled at Ran's clothes. The human's new power is more amazing than I expected. Rayan had seen the shield with Ran before they came to Puzzle City. However, he had never imagined that the power would be so strong. His chubby cheeks twitched as he smiled. Although it was his first time seeing this ancient power, more than any other power, this one, it's similar. It was similar to Cal. Rayan's eyes were full of life as they sparkled. Rayan turned around at that moment. Plop. The priests were blankly staring at the shield before some of them plopped down on the ground. This. It blocked the white Starnim's power, the power of someone who will become a god. The people who had clenched their eyes shut, or had been screaming, were staring at the silver shield now that their sights had recovered from the bright light. They were unable to say anything. It was at that moment. There was a groan from among the priests. Click, click. Magic cutters had broken the shackles. It was the result of Ran and the people from the Marlan household making their moves. The people who had more experience than anybody else didn't miss the opening created by people blanking out at the shield and at the fact that they were not dead. Ran raised his voice. Do not miss this opportunity that the young Master Nim has created. the children averaging 10 years old, and Vice Captain Hilsman responded to his shout. They remembered what Cal had said. The moment I block it, that will be the moment everything changes. Things could change. This was the chance for it. We could change things if we can defeat these thunderbolts. Crack! The rate at which the silver shield was cracking because of the white thunderbolts started to quicken. Vice Captain Hilsman gave the order. Knights, go help Patriarch Ran immediately. He was in charge of the entire Sacrifices delivery guarding team. He was in charge of the Knights Brigade and the mages who were covering themselves with their robes. Mages immediately install magic circles, and any remaining members create shields. One of the mages pulled their low hood back and pulled a bag out of their pocket. Boom! There was a loud noise as the bag opened to reveal a lot of highest-grade magic stones. Commencing magic circle installation. Half of you immediately start casting shields. I'll take care of the shield. Rayan's two wings opened wide as he flew close to the shield. Yo. We can keep the priests tied down, Naya. Hang and On used their poisonous fog and focused it on the priests. The priests could not even resist after being hit by paralyzing poison. On looked around and mumbled to herself. It's actually better like this, Naya. Only the priests, the sacrifices, and people on Cal's side were left here because the lions and the rest of the White Star and Dorf's subordinates had run away to dodge the thunderbolts. Thanks to that, it was much easier to protect and rescue the sacrifices now. As long as that shield could defeat the thunderbolts, that is. On's eyes headed up. She was certain that it would work. There was a large fluctuation of mana from Rayan's small body. An immense amount of black mana instantly started creating layer after layer of shield around the silver shield. She was certain that their youngest and Cal together would definitely persist. On's eyes filled with delight at that moment. As the white thunderbolts struck down at the shield, there was a large flame that charged at the thunderbolts from the right side. It was as if a large snake was trying to rip apart the thunderbolts. That large flame was ruthlessly charging toward the thunderbolts. That red mana. Bang. It disappeared after crashing into the thunderbolts, but it definitely lessened the power of the thunderbolts by at least a bit. Crackle, a flame that appeared in the air again, slammed against the thunderbolts again. It resembled someone who relentlessly moved forward without stopping. Rosalind is here. Rayan shouted, and On and Hung realized that Rosalind, Lark, and the wolves were outside the shield. Ran calmly commented, I guess the wolves will catch the lions. Ran was certain that their companions were all here. He also knew that they were no longer just watching. Crazy fools. Lion King Dorf's face that had looked shocked while looking at the silver shield was now filled with wrath and scorn. Lark was standing in front of Dorf, who had activated his berserk transformation at some point. Behind Lark were Mies and the rest of the wolves in their berserk states, waiting while ready to attack the enemy's necks at any moment. Let's go. They were waiting for Lark's order. Pewah, this is not even funny. Sure, I will accept this final resistance. The lions followed Dorf's order and charged toward the wolves as well. Support the wolves. People wearing ragged robes lowered their heads and responded to Rosalind's order. Yes, Tower mastered him. They were the mages who had escaped to all parts of the continent while waiting for the rebirth of the magic tower, choosing not to submit to the White Star. Today is our chance. They strongly agreed with Tower Master Rosalind's comment and channeled their manas. Rosalind checked on them before turning her gaze toward the shield again. The White Star's white thunderbolts were weaker than earlier, but continued to strike down from the sky. A shield. How fitting for young Master Cal. She truly thought that it was a good decision to come watch as her gaze followed a silver thread connected to the shield. Rayan and she were helping him, but Cal's shield was slowly reaching critical condition. I saw Choi Han attack the White Star. She wondered what happened after that as her gaze followed to the end of the silver thread. Bang! The Black Young shot up toward the sky, and the White Star's red sword slashed the Black Young's tail off as Choi Han's black aura returned toward the White Star, as if it was boomerang. As dust fluttered everywhere and different colored lights flashed, Rosalind saw someone through it all. Ah, she frowned. Cough. Cal was releasing the silver thread with one hand while his other hand was covering his mouth. Dark red blood continued flowing out of his mouth without stopping. Why? Wasn't young Master Cal's plate complete if he got the wood attribute ancient power? Why is he still bleeding? Is it because he overdid it too much? Rosalind made eye contact with Cal at that moment. Smile. Cal smiled before nodding his head as if he was asking something of her and then turning away from her. He was looking at the white star. Actually, both Cal and Rosalind knew. They knew that they needed to attack the white star in order to stop the white thunderbolts. The reason Choi Han and the White Star could fight pretty evenly without any injuries to either side was because the White Star could not use his full power against Choi Han as he was using the White Thunderbolts. Both of them knew that was the case, and Rosalind bit down on her lips and turned her head. Crack, crackle. Red mana swirled around her. White thunderbolts. She glared at the light and her fire attacked again. She did not plan on looking back. It's time to trust young Master Cal. Cal got involved in the White Star and Choi Han's fight as if to respond to her trust. Kehe. Cal was laughing. Blood is gushing because you're burdening yourself too much after a long while. He just wiped his mouth with his hand. He simply swallowed the blood coming up. Drip, drip. Drops of blood dripped down his chin and wet his shirt. His head was tingling and the world seemed to spin a bit. Heh. However, Cal was feeling refreshed. Why, that's true. He was feeling a bit better after coughing up dark red blood. Was it because the wastes in his body were released after coughing up blood for the first time in a long while? Cal was having such unnecessary thought as he channeled wind to his ankles. Swoosh, he flew forward almost as if he was bursting forward with the wind. That face. It's very nice to see. The white star's frowning face. Just seeing it was making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. Do you wish to push yourself to your death? The white star peeked at the shield before waving his hand toward Cal. A water wall appeared to block Cal's charge. However, the white star soon had to turn his head and cast a fire. The sword with the aura of natural disasters slashed down toward Choi Han. Bang! There was a small clash as Choi Han stuck to the white star with everything he had. Ah! His hand that was covered in shining black aura grabbed the red sword. The lava-infused fire of the sword looked as if it would swallow Choi Han at any moment, but Choi Han's aura persisted. However, it would probably not last very long. Time is on my side. The white star commented as the corners of his lips twisted up. He could feel the movement of a large power behind his back. He was certain that Cal Henitus was gathering rocks to create a spear or arrow to attack him. As for Choi Han, he must be planning on grabbing his sword to buy Cal some time. It was obvious without even looking. Duck! Choi Han had nothing else to say at the white star's gaze that seemed to be saying that their plan was obvious. They had fought against this enemy too many times until he defeated them. Chhhhhh, the white star's sword shined even more ominously red, as if it would swallow Choi Han's black aura in his hand. Your hand is going to get burnt like that. You won't be able to hold your sword. The white star spoke as if he was consoling Choi Han, but Choi Han could not let go. His liege whom he could see past the enemy's shoulder. He could not release his grip after seeing Cal Henitus's condition. Cal's face was pale, but it was not very visible because of all the blood. Bang, bang. The shield was in critical condition, but still holding on in order to defeat the thunderbolts. Cal was gathering the remaining rocks to create a large spear while that was going on. That spear would soon be launched toward the white star. Choi Han knew that it was an obvious attack, but he also knew that this was Cal's best efforts. That was why he couldn't give up and had to continue going up against this enemy. Similar to how his liege's shield and these white thunderbolts were endlessly clashing against each other. Izzle, the look on Choi Han's face did not change at all even when his black aura was finally swallowed by the fire and pain struck his hand. Cal nodded his head at that moment. A large rock spear flew toward the white star at the same time. How obvious. The white star sneered as he easily pushed Choi Han back. His movements were extremely relaxed, as if he had been letting Choi Han hold him there on purpose. He then raised his fire sword toward the rock spear. Red aura swirled around his whole body. The aura that was filled with fear mixed with the aura of natural disasters in the sword and added an ominous presence to the sword. Boom. Boom. Choi Han's heart was beating wildly while watching the white star. The white star raised that sword, and toward the rock spear that was quickly flying toward him, he slashed down with the sword. This is why you always lost. At that moment, what kind of nonsense are you spewing? The rock spear's form changed with Cal's voice. No, the rock spear turned into small rocks again. They then charged toward the white star from all directions. I'm not the me you used to know, the bleeding Cal. An aura similar to him, no, a red aura that was similar to the color of his hair, was swirling around Cal. He had the ancient power, the blood-drenched rock. He also had the dominating aura. The two of them mixed together again, and it feels iffy to use this power. The scary giant cobblestone was mixed with them as well. It had been quite a while since Cal used his powers all together like this. Boom, boom. Choi Han's heart was beating wildly. The white star's eyes opened wide. Shoot! The rocks turned dark red as they attacked the white star from all directions. The aura infused into each, and every one of these rocks was as strong as the natural disaster and fear infused in his sword. The spirit to not even submit to a dragon. Instinctual fear, and the firmness of the guardian who stood against that fear. The small rocks were not any weaker than the sword in the white star's hand, nor the white thunderbolts striking down from the sky. In fact, they were giving off an even stronger presence. No other aura could be felt because of the strong presence it was giving off. The white star's surroundings instantly turned red. His view was full of red rocks. Such a petty trick. He immediately swung his sword. It was directed toward where he had just heard Cal's voice. He had to rely on that because the presence of the rocks was making it difficult for him to locate Cal's aura. "What are you doing?" The white star heard a laughing voice behind his back at that moment. He urgently changed the direction of his sword. However, Cal was quicker. Swoosh, as a faint breeze surrounded Cal. He was smiling while bleeding after using so many ancient powers for the first time in a long while. He had cast his wind to move the moment the rocks surrounded the white star and used their presence to suppress the area. Cal's hand moved. There was a rock in his hand, although this rock did not have the blood-drenched fear or the dominating aura infused in it. It did have the power of the scary giant cobblestone. Cal slammed down with the hand holding the rock. He smacked the back of the head of the white star, whose sword was starting to change direction. Bang! There was quite a loud bang for the sound of a rock smashing into a person's head. Choi Han's jaws dropped and he stared at Cal, who calmly commented, "I guess the white star's head is pretty sturdy." Oh, the super rock held back his comments. Ah, the white star clutched the back of his head. Heh! As for Cal, he laughed. He laughed brightly and refreshingly, while dripping blood. Chapter 754. Oh, it was something like this. It's fun. 4. The white star curled forward while clutching his head. Cal leisurely watched him and commented, "How amazing. You managed to dodge ever so slightly in that short moment. You even attempted to create your wind wall." Crack! The cracked wind wall crumbled into pieces. The quickly generated wind wall could not defeat the fully activated rock. I put all of my super rock essence into it despite it being a bit too late. But using a rock with the blood-drenched rock's essence, as well, you are more amazing than I am to use such a power to smack the white star in the back of the head. Cal simply ignored the super rock's comment. GRR, the white star was still clutching his head as he looked up. Duck! Everything seemed to be shaking. He had not received a direct hit because of his wind wall that was being created, despite it not being fully made. However, the white star could still feel blood dripping down the back of his head and his back getting wet. I made sure it didn't hit a vital point. I'm sure that I dodged it. I'm certain it barely hit me. Getting a light hit by that stupid power was still critical. He especially couldn't get his bearings straight because everything looked as if it was shaking and his head was dizzy. Furthermore, the fear that made him unable to sense Cal Henitus, that fear infused with death, had been cast into the rock at the moment it hit him. That instinctual fear of death overwhelmed the white star and made it so that he could not snap out of this state quickly. The white star's body was suppressed as well because that fear also had the dominance from the dominating aura. Both the white star's body and mind, every part of him would not move as he wanted, making him take a while to even cast an ancient power. I need to escape, however. There was one thing he was certain about. I need to run away. He needed to escape. He needed to quickly get far away from this bastard. It didn't matter even if it was only for 30 seconds. Then this dizziness would disappear, and he would be able to have the upper hand again. Ah, sadly, his opponent knew about that as well. Cal grabbed the white star by the collar and whispered to him, "Where do you think you're going?" The white star could see Cal Henitus's face through the shaking of his eyes. Crazy bastard, it was a mess. Cal Henitus's face was even more of a mess than his own. Cal Henitus was dripping dark red blood from his mouth again. The power of the rock that had smashed against the back of the White Star's head, having two earth, attribute ancient powers infused into it, must have placed a burden on Cal's body as well. The aftershock from it should have impacted Cal's plate. Ah, you weak little bastard, as the White Star barely managed to get out. Cal's hand basically had no strength as he held the White Star's collar. The White Star could push him off even in his current state. But Choi Han is the problem. He was sure that Choi Han would be aiming for any openings. The White Star started thinking. The best choice might be to take Cal Henitus as a hostage and turn this situation around. He made up his mind to go along with that plan. Yes, if I do tea, but he could not continue that thought. Heh. Cal raised the hand that was not holding the White Star's collar. In this instant, when the White Star was dizzy, it was true that Cal didn't have much strength. His insides were churning, and he was a bit dizzy. However, hey. Cal smiled while bleeding. The rock isn't broken yet. The hand that was not holding the collar, the hand holding the small rock, sliced through the air again. Ah! That hand smashed down on the White Star's head again before starting to hit him all over again. Yes, Cal. Hit the head once more before he snaps out of it. Why, yes. If you keep hitting him like that, it should work, right? Cal could not hear the super rock's voice. Choi Han blankly watched the rock that was beating the staggering White Star all over. Plop! The red rocks that had filled the sky fell to the ground. The power of Boulder, all of it, was focused in that single rock in Cal's hand. The gates opened at that moment. Screech, boom. The Royal Knights Brigade, the Mage Brigade, and soldiers quickly entered in formation through the open gate. Albrew Crossman, who had been standing on top of the wall above the gate, confirmed this before turning to look at Cal, whom he expected to be having a difficult time fighting the White Star, with a much brighter look on his face. He then rubbed his eyes with his hand. He could see Cal Henitus coughing up blood while beating up the White Star. A rock. Cal Henitus was holding a small rock that was just a little bigger than a pebble. The White Star was taking a beating. That crazy bastard, he was unbelievably beating the White Star all over with a rock. He focused a little more because he didn't think Cal Henitus had such speed to him and saw that Cal was using his whirlwind to increase his speed. Oh, that crazy bastard. Albrew Crossman's eyes clouded over, and he could not hide his shock at this unbelievable situation. It's shrinking. The white thunderbolts that had been attacking the building with the sacrifices, the thunderbolts that had been viciously shooting down without stop, were shrinking. It must have gotten weaker because the White Star could not pay any attention to it as he was being attacked. Rosalind was the first person to notice this. 1 minute. The thunderbolts had suddenly decreased in exactly 1 minute. Young Master Cal and Choi Han succeeded. She attacked the weaker white thunderbolts that had shrunk in numbers with her red mana after realizing the two of them had done something and found an opening to look toward Cal. Ha! She was then flabbergasted. Why, young Master Cal. Cal was covered in blood while physically attacking the White Star. No, it just looked as if he was beating the White Star to a pulp. It was only for a moment, but Rosalind was relieved that Rayan on and Hong were inside the shield and could not see outside. Ah! However, her eyes filled with urgency. Cal shouted while using the rock in his hand to strike the White Star in the abdomen. Because of you. Why? Why do I need to struggle like this? His voice sounded full of his true feelings. I want to be a slacker. That is my dream. I am someone whose dream is to live quietly. Also, keep your damn subordinates in line. Ha! He wants to use Rayan as a sacrifice. The fist holding the rock headed toward the White Star's abdomen again, and Cal sounded extremely annoyed. Where the hell is your lackey getting the confidence to spew such ludicrous statements out of his damn snout? It was at that moment. Ah! The White Star groaned and his hand quickly moved. His hand was headed toward Cal's hand that was moving toward his abdomen, as if it was a snake aiming for its prey. His head was dizzy after getting hit non-stop, but the White Star had not forgotten his goal. His hand was now very close to grabbing Cal's wrist. 1 second. No, the White Star needed even less than that to turn this situation around. Bararang. Ah! However, the White Star's body was sent flying to the side. He frowned while looking at the black Young's jaws digging into his side. Barang. Ah! The White Star's body crashed into the building on the opposite side of the temple. Kehe. The White Star laughed at that moment. He had gotten away from Cal Henitus. To be more specific, he had moved away from that rock full of dominance and fear. Choi Han knew this as well. However, he had no choice but to attack the white star after seeing his hand moving toward Cal, despite the result being that the white star was freed. He silently looked away from the white star and slightly bowed his head to Cal, who was looking at him. "I'm sorry, Calnim. That's the perfect direction." Those words were not what Choi Han had expected. "Excuse me." Choi Han asked back, and Cal patted his shoulders and smiled gently. Choi Han subconsciously bit down on his lips after seeing Cal's mouth that was full of blood. However, he became anxious for a moment after hearing this next part. "Good job. You sent him flying in the perfect direction." "Excuse me," Choi Han asked again. He watched as the white star pulled his body out of the building wall. Rumble, the sky that had been getting quieter, started roaring again. Did they have to fight against the white star again? Cal whispered as Choi Han started getting anxious. Choi Han. Yes, Cal Nim. Attack the temple immediately. Cal was looking at Choi Han. No, he was looking past Choi Han's shoulder as he gave the order. Let's destroy the temple. Excuse me, let's get rid of it. Let's get rid of those bastards' base. Heh. Cal laughed while the white star frowned. Choi Han finally realized that the rumbling in the sky was not from the white thunderbolts. He also realized that Cal truly planned on fighting until the end. He could tell that Cal's mindset and his words about everything changing were not things he said without thinking things through. "I'll go first." Cal removed his hand from Choi Han's shoulder, and Choi Han watched as Cal fell to the ground. He then felt a frightening power behind his back. He urgently turned his head. He watched a rose-gold thunderbolt strike down from the sky. That thunderbolt landed directly on the fifth floor of the marble temple. Barang! Everybody watched as the temple shook from the attack by this gold and red thunderbolt. The thunderbolt magically only burnt the fifth floor of the temple. The rose-gold thunderbolt melted the fifth floor away and gobbled it up. The fifth floor. That was where the white star resided. This is a new start. Excommunicated Priestess Cage realized it as she watched the shaking temple. This moment was the first step toward a new state of things, the starting point for their victory. Her vague belief in it had turned into certainty. Choi Han thought that he should rescue Cal, who was falling, but subconsciously raised his sword. Cal had made the rock wall protecting the temple disappear as well. Ooh, ooh, his black yang twisted its body and charged toward the temple. Its target was the fourth floor. That was where the White Star's chief executives resided. Ah, dodge it, run away. The priests who were on the first and second floors ran out of the temple for their lives. The ones on the fourth floor cast all sorts of protection spells. Choi Han followed the black yang and headed toward the temple. There was nobody strong enough to stop his path. He felt the fluctuation of a strong power behind his back. Ha ha ha, Choi Han started laughing. A black spear and a red snake charged past him on both sides. "I'm going to do it too." "Choi Han, I can't let you do something so fun by yourself." Rayan, who had come out of the silver shield after the white thunderbolts had stopped, had launched a black spear full of mana. Rosalind had changed the direction of her red mana that was going to attack the white thunderbolts and directed the snake toward the temple. Baring, baring. Babababang, multiple attacks struck the fourth floor of the temple after that initial attack from the rose-gold thunderbolt. Choi Han looked around. His gaze was sharp. He was thinking about immediately attacking the whole temple if it looked as if most of the priests on the first and second floors had made it out. There is nobody on the third floor, because that was used as the waiting area for the people who were forced to be here today. The fourth floor only had a few of the White Star's high-ranking subordinate bastards who were still hiding in this situation. He looked behind him for a moment. The White Star was starting to fly up again. He needed to finish this before that bastard did something again. Choi Han then looked down to see Albaru supporting Cal, who was stumbling on the ground. Choi Han was finally relieved and smiled toward Rosalind, who approached him. "Cal Henitus, human." Down below, Albaru scowled while supporting Cal. "Until you ended up in such a mess." Cal Henitus, who looked even worse than any time Albaru had seen him in the past, was barely standing and breathing heavily. Rayan flew over to him. On and Hong could not come because they still had work to do and could only look anxious from a distance. "Human, this." Rayan tried to take an apple pie out of his spatial dimension. "Your Highness, what is it?" Albaru focused on Cal after hearing a faint voice. He wanted to tell Cal to stop talking and to recover his stamina first, but the situation did not allow for that. "You dare." Numerous different auras were roaring around the extremely angry white star. Not the temple. Bear King Seoru flung Sword Master Hannah to the side and ran defenselessly toward the temple. Lion King Dorf looked as if he could defeat Lark and the wolves at any moment. Your Highness, that was why Alberu waited to hear what Cal had to say. His hand sent a signal at the same time. The Knights' Brigade and mages quickly started suppressing the chaos. Your Highness. Yes, hurry up and speak. Human, stop talking and get some rest. Cal weakly mumbled the moment both Alberu and Rayan spoke to him. The white star will run away. Ha! Rayan raised his head to the sky as Alberu asked back in confusion. The black dragon's dark blue eyes looked toward the eastern sky. It's Gramps. Rayan shouted with joy. It's Goldie Gramps. The ancient dragon was said to be busy building a new lair. Alberu looked away from Cal and toward the sky. Cal was the only one he knew who could call that busy ancient dragon here. Alberu had a confused look on his face. Rayan, who was looking at the sky, blankly added on. There are other dragons behind Gramps. It's my first time seeing them. They are new dragons. No other dragons besides Rayan and Aruhaben had been their ally in this world. There was no young Master Silver Shield for Dodori to come find. However, Mila, Rashil, and Dodori, Cal knew very well where the three dragons lived. He also knew who was the most fitting to bring them here. Alberu stopped blankly staring at the sky and turned his head. He. Cal Henitus's shoulders were moving up and down as he laughed. Scary bastard. Alberu mumbled before he started laughing, while Rayan laughed as well. Chapter 755. Oh, it was something like this. It's fun. 5, however, there were more people who could not laugh. The gold dragon was flying over from the east while flapping his large wings. There was a beige adult dragon and grey adult dragon following behind him. Furthermore, the pink-haired person sitting on top of the beige-colored dragon seemed to be a dragon as well. No, it didn't matter if that one person was a dragon or not. 3 adult dragons, someone blurted that out, and both allies and enemies could not say anything else. It was at that moment. Kekek, kahahaha, Sword Master Hannah. She pointed towards the sky with the sword that had been attacking Seoru and laughed out loud. Cal Henitus, you crazy bastard. I've never seen such a rare and precious sight in my whole life. She nodded her head over and over. Yes. I knew that the scale would be much bigger when that bastard said that he had prepared for this. She looked around at the people around her before shouting towards Seirus back as he ran to the temple. Looks like Yao'll be the sacrifice today. She moved her body that was full of injuries as she fought without dodging Seirus' light arrows and ran toward the Bear King as she shouted. The crazed look in her eyes was full of fury, joy, and sadness. It'll make you the first sacrifice of our victory, you bastard. That crazy beach. Seoru glared at Hannah as if he was tired of her. Seoru had been the one to tell the twins that Saint Jack had been chosen as a sacrifice. However, Seoru wouldn't remember something trivial like that. That's a bit concerning. Hannah and Seoru, they both looked up after seeing a shadow cover them. Something SHTTY like that as a sacrifice. I can't even use it as fertilizer for my vegetable garden. I came because they woke me up, but it doesn't even look worth my time. Rocks, there are lots of boulders. My heart is beating quickly all of a sudden. The shadows of the large dragons covered everything from the temple to the old plaza. The one among the dragons who had not said anything descended to the ground. His body had already turned from a dragon to a human. It's been a while. Iruhaben landed right in front of the white star. Ha, you came as a bunch. Ha, the white star laughed in disbelief. Iruhaben was scoping out the white star's condition. This is the weakest we've ever seen the white star. The back of his head was bleeding, and his body was covered in injuries. The white star's complexion did not look good either. Peek. The ancient dragon peeked at Cal, who was being supported by Alberu before looking away. I guess the unlucky bastard created this opportunity for us. Yes, I guess you guys would consider it an opportunity. The white star was still smiling as he nodded his head. He finally accepted what Cal Henitus had done. He accepted that Cal Henitus had truly prepared a lot of things this time. He accepted that the chance of victory might have appeared for them. It's been a year since I thought that everything had ended. For him to have prepared all of this during that time, the White Star regretted his actions. I should have just killed him. He should have just killed Cal Henitus at that time. I know, right? Why did you keep us alive? Iruhaben smiled at him. The White Star watched as two others landed around him. They were dragons polymorphed into human forms. He could not see the pink-haired one, but the beige dragon and grey buzzcut dragon turned into humans and were observing the White Star. They were not at ancient dragon Eruhaben's level, but they were both strong adult dragons. He seems quite tired, so why don't we finish this quickly? The beige-colored dragon Mila pointed toward the White Star and gently commented, "Duck." The White Star swore as he slowly channeled his energy. Numerous powers of nature were gathered around him. He continued his preparations so that he could use any ancient power immediately. However, one dragon didn't seem to care about that at all. HMPH. The grey buzz-cut dragon lightly snorted. Rashiel immediately charged toward the White Star. He was adept at hand-to-hand combat despite being a dragon. There was nobody in his way. My liege. However, there was someone trying to catch up to him. Ah! While Lark was frowning after Lion King Dorf got away, Dorf was moving with the darkness elementals with darkness all around his body as he charged toward Rashiel. What the? Rashiel nonchalantly turned his head and commented toward Dorf, who was approaching him. Is this lion cub with black stuff around him trying to stop me? Dorf felt the peculiar aura around Rashiel at that moment. That was the indomitability attribute that the dragon Rashiel had, which allowed him to be even stronger in unfavorable situations. Dorf used the darkness from his darkness elementals to create a favorable battlefield for himself. He watched as Rashiel quickly moved right in front of him. The buzz-cut dragon's eyes looked extremely annoyed, but he had a stoic expression as he asked, "Really?" he asked again. "Are you really trying to stop me?" He then raised his fist and pow. Ah! He started beating Dorf up. It was the exact same situation in this illusion as when Rashiel had excitedly beaten Dorf to a pulp in reality. Someone shouted at that moment, "Mouth! Smack his damn snout! Make it so that he can't say useless SHT with that damn snout." Rashiel flinched and looked toward a red-haired man covered in blood. That man had a big smile on his face while speaking to him. The inside of that mouth was full of blood as well. But he was smiling. What the hell is up with this crazy human? Rashiel was not scared of anything, but he was a bit wary of a crazy human. Eruhaben quietly mumbled at that moment. "He's the commander. The human who found us is this kind of crazy." Rashiel stopped talking, turned his head, and just swung his fist. That fist magically struck Dorf right in the mouth. Damn it, he drooled on me. Rashiel looked down at his fist, and then his eyes rolled over before he angrily pummeled Dorf everywhere. "We should go too." Mila spoke in a gentle voice before walking over to the White Star as if she was on a nice evening walk. Uwang Eruhaben, who had golden dust around him, was already in front of the White Star with his hand up. "I am relieved. Your final moments are mine. I still have enough strength to take down an old dragon." Eruhaben and the White Star's battle had started. However, Eruhaben was not alone. The White Star had to frown while looking at the beige mana that was aiming for an opening. I used too much strength. He had wasted too much energy because of Kal Henitus and the sacrifices. On the other hand, the dragons were in great condition. This was especially true for the ancient dragon, whose lifespan was said to be close to its end. Bang, bang. As the White Star started fighting against the dragons and caused numerous explosions again, ha ha ha, Bear King Seru looked up at the sky and laughed. The video communication device in his hand flashed and delivered all sorts of messages. "This is the capital of the Karo Kingdom. The temple is currently being attacked. This is the Molden Kingdom. Princess Jopis has survived and has returned with rebels to destroy the temple, requesting reinforcements. The Mercenaries Guild's Ranger Brigade has installed magic bombs all around the temple and are currently destroying the temple. How did they get so many magic bombs? Reinforcements, reinforcements, ara. S save Serunim, this is the Whipper Kingdom. Here, over here. See, Commander Tunka has gathered forces again. The disappeared Litana, the Queen of the Jungle, has returned. What should we do? We must quickly stop them because all of the people of the jungle have opened their doors to her soldiers." The same information was flowing out of Alberus' video communication device. Cal raised his body on his own as he asked, "Did you prepare that, Your Highness?" Crown Prince Alberu nonchalantly responded back, "Of course. Who would just watch because you told us to watch." Everybody had been waiting. They were waiting for the moment they could hold down or go up against the central forces of the White Star and his subordinates. They had continued to prepare for their own goals and reasons despite being unable to communicate because of the surveillance of the temple. Whether it was to push the temples out, to regain their throne, to recover and protect their land, they all moved for their own goals, and it just happened that their directions happened to be helpful to one another. We have to rampage through when the time is right. However, there was somebody who was blanking out after hearing the same news. Searu was still laughing in disbelief. Hannah had lowered her sword and was silently watching. Searu did not even look toward her once. Just with this one moment, how could so many things change because of just this one moment? He blankly watched the priests running away from the temple, as well as Choi Han and Rosalind, who were heading over to destroy the temple from the top down. How strong had the White Star been? How strong had they been until now? How long had they prepared? How many things had they killed and destroyed to rule over them? But what were these things that he was hearing? Uwuang, the video communication device, flashed again and delivered a message. This is the Henitus territory. Seru Priestnim, correct. An elegant voice flowed out. I am Duchess Violan. The temple in the Henitus territory has been destroyed, and Duke Deruth is currently headed toward Puzzle City with soldiers. Please be advised that we will now commence destroying all temples in the northeast region. I am contacting you just so that it will make you angry. The speaker elegantly announced his demise. I wish to kill you with my own hands, but it looks like you will die before then. Goodbye then. Seru chucked the video communication device in his hand to the ground. Crack! The video communication device cracked, and the orb lost its glow. Seru calmed his breathing as he watched it become dim before raising his head. Hannah and numerous other enemies aiming for his life were encircling him. He finally realized the reality of the situation. I am the prey now. He had turned from the hunter to the prey. He looked toward the person that had been the starting point that turned the situation like this. Cal Henitus. He was standing alone and looking around the battlefield. Cal Henitus did not even glance at Seru. It was as if there was no need to do that. However, the real reason was a bit different from what Seru was thinking. Cal Henitus, what is it? Cal could not respond to Alberus' question. He could not pay any attention to it. He looked around the battlefield before closing his eyes. The final test is coming to an end. It wasn't too difficult for you despite being the final test, right? He could hear the sealed guard, the damn guard of despair's voice in his ears. The guard's voice was quite friendly yet businesslike. The bastard who had destroyed the first illusion test and disappeared was speaking to Cal again. Cal Henitus, do you want to make a deal with me? Cal opened his eyes. I am waiting for you at the basement of the temple. His gaze headed toward the crumbling temple. The white marble building was quite ugly now. Hunters, stories about them, stories full of truth. These stories will be helpful to you if you hear them. Cal slowly started heading toward the temple. I wish to chat with you alone before the test finishes. You can decide whether to accept my deal or not after hearing everything I have to say. Cal slightly nodded his head. Okay, I'll at least hear what you have to say. That's enough. Cal nodded his head a bit deeper. He then thought to himself, make a deal, my ass. Cal had no plans to make a deal with this mother-ducking guard bastard. He's waiting for me in the temple basement. That was the only important information. Cal clenched the rock in his hand. See, Cal, are you planning on beating up a guard? The super rock anxiously asked, but Cal only patted the rock in his hand and smiled. Clope Seca smiled brightly as he climbed over the prison wall that he had destroyed. He then spoke respectfully in a serious tone. Calnim, I came to rescue you. The Cal of this illusion nonchalantly commented with a sassy look on his face. Yeah, welcome, Sir Clope. Clope really is crazy. Clope frowned the moment he heard Rayan's comment. He heard some voices behind his back. Capture that traitor Clope Seca. The enemies are escaping. Clope Seca is their accomplice. Catch those bastards. We can't let them escape. A satisfied smile soon appeared on Clope's face. He proudly continued speaking to Cal, who looked uneasy. Please, let's quickly get out of here, Calnim. He heard a familiar voice at that moment. You have resolved all of your wrath. Black light started to surround Clope. This truly is a damn test. It was the most unbelievable illusion. Clope calmly commented before he saw a red light in the completely dark world. That red light turned into a red eye. Everything turned red for Clope the moment he realized that it was an eye. Ah! He covered his eyes with his hand because of the blinding light before slowly lowering them once everything because quiet. Clope could see an area full of white marble. There was nothing around him. I guess I am first. Clope inspected his body all over. The automatic magic video recording device, signal flare, and everything that should be there was there. Chapter 756. Seeing it all I am going crazy. Rayan fluttered his wings. This is driving me nuts. Rayan was spinning around the temple in a circle. He then suddenly stopped and observed the large orb above the temple. The orb that was split into 6 pieces had one piece that lost its color once Tunka came out, and the remaining 5 pieces were shining in their respective colors. The colors were similar to the stages of the illusion test. Currently, all of the pieces were dyed black for the final wrath test. Rayan clenched his cheeks with his 2 chubby front paws. Gramps, do you think that the human has lost his mind? Hara. Iruhaben shook his head side to side. As for Rayan, he was finding it to be an extremely serious situation. One of his chubby front paws pointed toward one of the 5 pieces glowing black. Look at that. Rayan's dark blue eyes sparkled. The human is using a ton, really, a ton of his ancient powers. It's weird. He had not felt Cal's power from the piece he presumed Cal was in for a while after he entered the Wrath stage. However, Rayan had been feeling an immense fluctuation of power since a bit earlier. This is even worse than when he caught the white star. The first time Cal had used the blood-drenched rock in this world, the pressure and aura that could only be described as more than overwhelming that Rayan had felt from him at that time were relentlessly flowing out of that piece. Even if it is an illusion, the human's body is still his own. If the human faints, Rayan ended up shouting, I'm going to blow up the temple. Hara. Iruhaben got a headache and pushed the sides of his head with his hand. What the hell is that unlucky punk doing in there? Is he destroying everything since that is supposedly the wrath test? There's no way he would do that, right? No, it seems possible. Cal Henitus might be bad at showing other emotions, but he was quite good at showing his temper when it came to destroying things. The ancient dragon looked slightly down. He could see Albaru Crossman sitting in front of the temple gate observing the piece. What a headache! How many days had it been? The temple door had not opened since it opened 24 hours after the people went in. I am sure it's tiring. The ancient dragon looked at the tired Albaru and subconsciously commented, unlucky and vicious bastards. There was both pity and some disgust in his voice. Whether it is this bastard or that bastard Tusk. Albaru, who did not hear any of this, was smiling while listening to the knight captain's report. Gramps, the crown prince is smiling again. They must have taken out some more of the White Star's remaining forces. Yes, that bastard is not one to miss an opportunity like this. Albaru had not been sitting still for the few days that they had been waiting. Your Highness, we received news from Queen Jopes of the Molden Kingdom from the Eastern Continent, and the report, right here, Your Highness. Information about the situation on the continents was being sent to Albaru by his allies on both the Eastern and Western continents. Albaru had not asked much of his allies. It was not a difficult request. Cal Henitus took the White Star down. They had captured all of the strong individuals on the White Star's side. All of their allies were skilled enough to take care of the remains in such a situation. Your Highness, the knight captain stealthily walked up to Albaru and whispered in his ear, I've been informed that His Majesty will be here soon. Albarus' eyebrows twitched for a moment. Zed Crossman, the current king of the Roan Kingdom. Someone who is difficult to bring out is coming here. The king was acting like a lame duck king after passing the throne's affairs and the secret of the House of Crossman to Albaru. Why had he been quiet until now, but was causing a ruckus since a few days ago while saying that he was going to come to Puzzle City? Albaru thought about the king who acted relaxed and carefree, but whose eyes were still cold. It's not like I can tell him not to come. Albaru could not tell what the king was plotting. However, he had no justification to stop the king from coming to Puzzle City as he had yet to pass down the throne. I should have just become king. Albaru, who inadvertently said something internally that would make the knight captain gasp if he heard it, looked up after hearing some voices. The ancient dragon and young dragon were coming down toward him. Gramps, I don't want to go sleep. You need to eat and sleep. I don't want to. I don't want to sleep because I keep having dreams lately. I thought you said that they weren't nightmares. Rayan pulled a cookie out of the cookie tin next to Albaru and nodded his head. That's right, it's not. Then what kind of dream is it? Rayan thought for a moment at Aruhaben's question before shaking his head. I don't know, it's just loud. Rayan stopped talking and frowned as his lips moved up and down, as if debating whether to say something. Iruhaben, Albaru, and the knight captain all looked at him until Rayan finally said one syllable. Do. Iruhaben confusedly looked at him when Rayan shouted with a bright expression on his face. Do, right, Dardum. What is that? I don't know either. I just keep hearing Dardum. Albaru handed Rayan a new cookie with a gentle look on his face. Rayan Nim must be very tired. I think it might have just been a dream you had in your tired state. Rayan crunched on a cookie and shook his head. I don't think that, Rayan spit the cookie out of his mouth. On and Hang, who had been roaming around the temple, quickly ran over to Rayan. Hang shouted in shock. I can see him, Naya. Rayan was looking at the large orb above the temple as he shouted, It's the sea, crazy bastard. Of the 6 pieces, the black light disappeared from one of the pieces and revealed a person. White hair and green eyes. Guardian Knight Clope Secker of the North. He had an aloof look on his face as he leisurely looked around. This is unexpected. That guy is the first to complete the tests, while Aruhaben was shocked, as I expected. As Albaru nodded his head with an odd look of conviction, they naturally expected Clope to shout, I give up, and come out of the temple, to find ways to help the others, or to get rid of the temple. Hmm. However, Clope Seca pulled out the automatic video recording device that he had invested to develop and started cleaning it. What is that guy doing? Rayan shouted brightly as Iruhaben found this to be odd. It's tiring to understand the thoughts of a crazy guy. That's what the human said. He said that there is no need to understand. That's right, Naya. That's right, Naya. The adults quietly listened to Hang and on add-on before looking back toward Clope Seca. They were not the only ones looking at him. The new change made the area under the temple get rowdy, and some people started heading toward the temple and Albaru. Iruhaben watched all of this and mumbled to himself. I don't think he knows that we are watching. Clope had a calm smile on his face while completely focused on doing something. Cal's gaze headed toward the temple at the center of Puzzle City. The once holy building no longer held its original appearance. Human, where are you going in such a state? Cal Henitus. Albaru and Rayan tried to stop Cal. Of course, both of them changed their statements after seeing the look on Cal's face. Let's go together. Human, I am coming with you. Well, sure. Cal looked as vicious as the blood dripping down from his mouth as he calmly responded with the rock tightly clenched in his hand. His relaxed look gave them a strong feeling that he was going to cause even more incidents. Cal smiled at Albaru. Then, please support me. Ha! Albaru sighed as he offered Cal his back. Albaru had never offered his back to anybody in his life, but he could not just let Cal be as he looked like a mess. Where do we need to go? What are you doing, Your Highness? Albaru turned his head to see Cal, who was floating in the air with Rayan's flight magic and being supported by Rayan's chubby front paws. Albaru stood up straight and smiled elegantly as he asked once again, Where do we need to go? The basement of the temple. Let's go, human. Rayan started moving Cal with magic. Cal looked around as they headed toward the basement of the temple. What a mess. There were fights and explosions happening all over. It was hard to see things, as instead of the typical brightness during the day, there was dust and debris from explosions all around them. Furthermore, the fire that started as the temple broke down made things look quite vicious. Cal was walking through the wreckage while floating with magic as if he was on a walk. Nobody stopped them. No, they could not stop them. Of course, there were people who were wandering and not fighting who made eye contact with Cal. However, they were the followers of the White Star that neither the allies nor the enemies cared about. These followers were unable to look at Cal properly, probably more than anybody else. They were showing fear that was incomparable to the hostility they had shown toward him at first. He was the person who had taken down the White Star, someone who they saw as pretty much a god. I won't let you. Cal heard Rayon's voice and saw a black shield appearing in the air. Bararang. There was a loud explosion as the White Star swung his fire sword infused with natural disaster from the other side of the breaking black shield. Bang! There was a small explosion, and gold dust stopped his path. Iruhaben was to the back, and Mila was to the right. They were attacking to kill the White Star from different directions. The White Star and Cal made eye contact at that moment. PFFFD. Cal chuckled and looked away from the White Star. He then made eye contact with Alberu. "That bastard is done for, Your Highness." Alberu looked at Cal oddly after hearing those words before looking at the White Star. "You dare, you dare." The White Star was shouting in anger. After barely winning one time while looking like a mess, he was shouting quite loudly such that Alberu could hear him as well, making Alberu smile. He's accepted it. The White Star had accepted that Cal had won. Whether Cal did it while looking like a mess or had won only once, winning was winning, and this would be the start of the White Star's destruction. I look forward to the future. Alberu then greeted the ancient dragon before looking away from the White Star. His heart was beating wildly. It was because he realized that the White Star was no longer an existence they needed to defeat. He also understood why Cal was heading to the basement of the temple. All that's left is the guard. The guard of despair was the only enemy remaining. That was why Alberu was amazed. Crazy bastard. Alberu was sure he saw the rock in Cal's hand. Cal had not let that rock go no matter how hard it was for him. It was obvious what Cal was thinking. He's planning on going up against a guard. Of course, he had many questions about that as well. Can we meet a guard? What is at the basement of the temple? Is it possible to pummel a guard with a rock? However, he kept those questions to himself. I'm sure he's thought things through. Alberu believed that Cal would have a plan. Unfortunately, Cal, no way, right? Truly, unfortunately, Cal did not have many thoughts right now. Ooh, we must escape. Fire, it's a fire. For the temple to crumble so futilely like this, Cal had Rayan cancel his flight magic and stood on his own feet the moment they passed the temple entrance. I really feel more refreshed the more I cough up blood. Cal felt that his body felt better than before from the short moment of rest, and coughing up some blood as he walked past the people running away and the people breaking things to the basement. Rayan, what is it, human? Go see how Choi Han is doing. Barang, bang, barang. There were all sorts of explosions still happening upstairs, letting him feel that an intense battle was still going on. Honestly speaking, it was probably more of a one-sided destruction or suppression. Rosalind and Choi Han magic and sword, the two of them would easily create such a situation. Human, I got it. In return, if you do anything stupid, I will destroy everything. Rayan's dark blue eyes sparkled as he quietly said that. Cal subconsciously flinched at the gaze that was even more vicious than the White Star's gaze. Okay. Rayan fluttered his wings and headed upstairs after hearing Cal's response. Then I will go take a look. Crown Prince, please take good care of our human. Only Cal and Alberu were left now. Things were still rowdy around them, but they had nobody else to pay attention to right now. Alberu was the first to speak. What are you planning on doing? Cal spoke with certainty. I will not die. I plan on having a simple and short conversation, Your Highness. And please stand in front of the basement entrance and stop anybody from entering. And if I don't want to, who else would I be able to say such things to, Your Highness? Ha! Alberu let out a deep sigh. You have a point. It's not like you could say this to Choi Han nor to Rayan Nim. Who could you really ask for such a thing from? He nodded his head. You can only ask me, Your Hyang. Alberu walked past Cal and stood in front of the steps, heading down to the basement of the temple. The stairs were in the middle of the northernmost wall of the first floor. Pow! Ah! Alberu kicked one of the fallen White Star's subordinates in the stomach and picked up a long spear that looked fine. He then swung it around as he observed Cal. Go, tap. The spear gently tapped the ground as Alberu stood with his back to the stairs. Thank you very much, Your Highness. Cal quickly thanked Alberu and stepped past Alberu and onto the staircase. Will there be no enemies down there? Cal answered the question without any hesitation. There won't be, Your Highness. At least none that will attack me. The sealed guard had called him to chat. Cal did not say anything else, and Alberu was silent as if he had accepted it before saying one more thing. Don't get hurt. I'm coming down if you don't return within 5 minutes. You truly are amazing, making the Crown Prince wait. Nothing else was said after that. Cal headed down. Tap, tap. The world became quieter the farther he walked down. Furthermore, it became darker, and only the magic torches on either sides of the wall were giving off any source of light. It's over there. That was why Cal could tell when he would be chatting with the sealed guard. Tap, tap. The torches slowly disappeared the farther he walked down until he arrived at a pitch-dark area. That would be where he would chat. Cal stopped in front of the darkness. Hurry on over. Red eyes revealed themselves far in the darkness. The sealed guard. They were the same eyes he had seen when he had first met the sealed guard. "What is it that you want to say to me?" Getting right down to business. It was an obvious question from Cal. He had nothing to talk to the sealed guard about. He was just curious as to what kind of deal he wanted to make. Cal, loosen your grip. Your palm is going to get cut if you keep doing that. The rock won't get damaged." Cal ignored the super rock's frantic comments and quietly observed the red eyes. The red eyes were calm, unlike usual. "Okay, I will get right down to business." The sealed guard calmly added on. "Take me out of here." "What?" "If you seal me with your embrace and take me out of the temple, I will give you information on the hunters." The red eyes looked relaxed. "In return, I will give you information on the hunters and protect you and those around you in order to keep all of you safe. I can swear that on my authority as a guard. You can even call the guard of death to make me make a vow." The sealed guard of despair continued in a transcended tone. "I am sure it is hard to believe, but I am speaking the truth." The super rock shouted. "Oh, Cal, loosen your grip. Your palm is going to get cut." Chapter 757. Seeing it all too, Cal loosened his grip. The super rock shouted in relief. "Good job, Cal. Good job holding back." Cal nodded his head as if he would chat, and the red eyes slowly came closer to Cal. "I've been curious about this for a while. Why do you think that the hunters will harm me?" "Because the body you possess has the blood of the Thames." Cal's biological mother drew Thames. The Thames family was thought to have perished because of the hunters. The hunters were banded together by families. There were originally 7 families, but only 5 remained. The 2 families that disappeared were called the Red Blood and White Blood. Was the House of Thames one of the 7 families? The red eyes closed for a moment. The bloodline who secluded away to do research, those dense fools are merely prey. Cal's eyebrows slightly twitched. "That's a bit upsetting to hear. Actually, it's quite upsetting to hear." "Ah," the sealed guard sighed and observed Cal. "I spoke freely since you are not a part of the House of Thames, but I apologize if it upset you." The super rock spoke at that moment. He's being quite submissive. Unlike before, the sealed guard had apologized immediately and cared about how Cal was feeling. Cal pulled something out of his pocket with a stoic look on his face. A golden plaque. It was the item where the white star was embraced. "The people behind everything I have had to deal with since coming here were the hunters, right?" The red eyes observed Cal for a bit before sighing and responding. "The white star." He had asked if the hunters were behind everything, but the sealed guard of despair started talking about the white star. "The white star, that bastard was cursed to lose anything he cherishes. He is someone who has maintained his consciousness and memories as he reincarnated for 10 years. That guy had a lot of time, but it only applied to himself. How could a bastard who cannot have anything important have such loyal subordinates? The White Star's loyal subordinates such as the Bear King and Lion King. Furthermore, those subordinates all have special powers. The Lion King consumed a darkness elemental and could control them, while the Bear King had the light attribute ancient power. Would it be easy to gain such powers? The red eyes came a bit closer to Cal. The eyes whispered to Cal, who had stopped right outside the boundary into the darkness. "Do you think that it was a coincidence that his subordinates got those powers? Do you think that the White Star found all those ancient powers by himself?" Keek, the red eyes laughed. "I'm sure they all think it was their own abilities or luck. Although they think everything was a coincidence," well, the guard whispered in a tired voice. "There are a lot of coincidences in this world, but I don't think that was the case for them." Cal raised his head and looked at the ceiling for a moment. There was no light on the dark ceiling. He clenched the golden plaque in his hand. The white star was a chess piece as well. The red eyes curled up like crescent moons again. "You could say that," the guard added on. "The white star thought that he could consume me and become a god once this temple opened. However, the truth is that it would have been the opposite. I would have consumed that bastard." The guard continued as if he was a bit amused. "There is no soul in this world that has swallowed more despair than that bastard. Don't you think so?" Cal looked down at the golden plaque. That bastard should have lost a lot of precious things, as his life reincarnated without an end. As long as he is human, he can't help but cherish something or show someone affection, even if by accident. And numerous people had to die because of that bastard's curse. I'm sure even the god of death is regretting creating such a curse. One step. That was the distance between the red eyes and Cal. The guard's eyes observed the golden plaque. How disappointing. It would have been great to consume that soul. The white star was basically a sacrifice the hunters had prepared for you. The red eyes looked at Cal with a stoic gaze. The red eyes were silent for a bit before looking away from Cal and staring at a distant location. He was a sacrifice for me, but I doubt they did it for my benefit. Your relationship with the hunters has gone astray. The eyes seem to be smiling. Why would I tell you all of that? How disappointing. Cal put the golden plaque away and shrugged his shoulders. I asked since you were answering everything. This is all I will tell you unless you make a deal with me. I will have no choice but to tell you if you do. You and I will be in a cooperative relationship at that point. Cal looked as if he was thinking hard about something. The red eyes attentively watched him. Cal truly was thinking hard about something. Should I pretend to make a deal and trick him, or should I just beat him up? It's annoying. Cal was tired after dealing with these continuous illusion tests. Although each situation was different, the test felt repetitive, and he couldn't help but be a bit tired. Should I just beat him up? The information about the hunters the guard would give him. He'll feel a bit sorry to His Highness, but I'm sure something will come up if I peck around King Zed. Either that, or I will ask Miss Cage to bring the guard of death over. From King Zed to excommunicated Priestess K, he had a lot of people he could ask. Most importantly, there was someone from the House of Thames currently in Puzzle City. If all else fails, I can ask the Guard of Death to send Choi Yung-gun over, can't I? Wouldn't Choi Yung-gun tell me everything? Cal looked at the red eyes. So is there a need? Was there truly a need? Is there a need for me to carry this red-eyes son of a beach around and be wary of him all the time? That was what Cal was thinking about. He stood there with the rock still held in his hand. He then made up his mind. Like hell, I can trust this bastard. He was certain that this bastard, albeit acting like this right now, would try to stab him in the back at some point. The red eyes spoke a bit cautiously the moment Cal nodded his head. I can make things as convenient for you as possible. Is this deal a secret? The red eyes sounded happy at Cal's question. If you wish. Nobody will know about the contract between you and me. How do I make the deal? Go to the end of the temple when the test is over. You will find a sculpture on the wall. You just need to embrace that. Cal tilted his head in confusion. My friends who finished the test before me might see it. Don't worry. Nobody has finished the test faster than you, really. It is the truth. I did not speak any lies today. I will even swear on my divine authority if you wish. I'm going to have faith. The red eyes curled up at Cal's mischievous tone. It realized that this relaxed mood meant a positive response. Yes, you can have faith. Yes, of course, I'll have faith. Cal walked half a step closer to the red eyes. Not in you, but in my instincts. What? Once he was half a step away from those red eyes, Cal finally let go of the rock in his hand. Swoosh, he let a whirlwind carry the rock, and Cal nonchalantly commented once the rock quickly reached right in front of the red eyes. Explode. Barang. The rock immediately exploded. The small rock that had the power of the sound of the wind, the super rock, the blood-drenched rock, and the dominating aura crumbled into pieces and attacked the red eyes. The basement shook. Cal touched the corners of his lips that were subconsciously curling up and calmly commented, My wrath is disappearing. His wrath was truly disappearing. He was starting to feel refreshed. This human bastard. The guard of despair roared in anger, but unfortunately, Cal didn't give a SHT. Egu, I guess the test is about to end. Everything turned dark around him. The sealed guard. The test created by this guard of despair proceeded following a set of rules. The sealed guard could use his powers to intervene, but he could not change the basic foundation nor rules of the test. Just meeting Cal like this probably took a lot of the sealed guard's power. Boo-boo-boo-boom. The whole basement started shaking. It looked as if it would break. Cal turned his head while watching the world around him turning dark. Hey, just what Albaru was coming down the stairs. CHHHHHH. CHHHH. You have CHHH. Resolved all of your wrath, CHHHH. The test announced the end through the guards screaming. Goodbye, Your Highness. Cal gave a simple goodbye and looked at the red eyes. The eyes that were cracking looked as if veins had burst. A deal with me, you dare. Cal smiled toward him. You think I would trust you? It even trust Clope before I trust you. The red eyes started to get covered in darkness as well because the test was ending. Keek. Cal wiped his mouth. He was not bleeding anymore. It really was an illusion. His body's condition was very good. See, Cal H. Henitus. Cal's smile started looking a bit demented as he observed those red eyes. Sealed guard. Just wait. It'll come to destroy you. Let's be honest, you can't use your powers outside the illusion. That's why you're acting so annoyingly in the test. Be ready, Cal added on. It'll let you know that reality is harsh. Information on the hunters. I have a lot of places where I can get that information. Plus, if you feel like you're going to be crushed into pieces, if you feel like I am going to destroy you, I am sure you'll give me the information anyway. You're that kind of bastard, no, God. I can get information at that time. The area turned completely dark. Cal could see a red light cover him through the darkness. Cal subconsciously closed his eyes as the light looked as if it would stab him in the eye, and once he opened them back, it really is over. Cal was able to see an area full of white marbles. There's nobody here. He could not see anybody in this quite large white marble hall. There weren't any traces of people either. Cal slowly looked around. There was only one entrance to this circular hall. Am I really the first one out? The sealed guard's comments about how nobody had passed the test, yet other than Cal it could have been true, since a guard said that he was willing to swear on his authority as a guard. But Cal, is your body okay? Cal stopped thinking about that for a moment and nodded his head at the super rock's question. He slowly started walking. It was towards the only entrance to this place. There was no door there. It was just a long marble hallway with beautiful sculptures. The end of the temple that the sealed guard was talking about, that place, should be at the end of this hallway. Cal touched the marble wall as soon as he stepped onto the hallway. Pat, pat. He felt it for a moment before activating his super rock power. Are you really? As the super rock sounded anxious, but could not hide the fact that he understood what Cal was doing. Crack, a part of the marble started breaking. It was toward the opening that connected the hallway and the hall, just enough so that the temple doesn't break. I understand. I will control it. Crack, boom. A part of the marble fell to block the opening between the hall and the hallway. The super rock cautiously asked, Is this not to drag your friends into it? Cal looked at the blocked entrance before turning around and walking down the hallway. There's no need to show them a bad sight. It's for me to handle. The super rock held back a sigh, but did not say anything else. Step, step. Cal's steps were neither heavy nor light as he walked down this beautiful and luxurious white marble hallway that did not look aged at all. He pulled a small black wooden dagger out of his pocket. What is the human doing right now? Gramps, did you hear what the human just said? What is the bad sight? Ha, that unlucky bastard. This is going to drive me nuts. Alberu did not pay any attention to the two dragons' conversation and focused on one area. Here and there, they're all driving me nuts. Clope Seca, who had arrived at the end of the temple, was installing his automatic video recording devices all around. He was smiling gently as he did that. Chapter 758. Seeing it all, 3, Alberu Crossman thought about what he had seen a few moments ago. Not long after one of the black pieces started showing Clope Seca, the black color started disappearing from another piece. The one who appeared was Cal Henitus. He seemed pretty much the same as he had looked when he went into the temple. Rayan Nim said that Cal was using his ancient powers non-stop and that he could feel the aura, but thankfully, that seemed to have been an illusion in the test. Cal seemed fine. His complexion seemed decent, and he didn't even seem tired. I guess he just went wild, destroying everything. PFFFD. He couldn't help but laugh. It was a laugh of relief. At that time, Albrew had thought that Clope and Cal would soon meet, and that Cal would be the one to finish this thing one way or another. That punk likes to have the numbers advantage unless it is urgent, so he will probably wait for the others. He'll lie down and roll around doing nothing for a while. It didn't seem as if Cal would come this far and then shout that he gave up. Cal was probably coming up with some extraordinary plan to take care of everything before coming out. However, Alberus' face couldn't help but stiffen. Cal destroyed the opening between the hall and the hallway and separated the two areas. The moment he saw that, and saw the calm look on Cal's face as he watched the crumbling opening, Alberu had a headache. That punk is plotting something again. He was sure of it after having experienced something like this with Cal many times. Alberu and Eruhaben made eye contact. Although Eruhaben was hiding his emotions because of the anxious Rayan, and the shocked On and Hang who were coming over his eyes held the same emotions as Alberu. Iruhaben was pretty much sighing as he said this. That unlucky bastard. Again. Again. There was so much in that single word. An emotion burst forward from inside Albaru, and he wanted to say something, but he could only let out a deeper sigh after seeing his confidants approaching him. Your Highness, His Majesty will be here soon. What should we do? I understand that you cannot leave here right now. King Zed was coming here. Albaru looked around. The chief executives of the different kingdoms, who had been standing in their respective areas, were gathering toward the temple since Clope became visible in that piece above the temple. They were looking at the piece with Cal with serious looks on their faces. Albaru quietly mumbled, "Should I destroy it?" Iruhaben flinched after hearing that. He didn't question what Albaru was thinking about destroying. It was obviously the temple. The only reason Iruhaben was shocked was because it was Albaru and not him, Rayan, On, or Hang who had said that. I don't mean it, Iruhaben Nim. We can't attack the temple when there are still people in the illusion. But once Choi Han, Mary, and Rosalind finish their tests and appear, it'll be a different story at that point. Albaru bit down on his lips. Seeing Cal leisurely walking down the hallway, without any hesitation, seeing Cal like this was giving him an ominous feeling for some reason. What the hell is that punk thinking about? Albaru felt something patting his leg and looked down. Mio, the silver kitten on, was looking up at Albaru. Albaru raised his head to see that Hang and Rayan were stuck to each other looking at Cal and lowered his head again. What's wrong? I am curious as to whether you remember what I said last time, Naya. What On had said. Albaru could not immediately recall what On had told him. About how it hurts, an image flashed in Albarus' mind after hearing On mumbling about it hurting. On and Hang had said that they heard Cal mumbling to himself after his fight against the White Star. The things he said were concerning enough that On had told Rayan, Iruhaben, and Albaru. It shouldn't hurt that much, right? Is what he mumbled while touching the golden plaque. Naya, that's right. It's weird because he is usually someone who doesn't say anything hurts, Naya. I feel like he's plotting something, Naya. The things that Hang and On had told them. Albaru looked at On and blankly mumbled. What is there to make that punk hurt right now? He then turned toward the piece with Cal. He then saw something. The dagger in Cal's hand. Albaru had heard about that dagger from Cal in the past. According to what you said earlier, Cal Henitus, you can stop the White Star's endless reincarnation with the dagger from the World Tree. Yes, sir. This is the only way to completely get rid of the White Star. Cal had flinched and had looked oddly awkward when he said that. Albaru thought about what On had said as well, and all sorts of thoughts swirled in his mind. Is he planning on doing something with that dagger? He was looking at Cal with a slightly different mindset now. What the hell are you thinking? Cal did not have many thoughts right now. I'm almost there. He was just thinking about finishing this soon and resting once he was out. Cal could soon see the end of this quite long hallway as he walked. Unlike the opening between the hall and the start of the hallway that had no door, there was a white door at the end of the hallway. Cal recalled what the sealed guard had said. Go to the end of the temple when the test is over. You will find a sculpture on the wall. You just need to embrace that. He interpreted that as he pleased. Once I open that door, I will be at the end of the temple, and the sealed guard will be sealed in the sculpture on the wall, so it was simple. I just need to destroy it. The super rock mumbled something, but Cal ignored it since he couldn't hear what was said. I guess I should take care of that bastard before the guard. The White Star was first. It would be bad if he accidentally messed with the temple and it started crumbling before the others could finish their tests. Taking care of the White Star before the others finish their tests, and then taking care of the temple together is also a method. Cal organized his thoughts while heading toward the door. The information that led to him acting like this, it had started from Cal getting the diary of the biological mother of this body, Drew Thames, an existence that reincarnates endlessly without losing his memories. A reincarnator. The House of Thames had discovered a way to completely kill those reincarnators. The reincarnator's memories, the largest annual ring that would be the foundation for their being. You just have to get rid of that. The power that had been passed down through the House of Thames, the ability to see a life form's annual rings, that would attribute ancient power, annual rings of life. The annual rings could be considered the record of time in a life form's soul. Following that logic, a reincarnator who repeats life over and over has the annual rings of the numerous repeated lives within their one large original annual ring. That was why destroying the largest annual ring the foundation, was the only way to completely stop a reincarnator. I have the prerequisite requirement. He needed to be able to see the annual rings in order to attack a reincarnator. Cal could pull out and use Drew Thames' annual rings of life ancient power because he had embraced it in her diary. Then how was he to attack the reincarnator? What was the method? Drew Thames had also told him about that. A reincarnator's numerous annual rings will have a soul that is extremely strong thanks to its numerous life cycles. Magic, swords, and even ancient powers would not work. If you compare a dragon that has lived for 1, 0 years and a reincarnator who has reincarnated over and over for 1, 0 years, the annual rings of the reincarnator are usually stronger. That is why, in order to destroy the annual rings of a reincarnator, you need to use the power of someone who has annual rings with more years than the reincarnator. The answer was an immortal that does not die in this case, the World Tree. Cal had gone to meet the World Tree after that and procured a way to attack the White Star's annual rings. So, you need a weapon with my power in it, the World Tree had said to him. If that method really works, I should give you the real thing. The World Tree had revealed a part of its body that had been buried deep in the ground. I should give you the oldest thing in my life. That would be considered the foundation of an immortal, a part of my existence. This is the tip of my oldest root. It was the sharp black and white tree root dagger in Cal's hand right now. I have the method as well. The World Tree had given him the weapon to attack the White Star. The only remaining thing was how to attack. The World Tree had said the following about that. The power of this root dagger will activate once you put the blood from your heart on it. It was something that made him question his ears and his heart drop when he first heard it. My body, the part of me that is cut off, will be in a state of asphyxia once it is removed. It needs the blood from someone with healing or rejuvenation in order to awaken it. That power cannot be the power of a god, and must be the power that a living being possesses. Furthermore, the blood must come from the central location of that power. Only the person who awakens the root with their blood will be able to use its powers. Cal had the vitality of the heart, an ancient power with the power of restoration. Its power started from his heart. Henceforth, stabbing his heart and getting his blood on the dagger was the way for it to get out of asphyxia. Unbelievable, Cal sighed. Basically, I need to see the White Star's annual rings and destroy it with the dagger that has blood from my heart. He recalled something else the World Tree said with a stoic look on his face. Don't worry, you will not die. It will be grotesque since you will bleed a lot, but it will actually be helpful to you too. I guarantee it. There was no way and no reason for the World Tree to lie. He shouldn't have to worry much about it. Cal reached his hand toward the white door at the end of the hallway. There was no doorknob. He just had to push it. Cal looked back for a moment before pushing the door open. The hallway he had just walked through the other end was still in shambles. It should take his allies some time to get past that. I'll take care of the White Star during that time. It was a simple plan. Cal pushed the door. Screech, the door easily pushed open. Cal remained alert. He had no idea what might be on the other side of this door. He had landed a blow on the sealed guard in the last test, so he had even more reasons to be tense. Confirm what is on the other side of the door, and then immediately make my move. Bang! The door completely opened and smacked into the wall. The guard had said the following. Go to the end of the temple when the test is over. You will find a sculpture on the wall. You just need to embrace that. Cal could see an altar in front of him. He could also see a wall behind it. He was finally at the end of the temple. There were numerous hands on the walls reaching up towards the sky. Above the hands was a sculpture of a figure standing there. It was a person wearing white clothes. The person had a benevolent gaze, and his long hair almost seemed to be fluttering in the air. He looked quite handsome even as a sculpture. That must be it. That must be the sculpture. It had only been an instant. That was all it took for Cal to open the door, see the sculpture, and observe it. Mother, the eyes were red jewels. The moment Cal registered that in his mind, you mother ducking son of a beach of a god. The red light shot out toward Cal. This evil red light, Cal was sure that he had seen it before. It was the same red aura that had been around the sealed guard sickle. It was the power filled with despair. I knew I shouldn't trust that bastard. Cal had thought that the sealed guard would not be able to use any power outside of the illusion. However, inside the temple was the sealed guard's domain. If Cal had accepted the deal and opened this door without any thoughts, He would have turned into a sacrifice for the sealed guard. Not just me, the White Star would have become a sacrifice as well. He was certain about that. The White Star was planned to be a sacrifice for the sealed guard from the beginning. There was no way that he would miss out on that. This son of a beach of a guard. Fine, whatever. Cal pulled out the golden plaque and threw it toward the red light. It's better if I take care of you both at once. One of the two evil red lights that had shot out from the eyes struck the golden plague and let out a loud explosion. Bararang, the golden plaque feebly cracked and turned to dust. Once the medium breaks, the existence sealed inside it would come out. Cal clenched his hand that was holding the root dagger. The corners of his lips naturally curled up. Swoosh. The wind assisted him as he ran toward the explosion almost as if he was flying. Pad. A silver shield and two wings surrounded Cal at the same time. Cal threw the diary into the air. It was the diary with the ancient power, the annual rings of life. It's my turn now. Be careful. The moment Drew Thames shouted in a low voice, "CHHHHHHH." The red diary opened, and red leaves instantly appeared to surround Cal. The red leaves that were similar in color to his hair swirled around him like a whirlwind, similar to the first time he met this power. Cal's eyes sparkled. Red smoke filled his eyes and turned them red. I will quickly take care of the White Star before the sealed guard does anything else. As long as he had a bit of time, as long as he had an instant, it was definitely doable. Smile. As Cal's smile became thicker, he made eye contact with this annoying enemy wearing a white mask that he was tired of seeing. Did you rest well? He greeted this enemy for the first time in a while. This tiring relationship was coming to an end. That was why Cal was unable to see it. At a place in his blind spot, unlike the front area he saw when he opened the door, Clope, who was crouched in Cal's blind spot, installing the fifth automatic video recording device, opened his eyes wide at the sudden situation that broke the silence. And on the other side of the hallway, the opening blocked by the crumbled marble debris was moving. It was as if someone was stabbing at it with a stick or sword to inspect it. Chapter 759. Seeing it all, Clope's hands were shaking. He subconsciously clenched the hand that was holding the automatic video recording device. What am I looking at right now? He had moved quicker than anybody else to install the automatic video recording devices at the end of the temple before the others arrived. Something great will happen here. He had full faith that it would happen. This was the last room of the temple. No matter what it might be, Clope was certain that Cal Henitus would reach his peak as a hero here in this place. Bang! The door suddenly opened at that moment. The sculpture in the wall that had been silent while Clope had been moving around shot out red lights. That light gave Clope the same ominous feeling he got when he saw the red eyes while leaving the final wrath test. Everything had happened all of a sudden. Bararang. There was then a loud explosion, and the red light exploded after hitting something. He then saw someone charging toward that explosion. Cal Henitus. Clope's eyes filled with delight the moment he realized who it was, but he had a question at the same time. Did you rest well? Cal was warmly saying that toward the explosion. Who rested? Clope thought for a moment about who Cal might be addressing. There was no way Cal would be saying that to him. Oh no, crack. The automatic video recording devices in Clope's hand cracked a bit. However, Clope could not focus on something like that. His eyes opened wide and he started smiling. It's that bastard. He could slowly start to see red hair through the explosion. The White Star. That bastard suddenly appeared here. Boom, boom. Clope's heart was beating intensely. Cal Henitus and the White Star. The two of their long battle is finally coming to an end. Ah, I am the only person who gets to witness it. Clope felt as if his heart was hurting from the intense emotion. His eyes headed toward the sculpture as his heart beat like that. Red light. He was sure this was the work of the guard who ran away from the first test. How dare he? He glared at the sculpture with a cold gaze that was completely different from the fervor visible in his eyes just moments before. At that moment, swoosh, he heard the sound of a whirlwind. Clope turned his gaze. He made eye contact with Cal, whose eyes were now red. Cal's eyes opened a bit wider before he looked away from Clope, pulled back his silver shield, and sent the whirlwind flying toward the White Star. Clope smiled. As expected. The hero will not pull Clope into this battle. It was probably because it was dangerous. Clope chucked the cracked video recording device on the ground and clasped his hands together. CHHHHH, the red book being opened, the red leaves surrounding Cal and Cal's hair that was as red as blood. This sight was truly beautiful. What is that? Clope then looked at a small black and white dagger with a confused gaze. However, there was someone here who was even more confused. What the hell? It was Cal. Why is Clope here? Cal, who had looked away from the white star to be cautious after hearing something break and rustling, saw Clope, whose eyes were opened wide as he smiled with an extremely scary look on his face. You mother ducking son of a beach of a guard. He had said that Cal was the first to complete the tests. The guard who claimed that he would even swear on his authority as a guard was a complete liar. I was right not to believe him. He quickly looked away from Clope and his scary expression. That punk was not important right now. Cal Henitus, the white star, was coming out of the golden plaque and trying to find his balance. Good. There was one thing about the current situation that Cal did like. The white star did not have his embrace released in a relaxed situation. The embrace was forcibly removed because of the Guard of Despair's red light attack. It should be hard for the white star to get his bearings because the seal was removed with the golden plaque breaking. This makes it easy. Cal's condition was great. As someone who had fought against the complete white star in the illusion, a white star who could not even get his bearings was nothing for Cal. The white star looked physically fine as the dust from the explosion settled. However, Cal could see it. The white star's true nature was visible in his now clear red eyes. Look carefully. The pages of the diary quickly flipped as he heard Drew's voice. The red leaves, Cal could see the annual rings being drawn on top of the white star's body through the fluttering leaves. They looked almost like spider webs. They also resembled the ground when it cracked from being too dry. You dare to do that to me? The sword of disasters instantly burned red in the white star's hand. However, Cal did not see it. He was only focused on the lines being drawn on top of the white star's body. I can see it. The lines were creating numerous circles. Large, small, thin, thick, rough, soft R. Cal held back a gasp. Time. Those lines are all time. Numerous lines of time were being drawn on top of the white star's body. They were in all different sizes and consistency based on the countless bodies he had reincarnated through. However, all of those numerous circles were captured inside one large circle. That's it. This large annual ring contained all those almost disgustingly large amount of circles. It was quite large, but was ripped in multiple places and losing its form. The White Star. His name in his first life, Cal Barrow. The annual ring from that life where he chose to become the White Star from the last Dragon Slayer had been damaged, ripped, and broken through his 0 years of life. I guess it really is a curse. This curse of endless reincarnation for the White Star, it truly was a curse. Cal could feel it now that he could see the annual rings. The White Star's large annual ring would break completely in a few more lives and crumble to the point it will lose its function. Then the White Star would continue reincarnating without maintaining his identity. This curse that makes him lose things he cherishes, the curse from the Guard of Death, would take the one last thing he cherishes in the end. It would make him lose himself as well. How scary. Cal, who now learned the truth about the curse, looked at the White Star's eyes for the first time today. Crackle. The fire sword with natural disaster headed toward Cal. Cal did not stop despite seeing the sword. In fact, he walked toward the White Star even more and reached out the hand that was not holding the dagger. Swoosh. A whirlwind quickly left Cal's hand and shot out. Bang! The sword and the wind crashed against each other. Ah! The White Star's arm that was holding the sword was pushed back from impact. What is going on? The White Star had snapped back to his senses from the sudden seal removal and attacked Cal. Whether it was quickly killing Cal, or running away, or taking the sealed guard, those were the only three choices he had left. The attack bounced off. He knew that Cal Henitus would be able to reflect an attack of this caliber. However, the White Star got chills after seeing Cal's eyes that had turned red. Although Cal Henitus looked into his eyes, the White Star felt as if Cal was not looking at him. Cal was looking not at him, but at something else. What is it? The White Star didn't have time for such thoughts. Cal moved his hand again. Swoosh, swish, swish, bursts of wind quickly shot toward the White Star one after another. You bastard. The White Star, who barely managed to stand up straight, quickly cast his water wall, but the whirlwinds and Cal were quicker. Pang, pang, pang. The whirlwind struck the White Star in 3 spots. Those spots were the hand that was not holding a sword and his 2 feet. The White Star's body opened wide from the impacts. However, the White Star was not only on the receiving end. Crackle, a red boomerang that shot out of the fire sword that was larger than ever, flew toward Cal, who was only one step in front of him. Swoosh, north, south, east, and west. Wind walls that appeared in all 4 directions started to close in to capture Cal. Chhhhhh, the water wall was now protecting the White Star. I knew it would be like this. Cal chuckled after that short comment. Calnim. Cal felt an evil aura headed toward him the moment Clope shouted. He didn't turn his head. It was obvious that this was the sealed guard's aura. Red light filled the sculpture's eyes again. That light looked ready to aim at Cal at any moment. Cal, did you know it would end up like this? The Super Rock asked. Cal did not respond back. The Super Rock said his response instead. The White Star would use the water wall to protect himself if you use your shield to stop that red light. And you will have to waste time to block the Sword of Disasters and Wind Wall. Cal clenched his hand that was holding the dagger. Why, you only used a little bit of ancient powers, why you are so calm and relaxed right now, why you stopped for a moment with one step in between you and the White Star. There was a reason for that. The Super Rock sounded sad. The best method in this situation is to dodge that red light and the White Star's attack and defense. Something to dodge everything while getting to the White Star. You need speed. Cal had such speed. Cal, you remember what that dragon Mila told you, right? The beige-colored dragon. Dodoris, Mom Mila had used her attribute, Connect Together, to fix Cal's plate. My power Connect Together is quite useful for putting things together without leaving any traces of it happening. However, I cannot use my power twice on the same person. Teacher, your plate is large, but it was as weak as glass. So please be careful. The dragon told you. There is no next time. She said that there is no next time. He knew. Cal knew that was the case as well. Instant. Kim Rock-Su's ability that let him transcend time for 5 seconds. Cal was not planning on using that power completely. 5 seconds. According to his calculations, it would only take 5 seconds. No, in the instant state, it should take even less than that. There was only one step between the White Star and Cal. In this situation, but your plate shouldn't be harmed since it is just one step. Yes, I'm doing this because I know that is the case. However, this is only if you don't use any ancient powers while using instant. I know. Just to be safe, don't use the annual rings of life either. I know that too. That's why I already recorded the White Star's annual rings. Cal raised his dagger. He didn't know about this, but the people watching him do this had different thoughts. Can he stab the White Star with a dagger in that situation? Is that punk planning on using that power? Alberu, who was watching from outside the temple, jumped up. He then stood in front of Rayan on and hung. Instant. He knew what would happen to Cal's body if he used that power. The numerous people outside the temple were watching with anticipation as they knew Cal would do something with that dagger. What is our esteemed legend planning on doing? Clope, who was in the same area inside the temple, had his eyes opened wide as he ran toward the sculpture. He was looking forward to what Cal was planning on this simple, yet mysterious dagger. And finally, what is he trying to do, attacking me with something like that? The White Star was moving to fix his body that had been spread open as he had that thought. However, he could not finish that thought. Ha! Everything stopped. He thought that time had stopped. At least it felt that way. Pook! Cal had stabbed himself in the chest with the dagger. Chhhhhhhh. The dagger that was stabbed deep all the way to the heart was immediately pulled out by Cal. The black and white dagger was sparkling once it absorbed Cal's blood. At that moment, time started flowing slowly for Cal. No, it moved faster than ever before for other people. So many things had happened in such a short instant. In this very short time of less than 1 second, Cal took a step forward. Plop! The diary fell to the ground. The leaves and whirlwinds that had been surrounding Cal all disappeared. Crack! The skin on Cal's hand that was holding the dagger cracked. There were gashes on his leg that took a single step forward. Blood spurted out of his chest that was stabbed by the dagger. However, the only thing Cal's eyes were focused on were the annual rings that were starting to become faint. He raised the dagger high into the air. This dagger that had been stabbed into Cal's heart, his blood was flowing down from the tip. Boom, boom, boom. Cal could feel the dagger beating. It was beating like a heart. In fact, it was beating exactly like Cal's heart. The dagger that had been in asphyxia had woken up to beat together with Cal's heart. After stabbing this heart that had restoration and healing powers, it was moving following the will of the owner of the heart. Cal's arm moved. The most worn out and weakest spot of the largest annual ring the area, right by the white star's right collarbone. Cal stabbed that bloody dagger into that spot. What's going on? An instant. It was truly a short moment for the white star who was looking at Cal. As he wondered what was going on after seeing that Cal Henitus was suddenly right in front of him, and bleeding Huff, his world started shaking. It wasn't even a loud voice. A quiet groan flowed out of his mouth. He looked down. A red dagger was stabbed into his collarbone. Usually, this kind of attack wouldn't even leave an injury on his body. But what was going on? Crackle. The white star heard something that sounded as if something of his was being ripped away. He couldn't see it, but he could realize it. He had lost all strength in his body, and the world was shaking. He reached out his hand. His shaking hand was placed on top of the hand holding the dagger. Cal's hand that was holding the red dagger was shaking and bleeding. The white star looked at Cal. Cal, whose eyes had turned back to normal instead of red at some point, the bleeding Cal simply spoke to the white star in a calm voice. "This is the end." That was all he said. Chapter 760. Seeing it all, 5. Cal pulled the dagger out, and a single strand of blood flowed out of the white star's collarbone. The white star's body plopped to the ground as if he was a puppet that had had its strings cut. Screech, screech, the white star's ears were going deaf from a sharp noise. He could not hear anything else, and it felt as if he was slowly being separated from the world. No, the white star's instincts were telling him something. I am dying. However, this death felt different from the countless deaths he had faced until now. The aura of the guard of death that had been on his body was disappearing. The power of that curse had been on the white star's body through his endless reincarnations. The god of death's aura that had been the driving force of his reincarnation was scattering away like smoke. Unbelievable. The white star's pupils started shaking. I can't reincarnate anymore. I worked my ass off to get to this point. But I am going to die. I am going to die like this. This is how I meet my end. The white star was not afraid of death. He was that kind of person. However, the white star reached his hand out after facing eternal death. His arm was shaking as it reached away from his crumbling body. The weak hand that he barely managed to reach out grabbed Cal's arm. However, that hand did not have the strength to hold on to it. The hand slipped, and the white star did whatever he could to put some strength into it. Gruara. Chhhhhhh, the fingernail he raised to flail around left a light injury on Cal's arm. That was his limit. Cal looked down at the fallen white star. The white star and Cal were still observing each other. Once his instant ended in less than 1 second, Cal wiped some blood off his face with the hand not holding the dagger. How amazing. It was fine. No, his body was instantaneously becoming fine. Cal, your plate is fine, and you the super rock could not finish his sentence. He could not hide his shock. He barely managed to speak again after a while. You're getting healthier. The injury on his heart was closing. The healing could not be seen because of the blood that spurted out when he stabbed and then removed the dagger. But Cal could feel his life force that was stronger than ever before swirling around in his body. Shhhhhhh. Cal lowered his head. The now red dagger that had absorbed Cal's blood, the root dagger in his hand, slowly turned to dust starting from the tip. Shhhhh, that red dust left the dagger and approached Cal. It then seeped into Cal's heart. The world tree was telling the truth. Cal recalled what the world tree had said while giving him the dagger. Don't worry. You will not die. It will be grotesque since you will bleed a lot, but it will actually be helpful to you too. I guarantee it. It had not hurt at all when he stabbed his heart either. That was how he was able to stab so deeply in one try. And when he made up his mind to use instant, when he decided it would only be about half a second, Cal had decided that it would not be very dangerous, because it was less than 1 second, and he was not planning on using any ancient powers with it. He thought that he would not faint nor have his plate broken like last time. However, he did expect it to tax his body in multiple places at least a bit. It's really weird. It had not burdened his body much to use instant. Of course, it had hurt when he received injuries on his body to take that one step forward while using it. Cal was personally experiencing the fact that his body condition was getting much better, to the point that he did not even need objective data. He heard an old man's voice at that moment. It was the first time in a long while that the vitality of the heart had spoken since being absorbed into the shield. It looks like a new regeneration power will be born. Cal's eyes became a bit wider. Traces of an immortal are being gathered. Ah, Cal let out a gasp. The world tree's roots were the things that had never disappeared as it repeated death and life. It had given Cal the foundation of those roots. That foundation has been imbued into my heart. This is like herbal medicine. This is an extremely great herbal medicine. The whole dagger had turned to dust and disappeared. Cal looked down at his empty hand before turning his head. The white star was breathing lightly, as if it was difficult to even breathe. Cal reached his hand out. Chhhhhhhhhhh, the red diary floated up. Red leaves fluttered, and Cal's eyes turned red. Cal, I know that your plate wasn't destroyed, but you should still not overdo it. It's okay. Hyang Nim, this kid's going to live even longer than I did. The super rock tried to stop Cal, while the old man of the vitality of the heart laughed out loud. But still, the super rock tried to stop him again, but Cal had no plans on listening. He needed to confirm it. His now red eyes focused on the white star. The white star's eyes were slowly closing. Lines appeared above his body. The annual rings of his numerous lives appeared once again. Cal closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them back. The white star's largest ring was breaking down. The annual ring was crumbling from the spot he had stabbed with the dagger. Definitely, the white star was talking about the next life until the end. Cal silently observed all of it. There was nothing else for him to do. He had to keep his eyes on the white star just in case something happened. However, that damn guard bastard is quiet. He was just waiting. The sealed guard is probably waiting for the same moment as me. Everything was quiet. He didn't know what the hell Clope was doing that he was this quiet, but he felt as if he knew why the sealed guard was not attacking at all. Once the white star completely dies, his ancient powers would flow out. Based on what he knew, ancient powers would seep into the place where their master dies or into a special item. It'll be bad if they seep into the temple. The temple was the sealed guard's territory. They would definitely negatively impact Cal. Furthermore, these were not regular ancient powers. These were the White Star's powers. It was especially important that the Sky Attribute ancient power did not end up in the temple's hands. That's why I need to take them. Although Cal felt that it was wrong to have these thoughts in front of someone who was dying and whose soul might even be damaged despite them being the enemy, Cal had to get rid of as many variables as possible since he had decided to take care of this on his own. Cal was someone who could do that. Embrace. He planned on embracing all of the White Star's ancient powers. Where should I store them? Cal moved his hand to his inner shirt pocket to find things to embrace them in. It's a good thing that the heart is on the left. He would have stabbed this pocket with the dagger as well if it had been on the right. Cal kept his eyes on the white star and tried to put his hand into his pocket. An orb rolled into his viewpoint at that moment. Ah, he recalled that Clope had been holding some kind of orb in his hand. Video recording device. Cal got chills for a different reason after realizing that this broken orb was an automatic video recording device. That could have been bad. Clope had almost recorded the whole thing. Thankfully, the orb was broken and rolling on the ground. I just need to make Clope keep his mouth shut. Then the others will have no idea as to what happened in here. They will only be able to imagine what happened even with Cal covered in blood like this. They'll never imagine that I stabbed my own heart. Cal then thought about the others who were still taking the test. Are they still not out? They were taking longer than he expected. Cal thought that he would be hearing people trying to break through the rubble he had used to block the opening by now. Ha, what is that? What is this laugh-like, sob-like noise? Cal could not look away because the white star could die at any moment and could only focus to listen better. This weak voice that sounded as if it might break off was definitely not Clope's voice. Choi Han. He did not hear any response nor noise. Cal remained calm and continued speaking. He needed to be calm. He needed to figure out what that punk had seen. When did you get here? I didn't sense you coming in. He suddenly heard Clope's voice at that moment. You must not have heard because it was the moment you stabbed your heart, Calnim. Cal didn't need to look to know what kind of look was on Clope's face right now, as he sounded as if he had seen something that left a deep impression on him. However, that crazy bastard's face wasn't the issue right now. It was true that Cal might not have felt Choi Han's presence at that moment since he was focused on the dagger. No, it wasn't just a might. It was highly likely. Cal heard extremely weak footsteps behind him. Has Choi Han ever walked this weakly before? Cal heard Choi Han's voice at that moment. What was that? What did I just see? He sounded as if he was scolding Cal, but his voice was shaking and extremely weak. Cal could not respond. Choi Han scowled while looking at the back of the person who did not respond nor even look back. Everything turned white for him. His mind was still blank. He had no thoughts whatsoever other than whether he was still in an illusion. Mary pulled on his clothes as he started walking. No, she was barely holding it. Mary was so shocked that she could not say anything and could only barely hold onto Choi Han's clothes with a shaky hand. What is going on? Miss Mary, what happened? Rosalind was running toward them in the back. However, Choi Han simply continued walking toward the back of the person who was still silently looking at the white star. He's alive. He's okay. This person did not fall down. Yes, he's not dead. He will not die. There is no way that this person will die. He will definitely not die. Choi Han repeated these words as if they were a prayer. He felt as if he would fall to the ground if he did not do that. There was someone who did fall to the ground, though. Outside the temple, what did I just see? Latana, the queen of the jungle. Her lips were shaking. She could not think of anything because of the shock, and had fallen to the ground because her legs had grown weak. How such a thing she could not speak either. She was looking at the orb above the sealed guard's temple with her pupils shaking. Cal had stabbed himself in the heart with the dagger just now. He then used that dagger to defeat the White Star. She felt as if everything was going dark because of these two short statements. She thought at first that the sealed guard was showing everybody the worst possible illusion. However, she was able to tell that it was real the moment the White Star fell. An instant. What Cal had done in an extremely short period of time was something that was the most sublime and beautiful yet sad thing that Latana had ever seen in her life. Cal was still standing firmly in her eyes. Although his whole body was covered in blood and his heart was stabbed, he was still alive. Is he human? Numerous emotions flew through her mind before she ended on awe. She could not say anything else after that. She couldn't even scream nor gasp. She was very, very shocked. Her heart was also in pain. Her heart was also heavy with an emotion she could not figure out. However, she knew that she was not the only one having such emotions. Everybody around her was quiet. Nobody dared to speak loudly. There were only quiet mumblings every so often, but no cheering nor screaming. It was probably even more like this because Latana was where the respective representatives and chief executives of the different nations were gathered. Latana and these chief executives had headed toward the temple as soon as Clope showed up on the orb. They were speechless at what they saw as soon as they stepped onto the temple steps. What is it? What is going on? She heard a young voice at that moment. I couldn't see because the crown prince blocked me. Mio. Mio. Rayan on, and Hong looked around because the rowdy area around them had suddenly become silent. It was because Albaru suddenly stepped in front of them and made them unable to see what happened. The children then raised their heads and urgently looked for Cal. Gramps. Rayan pulled at Ruhaben's clothes. Gee, Gramps, why is our human like that? Why is there so much blood? Rayan could not get himself to say the word blood. That was why he quickly said something else. Gramps, what happened? The human seems fine right now. Nuna. Hang, in his kitten form, curled his body and grabbed on. On was unable to say anything as she observed Cal's condition. His body was covered in blood and his chest was quite the mess. But his body was not shaking and his complexion looked fine. He was not stumbling and instead was standing up straight with a firm gaze. Yes, he seemed okay for now. That's right. He should be fine. He must be fine. On, who was able to understand Cal's condition well after having seen it multiple times, turned her head to get some validation. Albaru was quietly standing there. On frowned as soon as she looked into his eyes. Albaru was standing there with his mouth shut, and the expression on his face was one she had never seen before. On's front paw grabbed at Albaru's pants with concern. She could see Albaru still only looking at the orb as he started speaking. Crazy bastard, he sounded terrible. Not even a speck of his usual grace could be felt from his voice. On felt someone pick her and hung up. It's okay. Iruhaben held the children in his arms and left that single comment. On saw it at that moment. She saw Choi Han and Mary coming over and standing next to Cal. Huh. Rayan's eyes opened wide. The White Star Rayan could not finish his sentence. Inside the temple, the White Star's body was slowly turning into dust and disappearing. Cal immediately moved again at that moment. Shhhhhhhh. There were many sources of light floating up from the White Star's disappearing body. Those are the ancient powers. His eyes looked at the White Star and then passed him toward the sculpture. That was why he had not managed to see Choi Han's gaze, that had turned vicious, and Mary's gaze, that had become even more vicious.